where inclusive roleplay meets elite PvP action guild. E-Girl for Rent proud sponsor of 420am Cake Radio. PST4MOAR Info PLS.
Spippa seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Luxonia says, such a good mog puppercut. Kazalzin says, femboys are the straightest of lays. Chwet Cupcake says, mic check 12123.
Spippa seems to be sobering up. Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done.
Light bless you.
Puppercut says. Irani says, selling plundered blue captain's hat 1k. Hamduin says, yer he, it's a party in the USA.
Spippa seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Milyamixai says, need some Drania bowl women. Pirate girl waves at Stormwind Reveler. Sir Saw says, hope the Laughing Coffin makes an AI diss track for me on YouTube Blackheart. Toncho says, Happy New Year's. Cheem Start Frostmorn says, hi. Agathorthemi says, gay while the Captain Morgan's in Met. Battlespark yells, quick get the stick, Laughing Cough drops is in our dance hall. Kazalzin says, Frahobs aren't gay. They're just helping a homie out.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Sanji looks tipsy. This Jana seems to be sobering up.
Meowdagerous says, the music 90s is fitting for this moment.
Spippa seems to be sobering up. Spippa seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Serenity Lil says, smelly coffins. Ilily Lil says, where are the heckin' fireworks? Alaval says, literally though, I don't get the fuss.
Spippa seems to be sobering up.
Puppercut says, Stormwind homie. Atomic Hub says, agreed. Ilily Lil says, is it too laggy? Pirate Girl waves at Cheem Start Frostmorn. Meowdagerous says, Darad, Sandstorm goes with this. Werify says, I love the word Brahab. Trade District is under attack. Cheem Start Frostmorn greets Pirate Girl with a hearty hello. Smoor says, on the hour.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Pirate Girl dances with Cheem Start Frostmorn. Kazalzin says, please use it. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Vexgrave says, what is happening? Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Meowdagerous says, 36 mints as a goat. Milyamixai says, if kisses for the homies is gay, then I don't know what straight is. Cerise Ronei says, it's 2025 isn't being LGBTQ cool now? Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale.
It's still
Kara
recharging.
Oakman says, welcome Laughing Coffins. Hearn is playing a song. Battlespark says, haha. Hamduin says, it's not 2025 you freak. Smoor says, it will never be cool. Sweetie says, it makes me think of guys blowing each other, is that the intended use? TH File says, getting rid of LGBTQ. Battlespark bites Grokall. Ouch. Puffercut says, stay in your room you freak. Haddonfield says, ha itll never be. Hesun says, it is on the other side of the world.
Love Bobafetti seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Cheem Start Frostmorn says, hi.
Barnabas seems to be sobering up.
Meowdagerous says, I could moonfire the hordes but I'm busy dancing. Suzanne says, but isn't that what caused the initial problems with Adept Siluria's magical formulae? Cheem Start Frostmorn says, this lagvu. Hesun says, already 2025 in Australia and Japan.
Armin seems to be sobering up.
Sweetie says, or what other use is there?
All of flutter.
Janie and Chip says, if we use the appropriate sequence we should be okay. We'll just take some serious studying before we start. Celeste says, don't you guys know Rule 1 of Fight Club?
Aries seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Puppercut says, oh good the SW lag is still ever present. TH File says, LGBTQ was never cool. Karmagirl waves at Hearn. Battlespark bites Grokall. Ouch. Pirate Girl says, ya lag is real raw night. Hearn says, ya asked for it. Now here's the Darad. Milyamixai says, are fu tas gay? Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Alaval says, no, we are kinda lame but we give good head so they keeping us around. Pine says, Rule 1 of Fight Club, fight.
Love Bobafetti seems to be sobering up.
Puppercut says, yo being cool is the worst. Cerise Ronei says, I don't know some lesbians are pretty cool, I just prefer stupid guys. Battlespark yells, beat em up. Chwet Cupcake says, who else is streaming on Twitch? Let's knock. Trade District is under attack.
Ares seems to be sobering up.
Lanaber hugs Ozith. Agathorthemi says, Gare, Maber. Hamduin says, cats rule and dogs drool homeward bound cat. Kazalzin says, femboys are fucking rad just saying. Pine says, rule 2, tell your friends. Lanaber waves at Ozith. Alaval says, yes. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Haddonfield says, what has the world come to? Ardweld says, what cities have fireworks? Ardweld says, just the capitals. Smoor says, too rad, they're radioactive. Ozith hugs Lanaber. Melrina says, where to adjust the AD turning speed again? Heavy Blade says, guys I think I like women that don't have a bennies, what are those called? Kazalzin says, it's what the world has come to. But I know what I come to. Leafchick yells, there is horrifying ally in a dance floor of trade. Alaval says, boring, heavy. Milyamagzai says, what about Drania Bolfu toss? Marla says, made of stone, but they can move like lightning. Let's go, Earthen. Donna says, haha. I have your grind gear gorilla. William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. Not Tired says, what? Tabarnak says, something's not quite right. Hamduin says, everyone here go to jail. Sweetie says, ugh I need to make my bed. Kazalzin says, Bolfuda just sounds painful. Cerise Ranei says, straight to jail.
Sanji seems to be sobering up.
Chwet Cupcake says, how much gold do you tip the owner of the Traders Gilded Brutosaur for the privilege of interacting with the lovely male courier Melanie Morden? Iris says, sleep on the raw mattress like an animal. Alaval says, Dawn. Venatius whispers, I didn't get an invite, sad face.
You are now busy, howdy. I'm live on Twitch. https://twitch.tv/JADNBurn.
Chwet Cupcake says, Jade and Burn and live Twitch and YT listen to my new album in any music app, smiley face, guild, e-girl for rent. Tajarenali says, female humans have the best thighs, change my mind.
Hayara seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Kazalzin says, do we call it Mrs. Hands?
Hina seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Cypher says, https://www.twitch.tv/grower live music. Haddonfield says, I'll make your bed for you sweetie, then give you a foot rub. Hamduin says, you tip a full WoW token. Cyan says, raw mattress.
Lunan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Stormai seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Karmagurul yells, Hearn. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Zathin says, enchanted gilded harbinger crest up for craft. Milyamagzai says, painful in all the right places. Meowdageris says, be funny if we invade Orgy more. Tabarnak drops a party totem. Let's dance. Hearn yells, what? Pwent says, LFJC to recraft PvP rings. Milyamagzai says, painful if you a little bit. Karmagurul yells, hi.
Venadius Moonguard has joined the guild.
Chernobyl says, outfit trash or smash. Kazalzin says, anal bubbles. Cheemstart Frostmourne says, gotta celebrate the new year with a big bet. Oldman Dan says, filthy people, you all need Jesus. Fuzzy Beast says, trash.
Hina seems to be sobering up.
Milyamagzai says, smesh. Hearn yells, I am literally on fire with this dancing and music. Chwet Cupcake says, hey guys what's up? Dash. Haddonfield says, garbage. Living Water says, why is it bubbling? Cyan says, leatherworking have most crafts. Not the fancy expensive ones that aren't meta anyway. Puppercut says, shoulders too big for me, but overall smash. Lanaber hugs Karmagurul. Chwet Cupcake says, join the #1 RP PvP server's top guild, e-girl for rent, where inclusive roleplay meets elite PvP action guild, e-girl for rent proud sponsor of 420 AM Cake Radio. PST4 MOAR info PLS. You flirt. Wistel licks Indurith. Kazalzin says, Jesus is my gardener. Do you need his number or something? Pirate Girl says, GL Cheem. Cheemstart Frostmourne says, hi. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light forged Drania will still light up the stage.
Everhath looks tipsy. Mardigan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Hayara seems to be sobering up.
Sweetie says, what's he garden for you? Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Alaval says, can I smash even if I think it's trash? Cheem Start Frostmorn says, woohoo. Pirate Girl says, if you win buy me Harley. Zathin says, LF Recraft Consecrated Cloak. Ilily Lil says, if you are trying to make gold on New Year's you are a weirdo, sorry not sorry. Elothiros says, grapes obviously. Hamduin says, Jesus is my landlord and I don't have money for rent so we have to make another arrangement. Fritzen says, Mog feedback appreciated outfit. Don Hayes says, I hate the owl puzzle so fucking much I want to scream. Milyemixai says, if it ain't Fuda, is it even a Drania? Karmagurl yells, I can't find you.
Mardigan seems to be sobering up.
Yep, it's Sarah dances with Kilia. Haddonfield says, I want Sweetie to stomp on my pool of grapes to make me some tasty foot wine. Cheem Start Frostmorn says, you'll get a Mechanohog and like it. Hearn yells, I'm in the in trade. Pirate Girl says, LOL. Hamduin says, the owl puzzle is easy. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Alaval says, I can feel Jesus inside me. He was rough yesterday. Karmagurl yells, yeah me too. Hamduin says, how can I help /? Donna says, now who's the crybaby, crybaby? William says, you're breaking him.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Ilily Lil yells, where are the fireworks? Seer yells, slob on my knob, like corn on the cob, check IT with me and door ya job, lay on the bed and give me head. Zathin says, LF Recraft Consecrated Cloak.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Donna says, baby wants his dolly. William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. Battlespark yells, I fart in your general direction. Don Hayes says, okay Ham, how do you do the owl puzzle? Evelfina says, the owl puzzle isn't that bad if you use the browser solver, it just takes a while. Hearn is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Tira says, by crying into a website.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable?
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Hamduin says, you use the website. Eric cheers. Varzinosk says, R8PLS, H8 or a Prissy 8. Vexgrave says, musician add not worth sorry. Ethereal Warpweaver says, I can see why you have summoned me, priest. Vexgrave says, my music is better.
Mardigan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Karaoke says, RN I'm raw dogging it, no music just people dancing. Cypher says, that app is trash.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Varzinosk says, outfit.
Galoan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Tagrith says, so fucking laggy. Smoor says, good luck with the new year.
Hina seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Rocco says, yet.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Mardigan seems to be sobering up.
Chernobyl says, outfit this one's even better haha. Rocco says, we pay 20 a month for this. Hamduin says, Paris Hilton Fuda. Marla says, Kul Tirans, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Alaval says, I like the bow. Hamduin says, sorry thought this was search.
Hina seems to be sobering up.
Mangekyo says, you pay $20 a month?
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Maximile says, how's this boy and boy's outfit? Urkale says, 2025 is gonna be the year I either cross the rainbow bridge or dissociate into autopilot permanently.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Not Tired says, just pay for it with WoW Gold. Pirate Girl boops Dicerolurxo's nose.
Stormeye seems to be sobering up.
Pirate Girl says, yet. Mangekyo says, even still it's $15. Heavy Blade says, why? Iris D says, I swear to God none of you better be dressing yourselves with these outfit links. Pirate Girl says, Tay delay makes more exciting.
Zalira seems to be sobering up. Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Alaval says, Iris D be nice.
Venatius has left the guild.
Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Gohover says, just bought Epic Edition so I can have enough traders tender for what I want. Cheemstart Frostmourne says, Have Blizz's New Year resolution is to upgrade their servers. Not Tired says, why you hating on a brother's fit?
Clarence seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Pirate Girl says, LOL. Cheemstart Frostmourne says, Hope. Cutie Animboy says, Talk shit post fit. Genji says, they're pretty bad NGL. Genji says, somebody's gotta tell him. Pirate Girl says, and take layers away for all servers. Karaoke yells, remember guys, Mass Vex Bolt unfollowing today. Hamduin says, chicken tender ta. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Hamduin says, traders tender.
Clarence seems to be sobering up.
It's not ready yet.
Alaval says, Genji not you too. I won't ping you now. Cheemstart Frostmourne says, that'd be nice. Chernobyl says, Iristy is a Debbie Downer. Battlespark yells, Night Elf Mohawk. Genji says, honestly is the best policy. Toadbone says, LF Crafter to make Everforged Vambraces 619. Hearn is playing a song. Not Tired says, yeah but not by the person in a glass house T0T, Iristy asking for rocks to get thrown. Genji says, honesty asterisk oopsies. Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania. Pirate Girl says, get it BOI. Donna says, now who's the crybaby, crybaby? William says, you're breaking him. Pirate Girl says, moo. Pirate Girl says, my 7. Hearn yells, party rock in the house. Rabble Rouser says, I'll throw rocks at your ho SE. Alaval says, no Dino nuggies for you. Maxi Mile sets out a transmorpher beacon. Avariane bursts into dance. Tajarenali says, oh yeah, you can't play with my Lego blocks. Lanabear yells, for the horde. Marla says, Earthen. Show us how Rolling Stone gathers no moss.
Everhath seems to be sobering up.
Battlespark says, kick 'em all over the place so we can keep walking. Sweetie says, WTF.
Hina seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Swamptrug says, I'm gonna make you play Twister with my cousin that just peed his pants. Zawin says, Dino nuggies with ketchup.
Mardigan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Not Tired says, ha. I don't have a house rabbler, what ya gonna do now? Hectorize says, for this year I want a union to work with. Sweetie says, I hope you guys aren't trying to attract a woman. Tagrith says, holy shit I'm going to Darnassus maybe it's less laggy. Rabble Rouser says, throw rocks at your box. Zawin says, I'm gonna make you play Nutella Twister.
Hina seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Echo Zero says, Dino nuggies with garlic ali. Not Tired says, ERM Darnassus doesn't exist anymore.
Mardigan seems to be sobering up.
Not Tired says, it got burned. Tagrith says, sure it does just take the portal. Tagrith says, in the harbor lel. Hearn says, we got any Metal Gear fans in the house? Not Tired says, wait really? Eric cheers. Echo Zero says, yup. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Tagrith says, yet. Alaval says, you can go back in time to see when it was not crispy. Protsix says, Garrosh dance party. Asuriel says, did they shut down the and turned it into a nightclub in Stormwind? Iristy says, you just go to Darkshore and talk to the dragon to change back to before it burned if you're not already in that phase. Donna says, if you want him back you're gonna have to beg, like a monkey. William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. Hesun says, yes, they do that every new year. Tagrith says, wow it's less laggy here. Melrina says, optimal ilvlow 4+8++. Melrina says, as DPS.
Weiss seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Athalesha says, yes the is shut down.
Kaloan seems to be sobering up.
Genji says, outfit. Milyamagzai says, is Anjuinrin a femboy? Abelfina says, the Dwarven district is still open though Irk. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Athalesha says, my garrison works fine though. Medusa says, no XD. Scrubby says, what year even is his? Donna says, now who's the crybaby, crybaby? Echo Zero laughs at Klondike. William says, stop twisting his legs, they aren't supposed to bend that way.
Weiss seems to be sobering up.
Cheem start Frostmourne claps excitedly for Roller. Marla says, look at those dwarven feet move. And they can do it all without spilling their ale. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale.
Cologne seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Alaval says, there's so many people here.
Aliaceline seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Cypher says, let's try to make a open lane in the middle to take turns going down. Pirate Girl dances with Dice Rollerxo. Protsix says, OMG I love it. Hearn is playing a song. Miliumixi says, but a Feuda Sylvanus would slap. Pirate Girl cheers at Roller.
Graysolme seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Karmagurl yells, Hearn. One check Discord. Grimy Owl says, yeah at around 10 it gets busy. Lanabear says, hi boss man. Ellen O'Laren says, I don't love the massive lag though.
Cologne seems to be sobering up. Cologne seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lanabear waves at hexadecimal. Echo Zero says, slap you in the face with her PP. Eric cheers. Puritai says, opinions on player housing confirmed in next SPAC. Alaval says, just stay still, dance and chat UWU. Lanabear waves at hexadecimal.
Ibra seems a little tipsy from the lava stone pail. Graysolme seems to be sobering up.
Lanabear waves at hexadecimal. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakther in the house. Fire it up. Miliumixi says, the Goldshire crowd will love player housing. Kelkaz says, I completely forgot about that. Living Water says, WTS Ethereal Soul Trader. Todoroki says, LF Taylor for consecrated cuffs. Sursaw says, no I'm in the future. Alaval says, hopefully they let us decorate it very nicely, I want a shelf with goblin heads. Not Tired says, just praying they're not buns or like garrisons in the sense that they were customizable a whole lot nor were you able to choose to do them or not. Hearn says, up next folks, 2 minutes notice from Hiluva boss.
Teroleth looks tipsy.
Marla says, the Lightforged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Miliumixi says, my player housing will have a red room.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Ibra seems to be sobering up.
Andiriel says, can you make a hot room in your player housing? PIB says, for sex? Martinfer says, for sauna.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
PIB says, oh. Miliumixi says, filled with metronome attachments. Alaval says, PIB go to horny jail. Stormwind Harbor is under attack. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Battlespark yells, yes yes more lag. Kawara says, heart yai. Vicia says, my player housing will have a rubber room. Selder says, LFC Amulet of Earthen Craftsmanship Max, PST me.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kargardaz says, RA Rasputin. Doomsinger yells, I'm out of mana. Miliumixi says, I want it to look like the Pleasure Garden in Black Temple.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Sararin says, came to buy something, but this'll have to do tonight. Esteli yells, Happy New Year. Hearn is playing a song.
I can't
Get the
use that
musician
item
add-on to
yet.
listen.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Maxi Mile seems a little tipsy from the long-forgotten rum.
Donna says, baby wants his dolly. William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. Hearn says, I heard RARA. Alaval says, Illidan wild for that one. Asuriel yells, Happy New Year.
Teroleth seems to be sobering up.
Galmina says, looking for a blacksmith to recraft a weapon. Marla says, come on baby stoke my fire. Let's hear it for the dark iron dwarves. Oajerbuger says, you roller.
Graysolme seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Miliumixi says, Ala AI my player housing will be horny jail. Stormwind Harbor is under attack. Karmagurl waves at Sia Whisperer. Oajerbuger says, aren't you the scammer? Sanji yells, Happy New Year everyone. Smiley face.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Pirate Girl says, no.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kelkaz says, there will only be heroic human main character theme and poverty mud hut orc theme. Kargardaz says, Ra Rasputin. Sararin says, Caught. Oajerbuger says, I thought he stole gold cap. Pirate Girl says, Dad's classified.
Zalira seems to be sobering up. Milk Juice seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Pirate Girl says, we the best. Alaval says, will Blitz be there in that horny jail? Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Kayla seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Pirate Girl says, peanut butter cookies are flame.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Bandarum says, game's laggy AF tonight.
Kayla seems to be sobering up. Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ilili Lil says, when's more fireworks? Marla says, come on up, Pandaren. Ilili Lil says, I've been sitting here for 30 minutes. Not Tired says, event in SW is why it's laggy. Petro Tenor claps excitedly for Hearn.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Milyemixai says, Blitz is the warden of Horny Jail. Cranstone says, should be on the hour, for fireworks. Tiny Tail says, hello MG. Pigladen says, can you tame the gorilla from Dazzler Solo?
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Milyemixai says, he maintains the horses. Not Tired says, I know. Where's my Pandaren brothers and sisters at? Paris says, yet. Auction Joe yells, Daddy chill.
Maxi Mile seems to be sobering up.
Echo Zero says, right? Todoroki says, LF Taylor for consecrated cuffs. Donna says, whoops. William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. Hearn says, I ate them, I had Panda Express. Alaval says, why are there horses in Horny Jail, crying face. Marla says, forge it. Show us how it's done Dark Iron Dwarves. Belmont drops a party totem. Let's dance.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Not Tired says, D. Agathorthemi says, assault. Pirate Girl says, it was classified. Was it says, horsin' around. Hearn says, disclosure, no pandas were wadden in the making of this video. Pirate Girl says, classified logged on her gap win. Donna says, now who's the crybaby, crybaby? William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. Mardrash says, hot take, actually the war within story is okay. Cheemstart Frostmorn says, pretty sure classified is baller here now. Joranjarex says, why is the lag so bad in SW? Karaoke says, I can't but help look around the room and wonder why the room ain't full of water with everyone's drip. Agathorthemi says, being a couple horses ass. Xena yells, Gaiman, will save us. Pirate Girl says, no he ain't. Kelkaz says, anything is better than the Dark Ages BFA/SL era story. Alexium says, too many people. Joranjarex says, this server isn't that insanely populated or anything, but this is just terrible. Jennifer says, I'm glad to hear it's not just me. Petro Tenor blushes at Karaoke.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Greasel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Pirate Girl says, he was. Ivera says, yeah TWW was better underground though lol. Milyemixai says, because Blitz put them there. Maximile yells, Gamendorf. Pirate Girl says, but he lost a lot. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Philby says, folks think it's fun to dance in the Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Adrunda says, probably the fact that there's about the canon population of Stormwind worth of people here ATM. Echo Zero says, LOL. Not Tired says, holy velfs. Hearn is playing a song.
Agathon seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Echo Zero says, that was a good one, Nomad. Bubbleboot says, Dragonflight gets a pass for not having a story.
Zalira seems to be sobering up. Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Sir Saw says, Void Elf all I see are high elves. Agathorthemi says, where is my GF Talia? Trinetra hugs Sia Whisperer. Trinetra thanks Sia Whisperer.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Bubbleboot says, can't criticize what wasn't there. Remira says, what if I told you it is in fact fun to dance in the Sweetie says, if she's your GF she must be pretty easy to track. Jennifer says, it's impossible for me to even cross the portal room. Leafchick is playing a song. Sweetie says, if you're a good BF, that is, smiley face.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Joranjarex says, oh, it's not nearly that bad for me. Ilily says, I'm looking for some dubstep. Does anyone have some suggestions? Broderick says, that might be more of a connection issue. Joranjarex says, a couple seconds of lag at the most. Broderick says, I've got a 1.5 second lag. Vakus says, LF Algary competitor Signet 610.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Alaval says, we are number 1 dubster version. Tara Anis says, who let all these non-dancing dinosaur pets in? Kara Oakton says, Lady Gaga born this way goes hard RN. Pirate Girl dances with Cheemstart Frostmorn. Jalo says, same. Sweetie says, which I'm sure you are. Cheemstart Frostmorn kneels before roller. Jalo says, changing talent sucks. Isolian loves Lex Traza.
Zalira seems to be sobering up.
Isolian loves Lex Traza. Isolian loves Lex Traza. Agathorthemi says, I will teach AI Taos geolocator and use her pics to locate her exact location. Isolian loves Lex Traza.
Hayara seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Ilily says, need something that will shake the plates off the countertop. Emernix says, WTS sealed tome of the Lost Legion
Still
20k. It starts the
recharging.
Green Fire quest chain for warlocks. Cheemstart Frostmorn says, I pledge my service to you, King/Queen of Stormwind. Broderick says, just slip into Northshire for a moment. Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Agathorthemi says, you don't need a pie investigator anymore.
Yenadive seems to be sobering up.
Isolian bites Snow Squall. Ouch. Isolian bites Snow Squall. Ouch. Isolian bites Snow Squall. Ouch.
Indurith seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Linfi says, I think it's BS that tome isn't for all warbound warlocks. Nightheart says, agreed. Lex Traza bites Ace Ralgasa. Ouch. Lex Traza bites Ace Ralgasa. Ouch. Donna says, I wonder if your grind gear gorilla can jump across the park. William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. Lex Traza bites Ace Ralgasa. Ouch. Demersix says, guys, my garrison is being invaded.
Alcabra seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Karmagurul hugs Sia Whisperer. Nightheart says, murder them.
Dove seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Athalesha says, want some help defending it. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done.
Zalira seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Donna says, baby wants his dolly. Linfi says, like you're telling me, that while shoving demon visuals into the barbershop they didn't think to put Fellfire in there.
Alcabra seems to be sobering up.
William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. Ramstoke says, silence fools. Demersix says, I'm giving them the business.
Seja seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Cologne seems to be sobering up.
Hearn is playing a song.
Ayara seems to be sobering up.
Nightheart says, good. Broderick says, no.
Dove seems to be sobering up.
Athalesha says, no, you do the quest like all the EST of us and that's that. Nightheart says, those demons are riddled with Lyme disease. Petrotenor says, he's getting triple pay so he's doing well.
Sealskin seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Seja seems to be sobering up. Sigmund seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Linfi says, then what is the point? Alexium says, everyone's just teleporting on my screen ATM.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Venomina looks tipsy. Stormeye looks tipsy.
Athalesha says, to get green fire. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakthar in the house. Fire it up. Rionese sets out a transmorpher beacon. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale.
Sealskin seems to be sobering up. Sigmund seems to be sobering up. Sigmund seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Galmina says, looking for a blacksmith to reforge a charged claymore. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, I have arrived. Kargardaz says, Ra Rasputin. Yenadive Kulthalas points at Petrotenor.
Sigmund seems to be sobering up. Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, Kul Tirans, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Nith says, green fire is a pretty cool flex though NGL. Athalesha says, not anymore, you can one-shot Kenrith at Evanlock. Hearn is playing a song. Athalesha says, breaker of the black harvest -- that is a flex.
Seja seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Agath Orthemi says, I never liked Kenrith at Evanlock. Sanji yells, I wish everyone happiness and many blessings this new year. 2025.
Sigmund seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Nith says, some say he didn't have enough Eben for his lock.
Seja seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Donna says, haha. I have your grind gear gorilla. William says, you're breaking him. Isolian says, Higglmulki Irthoi D plus CP.
Zalira seems to be sobering up. Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Donna says, haha. I have your grind gear gorilla. William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. Oajerbuger says, disgusting. Athalesha says, he didn't, which is why I sucked fell magic out of his defeated loser self. Karaoken says, be right back, got to see if Pen is taken for an orc name. Sigmund claps excitedly for Zalira.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Sigmund seems to be sobering up.
Tarkan says, this city is so laggy.
Venomina seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, Metronome. Get up here and show us how it's done. Nith says, and the reward for this hard work? Yerh baby, green fire.
Stormeye seems to be sobering up.
Gambii says, we dancing brew. Kelkaz says, I blame Briel. Athalesha says, and a title. Isolian says, see. Sweetie says, good gosh. Isolian says, gun of a son. Athalesha says, not anymore, but when I did it a title.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Erdem says, it is New Year's and the biggest RP hub. Erdem says, so going be laggy as hell for a while. Gambii says, I said we dancing brew. Alcavara warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. Mornvale says, any decent RP guilds recruiting? Karaoken says, it is sadly taken. Isolian lets forth a sharp whistle. Valerivia says, nope, only indecent ones. Cheemstart Frostmorn says, 0 RP guilds here, sorry. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Mornvale says, as I suspected. Erdem says, my bones. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Amor says, several decent ERP guilds around though. Echo Zero says, agreed. Kelkaz says, I think I'm gonna hang out in Ra or Grimmer. Agath Orthemi says, if Arthas should ever turn to evil the world would be doomed. Kelkaz says, lag is too much. Neophana says, the Silverwings is a militia group poised to provide aid and protections to the territories surrounding Stormwind. So, if you fancy yourself a fighter or a wielder of bandages, we'd love to have you aboard for the ride. We partake in D20 style. Riofhana says, combat events and more chill social events surrounding aiding those less fortunate. So, if this appeals to you, then PST today. We'd love to hear from you. Iristy says, the lag really is garbage. Athalesha says, Arthas doesn't exist anymore. Sweetie says, oh that's amazing
Sadov seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sixton says, where's everyone gathering for New Year's? Notagosa says, it's perfect.
Sigmund seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lucifer says, quite literally. Staples says, Arthas thang be thangan. Sweetie says, big hugs, that really is incredible. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Agath Orthemi says, canned him. Kelkaz says, legit waiting for dungeons and it's going up to 15 minutes. Echo Zero says, staying home with the MRS and the dogs. Karaoken says, ah. Battlespark yells, gnomes rule.
Cologne seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Sadov seems to be sobering up.
Visnian yells, woo 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 woo. Serthon says, why is Stormwind so laggy? I can go to the Brawl Guild with dozens of people in one spot and there isn't a tick of lag, or Goldshire Inn, but Stormwind always lagged to the maw. Hearn is playing a song.
Sigmund seems to be sobering up.
Athalesha says, no, he faded from existence entirely, what was left of his soul after Anjuin split King's Morn.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Velarist waves at Cypher. Kelkaz says, oh, and now it pops. Donna says, I wonder how far the gears turn? William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. Iris-D says, I'm really hoping the lag just kind of goes away when the anniversary event does. It was always laggy on trading post reset and such, but not every day like it has been since 11.0,5. Donna says, haha. I have your grind gear gorilla. William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Cypher waves at Velarist. Serathon says, where are the auctioneers? Sad face. Irola says, slipping in that, admitting to patronizing Goldshire Inn. Telling on yourself. Zaltos dances with hexadecimal. Marla says, Earthen. Show us how Rolling Stone gathers no moss. Evelfina says, couldn't have anything to do with the auction house dance party, no, it has to be something else. Wisetel sets out a toy train set. Donna says, I have your gorilla. Naya. William says, no fair. Gimme back my gorilla. Pets says, it's because there's just too many people on this realm. Iris-D says, I mean it's not specific to that, is the issue. Sanji yells, Happy New Year's Eve everyone.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Serathon says, it's always laggy here. Asuriel yells, Happy New Year. Wishing you all happiness, love, lots of RL Gold XD. Iris-D says, SW has been unacceptably laggy for months now. Berdrick says, Stormwind is laggy because A, amount of portals here. B, amount of people. C, amount of people. Sanji cheers. Sixton yells, Happy New Year Moonguard. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Berdrick says, yes I know I put that twice. Echo Zero says, that's why I usually teleport to Dalaran instead of SW.
Sanji looks tipsy.
Seer says, IOM Drewing I am Breckenridge whiskey, it's fucking aged 9 years in a barrel. Iris-D says, do you feel like we saw a spike in players with 1.0.5 that has not dwindled since then? Because that's when it got bad. Babian says, Happy New Year's all. Seer says, Happy New Year you beautiful creature. Torani says, so. Amor says, my game is buttery smooth here RN idg, computer's not that fancy or nothing. What's y'all's latency it? Riria says, you're having fun XD. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakthar in the house. Fire it up. Seer yells, fuck it shake it baby. Myalra says, Happy New Year. Oajerbuger yells, 7 is due. Berdrick says, Happy New Year to those in other time zones. I will be with you in 1 hour and 4 minutes. Sweetie says, so. Galit Helene cheers. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Galit Helene cheers. Echo Zero says, latency here is 75/75. A Karza cheers. Oajerbuger says, a. Iris-D says, latency is 50 with 3's ability delay anyway because it's not an internet/PC issue, it's a Blizzard issue. Suzanne says, the portal will shift slightly, at this point if you cast a binding cantrip you will solidify it in place. Sigmund says, same here Beredic. Listen Pierce says, but isn't that what caused the initial problems with Adept Siluria's magical formulae? Suzanne says, but if we stabilize it with an anchor thread at the appropriate energy crux then it should work. Xanthion says, Guild, Recidivus is LFM to join our positive, non-toxic M and community. All skill levels welcome, and socials loved. We do training runs for newbies. AOTC team forming for next season. PST. Ilyamixai says, just got back from an instance, where are we on sex dungeons and player housing? Riria says, weren't you going to bed? Vindre Sola prays to the gods. Sweetie says, who me? Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Donna says, I have your gorilla. Naya Naya. William says, you're being mean. I'm telling mommy.
Sigmund seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sweetie says, yeah, I'm just rustling up someone to tuck me in and I said something in trade by accident. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Donna says, baby wants his dolly. Nith says, well, Blizz just needs to let me put my bullwhip on display in my house and we'll be a-ok. Coiled archivist's rope. William says, you better not break jump. It's not fair.
Lysadra seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Hearn yells, party. Sanji yells, Happy New Year.
Sigmund seems to be sobering up. Keelaspark seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Diane says, Zaladith smash or pass. Marla says, Cull Tirans. Drop those anchors, then drop it like it's hot.
Milk juice is completely smashed from the banana-infused rum.
Riria says, who dat?
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Sanji seems to be sobering up.
Milyamagzai says, smesh. Iris D says, depends on how Blizzard felt like drawing her that day tbh. Sometimes she's cute, sometimes she's a troll. Milyamagzai says, wait, is Zaladith a femboy? Ishala says, smash her back into my dagger. Fabian says, is there any earthen? All I see is humans, Drania, night elves, void elves, and Drakthur.
Milk juice seems to be sobering up. Lysadra seems to be sobering up. Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Fabian says, Worgen too. Seer says, no one plays earthen, it's just dwarf. Christoph Farrell says, remember when Danath gathered all the mercenaries of Stormwind together and we marched to fight at Nethergard? Diaphana says.
Wisetail looks
still
tipsy.
Recharging.
Caris waves at Aes Ralgasa. Adis Brahm says, wasn't that the night we had to pick up my thumb and carry it in your smoke pouch? Paulin says, I would shove that dagger deep in some unsavory places if she was in it. Christoph Farrell says, you can thank me anytime for making your life more interesting. Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Ovyuran says, I like them but they're not amazing. Frederick says, the gems are kinda cool though. Irene Kenya says, why would anyone play Rockdward when Fire Dwarf is so much cooler? Ridinkar says, shit dude, hold my beer. I'll make one and play it.
Zazara seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Scotty dances with Danacy. Torani says, your attitude is so yummy it's so sweetie. Sorry Lyra says, isn't Sol just possessing a dead elf? Gothic Bee says, I was hoping Belameth had fireworks. Guess it's too much risk for another tree. Iris D says, the 2MCD Earthen racial is actively detrimental to press for most specs. It's sad. Milyamagzai says, Zaladith hangs out in Goldshire. Irene Kenya says, Illyria is Sol. Caris says, yeah we gave her the elf body. Puritai says, what exactly is a dark iron dwarf compared to the other? Intirith says, with her toes out. Milyamagzai says, Illyria is B. Iris D says, free food buff for the lazy though I guess. Frederick says, frowns in human 3-minute racial. Torani says, she ate it. Sweetie says, LOL. Marla says, Cull Tirans, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Oajerbuger says, who has a mount? Britko says, LF someone to make vagabonds bounding baton, happy face.
Danacy seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Scotty seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Milyamagzai says, I think I just love Illyria because of the books. Isolian says, yeah brother. Irene Kenya says, I love her because of the Rule 34. Isolian says, drink the growth juice. Iris D says, humans at least have their passive stat racial which is solid. Staples says, I love the Illyria bits in that one Slans novel. Ahanden says, I love the Rule 34 because of the books.
Danacy seems to be sobering up. Scotty seems to be sobering up. Mardigan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, the Lightforged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Ovyuran says, Drania racials are good. Basic but good. Iris D says, Earth and Lose stats vs a feast because of theirs and the CD isn't good enough to use over spec abilities with no /short CDs. Vonally says, why are there no fireworks? Yalis says, poor Verisa. Does all the work, gets none of the credit. Nuanan says, why do the Earthen need our help when in the intro the Storm Riders absolutely annihilate the Nerubian armies? Torani says, Rule 77 is my moral compass. Archie Panda says, is it rare to get Shurki Skyrazor? Battlespark yells, Happy New Year.
Mardigan seems to be sobering up.
Ovayuran says, heroic presents gift of the Naru. Ahandan says, not super rare, but still a nice get. Velarist yells, who's playing? Femboywa says, OMG almost New Year's.
Wisetel seems to be sobering up.
Velarist yells, I can't hear the damn music when y'all do that. Marla says, Cull Tirans. Drop those anchors, then drop it like it's hot.
Sigmund seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Semtex yells, Hawk Tuah. Nuanan says, your name made me giggle Femboywu. Kathaya says, OMG almost a new number. Femboywu says, yes, love. Fern says, Weakfist was the only correct answer. Interitis yells, no one asked Lana.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fern says, oops. Thasukas House says, anyone else lagging?
Gambii seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Torani says, whole server should get somewhere and take pics. Leafchick yells, I'm playing at the bank. Lucifer says, it's been laggy all night.
Sigmund seems to be sobering up.
Nuanan says, Stormwind is laggy. Brienne Y says, I always lag on this old Intel Mac. Torani says, one spot. Hollandry says, is the DJ single? Wetpaw says, where do you buy tabards from again?
Gambii seems to be sobering up. Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Fern says, the tabard vendor. Kivana says, I can't stop winning in BGs, what's wrong with me? Iris D says, I usually grab one from the guild NPCS in SW. Torani says, she be in SW. PNCHTHTBTCH says, inside SW Visitors Center pause. Fern says, K with me Kivana. Ms. Ronnie says, you're just too good. Hollandry says, Big Worgen blocked my view, sad face. Isolian says, what view it's all pixels. Isolian says, woo. Babian says, when the Drakthar were popular more back in the day of 2022 and now than the Earthen in War Within is saying something. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthar. Vonali says, fireworks watch party on top of the forge roof. Reinra Suntu says, not enough. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Zissa says, Happy New Year guys equals. Bavian says, you too Zissa. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Bavian says, hope you are having a good one. Galit Helene yells, MOAR dragons. Chishu says, are you trying to talk to trade? Marla says, Cull Tirans. Drop those anchors, then drop it like it's hot. Sylvanie says, who goes there? Puppercut says, Happy New Year's Beast Coasters. Vindray Sola cheers. Vindray Sola says a prayer for magic scales. Torani says, Happy New Year Moonguard the best server in WoW. Odorito says, Happy New Year's love. Kathaya says, Happy New Number. Zelaren says, Happy New Year. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing whisper me if interested. Puppercut says, RIP 2024 to 2024. Sweetie says, Happy New Year, love. Marla says, Cull Tirans. Drop those anchors, then drop it like it's hot. Anaderia says, Happy number nay. Gambii says, Happy New Year. Iris D says, y'all it's like 10. Vinesleos says, it's 8 PM it's not the new year. Oajerbuger says, Happy New Year can I have gold please? Fern says, yeah it's only 11 for me. Samathri says, Happy New Year. Iasius says, fireworks. That's cool. Sweetie says, of course you can, Quest, smiley face. Bold Cat cheers at Thaldreen. Zelaren says, same here, 11. Vines Leos says, wishing
It's
y'all
not
the worst
ready
OP. Anadaria says, dang guys. Haven't talked to you all since last year. Sursa yells, seeking a cute 18 to 21 single female companion asterisk 18-21 years of age asterisk does underscore not underscore already have a boyfriend asterisk single. Torani says, I will buy you a beer at the GS in bout it. Frostmorn says, wait asking for gold works? Puppercut says, ah ha 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 ha. Heavy Blade says, I am going to try to pace my goon session so that when New Year's comes, so do I. Chernobyl says, LFA laid back guild. I bring laughter and happiness XD Black Heart. Oajerbuger says, sweetie go back to dancing on the tables. Maeve says, I'm still in 2024, how is it the future? Sticky Feet says, it's been 2025 for 15 hours actually. Ryvat yells, okay Krishan. Femboywa says, OOP. Kathaya says, time flies when you are having fun. Marla says, the Lightforged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Sweetie says, sorry what? Kylie Ebitkin says, Happy New Year squad. Sursa yells, if any men read this huge sign. Mind your own business. And to all men with girlfriends except marrieds and blacks, go jump off a cliff, have a nice day white smiling face. Sylvanie warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. Torani says, leave Sweetie alone. Sweetie says, tight Tor. Oajerbuger says, we all know you dance on the table in Goldshire. Torani says, wow.
Akulov seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Frostmorn says, the world needs more table dancers tbh. Vadran says, Mr. Rickasley yells, rude, but valid. Oajerbuger says, shameless. Vastras dances with Shirax. Sweetie says, meh okay, that's not worth arguing about. Mirzola says, Happy New Year, let's hope this is a good one, it can't get worse right? Kargardaz says, that's one way to get banned. Sweetie says, BRB making my bed. Chernobyl says, LF laid back guild to grow old with. XD. Myain bursts into dance. Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Aaron Idol says, is the server hamster doing okay with all these fireworks going off? Torani says, fluff a pillow for me. Frostmorn says, it can always be worse.
Milk juice is completely smashed from the banana-infused rum.
Van Dole says, redacted by Blizzard Entertainment's social contract. Belnolu says, my character has a nice butt. Erdem says, the little guy is having a hard time. Vadran says, I broke my headset in my favorite cup to close off 2024.
Akulov seems to be sobering up.
Ire says, welcome to Lagwind. Fern says, are you a male Torin Belnolu?
Mardigan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Milk juice seems to be sobering up.
Torani says, this really is the best server IMO. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Kargardaz says, 51 mintwees till New Year's. Puppercut says, more people should hang out in Borlis. What a good damned looking city. Belnolu says, somewhat.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these Lightforged Drania will still light up the stage. Iristy says, I ordered some $800 headphones the other day. Ryril says, these fireworks. Irnix says, almost there.
Mardigan seems to be sobering up.
Ellen O'Laren says, it's got the most lived in field by miles.
Ure seems to be sobering up.
Puppercut says, yes, Borlis feels like an actual, active city. Belmont places a clutch of eggs upon the ground. Nibbleknock yells, Happy New Year.
Recursion seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work, PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing Whisper Me if interested. Vendre Sola dances with magic scales. Echo Zero says, best server I've played in thus far.
Vendre Sola seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Staples says, Borlis was awesome. Most overhated WoW city ever. Iasmonos says, Suramar is a good city too. Torani says, I love the in music there. Iasmonos says, spelling. Femboywa says, I like Silver Moon. Ovayuran says, it's my fault. I took the little guy out to give him an ice water rub down cause it was getting hot. Ryril says, nothing compares to Moonguard. Iristy says, Borderless is fantastic but it's not SW so sharding and such mess with it. Maybe CRZ2? Not sure when that kicks in on RP servers.
Recursion seems to be sobering up.
Torani says, Borderless. Belnolu says, I stopped playing my main because it's on a boring server. Cora says, why is Stormwind still fucking laggy? Sonia warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle.
Recursion seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Puppercut says, this place looks amazing without an inky night pot. Ellen Alarin says, Suramar is the best place in all of WoW.
Driesel seems to be sobering up. Sonia seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Broken says, my brother died to close off 2024. 3 pets dying started 2024, hoping for a better 2025 but not expecting it. Hearn is playing a song. Fritzen says, the worms crawl in and the worms crawl out. Me singing it all during BFA. Fern says, sorry my ego is causing the lag in SW. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Puppercut says, there are people here, doing RP. Ellen Alarin says, damn bro sorry to hear that. Karis says, Borderless is only a single neighborhood of usable land and the rest is all full of mobs.
Todred seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Musette says, hope it gets better for you bro. Vadran says, I'm so sorry.
Sonia seems to be sobering up.
Ellen Alarin says, my dad died in Feb so I feel you. Sweetie says, sorry El.
Akona seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Puppercut says, why dislike the weather system? Have a cool rainstorm? Better not move 100 feet away, it'll change. Torani says, ah. Crag Sham says, Happy New Year. Velarist waves at Rushy. Vadran says, New Year's is the 2nd anniversary of my grandma passing. Sweetie says, and broken. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakther in the house. Fire it up. Valerie says, Happy New Year.
Recursion seems to be sobering up.
Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work, PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing Whisper Me if interested. Galit Helline cheers. Galit Helline cheers. Galit Helline cheers. Frostmorn says, 2 years is a long time to be sad. Torani says, yay. Galit Helline applauds. Bravo. Liberalisjo says, LF Algary competitors greatsword. Melbrosha says, Happy New Year. Frostion says, Stormwind fireworks started.
I can't use that item.
Kargardaz says, shut up and dance. Ellen Alarin says, 2 years is a long time? Try 33 years LMAO. Iristy says, I've never been sad in my life. Valerie says, they are much prettier if you drink an inky black potion. Kashuk says, wishing y'all a happy and prosperous 2025. You will make it through. You are loved. Take care of yourselves and one another. Love. Fern says, yeah there's no expiration date on stuff like that. Frostmorn says, why suffer for 33 years is my point. Staples says, LF glyphedged epaulets craft will tip will kiss. Puppercut says, Dad left for cigarette milk 38 years ago, he'll come back soon. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Eric cheers. Ellen Alarin says, yeah dude you never get over trauma you just learn to live alongside it. Broken says, LOL. Musette says, cigarettes make milk? Sheesh. Velarist yells, when is it our turn come on lady? Vadran says, cigarette milk LMAOOL. Mermian says, son? Deflated says, LF 636 recraft ring of earthen craftsmanship. Puppercut says, me padre? Valerie says, yeah but it takes 41 years to milk enough cigarettes for a gallon, so just give him a little longer. Torani says, I hope you all have a great new year and less sorrow. Liberalisjo says, inky black potion. Ryril says, is it me or is the ball drop like super lame this year? It's like jabber jabber it's not here yet go away. Staples says, LF glyphedged epaulets craft. Will tip.
Sonia seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Puppercut says, El Papas Fritas. Voltaria says, Happy New Year's everyone. Vexgrave says, we're all damaged goods. Sweetie says, Tor, you're a love. Liberalisjo says, LF Albury competitors greatsword. Vexgrave says, I mean Happy New Year.
Ojimiwai seems to be sobering up. Isarim seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
But Chug says, "Hi trade." Vadran says, "Just think about how the people in Times Square are wearing diapers." But Chug says, "Happy New Year." Thomas Miller says, "Rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh."
Anaderia seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ellen O'Laren says, "Only ball drop worth anything was when Gronk shattered the Lego Steve Harvey and he got super mad." Marla says, "I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong."
Ferrer seems a little tipsy from the Heartglen Ambrosia.
Frostmorn says, "What's happy about it?" Sweetie says, "Hey but." Torani says, "Thank you sweetie. I like you." Cora says, "Hello, but Chug." Alkaline bursts into dance.
Ferris is getting drunk off of Heartglen Ambrosia.
Sweetie says, "I like you too, you're kind." Vindray Sola cheers at Mystic Bird Hat. Thomas Miller says, "Freshly baked bread for sale." Vindray Sola says a prayer for Mystic Bird Hat. Cora says, "I hate Sweetie."
Hayara seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ravenel says, "Happy New Year Moonguard." Staples says, "LF Male Armor Crafter, love." But Extropic says, "Why are hunter pets dancing? That's not real." Vastras yells, "LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing Whisper Me if interested." Puppercut says, "If you're gonna shoot a gun into the air for New Year's, do it just before midnight so it'll be a crime of last year, and thus unpunishable." Sick.
Anaderia seems to be sobering up.
Isarim dances with Stormwind Reveler. Torani says, "Leave her alone, she's very nice." Dicerollerxo casually tosses his worn troll dice.
Dicerollerxo rolls 3, 1 to 6. Dicerollerxo rolls 5, 1 to 6. Ferris is completely smashed from the Heartglen Ambrosia.
Oajerbuger says, "Don't care." Sweetie says, "Good to know Cora." Oajerbuger says, "Reported you for scamming." But Extropic says, "Love." Frostmorn says, "It's still punishable, that's not how law works." Hearn says, "Show us your spore collection." Cora says, "I leave no one alone." Dicerollerxo says, "Dude you lost." Ellen O'Laren says, "What are you, a cop?" Marla says, "The Lightforged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons." Cora says, "Not in New Year's." Puppercut says, "Incorrect, it's exactly how laws work." Hearn is playing a song. Dicerollerxo says, "I gave him a free roll." Ellen O'Laren says, "Gibby voice." Kashuk says, "None of us are perfect. Be good to one another and love your damn self." Thomas Miller says, "Fresh bread for sale." Iris D says, "The trick is to have the bullet land between the seconds so it can't be dated and therefore didn't happen." Kayla Thief says, "Of course Sweetie is still trying to be the center of attention. It's only been 6 hours of it."
Isarim seems to be sobering up.
Nelia says, "Anyone been having bad luck with their dungeon runs?" Dicerollerxo says, "I wasn't gonna pay him." Sweetie says, "Ideal, Kaz." Nelia says, "Like with who you're Kate with." Dicerollerxo says, "Chill." Raidania dances with Shali. Frostmorn says, "Are you saying I can dodge bullets?" Puppercut says, "OMG it's Sweetie high." Hexadecimal blows Zaltos a kiss. Sweetie says, "Well good luck shooting me, IR." Kashuk says, "You won't have to." Zaltos blows Hexadecimal a kiss. But Chug says, "Whoop whoop." Ellen O'Laren says, "I mean I had a tank earlier refuse to move the mobs from the blue pools and mists." Marla says, "Get down with your bad self, Void Elf." Vastras yells, "LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing Whisper Me if interested." Raidania says, "Show them moves." Eric cheers.
Ferris looks drunk.
Frostmorn says, "Are you saying that when I'm ready? I won't need to." Iris D says, "Just do more DPS day." Raidania says, "The Forbidden Ones." Ellen O'Laren says, "Then he left the key." Belnolu says, "Base tank." Kashuk says, "Sips whiskey who's partying?" Torani says, "Yeah hard to end up in a good group." Puppercut says, "How many people are currently supporting the Second Amendment right now?" Raidania says, "I'll get more people you wait." Get Cloned yells, "LMAO." Bushwitch says, "Sweetie let's be besties," shocked. Raidania says, "And enjoy." Anidazumklin says, dancing in the is a lot more fun than what I'm doing IRL lol. Sonia blows Stormwind Reveler a kiss. Dicerollerxo says, saws my guy I toe hug height if I gave him a roll he would move away from you. Ellen Alarin says, oh sure but when I do it's please leave this Wendy's. Kashuk says, I like the 2A but I don't handle my weapon while drinking whiskey. Frostyon yells, APTPT. 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 AHAM AHAM.
Ferris is completely smashed from the Hearthglen Ambrosia.
Cora says, I'm sitting in the Cathedral District waiting for juicy drama. Torani says, I am supporting a Happy New Year right now. But Xtropic says,
It's not
this
ready
is the
yet.
most I've moved in a week, XD. Marla says, the Lightforged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Frostmourne says, sir this is a Wendy's. Victonia says, Jewel crafting max amulet / ring spec LFW. Cora says, my favorite pastime. Eric cheers. Iris D says, I handle my weapon while drinking whiskey if you know what I mean. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work, PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing whisper me if interested. Puppercut says, Doc Holiday is disappointed in you, Kaz. Hearn says, party like it's 1929. Unboomer says, okay that is enough disco for me. Ellen Alarin says, I do not know what you mean please explain it to me like I'm 5.
Aera seems to be sobering up. Shali looks tipsy.
Kashuk says, I don't know who that is. Happy New Year to him. Don't shoot a guy. Iris D says, I would prefer to not explain that to a 5-year-old.
Vendrasola seems to be sobering up.
Iris D says, seems illegal. Heavy Blade says, nah, none of the Paladin guilds have had their secret racist Discord channels leaked yet. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work, PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing whisper me if interested. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Unboomer says, you need to visit the SW auction house. Wetpaw says, where do you get non-guild tabards? Frostmourne says, Steve Bannon has all those texts. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Kargardaz says, proud earthen right here. Iris D says, they keep them secret? Frostmourne says, angry pally bois. Heavy Blade says, mostly. Idril says, is there a reason I can't fly my mount right now? Torani says, hard to find a guild. Puppercut says, I do not get blasted and handle weapons as well, it's ungood. Unless it's my dull AF katana, I will put holes in my ceiling by accident.
Ferris looks drunk. Ferris is completely smashed from the Hearthglen Ambrosia.
Grzar says, yeah, it's called lag in Stormwind. Sweetie says, LOL Bush, I'm pretty easy to be friends with I think. Zarithon says, WTS how to make money and influence subordinates 2 mil OBO. Belmont casually flips his titanium seal of Dalaran. Ellen Alarin says, me too I like everything. Wetpaw says, just need a cheap tabard to mog over. Civivo bursts into dance. Marla says, Cull Tirans, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Hearn is playing a song. Ellen Alarin says, also I have depression. Wetpaw says, but this game makes everything hard. Curry says, ma'am. Eric cheers. Kashuk says, that's what she said. Puppercut says, guild vendor, 50 silver for a regular tabard I believe. Gumimpoid says, not everything. Frostmourne says, everything. Iris D says, why do you specifically want a non-guild tabard, it works for mogging. Irnix says, they all came from Goldshire. Wetpaw says, illustrious guild tabard only tabard at guild vendor renowned guild tabard. Curioso says, and I hopped off mine to add diversity lol. Field Marshal Stonebridge yells, citizens of the Alliance, the Lord of Blackrock is slain. Nefarian has been subdued by the combined might of Nidgr and his allies. Nuanan says, Puppercut I'm so glad you're a Worgen monk. That's a good name. Liberal Lisjo says, LF Algary competitor's greatsword. Marla says, Cull Tirans, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Magic Scales says, that's dragons we aren't no lizards. Field Marshal Stonebridge yells, let your spirits rise. Rally around your champion, bask in his glory. Revel in the rallying cry of the Dragon Slayer. Puppercut says, I it's the best thing I've ever invented. Anaderia says, could just purchase a regular SW tabard from the vendor and use it as a mog fodder item. Irnix says, spicy lizard. Fern says, you will never guess what class I play. Fern says, wait.
Ferris looks drunk.
Ryan says, they have personal tabards now. Nuanan says, see.
Ferris is completely smashed from the Hearthglen Ambrosia.
Torani says, mage. Hearn says, yes.
Lizardlock seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Cora says, personal tabards? Where? Vindray Sola cheers at Taven. Anadaria says, quest in Valdrocken. Nuanan says, how do you get those again? Ellen Alarin says, but I hope your name is an Adventure Time reference. Torani says, I can tell by THGE attitude you are not a pally. Hearn says, we got Usher into house. Puppercut says, I was gonna do the quests for personal tabard, but I gave up 2 hours in. Mealyamixai says, I want a gold shire in tabard. Fern says, they'll give you a hint a fern is a plant. Marla says, it's time for the dwarves to show us how they party. Ryan says, where you buy the guild tabard. On the last page. It's basically just an independent/custom guild tabard. Cora says, I fucking love playing Feral Druid. Thisboy says, where did the fireworks go? I have nothing to live for except this game. I expect non-stop festive fireworks.
Lizardlock seems to be sobering up.
Unboomer says, where the red fern grows. Puppercut says, a gold shire in tabard is just, I won't say. Ellen Alarin says, you can tell it's a fern by the way that it is. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything. Anadaria says, yeah, I gave up 2 with the personal guild tabard quest chain LOL. Kargardaz says, 39 Utes till New Year's. Hearn says, up next, sexy knot. Irnix says, there's a dwarf right here LOL. Archimon says, you have failed, kill Jaden. The orcs did not drink of Manarotha's blood as you promised. Nelia says, I got mine by a dragon flight. Irnix says, oh NVM Earthen, GG. Archimon says, I care not for your vendetta against the Drania, but their souls may still prove useful to us. Torani says, messes up my style. Nelia says, that's the Vistage Day quest from Chromie. Fern says, you know what's funny Unboomer, I was talking to a friend I played FF14 with but no she played WoW and I talked about trade chat and she recognized your name. Echo Zero says, that, sounds interesting.
Cranstone seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Nidhagra seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Mealyamixai says, do they have a Girls Gone WoW tabard? Irnix shrugs. Who knows? Eric cheers. Marla says, Cole Tirons, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Puppercut says, Millie. Everhath yells, love not war.
Galleon seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Vindray Sola seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fern says, what the fuck her name is on here but I was like yeah I play on Moonguard and am starting to goon in trade chat.
It's still recharging.
Flex Calibus says, Tabard of Frost get good. Vastras says, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Puppercut says, Luna's Hellhound form had me geeking out.
Kazuk seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Eric cheers. Kargardaz says, broke ass.
Haera seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Vindray Sola is getting drunk off of Yanzu's blazing brew.
Anadaria says, Tabard of Flame no you.
Vindray Sola is completely smashed from the Yanzu's blazing brew.
Mealyamixai says, Luna always making me geek out. Cora says, I'm literally Luna IRL by the way no you can't get a picture. Torani says, her name is Citizen of Moonguard.
Kazuk seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Irnix says, just buy GF. Tell them you have an anti-dragon shield and rune chain mail. They'll be all over you. Vindray Sola cheers. Kazuk bursts into dance. Vexgrave says, I'm Elon Musk. Cora says, fuck you Elon Musk. Anadaria says, Elon Ma. Eric cheers. Roller casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Roller rolls 2, 1 to 6. Roller rolls 5, 1 to 6. Cranstone seems to be sobering up.
Torani says, I don't want one so it's okay. Vexgrave says, okay I'm OTW over. Milyamixi says, met a nice Wargen in GS and that looks like Luna. Flex Calibus says, Happy New Year's Anna. Chernobyl says, I Blackheart Elon. Cora says, that sounds like a good Pandaren name, Elon Ma. Sweetie says, cool Vex. Anadaria says, Happy New Year's Flex. Laughing face.
Ferris looks drunk. Mardigan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Alaval says, I am back, did I miss anything? Trixie says, Elon and his musk is here. Damn. There goes Azroth. Miss Mossy says, Happy New Year's East Coast Deviants. Bill Bobobio turns his autographed Hearthstone card over, revealing a common Hearthstone card.
Galleon seems to be sobering up.
Indra Ecclesals dances with Kazuk.
Ferris is completely smashed from the Hearthglen Ambrosia.
Hearn is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Late Levan blows Tulania a kiss. Cora says, yes you missed actual Elon Musk coming in here. Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Ryril says, guys, I need the ball to drop in me for the new year, laughing face. Eric cheers.
Rania seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Lil Wicked says, so any tips on how to get Ardenweald in Shadowlands with a remix tune? Flex Calibus says, but you know I have all 8 physical TCG tabards anyways. Kashuk cheers at Indra Ecclesals. Irnix says, could be worse, could be Maldrania dance. Iris D says, I have some incense labeled musk but they don't smell like Elon, can I get a refund? Widmare bursts into dance.
Mardigan seems to be sobering up. Aera seems to be sobering up.
Alaval says, I am glad I missed the muckrat. Indra Ecclesals hugs Kashuk.
Yunkik seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Anadaria says, of course. Flex. Kashuk dances with Indra Ecclesals. Vexgrave says, I'm Elon Musk and I'm here to spread my musk. Unboomer says, it smells like treason. Rushy yells, woo. Hearn says, for all the Worgen in the audience. Sweetie says, that's so gross. Vendre Sola rolls on the floor laughing at magic scales. Eric cheers. Aegon tells a joke.
Spone seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Vendresola looks drunk.
Ryril says, I'm just here needing some balls dropped in me. Happy New Year. Casino Gerald cheers at Chaptaz. Vastras says, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Aegon tells a joke. Irnix says, Worgen common and strong with the negative ass ratio. Vastras says, .r. Nuanan says. Chaptaz cheers at Casino Gerald. Kyo says, can other races not use earthen shoulders? Iris D says, appreciate you.
Zathenulk seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Lil Wicked says, could someone help sums me to Ardenweald? Kargardaz says, broke ass. Casino Gerald says, Chappa looks good on Bruto. Anadaria says, yes. Civivo yells, woo. Sikekrio claps excitedly for Notlaw. Casino Gerald says, laughing face. Vlad Tape says, hairy ones. Chaptaz thanks Casino Gerald. Irnix says, can't even afford to sit. Twent says, all the earthen-styled armor is dwarf exclusive.
Zathenulk seems to be sobering up.
Chaptaz says, it's still so lazy here.
Ferris looks drunk.
Anadaria says, except shoulder. Alaval says, new year, same tune see. Panzer says, the shoulders can be used on tour races. Casino Gerald says, me chak between seas.
Spone seems to be sobering up.
Panzer says, I use them on my Nelf Hunter. Ryril says, hairballs, smooth balls, big balls, small balls. I just want some balls dropped in me for New Year's. Zelani bursts into dance. Tara Anis cheers at Dice Star.
Frisk looks tipsy.
Twent says, prob's a bug, to be honest. Civivo boops Carrie's nose. Frosty Chill cheers at Venecy.
Bellistia seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Irnix says, after about 6 shots I can tank anything. Too easy. Chaptos says, you gotta use these pants from Mop. Casino Gerald cheers at Chaptos.
Thunder's Trooks looks tipsy.
Vex Graves says. Tapradto says, that's kinda fun.
Zelani I looks tipsy.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Kyo says, I have them on this earthen character, but they don't show up in transmog options. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them.
Zartan looks tipsy.
Torani says, go to a massage parlor. Mermian says, /leave too. Anadaria says, other races can use earthen shoulders, earthen backpack, and earthen cogwheel. Meshan says, shoots gnomish flare off. Cora says, I hate you people.
Esteli seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Oklahoma cheers at Yehunam. Alaval says, I see. Cora says, I'm leaving again. Nuanan says, you can't if you just shitposted as elongated muskrat.
Bellistia seems to be sobering up. Tommen looks tipsy.
Casino Gerald says, I wanna make a pally on here, I got cool slug mog for her.
Julie Link seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Vex Graves says, true. Nuanan says, you've lost the privilege of being repulsed. Chaptos says, lol. Eric cheers. Stormwind says, happy FK and New Year. Casino Gerald says, lol. Vindre Sola rolls on the floor laughing at Dice Star. Torani says, I do rage bait, just not tonight. Flex Caliba says, they made it much more simple to drop, after you could buy it from Remix, unfortunately. Blue Totem says, what do you mean you people?
Yunkik is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Irnix says, a slutty paladin? Say it ain't so.
Esteli seems to be sobering up.
Tapradto says, lol I've seen what makes you applaud. Vindre Sola rolls on the floor laughing. Irnix cries. Eric cheers. Hearn says, that's what she said. Stormwind says, I means ni %%. Torani says, I am trying to impress someone. Civivo says, Mr. King Mosh. Meshan says, slutted in. Ellen Alarin says, we big chillin' up here on the towers at Stormwind Gate.
Wise Tell seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Civivo says, Big Dino.
Talrith seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Tommen cheers. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthur.
Lysadra seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Civivo says, woo. Azuradormai yells, Dragon Army let's go woo woo. Velorai cheers.
Cranstone seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Frisk seems to be sobering up.
Snow Squall says, Valdrocken sweep. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Eric cheers. Irnix says, careful, some here will mistaken pecs for moobs. Hearn is playing a song.
Lysadra seems to be sobering up. Zartan seems to be sobering up.
Magic Scale says, hell ya go Drakthur. Velorai bursts into dance.
Cranstone seems to be sobering up. Spone seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Isolian says, father. Snow Squall says, yer Koza. Indra Ecclesals dances with Kajuk. Torani says, I miss SW they killed it. Irnix says, nah go dwarf. You get to insult anyone for free.
Talrith seems to be sobering up.
Nasmaradrainer dances with Kajuk. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Casino Gerald says, why you ruining New Year's? Kajuk cheers at Nasmaradrainer. Ellen Alarin says, who the orcs? Oklahoma dances with Yehunam.
Spone seems to be sobering up.
Anadaria says, wasn't there a vendor in SW that sells fireworks? Zaltos says, woo. Chaptos says, lol. Suzanne says, if we reverse the essence flows perhaps we can alter the polarity. Listen Pierce says, but what if the resulting frequency shift were to send magical feedback up the flows? Roller casually tosses her worn troll dice. Snow Squall says, back to the corner YSUL.
Roller rolls 4, 1 to 6. Roller rolls 2, 1 to 6.
Zelani I sets out a toy train set. Suzanne says, wow, all of this for a love potion. Hope he's worth it. Kashuk bursts into dance. Isolian says, I get up around 7. Oajerbuger says, this roller guy is just scammer. Isolian says, get out of bed around 9. Chaptos says, no he's not. Casino Gerald says, no he isn't. Snow Squall says, we gotta go to the corner, we're separated from the rest of our besties. Marla says, Kul Tirans, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Chaptos says, you lost fair and square lol.
Zelani seems to be sobering up.
Oajerbuger says, yes. Varlin Drainer dances with Veloraya. Irnix says, what happened to all the lizard's clothes? Vexgrave says, a degenerate's wet dream. Oajerbuger says, I never bet W him. Roller says, report Oajerbuger for harassment PLS and tie. Kargardaz says, who grabbed my ass? Isolian says, I ate all of the clothes. Vindre Sola rolls on the floor laughing. Chaptos says, also bad name. Casino Gerald says, Oajer called me N-word. Snow Squall says, I didn't see Lex AUH hello. Hearn says, wasn't me. Kashuk says, I didn't do it. Yet. Oajerbuger says, you are the N-word. Snow Squall says, why is there 4? Casino Gerald says, see. Velorai says, no. Oajerbuger says, and or character lame. Casino Gerald says, report. Eric cheers at Taven. Oajerbuger says, that's why nobody gamble with you. Velorai says, go away vibe killer. Kashuk says, not the N-word F that noise. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakther in the house. Fire it up. Kashuk bursts into dance. Oajerbuger says, you are N-word XD. Oajerbuger says, bad TMOG. Oajerbuger says, no customer. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing, whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Oajerbuger says, broke.
Yunkik is completely smashed from the filled festive mug.
Torani says, SW Def Lagan. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Leon says, brew. Q says, people coming by to watch fireworks maybe? Tulani blows Laidlavan a kiss. Eleanor Laren says, and to dance. Torani says, Happy New Year's all. Echo Zero says, or dance in the ah. Nelia says, that's why I'm here lol. Hearn says, could you please stop analyzing my can opener eyebrows? Gambee says, we dancing brew. Baumgardner says, where are they? Laidlavan blows Tulani a kiss. Nelia says, dancing and fireworks. Dog says, go to the Exodar. Torani says, bye sweetie, mwah. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Aegon tells Dumpster to go. Wistel licks Carrie. Snow Squall says, you're what eyebrows.
Vindre Sola looks tipsy.
Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing, whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Hearn says, elf eyebrows. Isan says, does anyone come here often? Casino Gerald says, he called me N-word.
Ferris looks tipsy. Brogdon seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Eric cheers. Wistel says, give Worgen tails FRFR.
Voltaria seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Hearn is playing a song. Ryril yells, need to pay to get that kind of attention here on Moonguard. Ulfia claps excitedly for Laidlavan.
Berrywood seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
It's still
Casino Gerald
recharging.
dances with Dice Rollerxo. Corbett Schneider says, now for that snack.
Brogdon seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Snow Squall says, YSUL is the Grankit. Kashuk says, love. Panzer says, anyone selling power levels? Ryril yells, if you don't come with a girl will cost you. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing, whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Blip says, I read that is selling paper towels. Kashuk bows down graciously. Dragon Fabio says, Guild, League friendly active AOTC PvE/M+/RP guild that is looking for more active players. Raid, Tuesday 7 CST/Sat 7:30 CST. New or vet players alike. PST for more, laughing face. Isolian prepares a portable party platter. Kashuk says, love y'all too. Lex Traza says, ha 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 ha. Blip says, there is a services channel for that. Dora says, lol so did I blip. I read it quickly. Aegon yells, Vastras, how many women have restraining orders on you? Indra Ecclesall says, love. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light-forged Drania will still light up the stage. Tamed Rice yells, it's raining men. Halajua.
Carrion seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Voltaria seems to be sobering up.
Blip says, I might be a little bit dyslexic. Hammerguard says, where the Canadian women at? Dora says, I didn't think you could power level anymore. Everything scales to your level so it's not like you get more experience. Sir Saw says, I wish a man rained on me. Sir Saw says, wait no. Chernobyl says, so, how does Evaon feel about nuclear power? Glorioso says, love it. Blip says, now the 11 Fury Warrior twinking works.
We have slept
Kashuk
long
says,
enough.
I'll be back around. Dance will
Fair
ensue.
skies and
Y'all better
strong
hang.
winds.
Carrion seems to be sobering up.
Alaval says, trade chat is horny as always, love to see it. Sir Saw says, void void void. Tulani says, Canadian women aren't real. Kashuk says, Happy New Year. Mihadriel bursts into dance.
I'll lead the way.
Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Hearn says, y'all so lonely in here. Hammerguard says, don't you dare say that. Echo Zero says, same. Nuke power is the future. Chernobyl says, I am for it. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread.
Berrywood seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, alright people. Get your robot dances ready, because it's time to mechanize. Let's hear it for the metronomes. Blip says, what in the divine light of Christ is horny? Casino Gerald says,
For the
my fan is back. Hammerguard
What can I do
says,
for you?
I know they're real I once
Need
met a
help?
Canadian. Cheemstart
the
Frostmourne
Alliance.
says, hello. Cheemstart Frostmourne says, I am returned from lunch. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Oa Jerbuger says, Casino Gerald more like big hairy guy. Kashuk says, damn yeah SW be lagging.
Milk juice is completely smashed from the banana-infused rum.
Echo Zero says, it's when you hawk a loogie on your knee capo. Hammerguard says, no. Casino Gerald says, hi Cheem welcome back. Kashuk says, I can't fly worth a shit. Alaval says, the divine light of cupcake you mean. Hearn says, have, ya all considered blind dates? Casino Gerald says, watch ya eat. Living Water says, WTS Ethereal Soul Trader. Hammerguard says, if there was a Monadian there will be a Shenadian. Cheemstart Frostmourne says, MacDonald. Echo Zero says, like you try to gob and you don't fire it far enough. Marla says, cold Tirans. Drop those anchors, then drop it like it's hot. Casino Gerald says, yum.
Milk juice seems to be sobering up.
My
Cheemstart
turn-offs
Frostmourne
are
says,
rude
dunno how I'm not
people,
fat at this
mean
point.
People and
Your Nick says,
people who
we
aren't
even got
nice.
Mr. Krabs here. Ryril says, gross my wolfie. Nelia says, this is so much better than the IRL dance events I go to. Oa Jerbuger says, you are. Echo Zero says, lol. Kelkaz says, make sure you bathe your local Worgen. Wisetel cheers at Carrie. Curry picks his nose and shows it to Truffles. Echo Zero says, I shower regularly. Hammerguard says, anyways Canadian women who want to beat me with a maple leaf shaped club my DMS are open. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Alaval says, with my tongue? Ryril says, nah he's gonna drop his balls in me soon. Laughing face. Hammerguard bows down graciously. Kashuk says, coat be soft and fragrant. Blip says, yo I want tongue bath from Worgen boy. Blip says, oops MT. Marla says, look at those dwarven feet move. And they can do it all without spilling their ale. Hammerguard yells, someone tell him it was 2024. Alaval says, now that is horny. Kiko, this is the lowest my FPS has ever been. Drifting Snow says, you can bathe me anytime 030. Letty Ya says,
need a hero.
Ryrie we heard that joke the first time. Isan yells, Gaiman, will save us. Letty Ya says, rear. Nuanan says, see. Kurzar bursts into dance. Ryril says, okay, but that's not a joke now. Laughing face. Hearn says, my age is dirt, my location is, DDLY enough also dirt. Blip says, someone make an alt named Horny. I am only not a Worgen because I do so love this little Velf. Anadaria cheers at Dax Theish. Curry salutes Pukam hero with respect. Frostyon yells, let's twerk to the ground. Alaval says, Twink Elves FTW. Marla says, Metronomes. Get up here and show us how it's done. Echo Zero says, my coat is always soft and fragrant. I smell like vanilla and fur. Kelkaz says, Musky Paws the Worgen monk. Hearn is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Yurik says, is the game lagging for anyone else? Battlespark yells, Happy New Year folks. Bafumi says, fucked it up already, 2025 gonna be my year though. Alaval says, I wish I could make male night elves skinnier. Vastras dances with Neliat. Nuanan says, the only issue with NE is they're a little too top heavy. Echo Zero yells, Happy New Year Nix.
Avine seems a little tipsy from the bottle of Dalaran Noir.
Ryril says, I wish male Worgens had a tail. Tamed Rice yells, 24 minutes for EST people till midnight. Love.
Wise Tell seems to be sobering up. Thunder's Truk seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew.
Badman says, I wish all paladins were gone. Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Hearn says, up next, video killed the radio star.
Zartan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Yurik says,
I can't
is anyone
use
else
that
lagging in the
item
game?
yet.
Living Water says, they took my paladins. Dazant says, I'm lagging IRL. Alaval says, the waist serves, but the legs are too skinny and the arms too big. Evan Templar says, did they announce any new Delve companions coming? Miss Mossy says, where y'all at for the fireworks? I came back from my bung and the people on SW Gate abandoned me. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Bjorn Reed says, how's my mercenary mog outfit?
Avine seems to be sobering up.
Eleanor Laren says, we're on the towers. Kashuk says, we up on the towers homie.
Zartan seems to be sobering up.
Magic Scale says, Moonguard is the only lit server. Haters gonna hate but it's awesome here. Jamie says, they've hit the second tower. Thisboy says, me. Thisboy says, LOL. Alaval says, oh. Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Irnix says, MG is always what's up. Eleanor Laren says, who the orcs? Rekit says, I came over from Frostwolf. Loved it when it was a POVD server. But those are gone.
Vendresola seems to be sobering up.
Tina Rose says, pretty fly. Aegon yells, you better pay in an auction house mount, Vastras. Divinigo says, LOL why are two bards going at once?
Yunkik looks tipsy.
Eleanor Laren says, at midnight everyone come up to the towers for a screenshot. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Miss Mossy says, love you all. Happy New Year. Thisboy says, yes sir. Vastras dances with Sidella. Kargardaz says, bros dick just hanging out. Glorioso says, turf war. Eleanor Laren says, midnight server time. Rekit says, happy fucking New Year.
Yunkik is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Belestia says, Vas, why would I take this job? Gambi says, happy New Year. Kashuk says, happy New Year, y'all. Love. Marla says, alright people. Get your robot dances ready, because it's time to mechanize.
For the Alliance.
Let's hear it for the Metronomes. Bjorn Reed says, happy New Year, Moonguard. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Wayweber says, you look like one of them horde terrorizers. Fern says, I am back after that longest draw of a BG. Glorioso says, help. Nuanan says, happy New Year everyone ahead of Central Time. Dora says, MWAH. Miss Mossy says, where's Boomer for this? Casino Gerald cheers at Panzer. Reen yells, cringe. Shadowvine says, Happy New Year. Casino Gerald says, bring me some. Tilmeter says, Happy New Year my lovelies, love. Sweetie says, Happy New Year sweetheart. Casino Gerald says, dang she left too fast. Belestia says, bro expects so much for literally nothing. Ceciliana says, Happy New Year.
Thunder's Truk seems to be sobering up.
Casino Gerald says, LOL. Marla says, forge it. Show us how it's done Dark Iron Dwarves. Sweetie says, Boomer likely went to bed ages ago. Ansra says, if you're in the East Coast you still like 20 minutes. Thisboy says, Happy New Year from Thisboy, love. Vendresola cheers.
Vendresola seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ceciliana says, yeah it's 20 minutes for me. Inatako says, LFERP mom or femboy. Nelia says, I've got 20 till 2.
Wisetel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sweetie says, Ty, love. Ansra says, same. Aegon yells, Vastras, does that even work? I hope you are just doing that for memes or something.
Vendresola seems to be sobering up.
Chaptaz yells, that is not memes.
Wisetel seems to be sobering up.
Luther Ryan says, it's still 1936 here in Texas. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Oajerbuger says, is there someone yapping under me? Hearn is playing a song. Len says, ITLL I'll be over before you know it. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything.
Ryrel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fern says, that bed made Yitzwatai?
Diane Essa seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Robofrost says, woo. Sweetie says, LMAO half done. Fern says, I can't spell. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Sweetie says, Tommy won't get off of if, so we're arguing.
Ryrel seems to be sobering up.
Stormwind City Guard says, murderer. Stormwind City Guard says, you disgust me. Blip says, same. Nan says, Happy New Year. Thomas Miller cowers in fear. Nan says, love. Justine Demolier throws a rotten apple at Need More Mana. Stormwind City Guard says, get a rope. Fern says, ah. Asuriel yells, Vastras I'll pay you 2k if you log off and don't return for the rest of the night. Melrus Maligan says, murderer. Sweetie says, I'm almost done, I'll totally win. Eric cheers. Stephanie Turner cowers in fear. Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Stormwind City Patroller throws a rotten banana at Need More Mana. Stormwind City Guard says, murderer. Stormwind City Guard says, my family was wiped out by the Scourge. Monster. Stormwind City Patroller spits on Need More Mana. Stormwind City Guard says, looks like we're going to have ourselves an execution. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Nan yells, I'll take that 2k. Inatako says, LF stepmom who's clueless or a femboy.
Gomimpoit seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew.
Floatgoat says, LF Taylor to make consecrated chord R5. Malia says, ow LF stepmom. Eleanor Laren says, I'm both. Nan yells, I like money. Fern says, Tommy seems like a no-nonsense kind of fellow. Dischandra yells, what is the best place to stand to view the fireworks in Stormwind? Sweetie says, he is but enough kisses on the head can get him moving. Aegon yells, you know they have apps for meeting partners, Vastras. Alaval says, Smocky's like a drum. Tamed Rice yells, any of the towers really? Joe Hendry yells, towers. Marla says, Cole Tirons, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more.
Gomimpoit is getting drunk off of Brewfest brew.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Dischandra yells, thank you friends.
Joyolin seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Sibibo seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Kashuk says, cat just jumped on me lap. Pet your kitty. Hearn yells, dies of alcohol poisoning. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything. Sweetie says, LOL, too busy fighting with Minecaz. Roro-chan says, why is Stormwind so laggy? Inataku says, LF a PvP mom or femboy. Kashuk says, XD.
Joylin seems to be sobering up.
Nelia says, Loki vibing with the MU7SICIRL. Tibini says, where's the best place to be for the new year? Stormwind? Kashuk says, yeah, I can't fly in SW without eating shit into a wall. Alaval says, what about a momboy? Nelia says, busting a little dance at my desk. Marla says, look at those dwarven feet move. And they can do it all without spilling their ale.
Synergy seems a little tipsy from the Steam Weedle Fizz Spirits. Milk juice is completely smashed from the banana-infused rum.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Dauphin says, best place to be is with your family. Len says, anyone hitting an age milestone this year? Irnix says, do phone by Medusa, get you movin'. Ms. Ronnie says, at home so I don't get in trouble while under the influence. Hearn yells, my liver. Ms. Ronnie says, so I went out dancing yesterday instead. So smirt.
Milk juice seems to be sobering up.
Ellen O'Laren says, you mean Chapel Roan? Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything.
Civivo seems to be sobering up.
Tibini says, LOL, my fam went to sleep already. Fern says, think it's bad idea to mix Pinot and Merlot? Asare Porter says, breaking news. Goldshire has been quarantined, after a major outbreak of cooties.
Asuriel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Azdel says, I'm going out tomorrow with some lady friends to a theme park. I got my edibles and I am so ready.
Dove seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Crayola Crazy yells, we are going streakin'. Malia says, who's got cootie? Party says, PPL of Stormwind, I need gold for WEP enchant please please please. Miss Mossy says, are you going to Donkey Kong Land? Ellen O'Laren says, I almost went to Busch Gardens today AZ. Thunderstruck says, 48. Inataku says, LF shy PvP mommy.
Javi seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Hearn is playing a song. Azel says, which one?
Asuriel seems to be sobering up.
Brel says, I do not have cootie. I have cleansed toxins. Ellen O'Laren says, Tampa.
Synergy seems to be sobering up. Dove seems to be sobering up.
Azel says, a white word. Dragon Fabio says, guild, league friendly active AOTC PvE/M+/RP guild that is looking for more active players. Raid, Tuesday 7 CST/Set 7:30 CST. New or vet players alike. PST for more, laughing face. Winterlily says, can I be a Drakthar Void Elf yet? Esteli yells, 12 minutes.
Genova seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Javi seems to be sobering up.
Gambui says, West Coast confers wish they could live in the future. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light-forged Drania will still light up the stage. Asare Porter says, breaking news. This morning the mess hall is serving biscuits and gravy. Yum. Aliasra yells, wahoo. Azdel says, I am close to the other one in VA. Crayola Crazy yells, we are streaking. Esteli yells, 15 minutes according to ABC. Meow Wolf says, we talkin' ferals? Irnix says, mix crown apple with cranberry juice, you will be good.
Tolian seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Alex Seal says, holy heck. Crayola Crazy yells, daughter and daddy.
Vendresola is getting drunk off of Yanzu's blazing brew.
Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything. Not looking for a GF, just a friend. Ellen O'Laren says, I was when I was younger. Morgana says, hello, does a Void Elf Disc Priest RP make sense or am I Loki locked into Shadow Spec?
Vendresola is completely smashed from the Yanzu's blazing brew.
Alex Seal yells, Black Diamond Black Heart Reign Supreme Black Diamond Black Heart EST 2009 is getting ready for S2. We need one healer and ranged DPS for our core raid team T/W 11 PM to 2 AM EST, to finish our roster and move into light mythic raiding. DM for more info, Ty. Ellen O'Laren says, born right by it and raised in WV.
Cologne seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Len yells, what classic zone would you be leveling in if your age was your level? Dragon Fabio says, guild, League friendly active AOTC PvE/M+/RP guild that is looking for more active players. Raid, Tuesday 7 CST/Set 7:30 CST. New or vet players alike. PST for more, laughing face.
Tolian seems to be sobering up.
Meowwolf says, "Ah, I don't make Angry Bird battle stance after buffing someone in owl form?" Ethereal Warp Weaver says, "Your attire seems adequate. How may I assist you?" Alex Seal yells, "Gnomes need not apply." Cosmic Lock says, "There are plenty of light users still that are Rendori. There is even a VE Paladin in Telogrus."
Genova is getting drunk off of mulled Alderac brandy.
Marla says, "This is your city, humans. Show us your pride." Malia says, "LF guild that will give me neat things." Asare Porter says, "Breaking news. The Golden Keg saw record sales last night, when the SW Dwarven District's internet went down for 5 hours." Toncho says, "You can be a Void Elf Holy Priest with a good story." Vastras yells, "LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend." Azel says, "So dope. I have been a bunch of times to the Tampa location. I still need to go back for the new Gwazi." Thomas Miller says, "Fresh bread for sale."
Gomime Boyd looks tipsy. Capriel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Genova is completely smashed from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Card says, "All of those valves are probably very itchy." Eleanor Laren says, "It's so good." Indras laughs at Antelecuzals.
Gomime Boyd is getting drunk off of Brewfest brew.
Meowwolf says, "The void is very itchy." Sirafal dances with Stormwind Reveler. Axelia says, "The lag's fun RN." Azdal says, "I am so lucky though to have Twisted Timbers in I-305 at my home park XD." Gambi yells, "Vastras is a dedicated man, ladies." Turtlepaw says, "You can be a Void Elf Holy Priest. You just have to be a masochist."
Capriel seems to be sobering up.
Miss Mossy says, "I cooked pumpkin soup for the TE refugees before Blizz moved them to Dragonflight. Think about my RP Blizz? WTF." Marla says, "I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance." Casino Gerald cheers at Chaptaz. Hearn yells, "Doctor, I am now 200% alcohol." Thisboy yells, "I'm drunk ASF." Meowwolf says, "What does that mean? What does that mean? Azdal PLS."
Serapal seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Irnix says, "Maghar brought the actual good dance to the
Vindrasola looks drunk.
Kargardaz says,
I can't
"Does he
use
rock the
that
anti-dragon
item
shield and rune chain body?" Azdal says, "Roller coasters."
Cologne seems to be sobering up.
Frederick yells, "Misspelled desperate there, Gambino." Cosmic Lock yells, "Hearn go home, you're drunk." Kashuk says, "Threaten me with a good time." Casino Gerald says, "Ah WTF." Ethereal Warp Weaver says, "I have arrived." NAII says, "LFC Everforged Dagger."
Serapal seems to be sobering up.
Alex Seal yells, "Black Diamond Black Heart Black Diamond Black Heart Reign Supreme Black Diamond Black Heart Black Diamond Black Heart EST 2009 is getting ready for S2. We need one healer and ranged DPS for our core raid team T/W 11 PM to 2 AM EST, to finish our roster and move into light mythic raiding. DM for more info, Ty. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, "I have arrived." Casino Gerald says, "It went through barrel." Casino Gerald says, "LOL." Tantor dances with Oager Booger. Agrivator yells, "Hello beautiful ladies." Marla says, "Let's get the Drania up here on stage."
Genova looks drunk.
Card says, "I want a roller coaster in the new housing." Aliasra yells, "Hi." Azdal says, "I travel the country hitting up theme parks and posting them on YouTube. It's a good life." Alex Seal yells, "Gnomes are foul."
Antorax seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Hearn is playing a song. Azula Rose yells, 10 minutes to go. EST represent. Eric cheers. Dazant says, "LOL." Miss Mossy says, "FKN cartoon character IRL." Wolfithadark says, "Sup nerds does a kickflip free Luigi." Aliasra yells, "EST Babby." Alex Seal yells, "You ran DMLY get pulled onto the stage." Agrivator yells, "I still need to find SBIH to kiss in 12 minutes. Fern says, "Sounds fun AF Azdal." Joe Hendry yells, "Let's GOOO." Kargardaz says, "Yup 10 MINS."
Cologne seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sweetie says, "Hi Wolfie." Alex Seal yells, "This is the most I have ever seen in the party ever." Meowwolf says, "Axel, ever been to Splash Kingdom, formerly Pharaoh's Lost Kingdom in Loma Linda in CA?" Wolf Ithadark says, sup.
Antorax seems to be sobering up.
Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Aliasra yells, let's go. Dazant says, I too believe everything I read on the internet. Laragan dances with Kaelara. Xanthion says, Guild, Recidivus is LFM to join our positive, non-toxic M and community. All skill levels welcome, and socials loved. We do training runs for newbies. AOTC team forming for next season. PST. Wolf Ithadark says, smart. Kaelara waves at Laragan. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Thisboy yells, I'm gonna put a firecracker in my butt.
Kaloan seems to be sobering up.
Inatako says, LF girl or femboy. Laragan waves at Kaelara. Alex Seal yells, no one wants to be your ERP buddy. Nylf yells, LMAO stop. Smoked Corn yells, you don't have the balls. Corbett Schneider says, now for that snack. Berger says, bro, sad face. Gerzar dances with Marla. Ellen Alarin says, look up puppy girl on the spicy site.
Gomimpoid looks tipsy.
Ethereal Warp Weaver says, I have arrived. Genova warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle.
Danacy seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Ellen Alarin says, that's what you want, I think. Azdel says, it is. And no, I have not. I have been working my way through the Midwest and East Coast. I was in line for King Dakar when some guy took his phone on and it shut down. So, I missed my chance this year. So sad. Nylf just won a game of Hearthstone. Berger says, read a tome and reflect, my brother in the arcane. Joe Hendry says, join the Rosewood Charter and I'll give you a bourbon. Velarist yells, for the horde. Laughing face. Milyemixai says, is it true someone in Goldshire will kiss you at midnight for New Year's? St. Stephen says, is the dance party supposed to happen TN? Malia says, only if you pay. Nanaran yells, boo-hoo.
Genova is completely smashed from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Thisboy yells, yes, I agree. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Kashuk says, promise.
Belistia seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Antorax says, that's a lot of dragons, love. Alex Seal yells, they should remove gnomes from the game. Stormeye dances with Lisa. Irnix says, nah. Drania will carry the ass ratio for the alliance, don't worry. Alex Seal yells, death to gnomes. Siret Stormridge yells, down with the gnomes. Joe Hendry yells, seconded. Yarb says, people in SW or Dorn for fireworks. Enyais yells, I will kill you over that. Thisboy yells, whoa. Nanaran yells, how dare you. Lady Death says, for thickness. Ellen Alarin says, SW. Enyais yells, come on fucker, let's go. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Alex Seal yells, let's burn TE remains of Numregan to nothing. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale.
Belistia seems to be sobering up.
Kashuk says, they got M in Dorn too? Joe Hendry yells, number killed egg gnomes, number Bethethi horde. Kargardaz says, am I the only earthen in here? Necraft says, hi. Yarb says, they do. Thisboy yells, make way, the Thisboy guard is coming through. Snowsquall yells, NOOO, one of my buddies Ainum. Hearn yells, we are sorry gnomes, but you have simply fallen short of expectations. Kashuk says, rad. Irnix says, I think so, LMAO. Ellen Alarin says, yes, saw them earlier. Legolath says, LF Taylor PvP. Azdel says, I am so excited to hit Magic Mountain this coming year. Kargardaz says, damn. Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Alex Seal yells, let's sell the gnomes that are still alive to ogres to use as onaholes. Malia says, LF massive guild full of drama. Songname says, is this 2025 yet?
Genova looks drunk.
Dragon Fabio says, guild, league friendly active AOTC PvE/M+/RP guild that is looking for more active players. Raid, Tuesday 7 CST/Sat 7:30 CST. New or vet players alike. PST for more, laughing face. Ellen Alarin says, 8 minutes for me. Sayaf cheers at Laragan. Irnix says, when did female Dree get so big?
Lenori seems a little tipsy from the bottle of Dalaran Noir.
Songname says, surprised face. Ambress yells, gnomes are okay. Meowwolf says, I got to go to the waterpark near Dolores Lake, that was only open for a year or two. We were outnumbered by employees, had the whole waterpark to ourselves. So fun. Back in early 2000. Irnix says, oh I'm drunk NVMLMFAO. Kargardaz says, 8 minutes till New Year's. Siret Stormridge yells,
It's still
begone,
recharging.
gnomes. Petrotenor yells, justice for gnomes. Milyemixai says, a nice Drania lady said she'd let me kiss her pet snake behind the inn. Whatever that means. Meowwolf says, place was abandoned for ages, was a skate park, unofficial. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Alex Seal yells, gnomes are the worst race in all of WoW. Chernobyl says, how fast is trade going? I need to say something but I don't want anyone to pay attention.
Lenori seems to be sobering up. Vindresola is completely smashed from the Yanzu's blazing brew.
Alex Seal yells, gnomes sniff farts for fun. Irnix yells, TRUE. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Petrotenor yells, babe have you seen yourself? Frostpiggy sets out a toy train set. Hearn yells, no mercy. Exterminate the tall ones. Demersix says, it's going like so fast. Alex Seal yells, never. Aliasra says, the fastest ever.
Danacy seems to be sobering up.
Iasius says, too fast, can't read. Hearn is playing a song. Meowwolf says, I like watching Urban Expo videos so much. Some of the older ones of people going through NYC sewers got taken down. Irnix says, what's that? Bully the gnomes? Okay. Agathorthemi says, Vastras knows what he wants and he won't apologize for it. Necraft says, Stormy is forcing me to PvP or I'd join you guys. Sayaf yells, gnomes master race. Necraft blames Stormy for everything. Enyais yells, remove Volpera then we can talk. This boy yells, it'll be a girl if you give me head pats. Amasser sets out a transmorpher beacon. Chernobyl says, you are not in SW where people are yelling haha but yeah no. Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. This boy yells, aye. Snow Squall yells, no my Volpera silly geese. Eric cheers. This boy yells, I'm famous mom. Ambress yells, we need to give gnomes and Volpera abnormally large heads.
Cologne seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Irnix says, I once saw a Worgen get kicked out of an all-you-can-eat buffet if that counts.
Sayaf seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kargardaz says, 6 mints.
Dove seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Enyais yells, Gaiman, will save us. Alex Seal yells, I fart fireballs onto gnomes. Magic Scale says, 5 more Min East Coasters.
Wise Tell seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Vindresola looks drunk.
Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakther in the house. Fire it up. Chernobyl says, but nuclear energy is the way of the future.
Dove seems to be sobering up.
Miss Mossy says, hold your BRINTH the cast 5 minutes. Malia says, LF massive guild full of drama. Azuradormai yells, we are legion. Irnix says, HUH. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Kazuk says, player name checks out. Letty Ya says, Yoo-woo. Aliasra says, 5 mints. Inataku says, LF femboy or mom for 2025 shy everyone PM me Odyssey here.
Blu-ray seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Alex Seal yells, was that a big gay dragon line dance? Dazant says, who cares? Ixlekolixai says, obviously. Sweetie says, don't most guilds try to hide their drama? Irnix yells, don't come to the auction house. They're stealing bananas in here. I says, LF consecrated cloak 636. Kelkaz says, bishop farting? More like bishop. Farting. Petrotenor yells, you didn't have to put gay there, it was implied. Malia says, yeah, but Dharma is fun. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale.
Blu-ray seems to be sobering up. Cologne seems to be sobering up.
Chernobyl says, why you gotta be a Debbie Downer, I'm trying to start a convo. Iasius says, I want to join a guild only for the drama. I'm not going to be in it, just to watch. Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Len says, whose New Year's resolution is to be gayer. Fern says, I think my guild has no drama, maybe idg, I just do PvP. Chernobyl says, day. Alex Seal yells, it smells really fishy in here. Who did not wash they roast beef?
Lupini seems a little tipsy from the Dragon PIE.
Taken says, yeah, but a lot of people try and showcase drama going on to cause issues. Sweetie says, I feel like if a guild has lots of drama out in the open, it might not last long.
Flutter.
Sayaf seems to be sobering up.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale.
Cologne seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Demersix says, drama is fun when it's not mine cause I'm MESSY. Inatako says, PM me. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing, whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Kelkaz says, how's your local city's fireworks show like?
Synergy seems a little tipsy from the Steam Weedle Fizz Spirits.
Apostolic says, anyone wanna loan me some gold for New Year's XD? Envoy sets out a toy train set. Seer says, Happy New Year motherfuckers. Demersix says, okay. Flex Calibus says, 4 mints. Iasius says, I don't have drama because I'm a hyper-intelligent being, I'm just watching y'all like my Sims.
Cologne seems to be sobering up.
Silvernheart says, well you're in the right place because this is the server of gross freaks and I love it here. Fern says, oh.
Wisetel seems to be sobering up.
Sweetie says, fireworks in SW apparently.
Cologne seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Eric cheers. Meow Wolf says, shitty, lots of tourists setting off illegal fireworks then going home and clogging up our freeways. Taken says, anyone want to carry me in Mythics for New Year's, I'm just a lil guy, sad face. Eleanor Laren says, I live near Disney so Disney goes fucking nuts. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Vexindra says, today is my birthday. It's nice because there's always a party. Enyais says, where else would you be now?
Cranstone seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kelkaz says, Sydney already had their New Year's party, so I can sit in WoW and not feel bad. Nanaran sets out a toy train set. Chernobyl says, I just throat, never mind. Enyais says, Moonguard rep, woo. Irnix says, I wonder if we can break the chat by all saying Happy New Year at the same time. Meow Wolf says, FL Didney or CA Disney. Winterlily says, anyone like holding hands? Oh. Inatako says, single moms message me, wink with tongue sticking out, guys it's a diff vibe.
Cologne seems to be sobering up.
Eleanor Laren
I can't
says,
use that
FL.
item yet.
Bushwitch yells, that's a lot of labor to ask for free. Mona Lisa yells, Happy New Year. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing, whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Meow Wolf says, throat what say more? Eleanor Laren says, the one with guns. Demersix says, Detmood. Inatako says, love it. Femboywa says, Happy New Year's, love, yay.
Cranstone seems to be sobering up. Cologne seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Demersix says, Detmouth asterisk. Fern says, I sit in WoW and don't feel bad regardless, we all here for one reason or another. Kyrina yells, Happy New Year. Iasius says, anyone listening to Hot Girl Rap to keep them up? Just me? Miss Mossy says, see you all next year. Colel says, where's the real party? Stormywine City or Goldshire? Enyais yells, 3 minutes bitches. Meow Wolf says, oh the CA1 has guns too but the civilians get charged more if they get used here.
Gomimboid seems to be sobering up.
Silvernheart yells, bro you gotta pay people for that if they don't come to you on their own. Tamed Rice yells, 2 minutes. Elmvis says, thank you very much. Hearn yells, Shappy you near. I'm still inebriated. Marla says, come on up, Pandaren. Irnix says, nah party is here. Bunfufu yells, love, y'all. Veli says, don't the fireworks happen at server time? Lit Urban says, photo tetas. Meow Wolf says, I keep that thing on me. Elmvis says, thank you very much. Eleanor Laren says, every hour. Sweetie says, fireworks though Fern. Velarist yells, West Coast Best Coast 3. Siret Stormridge yells, if you think about it, the Earth did its full rotation already, so we're almost 18 hours into 2025. Iriandine yells, Happy New Year. Chernobyl says, why are people so angry? Nanaran yells, GG, love. Cypher says, that's my girl Rushy.
Kaloan seems to be sobering up.
Kashuk says, who's angry? Elmvis says, thank you very much. Sweetie says, look in Discord. Nelia says, Happy New Year. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Fern says, www 2 minutes can I make it? Amasser says, wait, won't New Year happen like 3 times TN cause of time zones? Meow Wolf says, 9mm is a perfectly valid response. Haddonfield says, angry is the best emotion. Sweetie says, yes. You totally can, love. Tops yells, Happy New Year.
Lithsana seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Rekit yells, FOPRTYHE bird. Marla says, come on up, Pandarin. Kyrina yells, Happy New Year. Meow Wolf says, New Year soon for some.
You are now neutral with Obsidian Warders.
Chernobyl says, anger is good when you need fight or flight. Inatako says, LF moms or Fempwa for 2025. Philiandrin yells, Happy New Year. Eleanor Laren says, server time better be lit though. Malevolent says, Happy New Year. Frederick yells, Happy New Year. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, your attire seems adequate. How may I assist you? Shalithia says, does Belamith do fireworks? Surprised face. Sylvie says, Happy New Year.
You are now busy, howdy. I'm live on Twitch. https://twitch.tv/j80nburn.
Matra yells, Happy New Year. Amasser says, what's the time diff between New York and LA? Frederick says, Happy New Year. Rekit yells, Happy New Year. Fuck you 2024. Chwet Cupcake says, join guild, e-girl for rent Moon Guards #1 private military contracto and ERP PvP esports teamer war mode on and PvP on, join us in the fight for Paladin Jade PST for more details. Chwet Cupcake says, Jade and Burn and live Twitch and YT, listen to my new album in any music app, smiley face, guild, e-girl for rent. You motion for everyone to follow. Miss Mossy says, cheers.
Kaloan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Femboywa says, yay New Year's. Moonrazer says, Happy New Year to all. Fern says, I ammed it. Lithsana says, Happy New Year. Inatako says, need OMs or Fembwa for 2025. Ariendel Boopsner lays nose. Kolel says, 10. Chwet Cupcake says, hello. Inatako says, Mom. Chernobyl says, Happy New Year. Chrysanthea says, Happy. Eric cheers. Hearn is playing a song. Shadowlurk says, my balls are dropping. Sweetie says, love. Eric cheers. Kolel says, 4. Belnolu says, what's so new about it? Linfi says, Happy New Year. Eric cheers. Brels yells, 2024 was pretty good. Cruel Flame says, Happy New Year's from the USA. 2025 here we go. Song name says, when's the new trading post? Tiragnik says, Happy New Year's internet strangers, may your 2025 be good. Kashuk says, Happy New 2025 EASCOAS. Magic Scales yells, Happy New Year's my bitches. Nanaran yells, I happy 2025 all, love, wish you all the best, no matter what happens this year, I hope you all keep your chin up and hopes high. Rekit says, Happy New YESR. Tamed Rice yells, Happy New Year. Nerle hugs Ariendel. Chernobyl says, it is going fast now. Longbeardy says, Happy New Year East Coasters. Aliasra yells, Happy New Year. Philiandrin yells, Moonguard you do it best. Lilitu yells, Happy New Year. Love. Enyais yells, Happy New Year. Achilles yells, Happy New Year.
Lithsana seems to be sobering up.
Ariendel smiles at Nerle. Ariendel hugs Nerle. Kargardaz yells, Happy New Year bitches. Kolel says, Happy New Year. Athlys says, Happy New Year's to you all. I hope you complete all the goals you have set for yourself, smiley face. Femboywa says, 2025. Magic Paw says, oh god another year. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Sweetie says, LMAO that wasn't what I was doing the heart sign for. Carrie yells, Happy New Year. Flex Calibus says, poof I'm here everyone, now, what are your other two wishes? Silvernheart yells, Happy East Coast New Year. Lilitus says, woo woo. Arch Seraph says, Happy New Year. Nuanan yells, Happy New Year. Kyrina yells, Happy New Year 3. Leilina says, Happy New Year's y'all. Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Alex Seal yells, Black Diamond Black Heart Reign Supreme Black Diamond Black Heart EST 2009 is getting ready for S2. We need one healer and ranged DPS for our core raid team T/W 11 PM to 2 AM EST, to finish our roster and move into light mythic raiding. DM for more info, Ty.
Lithsana seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Scylla NTIA says, Happy New Year. Nanaran yells, Happy New Year. Irnix yells, Happy New Year MG. Let's go. Chwet Cupcake says, how much gold do you tip the owner of the Traders Gilded Brutosaur for the privilege of interacting with the lovely male courier Melanie Morden? ZQX yells, I will be sober this year. I mean for the last 6 months. Barrett yells, Happy New Year. And Torax says, woo. Tiazana cheers at Kaelara. Enyais yells, come on pussies, we can cheer louder at. Gary Toyer yells, Happy New Year's. Ariandel says, Happy New Year's. Dash. Vithor yells, Happy New Year. Navranos yells, Happy New Year's everyone. Siret Stormridge yells, Happy New Year, now let's all refuse to get a life and do this again next year. Shire Riazerland says, Happy New Year. And Torax roars with bestial vigor. So fierce. Fremont says, Happy New Year everyone, laughing face. Living Water says, I live CST, sad face. Bunfufu yells, Happy New Year. Kalev yells, Happy New Year. Benry yells, Happy New Year. Gals Elo says, Happy New Year. Vindre Sola cheers. Mart Ania yells, Happy New Year. Sivina yells, Happy New Year. Firewald says, HAAA Happy New Year's. Chwet Cupcake says, Call to arms. Join /World Defense /War Mode on /PvP on with Moon Guards number 1 PM Sea Guild, eGirl for rent, tune into 4:20 AM Cake Trade Chat Radio. PST for MOAR info. Flex Calibus says, Happy New Year's all. Celira says, no. Elinor yells, Happy New Year to EST folks. You cheer for the Alliance. Misnomers yells, Happy New Year. Eric cheers. Barrett yells, cheers. Artier says, I Happy New Year. Tiazana blows Kaelara a kiss. Nicomantis yells, Happy New Year. EST. Artie yells, Happy New Year. Noble yells, Happy New Year. Kaelin yells, Happy New Year. Zeala yells, Happy New Year. Star yells, Happy New Year. Ambress yells, Happy New Year EST peps. Agrivator yells, Happy New Year. Enyais yells, more. Happier New Year. Jamia cheers. Kargardaz yells, fucking Happy New Year pilgrims. Keith yells, Happy New Year. Silvernheart yells, who truly has a life on Moonguard. Aliasra yells, Happy New Year. Shirax yells, Happy New Year. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Jareth yells, Happy New Year's. Kurgren yells, Happy New Year. Sorwin says, Happy New Year's. Hearn yells, just dead Drin in the corner now. Fern says, Happy New Year. Inataku says, FR I need a mom or femboy for 2025.
Lupini seems to be sobering up.
Zalii says, Happy New Year from the only correct time zone. Vindre Sola says, Happy New Year. Snack Cat yells, Happy New Year. Vivel yells, what does the future look like? I'm an hour behind C. Nuanan yells, New Year asterisk. Empyrean yells, Happy New Year. Frosty Chill blows Venetia a kiss. Chenny says, Happy New Year. Maxie says, real.
Dove seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Roller yells, Happy New Year. Snow Squall yells, Happy New Year to everyone who isn't on Pacific Realm time, we still got 3 hours left. Akulov says, Happy New Year's my friends. Iriandine yells, Happy New Year. Inatako yells, LF mom or femboy. Meow Wolf says, Yuwuk Watts. New Year. Tibini says, the lag in SW if for real. Aliasra says, Happy New Year. Nelia says, Happy New Year everyone. Fern says, fireworks lagging or am I? Enyais yells, it smells like 2025. Casino Gerald yells, Happy New Year.
Vindresola looks tipsy.
Shalithia says, Happy New Year. Daniera yells, Happy New Year, may the smarts be with you all. Lunia yells, Happy New Year to my fellow East Coasters. Glorioso says, Pacific Life LOL. Beswick says, Happy New Year.
Lithsana seems to be sobering up.
Klaglaw says, Happy New Year. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light-forged Drania will still light up the stage. ZQX yells, I hope your 2025 is much better all. Balto yells, LF my dad. Dogbert says, Happy New Year Warcrafters. Aliemia yells, I'm a time traveler I can see the future. Klaglaw says, Year 2. Chernobyl says, so I actually throat punched someone. Warrior Pills yells, I'm like OVR 8 hours ahead future looks bright. Chaos yells, Happy New Year's. Fern says, there we go LOL. Trixie yells, who here isn't drunk? LOL. Agrivator yells, beer.
Lucinic looks tipsy.
Hearn lies down. Peachly says, Happy New Year. Glorioso says, 2024 was awesome for me, tongue sticking out. Stinkwing says, Happy New Year. Let's make America gay again this year. Chwet Cupcake says, hey guys what's up? Dash.
Dove seems to be sobering up.
Cypher yells, Happy New Year's. Odorito says, Happy New Year's. Aliemia yells, in exactly 1 hour, an hour will pass. Ms. Roth says, let's not. Crumbly says, Happy New Year, still got a few hours to go where I am though. Nanaran yells, yes, let 2025 be the best it can be. Gambi yells, Happy New Year. Chwet Cupcake says, join the #1 RP PvP servers top guild, eGirl for Rent, where inclusive roleplay meets elite PvP action guild, eGirl for Rent proud sponsor of 420 AM Cake Radio. PST for MOAR info PLS. Sweetie says, oh they're so pretty. You flirt. Stitchhound says, Happy New Year also anyone getting mad lag RN. Gambi says, Happy New Year. Kaelura blows Tiazena a kiss. Hanlina yells, Happy 2025 all. Nanaran yells, good luck all. Kelkaz says, yeah it's bad now. Eric cheers. Kolel cheers. Cranstone says, Happy New Year, East Coasters. Kashuk says, asterisk whiskey cheers to all of you. Tabarnak yells, Happy New Year everyone. Smiley face.
You are now busy, howdy. I'm live on Twitch. https://twitch.tv/j80nbird.
Nanaran blows Flex Caliba a kiss. Frosty Chill blows Venetia a kiss. Sursa yells, Happy 2025. Kargardaz yells, New Year same problems. Casino Gerald says, won't let me. Zeko says, that's Bussy FRFR Stinkwing. Aliasra yells, ya ai. Chwet Cupcake says, Jade and
It's
Burn
not
and Live
ready
Twitch
yet.
and YT listen to my new album in any music app, Smiley Face, Guild, eGirl for Rent. Ori Sneak Boops Nerlays Nose.
Milk juice is completely smashed from the banana-infused rum.
Yarb yells, Happy New Year. Fern says, I can't stop the dancing. Irondon says, Happy New Year everyone. Hope 2025 will be much better for all of you than 2024. Marla says, come on up, Pandarin. Lilitu yells, woo. Kashuk says, nor I. Nanaran blows Flex Caliba a kiss. Fritzy yells, Happy New Year. Benry yells, Happy New Year, laughing face. Thin says, where's Tay flying cars? Valsarius yells, Happy New Year. Love. Sweetie says, Happy New Year, 2025 will be amazing, love. Inatako says, send tell need mom or femboy for 2025. Silentio yells, Happy New Year. Ravy Baby yells, Happy New Year's, love. Noble bursts into dance. Eloquent says, FR though what I miss Apex QS or slow AF. Meowwolf says, drink well, reach out to a friend if you are doing not okay. Or reach around a friend if you're good. Miss Mossy says, Poggies my doggies. Amayari bonks Ori sneak on the noggin. Doh. Galit Helene yells, Happy New Year all. Valho says, school is in session. Enroll at Shadowguard Academy today to get your degree in monster hunting, witchcraft, and so much more. Inquire for more info. Chernobyl says, and he threw me out of the car and put a gun to my head, trauma dump.
Milk Juice seems to be sobering up.
Amayari bonks Ori sneak on the noggin. Doh. Filen says, Noon claim 2025 as your year. Maybe if we're quiet we won't disturb it. Asare Porter says, and now for a word from our sponsors. With over 100 foreign and domestic ales, the Golden Keg is the place for you. Whether relaxing after work, or hanging with friends, the Golden Keg is the place for you. Solera says, WW3 in 2025. Lilitu says, may love find us all in 2025. Hamduin says, Happy New Year.
Domilana seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sweetie says, that's not good share, I feel like I missed part of the story but either way that's not good. Raby Baby says, Happy New Year, love. Ariendel hugs Nerlay. Song name says, thanks.
Isarim seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Filen says, Happy Lude Year. Chwet Cupcake says, join the #1 RP PvP servers top guild, eGirl for Rent, where inclusive roleplay meets elite PvP action guild, eGirl for Rent proud sponsor of 420 AM Cake Radio. PST4 MOAR Info PLS. Kashuk says, the Nox, classic, feet powers. Asare Porter says, and now for a word from our sponsors. For the best Worgen brewed beer, try Darkshire Dark Stout. With its bold taste and 19% alcohol you'll be saying woof, that's a great stout. You flirt. Yarb yells, I love you guys. Eloquent says, LOL at love stupid RP mage. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them.
Sarwin seems a little tipsy from the drop anchor dunkle.
Eric cheers at cousin slow hands. Meowwolf says, WW3 got sorta abandoned when the devs moved on to something else. Would be nice to have a battlefield alternative.
Lithsana seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Domilana seems to be sobering up.
Barrett yells, and I love you too random player. Flex Caliba says, hey yo, New York is best time zone Capus. Sweetie says, OMG they're lovely.
Isarim seems to be sobering up.
Argranos yells, Happy New Year.
Kolel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Something's Wong yells, RIP. Belnolu says, I might fart.
Kaloan seems to be sobering up. Kaloan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Magnus blows Laragan a kiss. Kelkaz says, oh this is where the lag is coming from. Sweetie says, LMAO. Femboywa says, F13 is closing so sad. Sweetie says, F13? Laragan blows Magnus a kiss. Sausage Man says, the new year is off to quite a laggy start. Marla says, Metronomes. Get up here and show us how it's done. Irondon says, Happy New Year. Happy to have spent 20 years here with you all in this game and at BlizzCons and happy events. Here's to many many more fun adventures. Femboywa says, Friday the 13th game.
Raranu looks tipsy.
Tyrannus says, Happy New Year Azroth, from the East Coast.
Lucinic seems to be sobering up. Nanaran looks tipsy.
Frosty Chill dances with Venecy. Ellen O'Laren says, Happy New Year fellow nerds. This might suck sometimes but clearly we all still love this game. I'm sure it's gotten us all through some hard times. Hamduin says, a plane has hit the second castle. Aliasra says, 333, 3333. Sweetie says, Happy New Year, love. Clean Loon yells, Happy New Year, Shanri. Xanthion says, Guild, Recidivus is LFM to join our positive, non-toxic M and community. All skill levels welcome, and socials loved. We do training runs for newbies. AOTC team forming for next season. PST. Rituximab says, yeah this lag is awful can't do anything. Ellen O'Laren says, things asterisk. Gambi says, Happy New Year. Eloquent says, my girl wish I cuckold lag this bad. Isarim says, Happy New Year everyone here's to more adventures to come. Maria says, Happy New Year folks. Sweetie says, oh it is laggy, you're right. Frederick says, if I had a bingo card for how many people have mentioned the lag in the last 3 hours. I'd have bingo every way imaginable. Eloquent says, TF. Femboywa says, Yulu. Gary Toyer says, Happy New Year friends. Hope you all have a great new year. Filen says, Happy New Year's guys, I wish you all health, happiness, and prosperity in the new year. Lil Shroomies says, I still have 2 hours till New Year's.
Lithsana seems to be sobering up.
Lock Warsong yells, I'm here with my best bud. Crumbly says, anyone else remember going to the midnight release for TBC? Or Frozen Throne? Mark says, Happy New Year, friends. Inataku says, LF mommy. Sarah says, hey, what the fuck happened to the Dornogle portal? Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Sweetie says, oh, they're so pretty. Loxfire says, Happy New Year everyone. Nanaran says, we. Flex Calibus says, rip Arnold Schwarzenegger. Eleanor Laren says, you can have our server time New Year's. Sausage Man says, if I had a bingo card I beat the entire senior home. Agrivator yells, everyone to Goldshire for the after party, everyone to Goldshire for the after party, everyone to Goldshire for the after party. Sarah says, never mind, it was just the lag. Retuximab says, everyone acting like they live in Eastern. Even server time not midnight. Eloquent yells, GD. Berman says, Happy New Year. Kashuk says, Happy 2025. Dance with me baby, don't be shy, don't be shy. Moonrazer says, it's in Mage Tower up the stairs. Crumbly says, what was that about Arnie? Yurik says, he finally got swatted. Sweetie says, Flex, do not tear people away from the fireworks with weird dramatics. Eloquent points at Dicerollerxo. Irnix says, a Goldshire after party? She it, here we go again. Gary Toyer yells, oh no, it's just Diddy's after party in Goldshire. Sweetie says, get a hold of yourself. Monzilber bursts into dance.
I can't use that item yet.
Ryril says, I got balls dropped in me for the new year. Happy New Year. Eloquent says, where is your boss? Sivana says, LOL. Eric cheers. Kaelin yells, gross.
Isitor seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kamala says, Happy New Year's. What is your first song listening into 20,205? Mitsa says, y'all need Jesus. Miss Mossy says, cheers. Snow Squall yells, you will catch me crunching on plastic tea bottles before you see me go to Goldshire. Stormwind yells, Happy New Year. Myalra says, HPPY New Year. Meowwolf says, the Nagpors are firing off missiles, I must respond with small Ares fire and mortars. Sternbridge says, vampires by the midnight. Miss Mossy says, love you all. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Dracther in the house. Fire it up. Living Water says, Auld Lang Syne.
Kolel seems to be sobering up.
Meowwolf says, bark 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 bark. Leavius says, Happy New Year, everyone. Dualicious says, love. Lil Shroomies says, shoot them down.
Phylan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Furcrest says, it's only 9:05 where I am, but Happy New Year to everyone in the East Coast. Love, I really hope you all have something to bring you happiness in this sad world. Lock Warsong yells, Happy New Year Shy. Adriel yells, Happy New Year Moonguard. Lil Shroomies says, do IT now SGT.
Isitor seems to be sobering up. Galatheline seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Carrie yells, a reminder that your supply crate toy doubles as a free seat. Carol Zaw says, Enchanted gilded up on public for any cool cats who want to swipe a quick 250 grams. Miss Mossy says, see you in 3 hours. Tandralia yells, Happy New Year. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Crumbly says, this is the first year I've actually caught the fireworks display in WoW. Meowwolf says, requesting air support danger close Tango 99B. Smoked Corn yells, is there baby oil? Jurvan says, Happy New Year. Flex Calibus says, Squid Games S2 is pretty good so far. Firewald says, I mean, 58% of the US population lives in EST. Shirax yells, Happy New Year Lock. Lil Shroomies says, LMAO. Lariath says, Happy New Year. Belnolu says, no fireworks in Dornsies. Glorioso says, what WIP stand for again? LOL. Marla says, Col Tirons. Drop those anchors, then drop it like it's hot. Tajarenali says, the other 62% lives in Cali. Firewald says, so, Yerix, doubt it's just acting. Irondon says, Happy New Year everyone. I know things are rough out there but you always have Ezroth and you always have hope. Keep your chin up and remember all things pass. Eleanor Laren says, there are fireworks in Dorn though. Lil Shroomies says, stop it is 2 hours till midnight. Chwet Cupcake says, call to arms. Join/World Defense n/War Mode on n/PvP on with Moonguards number 1 PMC Guild, eGirl for rent, tune into 4:20 AM Cake Trade Chat Radio. PST for MOAR info. Cheem Start Frostmorn says, level 1 host is SUS. You cheer for the Alliance. Barrowmandan says, Happy New Year pervs. Kashuk says, has the lag in SW improved at all?
Raranu seems to be sobering up. You are now busy, howdy. I'm live on Twitch. https://twitch.tv/JADNBurn.
Chwet Cupcake says, Jade and Burn and live Twitch and YT listen to my new album in any music app, Smiley Face, Guild, eGirl for rent. Magnus thinks Laragan is a sexy devil. Lilshrumi says, there is no Happy New Year's right now. Eleanor Laren says, a little. Echo Zero says, noob. Neil says, yo trade chat rate my Mog outfit.
Galathi line seems to be sobering up.
Alexier says, it's bad. Unboomer says, we need fireworks every night. Femboywa says, F13th is gone I'm crying. Neil says, WTF bro. Berman yells, Happy New Year you guys. Sternbridge says, need better boots. Aliasra yells, Happy New Year. Bluery yells, Happy New Year's. Crumbly says, looks good on my earthen. Eliki says, watch the fireworks in Dorn instead. Eloquent yells, FFS. Lilshrumi says, outfit this is Amog. Eliki says, no lag. Farandries yells, I want the old year back. Marla says, Metronome. Get up here and show us how it's done. Miss Mossy says, we made it. Kolel yells, Happy New Year.
Snack Cat looks drunk.
Neil says, bro that's ugly as shit. Morikomo yells, I want 2015 back. Miss Mossy says, Noganan be damned. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Zenmon yells, Happy New Year. Crumbly says, that's something alright XD.
Vindrasola seems to be sobering up. Sarwin looks tipsy.
Lilshrumi says, that is cute and you know it. Filen says, steal Shrumi's hat. Nanaran yells, same. Neil says, Lilshrumi's taking shrooms RN. Belmalu says, they're playing Overture of 1812 in Dorn. Pyrazon says, outfit that is a Mog.
Summershade seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ambress yells, if you are hearing this, you are worth more than you know. Neil says, hey trade chat, can we get a new check PLS? Nanaran yells, but soon you will want 2025 back. Lilshrumi says, no mushrooms aren't ready yet damn it. Eloquent points over yonder. Inataku says, LF Shy Girl for 2025. Tajarenali says, that's one of the Mogs of all time. Filen says, Yuwu. Pyrazon says, UW Neil. Saviani yells, this is your friendly reminder for a posture check, drink your water, take your medication, and stay beautiful. Have a savvy day. Love, BOOP Blackheart. Echo Zero says, UWU. Rylane says, OO. Malia boops Trinity's nose. Neil says, LFUS. Meowwolf says, Yuwu. Eloquent says, did you appo this mess? Quintilius says, Yuwu. Doaround says, Happy New Year's. Meowwolf says, W. Marla says, Awoo. Worgan, get down with your bad selves. Nanaran yells, tie for posture check haha. Femboywa says, Yuwu. Martania says, Yuwu. Malia says, UWU.
Summershade seems to be sobering up.
Morikomo says, how's the future chat? Are we dead yet? Sayalina says, Happy New Year's. Nanaran yells, love. Eloquent says, I want to see your boss. Lilshrumi says, they are making fun of us. Neil says, yes so I had COVID last week. Meowwolf says, yeah is the Independence Day firewall from the aliens coming yet? Lilshrumi says, from the future. Sternbridge says, John Connor was finally killed by a femboy sexbot. Snack Cat says, who WANTSH to Q for some low LVL PvP. Eloquent yells, get that goat of the crates. Neil says, can anyone in trade chat whisper me to keep me company? Enyais says, the Illuminate come in 2025. Furcrest says, hey guys, I'm drunk, who wants to have a meaningful or serious talk about life with me?
Recharging.
It can be all about you or just things in general.
Lockula seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Eloquent says, she doesn't have dice. Blingtron 4000 says, goodbye nearby living beings. My unique presence is requested in another dimension. Saviani yells, Punchy fix your damn posture.
Snack Cat is completely smashed from the Cold Tyrant triple.
Marla says, come on up, Pandaren.
Phylon seems to be sobering up.
Pledellum bursts into dance. Phylon says, is Neil banging out the tunes? Meowwolf says, chunky or smooth? Pulp or no pulp? Charlotte Eyes yells, Happy New Year. May year 2025 be amazing. Amarilla says, Happy New Year East Coast eeeeeee. Neil says, Snack Cat is the only normal person here. Frosty Chill dances with Venecy. Neil says, based ASF. Belnolu says, nice try Fed.
Marazer seems a little tipsy from the Pandaren plum wine. Lockula seems to be sobering up.
Eloquent yells, fuck Happy New Year.
Benry seems a little tipsy from the Pandaren plum wine.
Ryril yells, Happy New Year. Meowwolf says, Furcrest might be a Fed yet. Eric cheers.
Nanaran seems to be sobering up.
Eloquent says, SW is wrecked.
Legstraza seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Marazer is getting drunk off of Pandaren plum wine.
Belnolu says, I think so.
Phylon seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Neil says, Imariling my mog.
Filberita seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Eloquent says, Stook drunks. Furcrest says, I am a therapist, so worse XD.
Cologne seems to be sobering up.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania.
Filberita seems to be sobering up.
Phylon says, grabs Furcrest by the ankles help me. Eloquent yells, GD play real game. Ms. Rot says, I'm broken I need $327 cat.
Snack Cat looks drunk. Filberita seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ellen Alarin says, here's mine outfit. Unboomer says, do drunk public therapy in trade, it could be a new big thing. Eloquent laughs. Sternbridge says, do not buy weed, steal it.
Legstraza seems to be sobering up.
Kashuk yells, woo-woo. Sorowin yells, who wants to PvP now and go into the new year with victory? Join USH. Pinkweed says, do not steal pinkweed. Eloquent says, lag and shit talk side. Salt Plank says, why is the city so damn laggy? Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Malia says, who needs time walking? Nuanan says, I am having another glass of wine and hitting my Puffco again, but I'm not drunkenly ranting in trade. See. Snack Cat yells, yes. Trixie says, everyone is here and not in Pornshire. Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Eldon Ariel says, too much immigrants in that town. Ambress says, I'm scared of the idea of pink weed. Sweetie says, Maltai for inviting me to the fireworks. Femboywa says, Yoo. The canals is under attack. Lunori says, pink weed? Tharan says, Happy New Year, trade. I hope each and every one of you has a marvelous, safe, and joyous year. Love. Ryril says, new trading post items Todd Day. We. Sweetie says, that was very much appreciated.
Filberita seems to be sobering up. Marazer looks tipsy.
Eloquent says, I think Toxic is puting on show and Woven be there go have fun please. Morikomo says, I haven't dated in 15 years. Iasius says, D. Furry Dan says, I will change that come here. Neil says, you trade chat rate my mog honestly. Jovi says, all the sexy dwarves in the club hitting their iron poppers. Azula Rose yells, Happy New Year, Eastern Time. Anemic says, OMG. Miss Mossy says, /clap. Neil says, outfit rate my mog. Eloquent says, please be nice though. Kodomo yells, I had diarrhea when the clock struck midnight. That means I'm leaving my crap in 2024. Love, Happy New Year. Sriya says, bad. Snack Cat yells, anyone wanna do a new YEARSH attack on org? Ethereal Warp Weaver says, I can see why you have summoned me, Hunter. Pinkweed says, yeah what's up? Sexy Eye yells, blah blah blah. Poisonous yells, yes. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale.
Tandralia seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Adariel says, Guild, honor thy fallen RP, PvE, PvP guild looking for new members. We are a growing community and welcome all to our ranks. We host several weekly guild events and RPLY focus on individual storylines while being a force for the greater good of Azeroth.
Tudafriti seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Ulsen seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania. Chrysanthea says, were you going for the Dazzler look? Neil says, what's W the lag? Miss Mossy says, goblins set off all firework rounds at once. Eloquent yells, love yo you pause. Inataku says, LF mom tbhshyyyyyy issues here. Mardigan says, it's only 11:12 PM here so no spoilers please. Poisonious yells, attack on org. Siabhanina N says, that Mog is a mood on a cult Iran, let me tell you. Stormwind yells, New Year's attack on org. Ryril says, LOL, my birthday is in a month. Oh no. Ulzen says, are you tired of the pug life? Holy Muffins is looking to form a small but skilled group of adult players to push progression and enjoy playing the game together. 18 plus guild, Holy Muffins. Quineve says, hi guys, happy New Year's, I'm celebrating with a clean colon. Cadaveria sets out a toy train set. Meow Wolf says, rate my druidiness outfit. Rapta yells, we attacking ogre? Holy Femboy says, do it do it do it.
Phylan seems to be sobering up.
Ellen Alarin says, everyone make a shit mog then link it. Health Hazard blows Holy Femboy a kiss. Hamduin says, a second Obama has hit the White House in 2025. Meow Wolf says, already did. Dracul yells, attack org. Kalir yells, kill all 2 of their players. Poisonious yells, request to join for attack on org. Rekit says, I will, link my. I don't know. Poisonious yells, we rerunning IT baby. Unboomer says, I got all the things from gifts, Santa was very good this year.
Tendralia seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakther in the house. Fire it up. Neil says, okay guys new mog. Nuanan says, outfit. Stormwind yells, everyone PvP on and party up war on Orgrimmar. Stone cheers. Actual Fish yells, if you had diarrhea at midnight that means you brought it with you to 2025 though. Neil says, outfit rate my new mog real opinions only.
Filberita seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Thisboy yells, firework budget ran out. Clean Loon yells, mind if I grab an invite? Kazalzin says, outfit. Sternbridge says, outfit here's some proper dog shit. Eric says, 1. Miss Mossy says, love you all, love, hope next year treats you well. Holy
not
Femboy
ready
says,
yet.
many Dargans. Snow Squall says, Drakther sweep. Dracul yells, INV me to ATK on org. Isidore yells, I hope I don't die before World of Warcraft 2's release. Unboomer says, if you are good like me, next year you will get everything too. Bellastia says, Nuon 8.7/10.
Tudafruti seems to be sobering up.
Siabhanina N says, wow these are genuinely awful. Stormwind yells, New Year's attack on Orgrimmar. Quineve says, need less polygons on those mogs guys. Chrysanthea says, outfit my engineering mod. Lilshrumise says, anyone know about spooky action at a distance 1000G if you can tell me what that means.
Filberita seems to be sobering up.
Mardigan says, R8 my mog, outfit. Enyais yells, this feels more high effort than the Anniversary. Poisonious yells, whisper to join attack on org. Thisboy yells, attack org. Light Forks says, outfit. Wizard Sanctum is under attack. Rapta yells, INV. Neil says, Durmog ugly AF. Unboomer says, spooky action at a distance is Einstein.
Cologne seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Stormwind yells, invite me for Orgrimmar attack.
Ulzen seems to be sobering up.
Unboomer says, he didn't want to accept quantum entanglement. Daladna Yi says, best mog out there outfit. Stardy Ian says, outfit.
Cologne seems to be sobering up.
Hamduin says, ladies and gentlemen. Obama has fallen. Quineve says, I had a dream just an hour ago that the fireworks started a giant cross-state forest fire. Poisonious yells, attack on or anyone.
Cologne seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Broderick says, reminds me of the Pally Power Ranger outfits I used to have to wear. Foreigner bursts into dance.
Tudafruti seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Carrie says, outfit.
Aragar seems to be sobering up.
Ace Ralgasa yells, adequate. 2 fucking people lol. Asaray Porter says, mild-mannered reporter outfit. Stormwind yells, who IA leading the attack we need to start inviting those who wanna go. Neil says, dude ugly AF. Marla says, cult Irans, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Enyais yells, yeah, fuck em. Eloquent yells, depends. Is it clown rape? Isn't funny unless raping a clown /. Clank says, man, is anyone else lagging hard? RN. Poisonous yells, join attack on org.
Kremvastiv seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Neil says, no, just you. Miss Mossy says, smells like French onion soup on a hot day. Light Forks says, I'm hard though. Fenritzy says, lagging IRL. Rokolos yells, ill attack org. Florilla says, yup, lagging hard too. Eloquent yells, Paul lies dressed like clowns. Trade district is under attack. Unboomer says, Pepto-Bismol commercials are great, they have PPL in white pants jumping all around. Neil says, your mom is lagging. Quineve says, I play at 13 FPS constantly. Sean says, fat kids lag IRL. Storm Bandit says, SW lag for weeks. Rokta says, join the attack on Orgrimmar. Rekit says, no. Azuradormai yells, only Horde players are probably here and Goldshire trying to gank LOL. Eloquent yells, wait.
Tuttapriti seems to be sobering up.
Timothy says, people of 2025, should we go back in time? Is it safe in 2025? Sean says, I play on a light bright. Imadithide says, Unboomer, is it true you have been sitting in trade channel since 3 PM? Laragan dances with solar flare. Shaholdri says, let me get an invite to that org raid. Raging Midget says, no, it's not safe. Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Unboomer says, 2 PM. Clank says, frame rate does not equate to ping. Stormwind yells, everyone join Oisinius for org attack. Kashuk says, we ride at dawn and dawn is now. Solar Flare hugs Laragan. Iasius says, how about mine, outfit? Wisnich says, hell yeah. Rekit says, let Horde have their party, poopers. Poisonius yells, we running HMU to join. Myalra says, nah. Techmer says, how do you pin your mog to chat like that? Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Lilshrumi says, let's talk about photons. Eloquent yells, be good time, pull off old raid, kill all the leaders. Quineve says, 2025 kinda sucks, I'm gonna drink copious amounts of alcohol TBH.
Kremvastiv seems to be sobering up.
Rekit says, not neutrons? Quineve says, electrons. Ulzen says, are you tired of the pug life? Holy Muffins is looking to form a small but skilled group of adult players to push progression and enjoy playing the game together. 18 plus guild, Holy Muffins. Stormwind yells, everyone hit up Poison ES, we have a big group ready to New Year raid Orgrimmar. Techmer says, Jimmy Neutron. Iasius says, go as if you are looking at what an item looks like, and you'll see a button on the dressing room that says Link Outfit. Kazalzin says, they should make old PvP weapon illusions available for like 50 vicious saddle each. I feel bad for people missing out on Primal Storm. Hamduin says, smock wed. Raldhian says, oh, what about photons? Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakthar in the house. Fire it up. Techmer says, groovy. Raldhian says, entanglement. Rekit says, Quineve, I've already got a lot of alcohol. Kashuk says, Erdity. Snowsquall says, why is Sirsa levitating? Unboomer says, photon discussions are enlightening. Genova says, LMAO, my raptor is dancing too. Eloquent yells, don't tease her. Elenolaran says, outfit casual. Kaizur says, why not? Hamduin says, you shut up. Azralgasa says, absolutely naked. Lilshrumi says, spooky action at a distance is photons having an impact on each other regardless of space. Poisonius yells, everyone head to T-Rotar if you don't want to join the group. We LL rally at the Gats. Genova claps excitedly for Queen Feather. Snowsquall says, Sarv spotted. Gambiti says, I messed up, 2026 my year FR. Lilshrumi says, Einstein hated it. Poisonius yells, whisper me to join group. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Snowsquall says, silly goose McGee. Rekit says, brother. Let's talk about neutron stars and how fucking scary they are. Shirei Uri says, LOL. Quineve says, quantum entanglement. Raldhian says, yeah, and the universe isn't locally real. Shirei Uri claps excitedly for Queen Feather. Techmer says, outfit high C. Flex Caliba says, Nvidia GeForce 5090 RTX. Bonus says, outfit how's this fit? Meow Wolf says, outfit tree girl. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Elenolaran says, what about strange matter? Meow Wolf says, Tree bug girl. Rekit says, don't ever get me started. Raldhian says, strange matter? Morgana says, y'all bring out your best transmog for 2025, let's go. Annalary each years at Cinderella. Morgana says, go. Slayin says, LF has Algar leatherworking,
can't use that
Algary
item
competitors
yet.
chain girdle. Lilshrumis says, Einstein hated strange action at a distance. Rekit says, fuck, 2 muck beer, bead more beer. Shrivarya says, is this good for anything? Eye of the Black Prince. Elena Laren says, look up Stranglets. Quineve says, just a little more beer, smiley face. Unboomer says, did I time warp 3 minutes into the past?
Marazer seems to be sobering up.
Eloquent yells, love boss. Rekit says, more beer. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, I have arrived. Raldhian says, he did.
Trinity seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Spone seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alterac brandy.
Meowwolf says, you're not a mage so probably not. Lilshrumis says, you mean more atoms. Narzeline says, White Frost Mog outfit. Kashuk says, taking it slow on this whiskey shit yikes. Ragnar says, LF Craft Enchanted Gilded Harbinger Crest. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Lilshrumis says, that is what we are made of.
Shrivaria seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Empyrean seems a little tipsy from the Pandaran brew.
Ori Sneak says, LOL.
Wolfang seems a little tipsy from the Pandaran brew.
Ori Sneak waves at Nerlay. Kashuk says, yes. Yes we are.
Saffron seems a little tipsy from the Pandaran brew.
Ori Sneak dances with Nerlay.
For
Wenya
the
dances with
Alliance.
living water. Morgana says, that Frost Mage Mog was so good. Lilshrumis says, atoms 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 everywhere. Rekit says, dude, our atoms, are not totally touching. It's only the field around them that makes you solid. Melrina says, how many gilded crest on +8 timed? Irnix says, Nelves take the stage, good grief they're naked. Ori Sneak hugs Nerlay. Quineve says, disease my friend.
Iberfire seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Narzeline says, TYVM morgue. Sursaw says, honey soy time.
Empyrean is getting drunk off of Pandaran brew. Feardlin looks tipsy. Elizer seems a little tipsy from the Pandaran brew.
Punchy Cuff says, outfit. Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Irnix says, CLAM. Lilshrumis says, did you know all radiation is unstable electrons hitting your cells? Punchy Cuff says, who wants to kill the Horde leaders? Laragan blows Galganet a kiss. Rekit says, we are Raiditarian. Laragan waves at Frosty Chill. Slayin says, LF has Algar leatherworking, Algary competitors chain girdle. Raldhian says, so using entanglement, and absolute basics, if you have a qubit reader, and the ability to read one qubit successfully, you simply translate spin inverse to a meaning, and stop at intervals to send the implied meaning.
Isitor seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lilshrumis says, sorta. Unboomer says, and then bouncing your DNA into awful new configurations. Silent Strike says, anyone else lagging Liak crazy in Stormwind?
Claremonte seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Antamoria bursts into dance. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Lilshrumis says, we are energy balls. Collian says, SW having a stroke. Tudifruity Stormridge says, New Year's.
Galatheline seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
FYNNCH says, not me, I'm not. Quineve says, I wish my DNA was bounced to turn me into my Fursana. Kashuk says, energies. Tudifruity Stormridge says, lots of people. Meowwolf says, I've come back for bouncing my DNA. Beelenheel says, absolutely, New Year's Eve and it's packed. Berdrick says, scratch is another spot on the bingo card.
Empyrean looks tipsy.
Rekit says, we're all made from stardust. All of us. Divinigos yells, Gaiman, will save us. Unboomer says, maybe you'll grow a tail. Marla says, come on up, Pandaran.
Zenmoon seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Kashuk says. Hamduin says, Ziggy is for sure. Quineve says, God I wish.
Shrivaria seems to be sobering up. Claremonte seems to be sobering up.
Azula Rose dances with Cinderella. Rekit says, fuck did I spell that right? Zarethon yells, whose FKN cat is this? Rugit says, Happy New Year's. Sylvanas did nothing wrong. Seabine yells, "Oh woo woo woo." Meow Wolf says, "All of us being made of stardust makes us less special."
Galatheline seems to be sobering up.
Trixie says, "I must be drunk." No one in Goldshire/Pornshire. Veelan says, "Happy New Year's, Illidan did nothing wrong." Enatris says, "Poetry of the body." Kutratijo says, "And makes no sense lol." Mermion says, "Is the down? I can't search anything." Billy Hug Me dances with Stormwind City Guard. Carrie says, "Give Worgen tails." Lil Shroomies says, "We are just energy balls, that is why their people can focus their energy and do crazy things." Kazak yells, "Fire." Unboomer says, "Not being Speckfield takes all the pressure off." Robofrost says, "Poetical indeed."
Zenmoon is getting drunk off of tangy holiday sun.
Toncho says, "You are in chromie time or war mode."
Filberita seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Meow Wolf says, "Certain chemicals can only be formed in the fission of a star." Veelan says, "Give us more customization in general." Hamduin says, "Make Worgen gay again." Meow Wolf says, "Or all I can't remember." Malia says, "Anyone need time walkin'?" Thomas Miller says, "Fresh bread for sale."
Death Zinho looks tipsy.
Carrie says, "That too, but especially, optional, tails."
Death Zinho looks drunk.
Sausage Man says, "Just put this game on Unreal so it can run more than 30 FPS.
Death Zinho looks completely smashed. Aerie seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, "Earthen. Show us how Rolling Stone gathers no moss."
Reduximab seems to be sobering up. Filberita seems to be sobering up.
Alaval says, "How's everyone New Year start going?" Flex Calibus says, "No."
Wolfang seems to be sobering up. Murdromitten seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Quineve says, "There is 0 straight Worgen in WoW Chlor." Carrie says, "Make WoW utilize more than one processor core asterisk." Zenmon cheers at Carrie. Quineve says, "Lore asterisk." Health Hazard blows Holy Femboy a kiss. Health Hazard flirts with Holy Femboy. Splinter says, "West Coast it's still 10 p.m.
Everfire seems to be sobering up.
Rock Dafala says, "I'm on West Coast, it's not New Year yet." Malia says, "WoW needs bows." Lil Shroomies says, "I just want to see colors and be happy, I don't want to do responsibilities anymore." Raldhian says, "What if the government has been actively using things like glyphosate, BGH, and what have you, to more rapidly advance our genetics? We have simply accelerated into a more dangerous climate epoch, and need the ability to survive?" Bomb says, "China is straight for thrall." Meow Wolf says, "I'm a straight Worgen WIM."
Lenore seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Hamduin says, "No."
Zenmoon looks tipsy.
Rekit says, "Fuck being straight." Elmvis says, "Hi, come here often?" Lil Shroomies says, "I'm going to go live on Skid Row LMAO." Seabine laughs at Seabine. Quineve says, "Ha ha 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 ha."
It's still recharging.
FYNNCH says, "The Redditors are strong tonight." Unboomer says, "What if it was just profiteering biotech magnates?"
Elizer seems to be sobering up. Feardlin seems to be sobering up.
Catalana dances with Ian Drake. Cheemstart Frostmourne says, "Just buy an X3D CPU." Rekit says, "Being homosexual is way cooler." Valerie dances with Blingtron 7000.
Jump Boot seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Cheemstart Frostmourne says, "No more 30 FPS. Marla says, "Cold Tirons. Drop those anchors, then drop it like it's hot."
Aerie seems to be sobering up.
Nuanan says, "Why does a single-player game run at a higher FPS than an MMO with a gazillion players in one spot?"
Sursa seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Litsana seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Rekit says, "Because fuck COD."
Jump Boot seems to be sobering up.
Rituximab says, "Where are the celebration fireworks for Traveler's Log?" Rock Dafala says, "LOL." Guardrailin says, "So I'm not the only one with dogshit framerats right now?"
Jump Boot seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Zenmoon is getting drunk off of Hearthglen Ambrosia.
Lil Shroomies says, "I don't want to be homosexual, I want to see colors and not this drab sheet everyone talks that life is." Vandern says, "Well, in multiplayer games there is something called the Math Raid boss." Punchy Cuff says, "Who wants to kill the Horde leaders?" Airy warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. Flex Calibus says, "Sebastian Bach, crazy voice."
Death Zinho seems to be sobering up.
Quineve says, "My frame rate average is always 13 FPS. Hamduin says, "Fellas, are we gay for our homies in 2025?
Aerie seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sausage Man says, "I have a damn 8-core CPU, a Ryzen X3D shouldn't be the solution for 30 FPS underscore. Raldhian says, nah. Lutzis waves at Rune Fate. Roller casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Roller rolls 1, 1 to 6. Roller rolls 3, 1 to 6. Murdermitten seems to be sobering up.
Nuanan says, yes. Alaval says, yet. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light forged Drania will still light up the stage. Brute Fang says, I always kiss the homies. Rekit says, tomorrow gonna suck. I'm fucking WRECVKED and had a good workout earlier.
Ari seems to be sobering up.
Rotwom says, Happy New Year. Vandern says, when there are multiple players interacting the math goes sky high and the servers go ah no. Mermian says, the is on, time to use trade chat like it's 2008 all over again. WTB 200 iron or PST. Gyneric says, Guild, good enough looking for a relaxed raid team? We're looking for you. Looking for DPS for SAT/Sun raids. 7/8 working on A at C. 18 plus LBGTQ and friendly guild. PST for info. Elizar hugs Lunia. Nuanan says, drink water. Flex Calibus says, Intel and Nvidia only. Velan Heel says, I need some ale and some fireworks FR. Alaval says, sloppy toppy for the homies.
Persephone seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Jump Boot seems to be sobering up.
Quineve says, they call me 007, 0 interrupts 0 defensives, 7 deaths minimum per run. Kashuk says, here. Brute Fang says, start this year drinking only water. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Lunia smiles at Elizar. Lilshrumi says, I want people to be happy to see me. Lunia hugs Elizar.
Persephone seems to be sobering up.
Flex Calibus says, LOL. Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Here's Maxcraft. Meowwolf says, been sober since January 28th so looking towards a whole year BBBBBY. Ori Sneak says, let's see. Kashuk says, I got 2.5 hours homie. Ori Sneak says, alright chat lag isn't too bad anymore. Brute Fang says, nice grats Mio. Ellen Alarin says, congrats bro that's awesome. Kashuk says, yo, props.
My turn-offs are
Nuanan says,
rude people,
Quineve, oh,
mean
great,
people,
my favorite.
and people who
The
aren't
healer.
nice.
Isidore seems to be sobering up.
Rekit says, water is the only way tomorrow. But man, I'm gonna regret it. Femboywu says, a new 2025 Hawk Twa spit on that thing Yuwu. Alaval says, Mio you are amazing. Murdermittens yells, Teldrassil doesn't exist. Meowwolf says, still on that weed oil though booey it's good stuff.
Zenmoon looks tipsy. Elizar seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ellen Alarin says, California sober.
Lithsana is getting drunk off a flagon of dwarven mead.
Mermian says, everyone please only use trade chat for trading while the auction house is down thanks WTB 210 or PST. Brute Fang says, man you just became the first person to let me down in 2025 congrats Mio. Marla says, metronomes. Get up here and show us how it's done. Rekit says, but fuck yeah I'm dunk enough to tank now. Lilshrumi says, 2025 re-great we all have IT, let IT go, FK 2024. Sikarayan says, LOL California sober. Also Oregon sober. Ilona says, it's still Christmas and a time for feasting until January 6th. Unboomer says, Gnomish X-ray specs takes some lag away.
Sirsa seems to be sobering up.
Kashuk says, seriously, to all of you who held out in 2024, you are loved and are inspirational AFTHX, love. Diestra says, Happy New Year's peeps.
Elizar seems to be sobering up.
Quineve says, healers see me decline my invite instantly. Raldhian says, let's go tanking, woo.
Jirakbren seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Shirak salutes Locke Warsong with respect. Rekit says, California native is Michigan drug.
Corvaria seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ms. Rott says, imagine not being Canadian in 2025.
Jirakbren seems to be sobering up.
Notagosa says, Happy New Year. Love y'all.
Jirakbren seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Rekit says, fucking Koyuo for classics. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Rossimund yells, Gaiman, will save us. Meowwolf says, get rid of Truodo and we'll talk. Malia says, it's gonna be great once Trudeau is gone.
Corvaria seems to be sobering up.
Enatris says, No you won't. Kashuk says, go get him. Azula Rose says, Happy New Year. Rekit says, I want a drug tank like it's 2008. Eleanor Laren says, Inky Black Potion makes this all so much better. Diestra says, actually, imagine being Canadian O.O. Wenia says, I'm Canadian. Hamduin says, bringing Luigi energy to 2025. Notagosa says, best server, easy. Rekit says, I'd be riding an elk and eating pudding. Elizer smiles at Lunia. Alaval says, indeed. Meowwolf says, can we put Trudao and Newsom in a cannon and fire them into the sun? Brute Fang says, Canada is a good spawn point. Wisnich says, I'd get with him. Azula Rose says, Moonguard is the best. Saint Stephen confesses, I haven't visited Sunsong Ranch in months. I can just imagine weeds and vermin everywhere.
It's not ready yet.
Echo Zero says, Canadian here too. Raldhian says, I'm not allowed in Canada, uneasy face. Kamsu says, good lord. Wisdom of Senegos says, well, I have heard worse ideas. Go ahead. Tilmeter confesses, I have no idea how to pronounce Drainer. Diestra says, I'm sorry. Astral Celia says, yay Canada.
Jirakbrin seems to be sobering up.
Malia says, anyone else need time walking? Marla says, Cull Tirans, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Lunia says, I must be returning home now, Elizer. I do expect to see you at the news tomorrow night. Beerus confesses, I was that guy who always turns on aspect of the pack. Irnix throws his pallet oracle bones to read his future. Irnix has thrown the river. Through compassion, we can build bridges to overcome even the most turbulent waters. Temel smiles at Kinetic. Unboomer says, what language do they speak in Canada? Elizer salutes Lunia with respect. Email says, is there an X-Pack that's currently best for leveling?
Empyrean seems to be sobering up.
Diestra says, it's like cheering for third place. Wenia says, Hindi. Brute Fang says, French. Sarif confesses, I really like the Goldshire Inn. Elizer says, yes ma'am. Bronte waves at Cinderella. Casino Gerald blows the Corida Stormridge a kiss. Azula Rose yells, happy birthday to Cinderella. Give her a birthday kiss. Ms. Rot says, once we get rid of Trudeau it'll be good again. Kashuk says, hard Drac vibe on the tower. Casino Gerald says, yay. Rekit says, hey Canadians. I talk shit about y'all, but you're cool. Just not your Durka drivers. Fern says, don't they speak French in Canada? The Corida Stormridge grins wickedly at Roller. Meowwolf says, I'm feeling a lot in /high luck New Vegas build but I'm taking fast shot instead of hoarder. Airy warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. Casino Gerald dances with the Corida Stormridge. Azula Rose blows Cinderella a kiss. Lunia says, I need to log out before my computer busts into flames or melts or both. Diestra says, XD. Astral Celia says, Durka.
Airy seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ilona says, my family immigrated from France. Lunia hugs Elizer. Wenia says, 80% Punjab in Canada. The Corida Stormridge blows Casino Gerald a kiss.
Corvaria seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Elizer says, okay, smiley face. Diestra says, Durka vibes XD. Casino Gerald cheers at the Corida Stormridge.
Everanover seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lunia says, I will see you there. Astral Celia says, Surrey City of Curry. Lunia waves goodbye to Elizer. Farewell. Marla says, Cull Tirans, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Ms. Rot says, Durkos taking over Canada. Elizer waves goodbye to Lunia. Farewell. Anbai says, Brampton gang rise up. Airy blows Stormwind Reveler a kiss.
Corvaria seems to be sobering up.
Brute Fang says, Canada is one of the most racist countries lol. Unboomer says, I unleashed the unhappies.
Everanover seems to be sobering up.
Catalana dances with Ian Drake.
Freezy Pop seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Quineve says, 2025 and goals, no interrupts, remove defensives from action bar. Do not buy or use healing potions, flasks, or enchants. 300k DPS maximum. Do not move, it will lower your DPS. Blame healer when you die, 8 times. Tank is at fault for a failed key. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Wenia says, must Google Brampton, it's our new Imogen.
Galatheline seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Milyemagzai says, Tu abasoin Rituana o France. Thicoridus Stormridge loves Casino Gerald. Murder Mitten says, boo. Astral Celia says, Canada just can't take any more immigrants.
Corvaria seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Brute Fang says, you got the room, why not? Meow Wolf says, we beat those 2025 goals every year since MN came out.
Rossi Munt seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Azula Rose dances with Cypheria. Astral Celia says, it's definitely giving off Durka Durka vibes. Anbai says, lots are leaving TBH. Quineve says, can you not speak French?
Villain Heel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Unboomer says, French rescued my mom when she was a little girl. Eleanor Laren yells, not much, they're pretty light. Ms. Rot says, we can if we put them in the North Pole. Meow Wolf says, omelette de fromage. Reckitt says, dude. I drive a truck in East Michigan. We get so many bad Durka Durka drivers. Thicoridus Stormridge says, I got banana bread and strawberry cream pop. Ilona says, J.E. suis desol, mais J.E. me saviens tres un peu du français.
Diana Shara seems a little tipsy from the cinder brew mead.
Thicoridus Stormridge says, is so good.
Rossi Munt seems to be sobering up. Elizer seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Casino Gerald says, surprised face. Meow Wolf says, they're talking about corn and souvenirs. Lexani says, do the fireworks happen every hour in main cities? Meow Wolf says, and a chef console.
Femboy seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew.
Milyemagzai says, I have a degree in French and barely speak it. Reckitt says, like, dude straight plowed into the ass end of another truck on the shoulder. Then two more did the same thing less than half a mile away. Alderic says, if anyone does ever forged blacksmithing, I just posted 4 public orders.
Elizer seems to be sobering up. Airy seems to be sobering up. Airy seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Unboomer says, we should get fireworks every day. Prestispell says, oh great, here come the IPA brothers. Quineve says, stop speaking French. Or else. Marla says, earthen. Show us how Rolling Stone gathers no moss. Milyemagzai says, BSD my way through that whole degree. Rose Lily dances with Kerrigan.
Diana Shara seems to be sobering up.
Aesgarin says, where is the place to be for CST New Year's on this server? Kolel yells, Gaiman, will save us. Email says, returning player as a druid, would it be better to go herb/alch or herb/skin?
Femboy is getting drunk off of Brewfest brew.
Reckitt says, I took French in HS. I only know how to say I cam a pineapple /. Anbai says, J.E. suis un ananas. Unboomer says, the place to be was 15 minutes ago. Reckitt says, XD. Airy claps excitedly for barrel of fireworks. Aubrey says, dance mode. Airy claps excitedly for Alterac brewpub. Anbai says, LMAO same 9 years of French classes. Nadaraya has earned the achievement well supplied. Wenia says, I took Spanish. Milyemagzai says, my player housing will be a Bullfute Drania playground.
Panzer Judger seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Carol Zaw says, gathering profs aren't really doing much this deep into the tier, so I'd do double crafting personally. Kenshin says, is SW laggy or it just me? Reckitt says,
It's
number.
still recharging.
Bronte dances with Darkwing. Unboomer says, I took college French and Spanish, I am too confused to speak either. Thicoridus Stormridge dances with Casino Gerald.
Diana Shara seems a little tipsy from the cinder brew mead.
Quineve says, learnin' French extremely inconsistently for 5 years and I'm just now learning to pronounce things. Velan Heel says, it sh full and laggy. Rathan says, ma great outfit. Sondai says, it's only Moonguard. Marla says, earthen. Show us how Rolling Stone gathers no moss. Reckitt says, seriously, love.
Airy is getting drunk off of mulled Alderac brandy.
Azdal says, Happy New Year's. Astral Celia says, all Canadians look UO Barn song frin OGR on Spotify. Best song ever LOL. Prestispell says, effort/10 but it has a lot of clash. Ivy Weaver says, where is everyone? Unboomer says, I had a French-born GF and got worse at it. Milyemagzai says, TBH I drank too much in college to really learn the language. Quineve says, like I can read/hear French alright but I can't speak it. Reckitt says, I know more Spanish and Tagalog than I do in an entire year of French. Kazuk says, happy 25 y'all. Hamduin says, be honest, do you guys ever check your head? Airy warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. Mermion says, outfit. Casino Gerald hugs Flex Caliba. Echo Zero says, J.E. Parle Frances. Anbai says, conjugation is hard.
You are now busy, howdy. I'm live on Twitch. https://twitch.tv/J80nburn. Femboy looks tipsy.
Chwet Cupcake says, Jade and Burn and live Twitch and YT listen to my new album in any music app, smiley face, guild, e-girl for rent. Chwet Cupcake says, join the #1 RP PvP servers top guild, e-girl for rent, where inclusive roleplay meets elite PvP action guild, e-girl for rent proud sponsor of 420 AM Cake Radio. PST4MOAR info PLS. Casino Gerald hugs Linaber. You flirt. Casino Gerald dances with Thecoridas Stormridge. Solar Flare blows Mungora a kiss. Unboomer says, Jene compress pas le français. Jeeves says, if you'll excuse me, I'm afraid I have other business I must attend to. Please call on me again in the future. Anbai says, Moyasi. Hamduin says, *Jene comprends pas. Milyamagzai says, I can read/understand French fluently but barely speak it. And I taught high school French. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Unboomer says, see I told you. Milyamagzai says, not even joking.
Galathi line seems to be sobering up.
Rekit says, alright guys, I'm fucked up enough. Don't let me get another beer. Flex Caliba says, trust me, no one's looking at you. Tilmitter drops a party totem. Let's dance. Astral Celia says, same Millie. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, I have arrived. Quineve says, though now I learned that when learning language I'm not supposed to translate it mentally, at least for later levels, so now I'm trying to stop that. Eleanor Laren says, hey Rek.
Diana Shara seems to be sobering up.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Eleanor Laren says, you should get another beer. Meow Wolf says, don't do it, Rek, you're in a good spot. Carol Zaw says, my GF speaks French, she keeps saying I have a small yes it what that means. Buffet Buster says, get another beer Ricket. Linaber shoos Flex Caliba away. Begone pest. Azula Rose dances with Cypheria. Rex says, hey. Linaber says, get lost.
Isitor seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Quineve says, and just know the word for what it is the same way I do when reading in English. Milyamagzai says, I'm on beer 5. Rekit says, no mo beers. I'm in a good spot. Flex Caliba says, I'm sure that works a lot. Aldrich says, Everforged Blacksmiths there is a couple public orders up for you. Milyamagzai says, this the real brewfest. Femboywa says, slay, heek. Trick Signal dances with barrel of fireworks. Marla says, earthen. Show us how Rolling Stone gathers no moss. Rekit says, I'm fucking wrecked.
Grimgoth seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Valatica says, I'm on my 5th vodka Red Bull. Elothiros says, Russian is the best language. Carol Zaw says, public blacksmith orders are so risky. Kaliki Emerald Dream cheers at Elzine. Kazuk yells, Happy New Year. St. Stephen says, don't go dying now. Quineve says, Rek is going to have a crazy hangover is a few hours. Carol Zaw says, someone's gonna R1 your shit. Linaber says, please move. Rekit says, you ain't kidding. I'm in my 40W.
Grimgoth seems to be sobering up.
Milyamagzai says, I speak French most cause I'm Cajun, Japanese a decent bit, and Spanish barely. Prestispell says, it's impossible to R1 a crafting order. Fern says, meow.
Isitor seems to be sobering up.
Muffin Basket says, want to feel old? It's 2025. Unboomer says, Cajuns speak every language. Linaber slaps Flex Caliba across the face. Ouch. Marla says, made of stone, but they can move like lightning. Let's go, earthen. Linaber says, imbecile. Rekit says, hey fuck you IKLB 43 his year. Silvernheart says, that a new guild roller? Or did you just name change? Eleanor Laren says, Cajuns speak 0 languages. Meow Wolf says, I have a goal of being at least conversational in Spanish by the end of 2025.
Corvaria seems to be sobering up.
Fern says, any feral main come duel me and tell me how much I suck? Milyamixai says, we speak bad French. Glorioso says, Yego Earthen. Feldaria says, Cajuns speak 17th century French and American English. Zhangsu says, wanna feel old, ask your aching body. Sploit says, Happy New Year y'all. Muffin Basket says, J.E. Suis dans la pamplemousse. Ryril says, man all I care is that I got some balls dropped in me for New Year's. Best New Year ever. Wenia says, 2-3 this year, double frowny face, I feel wasted. Quineve says, hardest thing about French is just grammar. Passé compose especially. Flex Caliba says, it's not the real roller. Jump Boots places a clutch of eggs upon the ground. Press Dispel says, you have to have at least points spec'd into a tree in order to have the recipe learned. Then, if you provide the max rank mats, the craft will just default onto R3 min. Ellen Alarin says, 23 they say LMAO. Anbai says, Quebecois is worse. Hoof Enjoyer says, damn, 43? How was the founding of Rome? Roxas says, still 9:36 PM for me. I am stuck in 2024 ATM. Unboomer says, and pronunciation. Meow Wolf says, wasted, at 23? Oh lord if only I was that young again. Feldaria says, Le Passé compose is not hard. Muffin Basket says, J.E. mange la pamplemousse. Reckitt says, hello from the futire, /. Meow Wolf says, oh. Ale Yandrise dances with Azula Rose. Tyar says, yo I'd rather grind anima for Shadowlands shit, than to keep doing this pet battle bullshit for the secrets of Ezroth XD. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Flex Caliba says, Roller doesn't use alt codes in his name. Feldaria says, J.E. Suis a la J-A-I-E-U etc. Muffin Basket says, J.E. Suis sur la pamplemousse. Kashuk says, I'm 46 I saw prehistory ho 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 ho. Unboomer says, I am great at Spanish pronunciation but they just laugh at me in France.
Jana seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Azuradormai says, no, you're breathtaking. Braylexi says, why you hating on Pokemon? Reckitt says, fucked up I'd rather be here with ya LL than out with actual people. Quineve says, yeah I just forget which one to use often. Flex Calibus says, yes, he's banned. Echo Zero says, Le Grenouille mange Le Pamplemousse. Anbai says, Passé compose was my skill ceiling NGL. Ellen Alarin says, just wanna say I love the age gap of people that play this game. Thicoridus Stormridge says, LOL tis the real roly-poly. Wenia says, Olami nombre es Wenia.
Jana seems to be sobering up.
Milyamixai says, my foreign languages get way better when I'm drunk. Kashuk says, inappropriate. Fine OK says, no diddy. Spicy Grandma says, wait. Shoving fuel up my ass isn't healthy? WHHAAATTTT. Ellen Alarin says, it's super cool that younger people are still getting into WoW. Casino Gerald dances with Thicoridus Stormridge. Ilona says, Quebecois is like head trauma French since it's a mix of Metropolitan French and Norman dialect, langue d'oil. Otolin says, LF blacksmith to craft rank 5 plate belt.
Jana seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Poisonius yells, going to Silvermoon who wants in to kill the Lorthamar guy. Wisnich says, cozy corner here.
Aubrey seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Feldaria says, I'm American but I speak Lyonnaise French cause my mom's from there. Kashuk says, I agree. Love to see it.
Jana is getting drunk off of mulled Alderac brandy.
Ellen Alarin yells, I do after midnight. Tandrelin says, Guild, E-Collective. Lanaber hugs Casino Gerald. Kern says, yeah likely the most accurate way to depict it haha Iloni. Diestra says, we still talking about Canada? Oh. Reckitt says, Nakaka Intini Kaba NG Tagalog. Quineve says, it's weird, not in a bad way, playing WoW at college age when all my guildmates are like 35 to 40. Lanaber says, hi. Splinter says, I feel like it's the same old boomers playing WoW.
Freezy Pop seems to be sobering up. Aubrey seems to be sobering up.
Reckitt says, count. Anbai says, same this is the only place I feel young. Feldaria says, Mahal Kidda Reckitt. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Casino Gerald says, hi Lana. Milyamixai says, I will say teaching French was way more fun than English. The students actually wanted to be there. Casino Gerald says, Happy New Year. Unboomer says, used to be the other way around, everyone was in college. Marla says, Cul Tirons, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more.
Arlysa seems a little tipsy from the Lord of Frost's private label.
Rekit says, he. Maganda DNG hail. Eleanor Laren says, WoW has gotten me through the hardest times of my life. Press Dispel says, Wrath babies are WoW boomers. Lanabear says, it's Cassie, embarrassed face, I'm going by my TRP. Casino Gerald hugs Lanabear. Kashuk says, Gen X and Mil Niles, some boomers out there sure. Felt Arya says, I teach French now. Casino Gerald says, smiley face. Roxas says, I started during Vanilla BC. Kashuk says, now you fuckers, love. Vexamora says, well I speak Shwilak. Dawanawanga. Casino Gerald dances with Lanabear. Quineve says, I'm sad that I'm too young to enjoy early WoW. Felt Arya says, I enjoy it but teenagers are dicks. Lanabear dances with Casino Gerald. Quineve says, like people say they started 2005/2006, I started 2020 because I had nothing to do during lockdown XD. Eleanor Laren says, yeah well they are LOL. Marcy says, somebody buy this plans, Algary competitors plate Greaves. Marcy says, I can't sell it. Unboomer says, they are so much better than they used to be in game. Lanabear says, BRB.
Arlysa seems to be sobering up.
Irnix says, personal what?
Bus Infixel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Bullet yells, asterisk woof. Asterisk. Casino Gerald says, KK.
Jana is completely smashed from the filled festive mug.
Karmagurl waves. Eleanor Laren says, but some you'll meet are nerds who just love the world of WoW.
Hornswog seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride.
Narene seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Anbai says, I started Wattle K Classic Prep HB. Casino Gerald waves at Karmagurl. Ilona says, learning another language does help you learn your own native one. I learned French, Latin, and German in school but I haven't had a conversation in either one in 30 years. Casino Gerald blows the Corridus Stormridge a kiss. Kaliki Emerald Dream hugs Gwendolyn. Unboomer says, each one gets easier.
Bus Infixel seems to be sobering up.
Rekit says, this me. STR's eyed up kept me frimo killing Mijlf in 2008. Kashuk says, I've come to appreciate the lore. The Corridus Stormridge gasps at Flex Caliba. Solar Flare makes a rude gesture at Mungora.
Hornswog seems to be sobering up. Narene seems to be sobering up.
The Corridus Stormridge says, I freaking love your mount. Akasabu bursts into dance. Eleanor Laren says, I've met kids that watch Novel. Rekit says, I have nothing BYT love for this stupid fucking game. Lanabear says, Casey. Kashuk says. Eleanor Laren says, hell I've met kids who know NYHM. Brel says, crits on being immortal.
Femboy seems to be sobering up.
Lanabear says, I got a new mount. Felt Arya says, there's better stories elsewhere but the key is not to compare WoW lore to other stuff, just take it as it is. Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up in Tel Drossel. Ori sneak boops Nerlay's nose. Eleanor Laren says, I love WoW lore. Valaticus says, go Nelves. Malia boops Aura sneaks nose. Felt Arya says, same and I know it like the back of my hand, I know shit most don't know. Anbai says, it's iconic ADP. Adariel says, how did the raid on Orgrimmar go? Malia boops Nerlay's nose. Ori sneak boops Malia's nose. Unboomer says, best I can tell there are orcs and cow people that do not like us. Kazalzin says, if you've played since Wrath and don't have one TCG mount, can you really say you've been playing? Eleanor Laren says, I have so many books lol. Karmagurl waves at Lanabear. Sploit says, question, is there a New Year's event going on RP-wise for shits and giggles? Akasabu says, I. Webpaw says, boy does BG Blitz need dampening.
It's not ready yet.
Lanabear hugs Karmagurl. Robofrost waves. Lanabear says, hi sister. Kashuk says, dude WoW is solid and has helped me through tough shit too. I feel y'all. Game at its core doesn't miss. Karmagurl hugs Lanabear. Aesgarin says, same question as Sploits, love. Enatris says, hello my dragon wife. Enatris kneels before Melchazar. Malia says, the sex cult is meeting at the A. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Lucroy says, boss reset to full. Kashuk says, It's. Realisaw says, successfully raided their banks for 1 Orgel Lion gold coins. Feltaria says, this game has saved my life a few times. Kazira hugs Cinderella. Asare Porter says, breaking news. This morning the mess hall is serving biscuits and gravy. Yum. Adariel says, LOL. Unboomer says, if we could raid the horde for actual gold I'd do that every day. Asare Porter says, breaking news. Don't call horde citizens stinky and gross, it makes them really mad. Trust me. Kashuk says, glad you are still here. Rekit says, game is RHE best therapy. I never RPT here. Never tried. But fuck my live with Waitha Steel and Dick, it's kept me alive.
Elizer seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lanaber says, how are you pretty lady 3? Quineve says, also with French another hard thing is that while English will have one word that can have different meaning depending on context, French seems to have separate words for most of those, if that makes sense, for context, tense, ECT, so it's just a lot to read.
Jana looks drunk.
Quineve says, member. Karmagurl says, good, you? Trixman says, guild, the King's Guard, PvP centered, drama-free environment open to new and experienced players. Always run in BGS and arena. Looking for people that want to be active in Discord. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale.
Jana is completely smashed from the filled festive mug.
Ellen O'Laren says, me too man. It's been one of the only constants in my life since 06. Lanaber says, good. Jana warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. Unboomer says, seriously how come we can't raid the horde bank for gold to split?
Elizer seems to be sobering up.
Asare Porter says, the Court of Lions is the best role-play guild. I should know. I'm mild-mannered ace reporter. Guild finder or wisp. Atomic Hub says, are people watching fireworks here or somewhere else? Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Feltaria says, French is much more expressive than English, that's why. Scrumbuldink dances with Valerie. Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend.
Jana looks drunk.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Press Dispel says, oh yeah, the 3 pandas players, let's go. Wisetel says, haven't seen anyone ask in a while. Who else lagging RN? Neener says, and German is way more expressive than French or English. Wisetel says, 3. Lilshrumies says, you guys IFKD up one of my batches D equals. Casino Gerald dances with dancing flames. Unboomer says, English is in between French and German for that. Magic Paw says, extreme lag. Dult says, probably everyone. Saint Stephen says, check the and find out why. Thicorida Stormridge dances with dancing flames. Karmagurl dances with dancing flames. Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Mermian says, imagine thinking chairs have genders. Kashuk says, fuck, is it really only 9:43 in the PNW? Kashuk says, sigh. Azdel says, I have lockboxes to sell. Rekit says, Pimsleur is 20 FLT us. Terrence A says, is it laggy? Malevolent says, video of the Moonguard New Year's Eve party this year and last year both. Still loading this year. Press Dispel says, server lag is goat. Teridia dances with dancing flames. Unboomer says, we should all speak Latin to be ironic. Ellen O'Laren says, all chairs are trans women. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS. Solera says, perks of no sharding. Ilona says, 30% of English is derived from French but they don't mean exactly the same. Atomic Hub says, it's super laggy. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Stormspeak eyes foul medicine up and down. Chenny bursts into dance. Thicorida Stormridge says, click on Flame Lady and dance, laughing face. Melchazar says, they do speak Latin in one area of Switzerland still. Ilona says, ask doesn't mean the same as demand. Lilshrumies says, you can say whatever and people will not see. Unboomer says, I was shocked how much English was actually French. Quineve says, I started learning French through Duolingo and only now am I trying to actually get into speaking and writing. Duolingo was okay for learning basics and vocabulary but I wanted more. Karmagurl dances with dancing flames. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Casino Gerald yells, get M. Roller yells, easy eye. Murdermittens bursts into dance. Kashuk says, oh. Bumrod yells, hey you. Jana yells, fire. Kashuk says, JFCBRB. Irnik says, first time? Bumrod yells, they call me Icon. Hugs not drugs says, I learned sign language cause my GF is blind. Lilshrumi says, it is like the subway in NYC. Murdermittens dances with dancing flames. Alisar says, this is how it's supposed to be. Quineve says, no unboomer, that's why I love reading in French, lol, so many words I can just understand because English just ripped it off and removed a few letters. Marla says, come on up, Pandaren. Bumrod yells, I've been down more than I've been up. Mermian says, French is 90% Latin, 5% Greek, and 5% Germanic from the Franks. Imagine thinking French was an actual language. Lilshrumi says, you could do anything and people will just stare. Azuradormai says, just gonna show horde like that? Sheesh. Bumrod yells, but still I can. Vastras says, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Unboomer says, that is so nice of you, hugs. I learned Braille for my deaf GF. Jana says, OMG fire. Malia boops Kaelara's nose. Lanaber yells, who TF is playing this? Karmagurl yells, Cass, where'd you go? Celicia says, you compliment someone, you're glazing. You dislike someone, you're a hater. You can't win. Mirathur says, who goes there? Bumrod yells, whoever you, wherever you, keep going. Don't give up. Future you is counting on you. Quineve says, glaze me. Ilona says, French shares something like 80% vocabulary with Italian, but it uses a Gallic pronunciation. Marla says, earthen. Show us how Rolling Stone gathers no moss. Enatris says, I am Alexstras Osgard for this evening.
Serenity looks tipsy.
Lilshrumies yells, FK who you were.
It's still recharging.
Eleanor Laren says, Sel, that's why it's always J, just fuck it and be genuine. Eleanor dances with dancing flames. Unboomer says, I would be so lost if I tried to learn Italian after French and Spanish. Jana cheers at Daphne funky beats. Malia boops Legstra's nose.
Serenity looks drunk.
Eleanor Laren says, you can only control you and not how anyone reacts. Kamso bursts into dance. Unboomer says, I'd just speak gibberish in all three at the same time.
Alisar seems to be sobering up. Serenity looks completely smashed.
Lanaber yells, who's playing music? Casino Gerald cheers at Thicorida Stormridge. Thicorida Stormridge dances with dancing flames.
Scrumbeldink seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Eleanor Laren says, aka, keep it real. Casino Gerald dances with dancing flames.
Demon Drake looks tipsy. Demon Drake looks drunk.
Exitar says, need a blacksmith? Open an order with Exitar's Iron Shop. Your local Moonguard blacksmith. Can make all tools, weapons, and armor at max rank. Rank 1 to 4 tip commission 3000 G+. Rank 5 concentration commission requested 5000 G+. Open an order now. Celicia says, but what if keeping it real goes wrong?
Prospicions looks tipsy.
Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves.
Prospicions looks drunk.
Akasabu bursts into dance.
Prospicions looks completely smashed.
Quineve says, it's already kind of stupid, I guess, that I'm learning French instead of Spanish since there are so many Spanish speakers in my town, but Spanish was so boring to learn in high school and I just couldn't do any more. Echo Zero says, focus on being a better person tomorrow than you were today. Hamduin says, I was invited to an event and decided to stay home to enjoy the new year in Warcraft. Does that make me a pervert? Eleanor Laren says, it, but someone named Dave might know something about that. Ilona says, the words for cheese in French, fromage, and Spanish, queso, both come from the same Latin root, cessus formatus. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Bumrod yells, whoever you, wherever, whatever you are doing. Keep going. Don't give up. Future you is counting on you, you only fail if you stop. Strength comes from struggle. Trust me. Keep going. Celicia says, Ahayuk. Holy femboy blows health hazard a kiss. Alexstrasza the Lifebinder says, the red dragonflight will protect this world. Wisdom of Senegos says, yes, brave little one. Have courage. Pinkheart claps excitedly for Roller. Hisun yells, what's the command to hide your interface?
Feli seems a little tipsy from the flagon of dwarven mead.
Gammo dances with Kaliki Emerald Dream. Casino Gerald blows the Corridor Stormridge a kiss. Marla says, Col Tirons. Drop those anchors, then drop it like it's hot. Unboomer says, you ever watch those videos about what Old English sounded like? It is basically unintelligible after 1700. Remy Rath yells, Alt plus C. Silthias flirts with Roller. Freezy Pops places a clutch of eggs upon the ground. Sunika yells, Alt F4.
Demon Drake looks tipsy.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale.
Serenity looks drunk.
Fern says, I got kicked from the BGK so I was talking too much, I guess I was AFK for too long. Murder Mittens places a clutch of eggs upon the ground.
Prospicions looks drunk.
Fern says, fucking whack. Quineve says, LOL. Marla says, Earthen. Show us how Rolling Stone gathers no moss. Unboomer says, God those Mythic and PPL get her so upset when you AFK for a while in a BG. Karmagurl says, nap time. Boomrot yells, whoever you are wherever you are whatever you are doing. Keep going. Don T give up. Future you is counting on you, you only fail if you stop. Strength comes from struggle. Trust me. Keep going. Scrumbulding says, my bed, but I approve. Dawes says, LFLW PvP chest PST. Lanabear lies down. Karmagurl says, I can't get up. Ilona says, well English went through a vowel shift from Chaucer to Shakespeare. Many of Shakespeare's puns are lost to us B/C we don't speak the same way. Fern says, I think it was the system that kicked me not the group I joined. Reckitt says, I'm a little TPOT short and stout. Scrumbulding falls asleep. ZZZZZZZ. Lanabear says, sis. Sursa yells, I love you all. Scrumbulding says, my lady trap worked. Lanabear says, hit the arrow. Malia boops Pinkheart's nose. Karmagurl says, LOL. Lanabear says, on your screen. Fern says, cause I joined mid-match and it was a blowout. Aubrey yells, I am married. Boomrot yells, whoever you are wherever you are whatever you are doing. Keep going. Don T give up. Future you is counting on you, you only fail if you stop. Strength comes from struggle. Trust me. Keep going. Hamduin says, if they ever shut this game down my life is over. Unboomer says, 1400s English is basically a totally different language. Kylo bursts into dance. Dawes says, LFLW PvP chest PST. Scrumbulding says, above your Acton bars. Marla says, look at those dwarven feet move. And they can do it all without spilling their ale. Unboomer says, when you hear it. Valdrin says, Happy New Year. Karmagurl says, oh yeah I see it now. Frostmourne says, just move to Warcraft 2 when they shut this down easy. Valdrin says, oh wait 10 minutes. Lhymera waves at Glorioso.
Janna looks tipsy.
Glorioso salutes Lhymera with respect. Thin says, yo I got a section drinks on me tabs on him. Gambiti says, Happy New Year. Scrumbulding says, you're welcome to not hit the arrow.
Dianashara seems a little tipsy from the Cinderbrew mead.
Unboomer says, Happy New Year's mountain people. Boomrot yells, whoever you are wherever you are whatever you are doing. Keep going. Don T give up. Future you is counting on you, you only fail if you stop. Strength comes from struggle. Trust me. Keep going. Pumpkin P yells, you're damn right brother.
Feli seems to be sobering up.
Dawes says, LFLW PvP chest PST. Loki says, summon Drox so he can dance with us.
Daphneadra seems a little tipsy from the jug of iron wine.
Ilona says, 1400s is Middle English. You can muddle through it but expect some words we don't use today. Casino Gerald cheers at the Corridor Stormridge.
Anvani seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Eleanor Laren says, so we raiding Silvermoon after this? Nefastus yells, smoke weed every day for a happy life. Unboomer says, you can read it okay but hearing PPL speak it is unintelligible. Saldroid says, off to celebrate with the fam happy, early, New Year's to the Midwesterners online.
Valerie looks tipsy.
Frostmourne says, I'm down what's in Silvermoon. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, please state the nature of the stylistic emergency. Pumpkin P yells, I'm stoned RN LOL. Raphael yells, Clock Tower Party. Quineve says, look up Middle English Frog Wikipedia. Lanabear boops Karmagurl's nose. Don't cheers at Scrumbuldink. Karmagurl says, OMG, I am going to random dance for 6 days. Thomas Miller says, fresh
It's
bread
not
for
ready
sale.
yet.
Rat Medicine yells, woo, happy new year all. Airdial yells, same. Luke yells, no drugs. Ellen O'Laren says, someone said something about it earlier, lol. Lanaber says, sis. Volaticus yells, only drugs.
Galathi line seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Unboomer says, heck, I can't even understand modern PPL in England.
Antamoria looks tipsy.
Thicoridus Stormridge says, well shit. Sursa yells, drugs. Karmagurl says, wah. Donna Wall says, terminate spider wide load bountiful rear time for bug. Phantom places a clutch of eggs upon the ground. Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania. Thicoridus Stormridge says, which is it XD? Karmagurl yells, drugs. Silthias yells, drugs. Poisonius yells, no drugs.
Jana is getting drunk off of mulled Alderac brandy.
Malia boops Feli's nose. Quineve says, oh. Frostmorn says, what does that mean? Sploid says, where would be the best place to launch fireworks in Stormwind? Fern says, I'm down for a Silver Moon raid. Ilona says, well, earlier than Middle English is basically Saxon, which is not understandable.
Diana Shara seems to be sobering up. Antamoria looks drunk.
Valerie says, gorgeous darling. Scrumbuldink dances with Flex Caliba. Asare Porter yells, on elk gummies.
Hornswog seems a little tipsy from the Aurora Borealis. Scrumbuldink seems to be sobering up.
Casino Gerald smiles shyly at Thicoridus Stormridge. Dawes says, apparently there's a holiday and no one is working. Unboomer says, I met an English guy on a train once and had to write on a notepad to hear him ask for a smoke.
Antamoria looks completely smashed. Kazriel goes looks tipsy.
Valerie blows Ambrose a kiss.
Kazriel goes looks drunk.
Fern says, though I have a horde war on this server, Silver Moon kinda dead. Bumrot yells, whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, keep going. Don't give up. Future you is counting on you, you only fail if you stop. Strength comes from struggle. Trust me. Keep going. Asare Porter says, and now for a word from our sponsors. Fitzkringle's Eggnog, wow. With its smooth taste and 176 proof, you'll be saying Visgring les wa.
Galathi line seems to be sobering up.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Malia boops Rose Lily's nose. Rat Medicine yells, 2025. Fern says, we should get phased over to Rimrest Accord.
Valerie seems to be sobering up. Jana is completely smashed from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Thicoridus Stormridge winks slyly at Casino Gerald. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Raphael yells, 7 minutes. Ilona says, Middle English is basically French, Church Latin, Old Saxon and Old Norse. Scrumbuldink dances with Rendorian. Valerie hugs Loki. Ellen O'Laren says, everyone make their way to the SW Gate Towers for a screenshot at midnight. Bumrot yells, okay, I stop now. You need help. Whisper. I listen, you keep going. Ilona says, some PPL think English is actually a Creole. Asare Porter says, Chaucer. Ellen O'Laren says, on top of them. Malevolent says, round 2 posted. YouTube at 420 MMOS. Video of MG on New Year's Eve party. Frostmorn says, shouldn't the photo be at the heart of the server in Goldshire? Unboomer says, I believe Creole. Valerie says, I do have a hot single worgen in your area. Enyais yells, let the power gay summon the new year.
Antamoria looks drunk.
Ellen O'Laren says, try to fill the 2 closest to the bridge.
Daphne Adra seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Christoph Farrell says, less than 100 of us, and over 1,000 orcs. Only a handful of us managed to walk away from that one.
Jana looks drunk.
Rekit says, shot I'm here bro. Ryril says, does it have me getting balls dropped in me for New Year's / Rat Medicine yells, homo energy go.
Kazriel goes looks tipsy.
Frostmorn says, lots of balls in Goldshire yet. Rat Medicine yells, YTF is H0M0 a slur on here.
Serenity looks tipsy.
Rekit says, I'll drop balls on your beach balls. Fdotnals. Beanace balls. Vertra yells, I saw it.
Prospicions looks tipsy.
Ryril says, I mean I took some balls as the ball was dropping and totally missed it.
Kern seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Raphael yells, Clock Tower fireworks party let's go. Ilona says, isn't Goldshire a nudist colony? Unboomer says, yes. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Rat Medicine yells, someone call the fire department. Frostmourne says, it's a money-making enterprise. Asaray Porter says, and now for a word from our sponsors. Are you hyperactive? Ask your doctor about Procrastia. May cause nausea, loss of fingers, growth of extra fingers and lingering death. Try Procrastia.
Diatashara seems a little tipsy from the cinder bromide.
Ori Sneak Boops Nerlay's nose. Kazuk says, this is the way. Frostmourne says, Goldshire is a gold printing factory.
Hornswogg seems to be sobering up.
Gemma Lee says, meeps. Fiam Meta says, they should make a pimp profession. Asaray Porter says, breaking news. Goldshire has been quarantined, after a major outbreak of cooties. Unboomer says, there already is. Making glove dances with onion.
Kazuk seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Persephone seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Scrumbuilding says, circle circle dot dot. Snowbunny says, I heard some PPL make hundreds of thousands just from ERPing in Goldshire.
Hornswogg seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Frostmourne says, Goldshire is that hopeless place try there. Doan says, anyone want a super happy holiday story about the Make-A-Wish Foundation quest? Quineve says, I've got my cootie shot. Unboomer says, an hour. Ori Sneak waves goodbye to Nerlay. Farewell.
Demon Drake seems to be sobering up.
Elanova says, heard y'all were looking for hot single worgans in your area. Rat Medicine says, I'm like oh who's flirting W me? It's an NPC dragon. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Aerodris says, Happy New Year's y'all.
Persephone seems to be sobering up.
Pumpkin P says, it's a myth, TBH a lot of the ERP people went to FSIV haha. Asaray Porter says, too funny scrum. Quineve says, you think that girl is hot? I think I'd rather not.
Hornswogg seems to be sobering up.
Holy Femboy agrees with Making Glove. Health Hazard blows Making Glove a kiss. Moondancer says, not the balls in Goldshire.
Hornswogg seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Frostmourne says, just call some people daddy and eventually get a WoW token. Beerus drops a party totem. Let's dance. Ilona says, Happy New Year's to you as well. Unboomer says, Orkly fans is huge. Casino Gerald cheers at the Corridor Stormridge.
And Vanny looks tipsy.
Ilanova boops Carrie's nose. Casino Gerald blows the Corridor Stormridge a kiss. Casino Gerald dances with the Corridor Stormridge. Fiam Meta says, I have tried it and you only make money if you stay like 10 hours a day in that inn.
Dianashara seems to be sobering up. Zedary looks tipsy.
Ilona says, BTW, y'all is a contraction of y'all from Scotland.
Shadow Flame seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Snowbunny says, only elves.
Zedary looks drunk.
Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Email says, I have 11 latency but still getting a huge delay on everything, what's going on? Zalaric says, only Drees.
Zedary looks completely smashed.
Frostmourne says, only Fangs is the same thing as only fans y'all just not seeing the truff. Floatgoat says, only goats. Ilanova says, only fell. Carrie is very happy with Ilanova. Kaliki Emerald Dream cheers at Bronte. Zalaric says, only Fangs was a Blizzacorpse yop. Ilona says, well elves do have fangs. Ilanova blows Carrie a kiss. Malia says, I support only fans. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, I have arrived.
Kern seems to be sobering up.
Ilanova says, shit, I can't beat only fangs. Frostmourne says, bro it was totally a Syop soda looking like a handler. Kazuk says, there it is. Ilona says, vestigal fangs from when they were trolls.
Kazuk seems to be sobering up. Sprocket seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
XDBM says, start piling up in SW City, fireworks about to begin, smiley face. Mythieves quacks. Fern says, the only fangs content I will watch is Herb Vendor. Enyais says, 2 minutes. Marla says, the Lightforged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Frostmourne says, what about Wheat Elf? Zederi is filled with happiness. Quineve says, I wish Worgen were real. Unboomer says, get your inky black potion before it starts. Quineve says, Worgen strap back shots. Diabetos says, pleasure doing business lady. Sunila says, has anyone ever thought about ending it on New Year's? Diabetos nods at nerd. Ilona says, I'm down to 7 FPS, what more do you want from me? Press Dispel says, isn't OnlyFangs like the only sod guild or something lol? Email yells, I need to use the auction house, where the hell are the NPCs?
Hornswogg seems to be sobering up. Baron Demon seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Loki says, other ah. Lilunira says at Fern you won't watch me? WTF. Elanova yells, pick a dinosaur. Fern says, sod? Raymonda says, ha. Ambress yells, have you tried turning your auction house off and back on again? Unboomer says, move away from PPL for a higher frame rate. Carrie yells, Tyrannosaurus. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS, Round 3 Moonguard New Year's Eve 2024. Elanova says, sexy Drainer. Snowbunny says, Season of Discovery. Raymondo laughs at nerd.
Baron Demon seems to be sobering up.
Fiam Meta says, too much lag. Marla says, Metronomes. Get up here and show us how it's done.
Shadow Flame seems to be sobering up.
Spearleaf yells, go to the Dwarven District. Quineve says, only Fangs was hardcore mostly. Rituximab says, hardcore.
Zederi looks drunk.
Don says, anyone want a super happy holiday story about the Make-A-Wish Foundation quest? Enyais yells, I wonder how many bots broke from this lol. Fern says, nope, only herb vendor, he's fug funny and kinda the reason I got back into WoW. Rituximab says, hardcore.
Xantila seems to be sobering up.
Carrie yells, 30 seconds. Thisboy yells, Merry Christmas Midwest. Wenia says, I haven't pooped since last year. Flan yells, someone count down. Holy Femboy yells, yearly cleansing. Swollen yells, Bohuni minute. Ilona says, Seasons of Discovery hardcore sounds like some 2 AM movie on Cinemax. Disarus says, is there a fireworks display tonight? Lilunira says, WTF man. Uner yells, fuck, I still got 2 hours. Carrie yells, 10. Ellen Alarin says, get up here.
Anvani seems to be sobering up. Kern seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Sprocket is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Lilunira says, I just hit 60 yesterday, I'm better than herb vendor. Enyais yells, wait for IT. Emolia yells, Happy New Year. Naden Todd yells, Happy New Year. Carrie yells, oh whatever, Happy New Year. Jitten yells, Happy New Year. IIT guy says, fireworks at every hour. Elin Yeet yells, Happy New Year. Glimmer Girl says, is this laggy or am I laggy? Ed Evan Yee says, Happy New Year all.
Antamoria looks tipsy.
Gambi yells, Happy New Year. Enyais yells, now. Rituximab yells, Imma. Ariane says, Happy New Year. Flan yells, Happy New Year. Sarif yells, Happy New Year. Sikekrio yells, Happy New Year. Enyais yells, fuck yet. Kyrenia yells, Happy New Year, Moonguard. Holy Femboy yells, Happy New Year Central Time. Press Dispel yells, Happy New Year y'all. Robofrost yells, Happy New Year. Unboomer says, Happy Nye Mountain peoples. Taken says, you're laggy. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Sursa yells, Happy New Year. Jana yells, Happy New Year. Lunori yells, Happy New Year. Sploits yells, Happy New Year, everyone. Replicata yells, Happy New Year everyone. Arlays yells, Happy New Year. Reactions yells, Happy New Year. Gambi says, Happy New Year MG. Irv says, Happy New Year.
Bardalok seems to be sobering up.
Saelena yells, Happy New Year's. Howligos yells, Happy New Year. Jitten yells, Happy New Year. Fiam Meta yells, Happy New Year. Karaokn yells, Happy New Year. Sealeratrix yells, Happy New Year. Fella Elath says, Happy New Year.
Endorion seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kalia says, Happy New Year. Velasay says, Happy New Year's MG. Longbeardy says, Happy New Year. Disarus says, Happy New Year.
Jana looks tipsy.
Tamed Rice yells, Happy New Year CST peeps. Rayaslin yells, Happy New Year Moonguard. Breath yells, Happy New Year's. Pumpkin P yells, Merry Christmas. Fiam Meta says, Happy New Year sickos. Scrumbulding says, Where's the boom booms? Gambi yells, Happy New Year. Elanova yells, Happy New Year. Hornswog yells, Happy New Year. Thyrina yells, Happy New Year. Diana Shara yells, Happy New Year. Raphael yells, Happy New Year, love. Madeline says, Happy New Year.
It's not ready yet.
Jinzi says, UWU. Varashia yells, Happy New Year. Poisonius yells, Happy NEWW year for Y all CST. Sabiani yells, Happy New Year's. Syndrathus yells, Happy New Year. Snowsquall yells, Happy New Year. Nefastus yells, New Year. 2025 we're doomed.
Daphne Adra seems a little tipsy from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Volta Air says, Happy New Year. Roxas says, Happy Wows New Year's, all. St. Stephen says, I wanna go back. Hologround Eccles yells, Happy Central New Year. Elios yells, Happy New Year. Kiandra yells, Happy New Year's everybody. Frostmorn yells, for the Alliance. Malia says, ow. Klyman yells, Happy New Year Moonguard. Swoln yells, Realm time is in 2 minutes. Stormwind yells, Happy New Year. Dalenair yells, Happy New Year. Raro yells, Happy Easter. Kazak yells, Happy 25 to all of YOUZ. Prospicions yells, Happy New Year. Enyais yells, Happy New. Sploid says, Happy New Year's you magnificent beasts. Seabine says, Happy New Year. Unboomer says, Hell's bells. Flan yells, where the fireworks? Nariza says, Happy New Year. Signed Hate yells, Happy New Year. Ryan Rasuntu yells, Happy New Year. Incubus yells, I am about to come ee. Bumrod yells, you need help. Please whisper. You deserve more than you want. You deserve the world. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS still has some earlier videos to post as well. Lost of God choreography tonight. Eleanor Laren says, Mortar. Vexen says, Happy New Year. Murather yells, Happy New Year server time. Seld Hasblack yells, Happy New Year. Eleanor Laren says, MOAR people. Velan Heel says, Happy New Year's.
Endorion seems to be sobering up.
Dasbosket yells, Happy New Year's. Sarazera yells, Happy New Year. Ambress yells, Happy New Year Central Wuho can't wait to explode. Jump Boots yells, Happy New Year. Jitten yells, Happy New Year Moonguard. Nazathi says, Happy New Year's all. Rat Medicine says, Happy New Year gorgeous people, love. Loxfire says, Happy New Year's everyone. XDBM yells, Happy New Year. Serenity yells, Indecipherable language. Hemorrhage yells, Feliz Navidad. Karaoken says, I haven't showered since last year. Frostmorn yells, Wygard A Moon. Glimmergirl yells, Happy New Year. Claybeard says, Happy New Year. Wenia says, this year I'm gonna be gayer. Hagrim yells, Happy New Year. Elinor yells, Happy New Year. Elanova yells, what do I do with my life now? Kozatank yells, Happy New Year MG. Tralarvish yells, Happy New Year. Realisa yells, Happy New Year. 3. Quineve says, me too. Irv says, based. Kalisra yells, Happy New Year. Gambi yells, Happy New Year. Sealeratrix says, where are the fireworks? Bartolok says, Happy New Year. Rylane says, same.
Sprocket looks tipsy.
Fern says, I just want herb vendor to come back to retail so he can sell me some herb. Unboomer says, Hell's bells. Eleanor Laren says, towers. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Valaticus yells, 2025 gonna suck ass. Toniquil yells, Happy New Year. Smiley face. Smidgy says, I'm aiming to be worser than last year. Vertra yells, Happy New Year. Sarazera yells, 2025 bye bye. Malevolent yells, Happy New Year to all. Persephone yells, Happy New Year MG. Ariane yells, Happy New Year. Nefastus feels the love.
Endorion seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Snowbunny says, Ah, being slow? Elanova says, and I believe you can do it. Quineve says, oh god, I can't do anything in Stormwind. Gladium says, wow, that lag. Zero says, Happy New Year. Salka yells, Eridungolad Rills and Rikanash Thoros CA. Ghost Alpha yells, Happy New Year. Elios yells, indecipherable language. Signed Hate says, please take a shower. Asaray Porter says, Happy New Year Moonguard. Purity says, off to a good start. Worser isn't a word. Frella says, I don't see fireworks either. Galaran says, not on the hour for realm time yet. Elanova says, I just stubbed my toe, fuck 2025. Howligo says, oh woo. Thilberida yells, Happy New Year. Telvera yells, Merry New Year. Morgana says, how's the new year so far for everyone? Belly Growl yells, Happy Year of the New. Enyais yells, to ya negatives out there, smile ya losers. Kazuk yells, Yeeaea. Avrithal yells, Happy New Year CST. Smidgy says, can we go back to 1999? Rituximab says, Merry Christmas.
Kazrielgo seems to be sobering up.
Housecat yells, I hope for 2025 I am living instead of just surviving. Replicator yells, explosions. Thickioid says, Happy New Year. Prestispell says, the cheers just came through LOL. Prestispell says, it's a minute late. Pumpkinp says, still in 2024 for me LOL.
Endorion seems to be sobering up.
Purity says, where's my New Year's kiss, sad face. Saviani yells, Happy New Year's nerds. Be amazing and fantastic, have a savvy New Year. BOOP, love. Viper yells, Happy New Year. Brideup yells, Happy New Year. Dogbird says, does Ashran still count toward the Nemesis quests in your garrison? Lad Orion says, Happy New Year. Disarus says, tonight we gonna party like it's 1999. Quineve says, this year my dream is to put a fursuit on my dating profile. Edivany yells, Happy New Year friends. Raccoon Girl says, Priest Heal / DPS LF Guild. Happy New Year. Dash. Don Blossom says, Happy New Year. Rat Medicine says, kiss kiss. Ambress says, you can't have a New Year's kiss, you're pure.
Serenity seems to be sobering up.
Elanova boops St. Stephen's nose. Marla says, Metronomes. Get up here and show us how it's done. Domimi says, where are the fireworks? Rituximab says, first Star Wars movie came out closer to 2000 than it is right now.
Prospition seems to be sobering up.
Hisun yells, Happy New Year all. Black heart, black heart, black heart, black heart, black heart. Purity says, maybe I don't want to be anymore. Averyana is filled with happiness. Unboomer says, party like it's 199 means Bardiels and James, yuck. Prestispell says, they're coming out just very slow. Ambress says, oh fair enough. Kalisra yells, I will not be having a savvy New Year, thank you LOL. Spanner Crank says, still don't see them. Purity says,
It's
P.
still recharging.
Domimi says, Nerd yells, Happy New Year Moonguard. Ellen O'Laren says, Boomrod says, whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, keep going. Don T give up. Future you is counting on you, you only fail if you stop. Strength comes from struggle. Trust me. Keep going. Rituximab says, servers lagging. Velan Heal says, took a full 2 minutes to load Trade District. Zartan yells, Happy New Year all. Ilona says, first Star Wars movie came out when I was born. Domimi says, fuck you Blizzard. Oranto says, anyone know how to queue for a follower dungeon? Prestispell says, I saw a couple. Rituximab says, Lagwind. Dalenair yells, Happy New Year. May we all continue to endure and thrive. Unboomer says, Mountain Time Zone wasn't worth fireworks this year. Wenia says, I wish Santa for I and more. Pumpkinp says, they're waiting for the PST time for fireworks, laughing face. Purity says, LMAOO fuck you Blizzard right after the message above. Rathuna says, holy shit the server lag is insane RN. Trixman says, Guild, the King's Guard, PvP centered, drama-free environment open to new and experienced players. Always running BGS and Arena. Looking for people that want to be active in Discord. Nixii yells, Happy New Year, it's 5 PM for me LMAO. Glagy says, it's an activity finder, the follower dungeons. Kerrigan says, there they go. Cavero says, here they are. Purity says, I cackled. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Rat Medicine says, I love New Year's on here. Just a bunch of elves and gnomes and dogs getting down. Press Dispel says, there goes a bunch of them. Velan Heel says, whoa. Razgriz yells, Happy New Year's you filthy animals. Toncho says, follower dungeon is one of the drop-down options for dungeons. Quineve says, I'm scared of fireworks. Rurik yells, Happy New Year's to all.
Daphneadra seems to be sobering up.
Enyais says, ah dance party. Sealeratrix yells, whoa. Press Dispel says, the sound is late on me. Alieni says, there they go. Snowedin yells, Happy New Year, everybody. It's 5 PM for me too. Fiam Meta says, Blizzard let me change mogs. Crashol bursts into dance. Kalir yells, I love rotating around the sun, let's go, I am so proud of you Earth. Crashol says, amazing. Asare Porter says, and now for a word from our sponsors. Fitzkringle's Eggnog wow. With its smooth taste and 176 proof you'll be saying Visgring les wa. Kiandra yells, honestly a better show than going out to stand in the cold IRL. Twinkhoof says, my dogs hate fireworks. Toncho says, Group Finder Dungeon Finder type drop down, follower. Arsgold yells, Happy New Year's Moonguard. Spanner Crank says, there they go. Boric KTON yells, I got 2 hours left, Happy New Year's, / XDBM yells, I'm spreading the news. Kashuk yells, woo. Elander yells, actually it's orbiting the sun. Frostmourne yells, the earth is flat though. Crashol says, Happy New Year woo. Quineve says, ugh I could kill for some eggnog, sad face. Unboomer says, music should be hell's bells. Wallerton yells, good job Earth you did it again. Publication yells, Happy New Year's. Munger yells, thanks good madam. Vosivo says, I hope you all have a great new year. Gindolin says, Happy New Year's. Sursa yells, AEST gang. Malia says, Happy birthday Jesus. Elanova says, don't you dare remind me I have no eggnog. Marla says, alright people. Get your robot dances ready, because it's time to mechanize. Let's hear it for the mechanomes. Rituximab says, another rotation around the earth. Moon Twinkle says, outfit. Quineve says, sometimes I drink milk to cope with the fact I have no eggnog but it's not the same. Crashol bursts into dance. Frostmourne yells, the earth is a flat disc. Gemma Lee says, sparkles. Moondancer says, okay Moon Twinkle. Moon Twinkle says, stand in the gutter and swim with me. Elanova says, which gutter? Astera yells, Happy New Year's. Moondancer says, it's giving twink. Boric KTON yells, I got 2 hours left, Happy New Year's, / Sealeratrix yells, your brain is a flat disc. Quineve yells, the great Atuan is real. Finchholm yells, Happy Halloween. Snowedin yells, AEDT/AEST peoples, love. Gemma Lee says, fly into the sparkles because no damage. Asare Porter says, extra Happy New Year's if you're a RET pally baby. Roxas says, okay, is anyone else lagging? Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Melirius yells, Happy New Year Moonguard, laughing face. Elanova yells, there are more AEST people? Sealeratrix says, we're all lagging. Crashol bursts into dance. Ilona says, what about a RET pally teenager? Quineve says, no lag I have 200 FPS. Vosivo says, you're on Moonguard King. Snowedin yells, AESTER here, love. Vosivo says, we all lag here. Howligos yells, Aruu. Unboomer says, I flied into the fireworks and now I can't see. Crashol bursts into dance. Smidgy says, cheers everybody. Galvinia yells, yay for AEST. We're from the future. Fiam Meta says, frame rate at 18 send help. Sursa yells, they have no Aussie RP servers Sag. Thickeoid says, Happy New Year's everyone, love. Fern says, cheers Smidge. Divinigos cheers at Arsgold. Dragon Fabio says, guild, league friendly active AOTC PvE/M+/RP guild that is looking for more active players. Raid, Tuesday 7 CST/Set 7:30 CST. New or vet players alike. PST for more, laughing face. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Thickeoid says, cheers. Divinigos cheers at Arsgold. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Echo Zero yells, Happy New Year everyone. Smidgy says, cheers, just took a shot woo. Gemma Lee says, my bubbles my bubbles. Malia says, LF large Sosla guild. Ellen O'Laren says, I took a ton. Diana Shara yells, wow, SW really spared no expense on these fireworks. Great show. Ellen O'Laren says, gonna post to Reddit. Snowedden yells, it's okay, if anyone needs an AEST bestie or Elven wife HMU hahaha, love. Ilona says, I'm floating around 8 FPS myself. All I can say is it's Blizzard and we're all in misery. Rituximab says, post a spicy take. Brymeow yells, you're all hot. Unboomer says, someday these photos will be valuable. Thickyoid says, post in the /wow section. Frostmourne yells, MG you give hope to the hopeless. Hogra says, well, you made it another year. I'm proud of you. Give yourself a pat on the back and have a smile. You did it. Fern says, okay. Snowbunny says, bouncing between 25 to 40. Fern says, L. Kyrina is playing a song. Gerwolf yells, bark 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 bark.
I can't
Vixen
use that
seems a little
item
tipsy
yet.
from the filled festive mug.
Galvinia yells, I'll be AEST besties. Prestispell says, I had 47 FPS in the where all the action was. Zanesta says, I can't get it to work lol. Mean says, anyone else bricked up looking at the fireworks? Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light-forged Drania will still light up the stage. Snowedden yells, yes please I need AEST besties. Versala yells, yai. Dragon Fabio says, LFLW. Thickyoid says, fireworks bricks.
Vixen seems to be sobering up. Antimoria seems to be sobering up.
Asaray Porter says, the Court of Lions wishes everyone a wonderful new year, smiley face. Elanova yells, I will find every AEST person and hug them, that is my New Year's resolution. Smidgy says, are you guys partying in the in Stormwind lol?
Hornswog seems a little tipsy from the Aurora Borealis.
VM Meta says, yes. Kashuk yells, Happy New Year. VM Meta yells, I love Moonguard. Sploits bursts into dance. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Rat Medicine yells, yai. Happy New Year again. Ilona says, I'm outside the in the trade district. Enyais yells, best server. Aesgarin yells, thanks for making the new year a spectacle everyone on MG, love, first New Year's on WoW since the first year I started in 2005.
Zedri looks tipsy.
Ilona says, whopping 9 FPS now.
Zedri is getting drunk off of jug of Badlands bourbon.
Florpy says, any active PvP guilds recruiting? Agu yells, Happy New Year.
Lightia seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Boric KTON yells, survived another year, spite the world and last for another one. Adariel says, guild, honor thy fallen RP, PvE, PvP guild looking for new members. We are a growing community and welcome all to our ranks. We host several weekly guild events in RPLY focus on individual storylines while being a force for the greater good of Azeroth. Elanova says, Buletin. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done.
Tinklebell is getting drunk off of Synthebrew goggles.
Pinkheart casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Pink Heart rolls 1, 1 to 6.
Polyf says, brew or DK. Ellen O'Laren says, DK.
Hornswog seems to be sobering up.
Hellwheel says, both. Dragon Fabio says, guild, league-friendly active AOTC PvE/M+/RP guild that is looking for more active players. Raid, Tuesday 7 CST/Set 7:30 CST. New or vet players alike. PST for more, laughing face. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Muse Mellow says, Happy New Year's. Ilona says, don't drink in Donkey Kong.
Judson seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Polyf says, I'm normally a healer so tanking is new to me. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Orrery says, Brewmaster is terrible, go blood. Unboomer says, pause the fireworks bio break BRB. Moontwinkle says, my dog eats seaweed guys lol. Prestispell says, BRM is pretty alright imo. Orrery says, it's not lol. Kashuk yells, FIRE. Prestispell says, I've been doing alright with it. Smidgy yells, Kildark says, I eat seaweed but it's because I'm Japanese. Glorioso says, is the Sentinel Tmog usually this buggy? I keep choosing GRN/gold option but Tmog's it to silver lol.
Peach emoji seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Irvs yells, UWU. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Dracther in the house. Fire it up. Brymeow yells, this celebration would be better if Fyric and Denathrius were next to me.
Villain heel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Orrery says, the difference between every other tank and BM is absolutely insane. So much work to play the weakest tank spec by far. Raccoon Girl says, Holy/Shadow Priest LF Guild, PST. Dash.
Peach emoji seems to be sobering up. Villain heel seems to be sobering up. Judson seems to be sobering up. Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Granny Franny seems to be sobering up. Rat Medicine seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ulsixo yells, Happy New Year's my fellow gamers. Ririk yells, let's get some hype up in here.
Summercrest seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Ririk yells, let's see some New Year's hype in COT. Rat Medicine yells, Happy New Year party PPPPL. Redwave yells, Happy New Year. Everybody ride the red wave. Valaticus yells, Fireworks finale. Galit Helline yells, woo-oh-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Flan yells, it's going crazy. Ilona says, I stopped tanking many years ago when they changed it to make it more active. Kyrenia yells, woo.
Rat Medicine seems to be sobering up.
Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Not looking for a GF, just a friend.
Stormwind seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ulsixo yells, Happy New Year's my fellow gamers. Saviani yells, Happy New Year's Moonguard.
Summercrest seems to be sobering up.
Press Dispel says, I dunno BRM is pretty easy. Sojo yells, New Happy Year. Vosivos yells, Yay we. Boric KTON yells, Where's Cotton Eye Joe? Smidgy yells, Happy New Year's. Rat Medicine yells, Cheers guys. Ilona says, but I've gotten to where I hate PPL and just don't do dungeons anymore. Fusar yells, Yee. Richin yells, Happy New Year's. Vosivos yells, Yippee. Vastras says, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Not looking for a GF, just a friend. Dabedu yells, Happy New Year MG. Junk Blast says, really? I found BRM to be the more busy of the tanks. Orrery says, that's objectively not true lol. Behoney says, check Orrery's IO and that's all you need to know. Thickyoid yells, Happy New Year's everyone. Flan says, lag.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Peach Moji yells, cheers. Versala yells, my New Year's resolution is to fight 100 billion Murlocs. Mirather yells, Happy New Year's. Flan yells, Happy New Year's.
Peach emoji seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Edivany says, my husband was learning to tank and we were in a group and he got kicked. Then when I asked why because I was teaching him they kicked me, too. Maurice yells, Happy New Year. Volta Air says, I think we got an encore P. Howligos yells, Happy New Year's. Versala yells, JK. Barry Warrior yells, Happy New Year's. Bliss gift to you is making Theater of Pain harder for no reason. Hope you like misery. Milyamixai says, Imma buy a femboy lap dance in Goldshire at midnight.
It's still
Edivany says,
recharging.
can't make that shit up. I got so sick of dungeons because of the people.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Press Dispel says, I think BRM is easy. I don't understand what's supposed to be hard of it.
Peach emoji seems to be sobering up.
Peterbilt says, Worgens do it doggy style. Astera yells, for this new year. Ill smoke less herbalism. Eleanor yells, a woo woo woo.
Galatheline seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Smidgy yells, why are you in your underwar lol? Vastras says, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything. Not looking for a GF, just a friend. Toncho says, make a group from trade. Unboomer says, I got sick of PPL because of the dungeons. Boric KTON yells, bring IT, I fucking loved Feather of Pain /. Orrery says, BM works fine, it's just objectively not worth it compared to how much you get out of playing Prot Warrior and pressing shield block. Edivany says. Funkhauser says, nobody is dancing as hard and as fast as I am. Braylandra cheers at Nymerus. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS video of Moonguard server on World of Warcraft. New Year's, Eve almost 2025. Toncho says, or your guild/community and then you control who gets kicked.
Savieni seems a little tipsy from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Funkhauser says, I'm cutting a rug right now. Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Ilona says, good tank and healer combo is around 80% of the way for a successful run. Barry Warrior yells, yeah, the thing to do when M and participation is dropping my record numbers is to make it more unbearable for tank players. Smart move.
Mulhane seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Dicollet seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Thesukashau yells, jump. Press Dispel says, you just press Celestial Brew and Purifying Brew when you're max stagger. Vastras says, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Ulsixo yells, Happy New Year's my fellow gamers of Azeroth.
Stormwind is getting drunk off a filled festive mug. Soja seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Thesukashau yells, more. Edivany says, that's why he was practicing, to be good. Kiandra yells, Jamo. Fallen Rain yells, Happy New Year. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Maritza says, Happy New Year guys. Orrery says, that's wrong LMAO.
Zetery looks tipsy. Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thesukashau yells, more. Kazuk says, oh Marta Weller, never change girl. You here to find something special for someone or you a bitch. Verdantina dances with Daphne funky beats.
Atomic Hub seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Hot Foriog yells, let's get FKI and drunk. Kiandra yells, jumpy jumpy.
Ilinaya seems a little tipsy from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Boric KTON yells, who's heading into the new year plastered/baked. Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Rat Medicine yells, woohoo, love.
Rat Medicine seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Peterbilt yells, I'm already drunk. Press Dispel says, where else are you gonna use Purifying Brew? Are you wasting it in green? Blingtron 4000 says, goodbye nearby living beings. My unique presence is requested in another dimension.
Ilinaya is getting drunk off of jug of Badlands bourbon.
Kazuk yells, way ahead, Haas. Happy 25, laughing face. Junk Blast says, the actual rotation priority is about 13 abilities though, which is a bit much to think of while tanking IMO.
Hornswog seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Smidgy yells, let's take a shot, cheers. Hipioid yells, hell yeah brother, I am getting there. Toncho says, on call down baby. Orrery says, you're not supposed to sit on stacks. Quineve says, I love all the dungeons except Mists of Tyrnisith. Azdel says, I have lockboxes to sell. Toncho says, every single time. Hot Foriog yells, calling my ex and telling her I still love her, let's go. Edivany yells, PLS don't. Alieni yells, don't do it. Thickeoid yells, rip. Unboomer says, how does one brew beer in the middle of a fight? Darthau yells, LOL do it. Thesukashau yells, time to die. Earths yells, new year new mistakes. Neener says, Mists is the easiest one, is that why you hate it? Smidgy yells, F. Rurik yells, don't do it. Peterbilt yells, fuck yeah bro, get that hoe. Smidgy yells, F.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Arscold yells, don't do it. Toncho says, one brews tea, not beer. Ulsixo yells, Happy New Year's my fellow gamers of Azeroth. Elanova yells, if you start the year bad, it can't get worse. Junk Blast says, it probably my favorite tank though for sure.
Zartan looks tipsy.
Thickeoid yells, what's her number? Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread.
Soja seems to be sobering up.
Rick yells, get her out your mind, new year new you. Peterbilt yells, tell her you want her panty sweat. Rat Medicine yells, woo-woo. Carrie boops Elenova's nose. Quineve says, I hate missed caller because I have to use my brain. Marla says, it's time for the dwarves to show us how they party. Kazuk yells, yeah buddy, throttle back, you okay? Redwave yells, what toy makes ya huge like that? Thasugashow yells, now time to die. Rick yells, fuck em. Boric KTON yells, to all of y'all going to the gym tomorrow, commit, I fucking dare ye. Iron Logan yells, Darnishion tall DAL low OSA mush OSA do norsal low OSA on no.
Vosivos looks tipsy.
Press Dispel says, I mean once you start getting into some higher keys you go to yellow red on every big hit mechanic. Arscold yells, let them rot. Don't do ITT. Darth Owl yells, get ER back. L6O yells, who wants money to start a gambling addiction this year? Evany yells, the gym. Boric KTON yells, New Year dare, hit the gym Dale. Press Dispel says, and you will definitely fall over dead if or wasting purifying brew on green staggers. Crusader says, Happy New Year everyone. To my food service brothers and sisters, here's to no tax on tips. To the other workers, no tax on overtime. Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend.
Jagan seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Casino Gerald seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Rick yells, you're better without them.
I can't use
Quineve
that
says,
item yet.
any dungeon where I am required to think for a boss I hate, sorry. Kazuk yells, oh hey det. You be here in 25, love you. Evany yells, what if I hit the Pam instead of the gym? Iron Logan yells, I don't do it, you feckin' numbnuts, you live on and live free, dick around more. Redwave yells, what toy makes you huge like that? Smidgy yells, Crash all yells, Happy New Year folks. Boric KTON yells, already have one woo.
Stormwind is completely smashed from the filled festive mug. Ilinaya looks tipsy.
Peterbilt yells, me and the whole neighborhood gonna fuck her this time. At this me time. Sploits yells, who's every playing music, thank you for doing the needful. Decalte smiles at Jigen.
Rat Medicine is getting drunk off of jug of Badlands bourbon.
Jigen smiles at Decalte. Carrie says, I'm sideways. Loki cheers for the alliance. Marla says, Cull Tirans. Drop those anchors, then drop it like it's hot. Junk Fist says, though it could just be my keybinds lol. Thickeoid says, everyone come to SW offer dance party.
Zedri is getting drunk off of jug of Badlands bourbon.
Thasugashow says, can somebody res the dead dude at the entrance to Stormwind, me. Snowbunny says, I'd rather do Mist Caller 100 times than do the last boss of Dark Flame Cleft one time. Quineve says, best dungeons are Stone Vault and Necrotic Wakes.
Ilinaya is getting drunk off of jug of Badlands bourbon.
Enyais yells, NP. Rat Medicine yells, Happy New Year. Heek. Elenova dances with belly growl. Eleanor Laren says, alright, what was this about a Silvermoon raid? Kutsek says, what time does the trade post change everything? Is it midnight local or server?
Spoon Cuddles looks tipsy. Zedri is completely smashed from the jug of Badlands bourbon. Rat Medicine looks tipsy. Rat Medicine is getting drunk off of jug of Badlands bourbon.
Rick yells, patch notes for 2025, New World drops IRL, brand new transmogs. NERF to the dollar. Tianyi says, if anyone got some spare handful of snowflakes, I need some for my Let It Snow achievement, I'm desperate.
Coconut Cream seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Funkhauser says, hey gnome lady. Carrie says, parasol and running wild and supply crate, torch.
Zedri looks drunk.
Smidgy yells, who's gonna open a club with player housing, this should be a regular thing. Kerrigan yells, don't forget to get your gotta punt all hidden achievement. Adis Brahm says, less than 100 of us, and over 1,000 orcs. Only a handful of us managed to walk away from that one. Funkhauser says, Puka. Wang waves at Pukam Hira.
Casino Gerald seems to be sobering up. Jagan seems to be sobering up. Shade Stitch seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Rat Medicine yells, real. Funkhauser says, here is my friend Wing Wing. Marla says, alright people. Get your robot dances ready, because it's time to mechanize. Let's hear it for the metronomes.
Gerhardt seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Unboomer says, we need an encouragement class where they just stand back and say you guys are doing great, good job. Arscold yells, I got the club this Friday in SAT.
Galathi line seems to be sobering up.
Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend.
Villain heel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Wing Wang says, do you come here often? Press Dispel says, or is your most progressed tune Chafi? Boric KTON yells, free plug. Funkhauser says, Puka say hi to my gnome friend Wing Wing.
Shade Stitch seems to be sobering up.
Cake Mage says, Guz, it says reset in 9 hours. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Elanova says, I've never seen such a spin rate from a Worgen.
Kazuk seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Kadarazan seems a little tipsy from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Kutsek says, ah okay, thank you. Pukam Hura says, hey. Rurik yells, hello YouTube and Twitch.
Villain heel seems to be sobering up.
Elanova says, Beyblade level. Quineve says, I'm Grimbattle's #1 defender.
Peterbilt is getting drunk off of Anchor Drop.
Carrie says, Speen. Press Dispel says, I love GB.
Peterbilt looks tipsy.
Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Listen Pierce says, if we reverse the essence flows perhaps we can alter the polarity. Smidgy yells, somebody pour me a drink.
Villain heel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Suzanne says, I think not, I don't need to be blown up again. Rurik yells, let's get some hype in chat y'all, let's go.
Vosivo seems to be sobering up.
Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Janie and Chip says, wow, all of this for a love potion. Hope he's worth it. Rat Medicine yells, woohoo.
Zedri is completely smashed from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Peterbilt yells, a woo. Heek. Arscold yells, hello Rurik, I love you, happy new year. Snow Squall yells, hello YT and Twitch as well. I hope y'all here having a good night. Orrery says, what are you guys stalking me for LMAO? Quineve says, it quite people done like it in SV, they are the best. Ulsixo yells, Stormwind, I need to announce that Rurik is a druid, not AV. Quineve says, don't asterisk. Rurik yells, love you too Rose, happy new year. Revine yells, a woo. Enyais says, you tell your guild happy new year, no one says a thing. Someone else does, they get all the responses. You bother staying?
Villain heel seems to be sobering up.
Snow Squall yells, even, happy new year's y'all. Press Dispel says, you're talking on tanking like you're an authority, so prepare to be G-checked.
Villain heel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Stormwind City Guard says, monster. Rurik yells, can confirm not a vampire. Renato Galina says, you disgust me. Stephanie Turner throws a rotten banana at Korathai. Melris Maligan throws a rotten banana at Korathai. Stormwind City Guard says, you disgust me. Edna Mulby says, monster. Stormwind City Patroller says, my family was wiped out by the scourge. Monster. Stormwind City Guard spits on Korathai. Vastras yells, LF female player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a Friday. Stormwind yells, happy new year. Heek. Iron Logan yells, let feckin' go new year NEEW feckery to spread at. Stormwind City Guard says, get a rope. Unboomer says, I would hatch a scheme to raid the guild vault before leaving.
It's not
Sploits
ready
yells,
yet.
anyone got that flower? Pass it my way. Smidgy yells, tie kind sir.
Illini looks tipsy.
Ulsixo yells, Okay guys, Rick might be a vampire. Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong.
Lalan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Smidgy seems a little tipsy from the jug of Badlands bourbon. Kazrielgo seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew.
Rat Medicine yells, woohoo 3. Peterbilt yells, total to vampire / heek. Rick yells, Ocarus shut up, I am so not one. Parnos yells, no he is not lol. Quineve says, depends how good the guild is when raiding. Mardigan says, I made some delicious jungle juice, y'all. Pineapple juice, cream of coconut, chopped up strawberries, and a shit ton of clear Bacardi rum.
Rat Medicine looks tipsy.
Orrery says, nobody thinks BM is a good spec right now. Neener says, I do. Mardigan says, I'm a little toasted at the moment. Shit is delish. Lanaber yells, Parnos hush. Moonchild yells, we know it's not just a phase Rick, don't worry.
Hornswogg seems to be sobering up.
Electra yells, that's what a vampire would say. Rick yells, let's bring the New Year's in the right way, get some drinks going and get the good vibes flowing.
Zedary looks drunk.
Ilona says, yeah but it gets supercharged with Taco Bell. Prestispell says, could use some work for sure. It's not in the gutter like people seem to imply or think it is though. Marla says, alright people. Get your robot dances ready, because it's time to mechanize. Let's hear it for the metronome. Jeff Dagnome yells, may the shit I flushed down the toilet at 11:59 p.m. fuel my power for 2025. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Raccoon Girl says, LF Raiding Guild, H/Shadow Priest LF Guild. PST. Dash. L60 yells, Rick is the best druid on Mungard. Quineve says, what do y'all think of Feral Druid? Zinderia says, BM Hunter is S tier for PvP.
Villain Heel seems to be sobering up.
Mardigan says, Taco Bell sounds freaking awesome right about now.
Kazuk seems to be sobering up.
Orrery says, people in trade trying to find my address because I said other tanks are better than Brewmaster lol. Fern says, that is the truth. Neener says, I see more BM hunters in dungeons than MM hunters and BM is really good in PvP. Rick yells, I love this realm. Sojo yells, you all are lit, Happy New Year's. Arscold yells, Rick Crimson Dawn, our hero. Unboomer says, Happy Jesus birthday everyone. Rick yells, you're all amazing.
Kadarazan seems to be sobering up.
Vithrine says, Prot Paladin is 10 million% better than Brewmaster. Fern says, honestly any fast food would smack Rigth about now. L60 yells, Rick the goat. Namela yells, we love you Rick. Love. Neener says, Orrery sounds like she hates it cause she pulls stuff with her ass. Kazuk yells, lit's a good word. Zinderia says, Prot Pally is S tier for M+. Melrina says, Happy New Year for those who are 12 hours late on time zone. Pinkheart thanks Roller. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Leonaz yells, where'd Christmas go? Funkhauser warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. L60 yells, everyone say we love you Rick, he deserve it, I promise.
Zartan seems to be sobering up.
Leonaz yells, why is it gone? Iron Logan yells, happy feckin' New Year ya magical beautiful bastard.
Diano seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Raccoon Girl says, 2500 with DK is easy, you guys are stupid Roflo. Mommy Magic says, Happy New Year everyone Blackheart.
Bailiff seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Proctor yells, Rick for 2025. Eloquent yells, Lily. Rat Medicine yells, Happy New Year. Andromedos yells, who the hell is Rick?
Zedary is completely smashed from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Sojo yells, we love you Rick. Zinderia says, H Pally is S tier for Arena and RET is S tier for RBGS. Marie Ivers says, Happy cold beer every 0 NE. Eloquent yells, Lily. L60 yells, Rick is the best druid, not a vampire, on Moonguard. Rick yells, I wanna see you on your betest behavior. Arscold yells, vote Rick 2025. Peterbilt yells, Rick is a vampire. Rat Medicine yells, anyone want an IPA, heek. Braylandra cheers at Nymerus. Kazuk says, whiskey for the nightcappers out there. L60 yells, everyone say we love you Rick. He has worked so hard. Raccoon Girl says, everyone drink Kraken. Happy New Year. Love. Eloquent yells, Lily. Enyai says, I can't hear you over death strike, death strike, death strike, death strike, death strike. Oh shit, I forgot a death strike. Rurik yells, the man, the myth, the legend. Rat Medicine yells, Rurik died for our shins. Proctor yells, Rurik is Santa. Arsgold yells, Tomes.
Unicorna seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Enyai says, I love my spooky nights, love. Electra yells, we love you Vampire Rurik. Ilona says, I remember when Holy was the DPS spec for Pally's, Shakadin. Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania. Eloquent yells, WTF is Lily.
Kazrielgo seems to be sobering up.
Boric KTON yells, we promise not to snitch if you suck blood.
Telvera seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Unboomer says, does anyone have any New Year's revolutions? Raccoon Girl says, yep, was fun.
Kiligosa seems to be sobering up.
Rurik yells, I do not. Raccoon Girl says, so was S3 Legion. Junk Blast says, I love my WW Monk but survival is my absolute favorite spec in this game, love. L60 yells, we love you Rurik. Peterbilt says, I'm way too fucking drunk for this height now. L60 yells, we love you Rurik. Zendaria says, remember when Palace had to steal cloth gear from Clot Highs? L60 yells, we love you Rurik. Rurik yells, I love all of you. Ilona says, doesn't matter. I'm giving them up for Lent anyway.
Baelith seems to be sobering up. Telvera seems to be sobering up.
Enyai says, y'all play what's fun, unless you're a top player who TF cares?
Lalan seems to be sobering up.
Eloquent yells, he is undead not Vamop get the question over IT.
Hornswog seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Rat Medicine yells, woohoo. Ilona says, yep, I remember. Rurik yells, this realm is home like no other ever has been. Raccoon Girl says, plus 21 seat bitches you Legion pussies can't touch me.
Zedari looks drunk.
Mariah yells, we are live on TikTok at Toxic Girls Gunwo. Hogra says, Kem we get thid funchten before my ambient hits? Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS more Moonguard butts getting posted, New Year's Eve 2024 YouTube at 420 MMOS. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Marla says, made of stone, but they can move like lightning. Let's go,
Still
Earthen.
recharging.
Marie Ivers says, I give up work meetings for Lent.
Raphael seems a little tipsy from the Cull Tyrant Triple.
Lucia bursts into dance. Eloquent yells, Lily. Press Dispel says, yeah that's the point lol no one here is playing at content levels where spec pick makes a difference. L60 yells, we love you Rurik. L60 yells, we love you Rurik.
Unicorna seems to be sobering up.
Wisnich dances with Petro Tenor. Fenrari says, even the hunter pets are dancing. Wild. Chwet Cupcake says, call to arms. Join /world defense n/war mode on n/pvp on with Moonguard's number 1 PMC guild, eGirl for rent, tune into 420 AM Cake Trade Chat Radio. PST for MOAR info. You cheer for the Alliance.
You are now busy, howdy. I'm live on Twitch. https://twitch.tv/j80nburn.
Sorozong says, Happy New Year y'all. Chwet Cupcake says, Jade and Burn and live Twitch and YT listen to my new album in any music app, smiley face, guild, eGirl for rent. Enyai says, flexing AMN score like it means something, instead of having fun. Impressive. Namela yells, we love you Rurik. Love. Raccoon Girl says, everyone sucks. Invite me to your cutie pie guild heal and dumpster your healing roster, love.
Gammo seems a little tipsy from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Balgrike yells, none may challenge the Brotherhood. L60 yells, we love you Rurik, we love you Rurik, we love you Rurik. Quineve says, silence. Curse of the Satyr haunt agony wither unstable affliction malevolence vile taint soul rot summon dark glare malefic rapture drain soul. Boric KTON yells, Ayo who's moanin'. Elanova sets out a toy train set. Press Dispel says, and is fun though.
It's water looks tipsy.
Realist says, yo. Snowbunny says, is aw down? Keep getting no items found. Leonaz yells, this Rurik is a pretty big guy. Raccoon Girl says, MN sucks this season. Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Proctor yells, Rurik blazing. Zarkin says, from one guard to the next, we of the guild, Moonguard wish all of you on Moonguard, Wormrest Accord, and all other cross-realm allies a happy new year. May this year be fortuitous and great for each of you. Irv says, "Ya cuz party." Shazanril yells, "Love you Rurik. You my bestie." Junk Blast says, laughs in Wildfire Bomb. Ilona says, "It's probably server lag." Ilavan says, "Press is correct. It's a small area that spec really matters. Most of the talk is just metaphor wars, with almost all content doable by every spec."
Diano seems to be sobering up.
Enyai says, "Nah, this is my first M+, fucking love this." Ulsixo yells, "We love you Rurik." Kayeha says, "You guys actually play M+. Mommy Magic says, "It's weird. I've made it the farthest I ever have in MN this season, but it is really rough." Augmentingren says, "MFW PPL are proud of their achievements." Rurik yells, "Ah." Raccoon Girl says, "Fuck Tyrannicide. I hate it when pugs can't do everything for me and I have to give a shit/carry the stupid mechanic of the month." Mommy Magic says, "I still prefer this to BFA Mythics though." Dovistraz says, "The Knights of Duskfall, we are a newly formed guild dedicated to protecting those across Azeroth. If you wish to join we would be happy to have you." Rurik yells, "You all are amazing."
Villainheal seems a little tipsy from the Greed Father's Winter Ale.
Elmvis says, "I am having a baby girl in 1 week." Quineve says, "MN is only bad if warlocks get nerfed, otherwise it's great."
Villainheal is getting drunk off of Greed Father's Winter Ale. Villainheal is completely smashed from the Greed Father's Winter Ale.
Elanova says, "Congrats." Proctor yells, "Rurik is Himothy." Ulsixo yells, "Rurik is my favorite druid of all time." Enyai says, "Compared to rating, God MN has been a blast. It's Thwatter dances with murder middens." Peterbilt says, "Yo, congrats."
Brilton seems a little tipsy from the glass of Peak Dalaran Red.
Elmvis says, "Thank you." Enyai says, "Wish I did it years ago." Unboomer says, "Happy birthday Jesus." Ulsixo yells, "He is the goat. All praise Rurik." Eloquent yells, "The host doesn't like snow cones." Peterbilt says, "Raise that kid right." Raccoon Girl says, "MN sucks this season." Ulsixo yells, "We love you Rurik." Marla says, "Feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon." Press Dispel says, "I think some folks got too comfortable in Flight S3 where it was just laughably easy lol." Junk Blast says, "Oh gods it's laggy today." Rat Medicine yells, "Rurik good tidings. Heek." Eloquent yells, "Purge the pallies." Raccoon Girl says, "Last season was fun at high levels." Balgrike yells, "Lap dogs, all of you." Rurik yells, "NELF love let's get IT." Quineve says, "I only did MN during S1 of DF and I was booty butt cheeks ass."
Bailiff seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Peterbilt seems to be sobering up.
Press Dispel says, "If you played high level last season why are you struggling this season?" Sploits yells, "Woo." Peterbilt yells, "Rurik touched my no-no square." Raccoon Girl says, "Sucks not being able to carry morons through a +16.
Zedri is completely smashed from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Valsarius waves at Wilsaf Clightbringer.
Furiosa looks tipsy. Bailiff seems to be sobering up.
Raccoon Girl says, "Friends are hard to make for autismos like me/FLES." Enyai says, "Please if I can learn DK y'all can lean anything. Find the fun, then you find the fun." Vosivos yells, "Moonguard is peak." Ulsixo yells, "We love you Rurik."
Irvs looks tipsy.
Wisnich says, "The rhythm of the night." Proctor yells, "This elevator is my no-no square." Raccoon Girl says, *flex. Villainheal yells, "Moonguard forever." Marla says, "Folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthur."
Raphael seems to be sobering up.
Mindy winks slyly at Moonchild. Ulsixo yells, "All hail Rurik. Best druid of 2024. Peterbilt yells, "MG been good to me since I came here. Love." Ulsixo yells, "All hail Rurik. Best druid of 2024. Eloquent yells, "Where is this Rurik I have bone to pick?" Ulsixo yells, "All hail Rurik. Best druid of 2024.
Brilton seems to be sobering up.
Kazuk yells, "Happy 25 milligrams." Proctor yells, "Moonguard represent." Isidore yells, "Stream sniping toxic girls."
Villainheal looks drunk.
It's Thwatter yells, "I used the overtuned corgi goggles, it's a room full of corgis." Quineve says, "I'm almost at 2k then I can sleep until S2. Osira says, where the fireworks vendor? Boric KTON yells, accusations. Junk Blast says, survival is B. Elanova says, Rurik is 3/10. Eloquent yells, touch me. Windrail hugs Arscold. Press Dispel says, 2K is easy, it's like all 6++. Daryl says, and is great this season. Jana warbles on their Seafarer's slide whistle.
I can't use that.
Driesel
item
seems a
yet.
little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Gammo seems to be sobering up.
Windrail loves Arscold. Raccoon Girl says, this season is shit. Ulsixo yells, Tomes where are you, I will touch you. Milky Wilkie says, I agree. Zarkin says, from one guard to the next, we of the guild, Moonguard wish all those on Moonguard, its allies on Wormrest Accord, and all cross-realm friends a happy new year. May all your endeavors this year be fortuitous and great. Raccoon Girl says, bring back S3 and S4 Legion. Panzer flexes at Casino Gerald. Oh, who's so strong? Elanova boops Eloquence nose. Milky Wilkie says, this season goes hard.
Its water seems to be sobering up.
Proctor yells, shun the non-believers shun. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Rurik yells, I am adorable. Daryl says, Raccoon Girl your opinion is bad. Telvera says, man, all the other servers are boring compared to Moonguard right now. Thicorida Stormridge dances with Casino Gerald. Kazuk yells, I'm calling HR. Quineve says, yeah I need to get 6+4 mists in a rack, then some 7s.
Stormwind looks tipsy. Furiosa seems to be sobering up.
Peterbilt says, SKOL. Iron Logan yells, life is good and life is well, let go another feckin' year to go baby. Raccoon Girl says, I wanted to do the fucking B dungeon. Daryl you can't even spell the drug you're named after, be quiet.
Baron Demon seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Magnus blows Kaelora a kiss. Junk Blast says, yeah I can't play on other servers, chats are so quiet. Boric KTON yells, HR is on break. Thicorida Stormridge smiles at Roller. Rat Medicine yells, anyone from Ontario?
Irv seems to be sobering up.
Kaelora blows Magnus a kiss. Spiskorky says, MG best server, confirmed. Ulsixo yells, all hail Rurik. Best druid of 2024.
Taylorla seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ulsixo yells, all hail Rurik. Best druid of 2024. Kazuk yells, yay. Ulsixo yells, all hail Rurik. Best druid of 2024.
Hornswog seems to be sobering up.
Destroyall says, well Raccoon Girl is a street cat. Junk Blast says, I came here from Ed after war mode killed PvP. Peterbilt yells, Michigan. Close enough. Raccoon Girl says, yeah I fucked your mom, true facts. Unboomer says, raccoons are rodents. Milky Wilkie says, you wanted to do the B dungeon so that makes this season shit?
Driesel seems to be sobering up. Hornswog seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Panzer loves Stormwind. Sploits yells, Rurik, you are a beautiful creature. Thank you for playing the music. Florpy says, any PvP guilds recruiting Resto Shami? Proctor yells, let's go to Candy Mountain Charlie. Daryl says, who needs to spell when I can blast in dungeons?
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Baron Demon seems to be sobering up.
Quineve says, 7 for Cot, Dark, and GB, then hopefully I will be 2K. Rat Medicine yells, yo Michigan Stan. Junk Blast says, and y'all degenerates won my cold dead mechanical heart. Pepperjack says, goated. Grunch. Raccoon Girl says, yeah honestly. The B dungeon looks so fun Roflo. Spiskorky says, it Blizz likes the cussing. Kinbrin says, nah keys this season are kinda ass NGL. Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing, whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Quineve says, Dawnbreaker asterisk not dark. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drac Thur. Destroyall says, Raccoon Girl sounds like a dude 100%. Sploits yells, if I see you in public, I'll make sure to shake your hand. And buy you a damn drink. Velanheal yells, Rurik a beast, heek. Proctor yells, Candy Mountain a Ian. Spiskorky says, pretty sure they don't. Peterbilt yells, Mitten Life. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Ulzixo yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024.
Zedri looks drunk. Hornswogg seems to be sobering up.
Ulzixo yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024. Raccoon Girl says, destroy all you think everyone sounds like a dude. Ulzixo yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024. Isidore yells, toxic girls change your music in your TikTok stream.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Rat Medicine yells, let fucking go. Elanova yells, I challenge Rick.
Jura seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Thyrina seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Milky Wilkie says, B Dungeon is going to be harder than GB this season. Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Unboomer says, I heard a giant drum in SW, I'm scared. Raccoon Girl says, gay. Proctor yells, Pepsi is better than Coke.
Taylorla seems to be sobering up.
Lanabear yells, Coke tastes better. Raccoon Girl says, B Dungeon, all current dungeons you guys are soft. Peterbilt yells, what RHWY fuck does a fab mean? Spaskorky says, that was a bell Unboomer. And it told for you. Press Dispel says, I think the dungeons are pretty alright. Stone Vault, GB, and Caught just have points that are pug breakers.
Thyrina seems to be sobering up.
Quineve says, I'm not tank/heal, why is GB considered hard? Unboomer says, oh no. Ulzixo yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024. Ulzixo yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024. Velanheal yells, tap water. Ulzixo yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024. Raccoon Girl says, SOFT. Jav Pavlov says, grim butthole. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Spaskorky says, basically it wanted to wish a happy new year. Elanova yells, assigned female at birth. Pepperjack says, it'll show you soft. Dalen says, GB is easy. Milky Wilkie says, I think B Dungeon looks dope, I'm just saying that it's going to be just as hard as anything this season. Aloverov Cats yells, surprised face. Peterbilt yells, awoo. Nethendra yells, LOL at Artie. Braylandra cheers at Nymeris. Elanova yells, awoo. Press Dispel says, GB isn't hard, it's just a PUG breaker because of the curse Dispel halfway through. Raccoon Girl says, no way B Dungeon looks like cancer but fun cancer. Like Seat of Triumvirate. Quineve says, oh. Iron Logan yells, get to enjoying the night y'all lovely GITS. Peterbilt yells, oh okay. Milky Wilkie says, alright that's gotta be bait.
Zedri is completely smashed from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Ulzixo
yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024. Quineve says, with the dragon boss? Ulzixo yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024.
Hornswogg seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Azah says, is there like a YouTuber on MG or something? Why is it so laggy and why are people yelling? Ulzixo yells, Happy New Year's Moonguard. Raccoon Girl says, LOL have fun with manta rays in the floor LOL. Murder Mitten says, who goes there? Eloquent yells, can't buy Mog. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light forged Drania will still light up the stage. Press Dispel says, right before the dragon boss, and during, but after the second boss. Ambress says, I need to go to bed but one of my New Year resolutions is to receive a hug from a stranger, anyone willing?
Hornswogg seems to be sobering up.
Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Velanheal needs a hug. Rolsaf Clightbringer hugs Ambress.
Pawfection seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Belen Arus bursts into dance. Adaryl says, GB is easy when you're farming SIXS. Unboomer says, I am barely getting 150 FPS, WTH is going on.
Tubarak seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Relay is getting drunk off of Synthebra goggles.
Raccoon Girl says, imagine starting to play WoW in 2020 and being shit at the game, and thinking B Dungeon isn't the hottest shit out there. Thicoridus Stormridge loves Casino Gerald.
Relay seems to be sobering up.
Velan Heal hugs Ambress.
Imara seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Quineve says, I need to get 7+ GB. Press Dispel says, that section has 3-4 packs that throw a heal absorb curse on random targets. Tianyi says, any normal Drania priests out there? Need one for Let It Snow. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Ambress says, I'm over in the cool kids corner. Ulsixo yells, Happy New Year's Moonguard. Ulsixo yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024.
Perfection seems to be sobering up.
Milky Wilkie says, do it on higher than a 10 and tell me if it's still easy.
Hornswogg seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, alright people. Get your robot dances ready, because it's time to mechanize. Let's hear it for the metronome. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale.
Imara seems to be sobering up.
Rick yells, you are all amazing. Daryl says, press Dispel, I am begging you to do GB on a 12 and report back. Sploids hugs tightly and picks up into the air. Press Dispel says, and if you don't have Curse Dispel you have to heal through it or immune it off and basically the absorb is 5M. Carolina says, fire, explosives and I have a complicated relationship. Sploids says, there you go. Pepperjack says, I ran at level 100 it was simple for me.
Zedary looks drunk.
Bailiff blinks at Carrie. Ebonberry Wormristicord cheers at Naden Todd.
Rat Medicine seems to be sobering up.
Tovarak warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle.
Hornswogg seems to be sobering up. Tovarak is getting drunk off of mulled Alterac brandy.
Carrie boops Bailiff's nose.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Bailiff laughs at Carrie. Carolina says, I like them for as long as I can repress the post-traumatic stress response. Quineve says, damn Pepper 100. Bailiff boops Carrie's nose. Ulsixo yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024. Carrie is very happy with Bailiff.
Vosivo seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Pepperjack says, yep.
Isidore seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Carrie hugs Bailiff. Raccoon Girl says, XD5M like that's hard bro just press holy word, Serenity. Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing whisper me if interested and no I will not pay anything not looking for a GF just a friend. Rick yells, I am so happy to have you all here with me and sharing in the New Year's with each and every one of you. Quineve says, wow. Sploits 2 thumbs up with a grin. Bailiff says, well, hello again.
Ulsixo seems a little tipsy from the Great Father's Winter Ale.
Panzer says, NBM. Iron Logan lets forth a sharp whistle. Panzer says, Thick don't do that. Velan Heal yells, light be damned 2025 has to be better. Miasma sets out a toy train set. Sleeper Monk says, did I miss the fireworks? Carrie says, ARF. Press Dispel says, I don't follow Ada I'm talking about the point of GB that's a pug breaker. Tamed Rice yells, same to you Rick. Love.
Carbon Rose seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Bailiff says, hat. Ulsixo yells, Happy New Year's Moonguard. Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania.
Keith Fury seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Sploits yells, you're welcome. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS for video of the Monuard New Year's Eve festivities in the auction house.
Carbon Rose seems to be sobering up.
Raccoon Girl says, ew.
Velan Heal looks tipsy.
Eloquent yells, what I miss. Xandri E Emerald Dream yells, Ulsixo yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024. Sploits yells, Happy New Year's to you too. Ulsixo yells, all hail Rick. Best druid of 2024. Malevolent says, bring a rag.
Keith Fury seems to be sobering up.
Panzer gently pats Lanaber. Quineve says, Necrotic Wake is fun but I feel like it's a dungeon where the group can't make any mistakes because third boss and his trash eats so much time. Zividen says, I wanna note that services has been dead all night. Zero low LVL ad bots for many hours. Oric KTON yells, Watermelon Sugar, hi. Bailiff says, I get it now.
Vastra seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Dolwindria warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. Carrie says, admin, she's doing it sideways. Zavadan says, I think a hammer fell. Lanaber hugs Panzer. Bailiff dances with Carrie. Lanaber says, hi Panzer. Press Dispel says, it's cause your groups are pussy and don't double pull. Raccoon Girl says, mine wasn't banned XD. Marla says, made of stone, but they can move like lightning. Let's go, Earthen. Panzer says, heya. Our Scold cancelled trade with Windrail Moongard. Bored KTON yells, I don't think they're talking about watermelon TBH. Adaryl says, you're saying that the only hard part of GB is the warlocks and not the beguilers, or the lavamancers, or the dragons, or the tentacle dudes before the last boss. Malia says, can a mage in SW port me to Dornigal? Lanaber says, I hate to sound dumb AF. DM Meta yells, let's go 2025. Carrie says, console turn speed 1800. Carrie says, 180 is default. Press Dispel says, yup, that's the pug breaking part of GB. Lanaber says, a Panzer was a German rocket launcher yet? Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Lothandis waves at Rick. Quineve says, dude, I had a group with a really cool druid and his pulls were great, best run I had with the dungeon. Pixel60 yells, Happy New Year's Moongard. Adaryl says, the curse is the pug breakers. Pixel60 yells, Happy New Yearsh Moongard. Lanaber says, or was it a tank? Lothandis says, what a wild place for Rick.
Isidore seems to be sobering up.
Muffin Basket says, hey everyone, it's me Muffin Basket.
Riesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lothandis laughs at Rick. Amalia says, hey Muff. Panzer says, tank. Milky Wilkie says, go away Muffin Basket. Rick says, wild indeed but great people. Panzer says, Panzerfaust is the launcher. Press Dispel says, that holds and curse if not handled is ends up causing deaths. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, avoid elves. Tishabai yells, Happy New Year's.
Tugarak looks tipsy. You are now busy, howdy. I'm live on Twitch. https://twitch.tv/jadnbird.
Thanks a lot yells, all the bank outs in the house say yeah. Chwetcook says, Jade and Burn and live Twitch and Whitey listen to my new album in any music app, smiley face, guild, e-girl for rent. Lanaber says, right. Muffin Basket says, I love you all. Adaryl says, Lord Jesus you aren't starting 2025 on a strong note fella. Chwetcook says, enjoy for number 1 RPVP servers top field, e-girl for rent, where inclusive lay meets elite PvP passion build, e-girl for route sponsor on 28 MK radio. PST 44 MOA info PLS. You flirt. Iron Logan yells, I can New Year's let go another year and end again. Oh yeah. Van Cleef says, I love Muff. Lanaber says that, remember. DM Meta yells, Panzer says, most of my tanks are named after tanks. Sixo yells, all hail for Rick. Junk Blast says, Shaka, when the walls fell.
Riesel seems to bring up. Smidgy seems a little tipsy from the jug of Badlands Land bourbon.
Panzer says, got a warrior named Abrams.
Hornswat seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Arashia seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ambrose says, Happy New Year chat, you don't deserve this but I love you. Panzer said, my hunter is named Murderman prepares a Jack's feast. Rick is playing a song.
Saphira seems a little tipsy from the Lord of Frost's private label.
Kashuk says, so Kath. His eyes uncovered. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread ale. Also Happy New Year's Moongard. Quineve says, I thought her name was Ambessa. Muffin Basket says, Ambressa I love you but think you deserve it.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled mug.
Press Dispel says, have you just not hugged GBS man? Eloquent yells, Bio. Zanny Emerald Dream yells.
Hornswat seems to be sobering up.
Navigator says, playing Medal of Honor one time and killed myself with a Panzer style MAO. Its thwatter throws down a hearthstone board. Spread is ready to play. VM Meta says, well you don't deserve my love either but I do. Thomas says, fresh bread for sale. Spell says, hugs flop at any cleanse mechanic in the game. Peterson says, Zinda, his face black, his eyes red. Angie Tiffy says, LF Guild TSB. Social. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Patch yells, 25 to all of you. Zidane says, well happy new year all. I hope you know you are wonderful and deserve love. Bear says, on accident of course. VM Meta yells, hey it's me twice. L60 yells, happy new YEARSH Moonguard. Daryl says, I have, and the guidance of mass tremors are way more likely to grist those teeth. When Eve says, these affix is the worst.
Thundrager seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Caluroria seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Malia boops Serenity's nose.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Boric KTON yells, local pirate heading out to get high off ma balls, peace. 60 yells, happy new year's Moonguard.
Thundrager seems to be sobering up. Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Peter yells, baby you can't hack my heart, you can have my body parts. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Marla says, night elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil.
Caluroria seems to be sobering up.
Smidgy yells, happy new year.
Panzer rolls 3, 1 to 6. Panzer rolls 5, 1 to 6.
Panzer casually tosses her troll dice. Spell says, guess we just have different experiences. Muffin Basket yells, the heart is part of the body. Carrie cuddles up against Valengare. Ulrich says, why are big people flashing in and out of my vision?
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Lanabear says, how's you? Tinklebell yells, woohoo.
Caluroria seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lothan waves at Arscold. Nefrek is looking for an opponent. Lakeland is playing a song. Carrie says, ARF. Liralana wins the match. Smidgy yells, let's go.
Caluroria seems to be sobering up.
Prestispell says, I just stunned the tremors myself so. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Carrie says, happy the parasol. Prestispell says, never shoot there.
Its thwatter looks tipsy.
Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing Whisper Me. No, I will pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Carrie says, the Oriental ones. Bailiff says, okay. Carrie says, the stylish doesn't work. Quineve says, I don't like Devour since Warsaw tied with Pet so I have to switch to him to dispel myself.
Smidgy seems to be sobering up.
Carrie says, different model.
Zedary looks tipsy.
Junk Blast says, the one time I actually need the LOL. Umber Maiden yells, brother what? Lanabear says, cute Mog Panzer 3.
Lzixo seems to be sobering up.
Jacobanid says, hi. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing Whisper Me if interested and no I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. L60 yells, all hail Rick. Peterbilt yells, when the sun comes up I wanna watch you leave, but when the sun goes down I want you on your knees.
Zedary is getting drunk off of jug of Badlands bourbon.
Bailiff says, house been so fast.
Zedary is completely smashed from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Carrie says, / console turn speed 1800. Party says, yap. Carrie says, 180 is default. Bailiff says, I see.
Hornswogg seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Mookerup says, why is my turning so slow all of a sudden? Mookerup says, how do I fix that? Angie Tiffy says, LF Guild PST. Social or raid, prot/fury 620. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Bailiff laughs. Daeth Wong says, Warlock only needs one change. Make it so Grimoire of Sacrifice lets you sacrifice your current pet but you can still summon a different demon. Make it so Warlocks can have the Fell Hunter int and still have your Imp or Suck or Void Walker. Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Bailith says, oh that's fun. Elanova says, you have to spin in real life to speed it up. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light forged Drania will still light up the stage.
Hornswogg seems to be sobering up.
Lakeland is playing a song. Eloquent yells, where is Tomes? Demitviman says, sarcastic macho man voice brother. Rat Medicine yells, Badlands Bourbon Parte II. Iona E says, Tu sabes como es salimos con los palos famos agarrar el emandamus hasta al que no es tu sabes como es no me pudo dejar.
Tubarak is getting drunk off of mulled Alterac brandy.
Quineve says, I'd like that death. Iona E says, I'm ultra high.
Salka seems a little tipsy from the Pendaran plum wine.
Eloquent yells, where is Tomes?
Kerrigan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Angie Tifi says, LF Guild PST. Social or raid, prod/fury 620 /.
Hornswogg seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Salka is getting drunk off of Pendaran plum wine.
Marla says, alright people. Get your robot dances ready, because it's time to mechanize. Let's hear it for the metronome. Kyrina is playing a song. Peterbilt yells, Blood Nymph is the best way to start the new year.
Zedri looks drunk.
Quineve says, ID also like if Fell Dominion CD was reduced. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Azdel says, trying to sell lockboxes. Rat Medicine yells, metronome. 11. Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Thickeoid rolls 5, 1 to 6. Thickeoid rolls 6, 1 to 6. Hornswogg seems to be sobering up. Villainheal seems to be sobering up.
Daeth Wong says, right? It's stupid that you are basically stuck using Fell Hunter cause of the int when you could really use Suck Seduce or Imp Purify. Cake Mage says, LF 619 Amulet of Earthen Craftsmanship Craft. Thickeoid says, New Year Casino. Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Thickeoid rolls 6, 1 to 6. Thickeoid rolls 3, 1 to 6. Kaliki seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kinchi says, Happy New Year all. Smiley face. Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Thickeoid rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend.
Hornswogg seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ethereal Warp Weaver says, I have arrived. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Lakeland is playing a song. Azdel says, Happy New Year's. Startouch says, running Vault of Incarnates heroic for Tmog, PM for INV.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Hornswogg seems to be sobering up.
Mukarup says, y'all are from the future. Elanova says, anyone want to chill RP in Pig and Whistle Tavern? Feel like it's hard to make friends in a raid with 200 people. Carrie says, admin. Thanks bro says, damn the world didn't end in 2025. Azdel says, I hope you all do so well. Get what you want and push forward into a new tomorrow. Carrie says, she's doing it sideways. Parnos hugs Arscold. Angie Tifi says, LF Guild PST. Social or raid, prod/fury 620 /.
Thickeoid rolls 2, 1 to 6. Thickeoid rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice. Fiam Meta says, dude run, 2025 is bad, WW3 just started. Kashuk says, Happy New Year to all of you. You'll be okay. Smiley face. Peterbilt says, I might be a little too drunk to try and learn RP right now. Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Thickeoid rolls 5, 1 to 6. Thickeoid rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Elanova says, best time to learn it. Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Thickeoid rolls 4, 1 to 6. Thickeoid rolls 3, 1 to 6.
Peterbilt says, XD. Elanova says, talk shit and you win. Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Vishazi says, TR00F. Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice. Quineve says, my computer fan is slowly becoming a chainsaw.
Thickeoid rolls 3, 1 to 6. Kaliki seems to be sobering up.
Vastris says, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. VM Meta yells, too many Nelfs. Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Thickeoid rolls 1, 1 to 6. Thickeoid rolls 5, 1 to 6.
Thanks bro says, that sounds like a you problem. Nikari says, I need to fix my fan too. Nikari says, or I mean the temp. Markua Game says, OMG auction house dance party. Carrie boops Dreasel's nose. Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Thickeoid rolls 4, 1 to 6. Thickeoid rolls 2, 1 to 6.
Lacroix says, the club isn't the best place to find a lover, so the bar is where I go, and my friends at the table doing shots, drinking fast, and then we talk slow. Siret Stormridge says, guys, it's Tina Fluffy's birthday. Can we get some happy birthdays for her?
I can't use that item.
VM Meta
yet.
says, Chainsaw Man ad. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale.
Kaliki seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Tamed Rise says, happy birthday. Slugbag yells, happy birthday Tiny Fluffy. Peterbilt says, where the fuck is the pig whiz tile? Kyledwell says, how does one rejoin a chat they left? I want to see if anyone wants to buy a mount but left trade chat lol. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light forged Drania will still light up the stage. Demetviman hugs hologround equals.
Varashia seems to be sobering up.
Glorioso says, happy birthday Tiff. Milyamagzai says, would a Manri Drania understand the concept of New Year's?
Adium seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Cheem Start Frostmorn says, /join trade. Bailiff says, Dino spin.
Dreasel seems to be sobering up. Kaliki seems to be sobering up.
Elanova says, my first Stormwind Bard. Vastris says, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Carrie says, Parasol, not stylish, plus running wild and use Hallow Fall supply cash in running wild and use torch. Janie and Ship says, the portal will shift slightly, at this point if you cast a binding cantrip you will solidify it in place. Listen Pierce says, but isn't that what caused the initial problems with Adept Siluria's magical formulae? Suzanne says, only if we didn't follow the proper initialization procedures. Demetviman hugs Jaeger. Elanova says, Vastris PLS, your booty call can wait.
Elisa Moon seems a little tipsy from the bottle of Dalaran Noir.
Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Adium seems to be sobering up. Thickeoid rolls 1, 1 to 6. Thickeoid rolls 3, 1 to 6. Dreasel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lakeland is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Aeljuni says, it's giving off creep vibes, uneasy face. Tall Sieran says, why wouldn't they is a better question. Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Thickeoid rolls 4, 1 to 6. Thickeoid rolls 2, 1 to 6.
Demetviman hugs Teva. Peterbilt says, Vastris, you are fucking up my drunk. Tyenderland says, indeed. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Lothandus waves at Teva. Lacroix says, it does seem a bit creepy.
Hornswogg seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Luno says, I'm sure most societies had their own celebrations for different events.
Dreasel seems to be sobering up.
Demetviman hugs Breelton. Angie Tifi says, LF Guild PST. Social or raid, prod/fury 620. Lux Dei says, a bit. Cheem Start Frostmorn says, Vastris is the most normal Moonguard player. Party says, someone craft my Alligary gear before I get mad. Thickeoid casually tosses her worn troll dice. Velan Heel says, what is happening?
Thicioid rolls 1, 1 to 6. Thicioid rolls 3, 1 to 6.
Tyenderland says, I get being lonely but my man, you need to go to Goldshire. Rhaenyra says, I'm sure their planet rotated around a star before it was decimated. Peterbilt says.
Hornswoggle seems to be sobering up. Salka looks tipsy. Salka is getting drunk off of Pandaren plum wine.
Lilimi says, Vastras wants booty calls. Kaliki Emerald Dream hugs Alieni. Peterbilt says, even I know Thast shit. Lucroy says, or an actual bar. Thaddeus says, what's a fab? Alieni says, but he only wants a friend. Tasty says, seriously get to Goldshire, it's the Plies ball tonight.
Osruk seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, Metronomes. Get up here and show us how it's done. Vastras yells, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Elanova says, have 10 beers and the AFAB element will be a lot more flexible. Peterbilt says, fuck I lost my VP. Lilv says, assigned female at birth. Burger Lover says, LFJC for Amulet of Earthen Craftsmanship. Thaddeus says, oh that is creepy. Justitius says, I don't even know WTF a fab is.
Osruk seems to be sobering up.
Luno says, why is that creepy? Milyamagzai says, but like, I doubt the Legion celebrated New Year's. Tasty says, a fat ass bussy. Lucroy says, me neither, what does it mean? Siraxif says, assigned female at birth. Carrie says, need more Worgen ladies in front of the dance house. Peterbilt says, oh I just learned this. Vini Priest says, reported. Elanova says, New Year New Legion. Tyenderland says, lol. Justitius says, brew. Elanova says, we are now good. Thaddeus says, not being assigned at birth bit the looking for people assigned that. Tyenderland says, omfk. Tasty says, epic gamer brew moment. Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Milyamagzai says, they on millions of planets with New Year happening all the time.
Hornswoggle seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Elanova says, do I have to have a picture from birth to apply? Luno says, oh, yeah, hard agree. Peterbilt says, I think I need an or beer. Elanova says, a doctor's certificate. Justitius says, you need your birth certificate. Mipsy hugs Dreekavac Stormridge. Tyenderland says, preferably yes. Justitius says, and it must be verifiable as yours. Vastras says, LFAFAB player to start a new tune with, PLS play daily and will be at night CST 9:30 PM 2M/9 M 12 PM due to work. PLS use Discord and do voice calls while playing. Whisper me if interested and no, I will not pay anything, not looking for a GF, just a friend. Milyamagzai says, plus I doubt the Legion celebrated holidays. Totem Lobber says, is it really a new year or did they just recycle an old one? Peterbilt says, Vastras you a hoe. Lucroy says, and you won't even get paid for it. Quineve says, begging for a fab people but totally just wants them for gamer friends trust. Alieni says, he's not paying anything. Not even for birth certificate copies. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Rick yells, yo who feels the hype right now? Dutch Baby says, where's the rave? Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Tasty says, are you paying to play boy? Lakeland is playing a song. Imret says, LFC Everforged Vambraces. Meshan says, where the gnome shorties at?
Hornswoggle seems to be sobering up.
Elanova says, they must have a vagina, as a friend. Luno says, Manari were just regular Drania at one point. Justitius says, he'd have more luck just asking women to show him their boobs and linking his Discord. Tyenderland says, it'll be you're just a friend but I want $20 an hour. Sploits yells, there's great music playing tonight. Lucroy says, MHM, yes, vaginal friend. Sausage Man says, what I miss. Justitius says, he wants a friendly vagina, Elanova. Peterbilt says, think he's on my 600 pounds life?
Salka looks tipsy.
Lakeland yells, love. Quineve says, damn. Elanova says, shoot for the moon Tyen, $20 is Eddie cash. Milyamagzai says, yeah but like thousands of years ago.
Hornswoggle seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fiam Meta says, I want $20 too. Xlumia says, anyone wanna buy me a shield? I can't find the auctioneer, lol. Marla says, come on up, Pandaren. Eloquent yells, fucker roller made anime of Top Me's. Tyenderlin says, yo $20 is $20 if I win. Milyemagzai says, a lot of Mannery were probs born after leaving Argus. Carolyn says, I make 25 and out at my day job. Elanova says, what if we start a New Year's fund to get this project off the ground? Totem Lobber says, hold out for $25.
Zedri is completely smashed from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Tyenderlin says, if Quim asterisk. Justitius says, we'll make an OnlyFans for Vastras.
Tinklebell seems to be sobering up.
Tasty says, this guy is making the big bucks down at the Whack-em-off factory. Siraxov says, you mean only friends? Quineve says, do you guys remember Skinny from 600 Pounds Life? Lucroy says, I was thinking, maybe it's something to do with like having trauma about men or something, but I'm not sure I should be giving that benefit of the doubt. Carrie Boops scaled Wells' nose. Elanova says, snorted a bit at only friends. Quineve says, only a fab friends. Peterbilt says, number kidney collector. Marla says, Cole Tirons. Drop those anchors, then drop it like it's hot. Panzer waves at Kyle well. Luno says, if they're trying to integrate into regular Azeroth society, they can always learn. Totem Lobber says, and he gets to keep the tips. Eloquent yells, Lily is sad I am pissed. Fiam Meta says, hey friend, you into feet pics? I got your feet pics right here. Justitius says, look Roy, you never give anyone any benefit of any doubt on the internet.
Hornswogg seems to be sobering up.
Justitius says, especially on WoW. Tyenderlin says, oh are they free FIA? Lucroy says, sorry equals. Lakeland is playing a song. Fiam Meta says, no, $20.
Zedri looks drunk.
Quineve says, only want Pa and Ma pics. Alieni says, also, what do their bathroom bits have to do with smashing monster faces in a video game? Eloquent yells, pause. Zynthiana says, you got a fast car, and I want a ticket to anywhere. Tyenderlin says, WTF I don't wanna see your nasty at $$ toes for 20. Justitius says, feet pics $20 $20 feet pics. Elanova says, $20 per toe, but better quality than the rest. Tyenderlin says, how about 5C? Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS for Moonguard New Year's Eve videos. Milyemagzai says, true, but from an RP perspective, seems like a good convo, letting Azeroth races explain holidays to you. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Squishy War says, ANY1 listen to Suicide Boys. Fiam Meta says, you can be my only friend wink wink. Velan Heel says, same. Lilimi says, why would I listen to that? Tyenderlin says, Elanova do I get at least some toe play? Milyemagzai says, I watch Fembois, does that count?
Sunny seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Corden says, they got some good stuff. Elanova says, what if I want to be your friend and your fan? Eloquent yells, HWRE is my bear. Justitius says, the real question is when was the last time these feet were washed? Peterbilt says, when in doubt shut your mouth and lie waits out bitch. Elanova says, can I have only friends or fawns? Fiam Meta yells, AOX someone turned me ugly. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, I have arrived.
Legroy seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Justitius says, do they got some nice jam in between them toes? Durian says, are there any quick pieces of advice on how a warrior can keep up with a hunter? There's a couple out in the Isle of Dorn that I simply cannot catch up to. I try to slow them and they keep practically flying around, maybe using some engineering trickery. Marla says, the Lightforged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Eloquence says, fine. Lilimi says, eu Justitius. Carrie Boops Demon's nose.
Peterbilt seems a little tipsy from the Pandaren plum wine. Zindarazara seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Saradaya says, blazin' while we hotbox, fuck a batch, fuck a cop. Even if the K hot, watch me bust on any block.
Sunny seems to be sobering up. Resar seems a little tipsy from the Lord of Frost's private label.
Tyenderlin says, Elanova gave me free toe pics, winky face. Alieni says, looking for a friend, will not pay, must have at least one nostril. Siret Stormridge yells, how do you explain the Mohawk grenade? Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf.
Tiny Fluffy seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Elanova says, the toe picks were stolen. Fiam Meta says, hey, how about become only friends $20? Lucroy says, Alieni, I have a nostril, laughing face.
Zinderazara seems to be sobering up.
Xthan says, in Vegas I keep a rifle inside of the whip, call it driving a stick. Alieni says, perfect, hi bestie. Quineve says, and a flock of seagulls haircut. Fiam Meta yells, I am the one with the mohawk. Adele Star thanks Malia. Lucroy says, I never has a bestie before. Meshan cheers at Braylandra. Adele Star hugs Malia.
Risar seems to be sobering up.
Alieni says, 2025 is your year, bud. Siret Stormridge yells, wherever I go, I am making Warcraft look good. So don't give me no backtalk. Tasty says, nah it's mine.
Sunny seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lucroy says, life's turning around. Quineve says, and then he burst into my room and grabbed my lucky snorkel and I said hey you can't have that. That snorkel's been like a snorkel to me.
Zespiri seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthur.
Lysadra seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
No Name Hunter says, 5 minutes to midnight. Tasty says, yeah it'll bust in your room alright. Saradaya says, smoke what I choose, do what I wanna do.
Zespiri seems to be sobering up.
Quineve says, and he's like tough and I'm like give it, and he's like make me, and I'm like K. Elanova says, does Quineve exist or am I having a stroke every time I see their messages?
Lysadra seems to be sobering up.
Tasty says, strokey my rod bud. Lucroy says, what happened then, Quineve? Tyenderland says, it's a worgen, so it exists. Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Rurik yells, where the hype it? Let's get some hype in the game chat, let's go party people. Maritza yells, Happy New Year all. Hilda Brown says, well Happy New Year from the EST. Peterbilt says, that's why I got my own shit playing.
Peterbilt seems to be sobering up.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Quineve says, so I grabbed his leg and he grabbed my esophagus and I bit off his ear and he chewed off my eyebrow and I tore out his appendix and he gave me a colonic erogation. Peterbilt says, got that blood nymph cruising in my earballs. Elanova says, Anais pinches Teva. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, void elves.
Salka seems to be sobering up.
Elanova says, and how did that make you feel? Teva hugs Anais. Anais hugs Teva. Quineve says, and that's when the phone got knocked off the hook. And you know what it said? Tyenderland says, WTS Elanova's furry toe picks $10 each. Adium dances with Stormwind Reveler. Casino Gerald tells Eloquent no. Not going to happen. Panzer says, reported ELO. Elanova says, don't you dare. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Peterbilt says, I think I'm sobering up but I'm afraid to stand up. Elanova says, how do you expect me to feed my family without toe picks being exclusive? Quineve says, I'll tell you what it said. If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and try again. If you need help hang up and then dial your operator. Marla says, it's time for the dwarves to show us how they party. Craig says, you're 2 hours late. Tyenderland says, not everyone at once, my whispers are getting out of control. Craig says, V. Fiam Meta yells, stop mohawking me. Totem Lobber says, toe the line. Hilda Brown says, yeah well, drunkenness delays things. Cameron says, or move to New Zealand. Fia says, Happy New Year trade, smiley face.
Bleedclaw seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Velan Heel says, sat on him. Sorry. Quineve says, I can't remember the rest of the song. Kyldwell says, okay, never used a trade chat before, but looking to sell codes for. Kyldwell says, 0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000do might start panting soon. Quineve says, malware. Gemma says, thanks Fia. Spy says, happy 2025.
Bleedclaw seems to be sobering up.
Peterbilt says, drugs, sex, gin and masturbation keep my vices on rotation. Totem Lobber says, half of the is binary. Hilda Brown says, here's to 25, a quarter of a century deep. Kyldwell says, why the fuck did it come up as all fucking zeros when I tried to show the Mount LMFAO? Aphelion says, mounts are buggy sometimes. Gemma Lee says, 0 no. Maritza yells, what's up Moonguard? The best server ever. Harlow dances with Lothandus. Dice Moon yells, true. Quineve says, are you T-reing to sell Hate Forged? Kyldwell says, I have codes for Hate Forged Blaze Cycle. Lucroy says, personal happy time should never be a sin. Quineve says, how much for it? Marla says, Cull Tyrons, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Ranadriel yells, where are Tay fireworks? Hilda Brown says, your firstborn son. Peterbilt says, I used to have a shirt that said masturbation is not a crime. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS for new WoW 2024 Moonguard New Year's Eve videos. Hilda Brown says, wahahaha. Ashton says, Caledwheel, there's an add-in called OB Mount that fixes if your character can't post mount links anymore. Sploits Pets Tie. Morgan sets out a toy train set. Kyldwell says, looking for 100k per code but willing to negotiate LOL. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Peterbilt says, I never shook hands with anybody that laughed at it. Elanova says, easy trade. Eloquence says, hi dice. Carrie yells, Happy New Year Mountain Standard Time people. Dauphin says, Happy New Year from Saskatchewan, Canada. Marla says, it's time for the dwarves to show us how they party. Eloquent says, I am try clear TOP box.
Tanbay seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kyldwell says, I got 3 out of 7 left. Tamed Rice yells, Happy New Year MST people. Love. Cameron says, Happy New Year for Mountain Time Zone. Kashuk yells, Mountain 25. Dauphin says, Saskatchewan asterisk. Elisa yells, just you two I think. Quineve says, I'm poor I don't have 100k to spare. Eloquence says, only purple is top box. Elanova says, Happy New Year from the burning pits of Brisbane AUS. Pixel yells, Happy New Year. Peterbilt yells, Happy New Year. No Name Hunter says, Happy New Year's from Alberta.
Tanbay seems to be sobering up.
Hilda Brown says, Aho. HNY. Elon Terry yells, Happy New Year. Maria says, Happy New Year's from Utah. Fia says, HNY from New England, smiley face. Korivar says, and Happy New Year's from British Columbia, Canada. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Topper Manisha says, also a Happy New Year from Utah. Angie Tifi says, LF Guild PST. Social or raid, prod/Fury 620. Splinter says, Happy New Year. Persephone yells, Happy New Year. Splinter says, from Arizona. Smelly Baby says, AZ. Iralitsaw says, Happy New Year's from South Carolina. Cameron says, Happy New Year's from Stormwind. Smelly Baby says, Phoenix. Peterbilt yells, awoo. Party says, it's been 283 weeks, I need someone to craft my Alligary competitor's leather mask Al. Rotwon says, Happy New Year. Fiam Meta yells, can't beat you, Mohawk terrorist. Hilda Brown says, the desert fucking rocks, HNY to y'all out there. Splinter says, yep PHX. Smelly Baby says, meet me on 27th and Indian School RN. Ranadriel yells, Shashabi. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Angie Tifi says, /pet. Splinter says, you wanna meet up RN? Kashuk says, dude y'all have some of the most beautiful desert down there. Fia says, good luck rock herders in AZ in the new year. Kashuk says, Happy New Year. Avramax says, who's in California? Iralitsaw says, y'all better have pizza. Darith Thremar dances with Marmaduke. Zawin says, me. General Hammond Clay yells, people of Stormwind. Bear witness today to the deeds of Zakiria, who has stood valiantly against the many foes that would threaten our fair city. Milyemagzai says, California gang. Eloquent yells, this still Tome's house. Darith Thremar cheers at Marmaduke. Morgan says, best time zone is next. Smelly Baby says, meet me at Dobson and Baseline. Eloquent yells, fuck bullies. Darith de Thremar pets Marmaduke. Agath Orthemi says, breathe in the fresh mountain air of Big Bear. Smelly Baby says, the Circle K I gotta get some drugs
It's
RQ.
not ready yet.
Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Darith de Thremar cheers at Marmaduke. General Hammond Clay yells, for their courage, we honor Zacharia as Lion Guard, defender of Stormwind and all her people. Rise and light bless you, Lion of Stormwind. Milyamagzai says, well visiting fam in LA but still counts LOL. Darith de Thremar dances with Marmaduke. Quineve says, California girls were unforgettable. Angie Tiffy says, Cali pizza is POO.
Eloquent seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Squishy War says, Daisy Duke's bikinis on top. Archimon says, you have failed, kill Jaden. The orcs did not drink of Manarotha's blood as you promised. Hilda Brown says, PST, saving the best for last. Milyamagzai says, Cali is where the Feuda Drania hang out. Archimon says, I care not for your vendetta against the Drania, but their souls may still prove useful to us. Harlow dances with Lothandus. Gloombug says, disgusting dude. Meshin says, I girl, tongue sticking out, I'm from Cali too.
Morkan looks tipsy.
Eloquence says, she.
Lysadra seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Valoric looks tipsy.
Smelly Baby says, anything north of La Mesa in Cali is hell. Milyamagzai says, best kind of Drania.
Morkan looks drunk.
Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong.
Vilanheal seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Valtharius says, I get all the grills in Cali. Hilda Brown says, ah there are times I miss Cali, but alas, my people are Midwestern. Kyldwell says, sorry disconnected, anyone interested in the Blaze cycle just whisper me. Splinter says, yeah Bakersfield is the worst.
Morkan looks tipsy.
Agath Orthemi says, are you also a 16/F/Cali like me? Milyamagzai says, and all the femvoid elves. Rotwon says, outfit. Coco says, Bakersfield, California's butthole. Angie Tiffy says, I am also 16F Cali.
Vilanheal seems to be sobering up.
Eloquence says, LOL. Hilda Brown says, the valley is fucking hot. Zawin says, hey that's where I'm from. Coco says, I'm sorry. Agath Orthemi says, oil and meth. Gloombug says, wanna meet up Zawin.
Shadowpaw seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Zawin says, LOL no. Agath Orthemi says, Victorville.
Vilanheal seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Gloombug says, okay. Fine. Whatever. Kashuk says, XD. Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Milyamagzai says, wanna meet up in Goldshire Inn? Zawin says, too many drunk drivers. Angie Tiffy says, idiot owned. Smelly Baby says, all AZ people let's all go to Milaran and get abducted.
Shadowpaw seems to be sobering up. Lysadra seems to be sobering up.
Shadowpaw yells, Happy New Year's all and lots of love.
Vilanheal seems to be sobering up.
Kashuk says, threaten me with a good time. Splinter says, Mil XD.
Shadowpaw seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kyrina sets out a transmorpher beacon. Demitviman says, a different gamblers guild or is it a different name? Splinter says, all the Asu Tempe kids on Mill.
Freezy Pops looks tipsy.
Garidros yells, Happy New Year.
Salka seems a little tipsy from the Pandaren plum wine.
Belanaru says, Happy New Year.
Freezy Pops looks drunk. Freezy Pops looks completely smashed.
Milyamagzai says, it's the West Hollywood of Ezroth and I love it.
Salka is getting drunk off of Pandaren plum wine.
Smelly Baby says, I worked on Mill for 7 years. Hilda Brown says, all I remember of AZ is the heat and the coyotes, but I wasn't there long. Smelly Baby says, at Rule of Beulah. Pogers yells, Happy New Year. Maritza yells, Happy New Year Moonguard. Here is the real party. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Sodarath says, Happy New Year you degenerates. Agathorthemi says, AZ women are easy. No Name Hunter says, cheers. Ranadriel yells, Happy 2025.
Eloquent seems to be sobering up.
Smelly Baby says, evil fucking street. Kashuk yells, Happy 25 mountain and desert folk. Eloquent yells, where TF is that bear? Kyldwell says, WTS hate forged blaze cycle, will be codes. 2 left. Asking 100k, willing to go lower just PST me. Marla says, come on up, Pandaren. Velanheal yells, trade. Eloquent says, LOL. Eloquent says, dance floor. Garidros yells, I live on the east coast so I am an hour ahead of you guys, but happy New Year's. Windrail hugs Arscold.
Reverse Spyro seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Windrail comforts Arscold. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread.
Freezy Pops looks drunk.
Maritza yells, give me a hell yeah Moonguard. Garidros yells, hell yeah. Agathorthemi says, 8 minutes into it. Noxwish yells, hell yeah.
Sulfury seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ranadriel yells, hell I. Darthau yells, yeah. Trevsky yells, Happy New Year.
Reverse Spyro seems to be sobering up.
Starla says, how's 2025 so far? Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Angie Tifi says, drunk. Maria says, this is my first year catching the fireworks for New Year's in this game, and it only took me 15 years. Zawin says, I gotta bring my cat in cause of the dang fireworks. Gloombug says, I'm going to steal or cat Zawin. Smidgy drops a party totem. Let's dance. Zawin says, no she has fleas. Squishy War says, standing in my grave like I ain't 5'9".
Sulfury seems to be sobering up.
Agathorthemi says, LOL. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Fiam Meta yells, Happy New Year you old bastard you. Smelly Baby says, Suicide Boys. Corbett Schneider says, now for that snack. Smelly Baby says, I understood that REFRNs. Starla says, do Drakthar priests like the light like humans or what's the lore here? Rotwom says, can I have $500 for crossbow debt?
Ozruk seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Squishy War says, I feel like Princess Peach Rose Gold on my Mercedes. Kasamas yells, Happy New Year's.
Bayron Demon seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Poguru seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Angie Tifi says, LF Guild PST. Social or raid, prod/fury
Still
620.
recharging.
Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Morkan lets forth a sharp whistle. Korivar yells, looking forward to another year of Warcraft. A lot of things moving quickly and with purpose as we enter into our new season soon. Happy New Year's. Vravondil yells, Happy New Year. Smelly Baby says, picks the most overplayed song. Dice Moon yells, Happy New Year Moonguard I love you. Smelly Baby says, L. Zynthiana says, you can have $10 for slingshot interest. Justani says, Happy New Year's everyone. I hope 2025 is filled with nothing but positivity and prosperity for you all, love.
Ozruk seems to be sobering up.
Sinclair sets out a toy train set. Gozzles Proc says, the lore is Blizz doesn't give a shit about the lore anymore. Drakthar Druids coming next patch. Along with every other race and class combo, fuck it.
Poguru seems to be sobering up. Bayron Demon seems to be sobering up. Toria seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Tylini seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sodarath says, yes please.
Salka looks tipsy.
Sodarath says, I need my NELF paladin. Kelkaz says, Vulpera druid. Narishian's entire body is coated in flames as he transforms. He emerges from within in his alternative form.
Toria seems to be sobering up. Tylini seems to be sobering up.
Lilimi says, Gnome druid. Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Gozzles Proc says, real talk though, I do want an undead pally. Felzilla says, what's the best weapon to craft for Locke? Zerlin says, I will not give up. Hildebrand says, sounds good to me, open it up and let the community make cool shit happen. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Rotwom says, hurry up crossbow. Sinclair throws down a Hearthstone board. Who's ready to play?
Poguru seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sodarath says, hot take. If undead could be priests from the start they should have been pallies too. Zerlin says, damn they're good. Rotwom says, I just ordered it.
Morkan seems to be sobering up.
Hildebrand says, undead pally sounds rad. Agathorthemi says, they exist just not playable right. Smelly Baby says, Ruby such a misfit. Lilimi says, undead pallies would be cool but impossible.
Poguru seems to be sobering up.
Hildebrand says, I think that's right. Airdial says, yeah it's already in game lol. Squishy War says, Babylon Hollywood can't resist it. Smelly Baby says, undead pally is coming soon LMAO. Gozzles Proc says, correct, AGA. Topramanisha says, happy birthday Earth. 2025 years old. Lilimi says, nah. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Gardenier says, how does undead priest make sense? Kashuk says, who's drunk? Squishy War says, fuck a cop bitch I am ducking all these piglets. Ark says, just like Void Elves and Night Elves too can be paladins. Gozzles Proc says, undead pallies have been around in lore since vanilla. Zyrus says, I'm drunk K. Airdial says, I was drunk, now I'm high. Overtake says, Guild, the Pink Palace wishes everyone a happy 2025. Now recruiting players for S2. Semi-serious prog in a chill atmosphere. Raids 2/FR7CST Sun 7CST. Apply now or /W for more info. Smelly Baby says, fuck a cop bitch I'm ducking all these piglets. Hot Foriog yells, OMG a double rainbow. Smidgy yells, the void consumes you. Gardenier says, I'm waiting for Void Elf Demon Hunter. Angie Tifi says, I'm gonna get more Drunic RN. Hildebrand says, /raise hand. Angie Tifi says, LF Guild PST. Social or raid, prod/Fury 620Z. Rurik prepares a portable party platter. Lilimi says, I don't want Velfs to be paladins we have enough classes who do that. Honest Legso says, baked. Gardenier says, DH Velfs. Lilimi says, oh now there's a thought. Sodarath says, Panda Pallies. Balefire says, need more shaman races. Luminosada says, can anyone help me to buy the expansion with gold? Justani's dances with Stormwind Reveler.
Porterok seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Valley of Heroes is under attack. Donna Wall says, no. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Donna Wall says, get your own SPAC this one is mine. Gardenier says, I just used it all in Goldshire. Hildebrand says, I'm down with every race every class. Lilimi says, yay. Gozzles Proc says, Velf and Nightborn DHS, I could def get behind that.
Dist Arlie seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Adelstar seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Justani seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Darkarondan says, Donna Wall can help gift you some gold lumen. Squishy War says, 7th Ward be my motherfucking district. Justani's dances with Stormwind Reveler. Lilimi says, me too Gozzle. That would be super fun. Gardenier says, that'd be pretty cool to see TBH.
Eddie Rigg seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Honest Legso says, expand D's. Poisonite says, grunch. Gardenier says, I'm waiting for Kultirons to be paladins it's any second now. IC says, feed 4 gold.
Freezy Pops looks tipsy.
Weeble says, I want gnome everything. But I'm biased. Smelly Baby says, yeah I still got my motherfucking wrist slit. Hildebrand says, just let it be cool, everyone can be anything give us so many options. Sodarath says, selling Drak third toe picks for gold.
Falana seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Marla says, Kultirons, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Squishy War says, bleeding like a piss bitch.
Runefade seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Dist Arlie seems to be sobering up.
Lilimi says, real feet or WoW character feet cause I know some trolls who love to show of their toes LMFAO.
Jura seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Eddie Riggs cheers. Gozzles Proc says, I don't get why Kultirons can't be pallies. Granted I don't know their lore because I'll be damned if I'm gonna care about the humans in fantasy game, but still. Kashuk says, I didn't say you could sell those, bro.
Belazebub seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Smelly Baby says, Seaman IMA hit list. Kashuk says, the fuck. Jade Wright says, as soon as Metronomes get Shaman I will switch permanently. Maritza yells, Mungward. Happy 2025 to all of you. Gardenier says, what lore man, the lore is gone.
Adele Star seems to be sobering up.
Party says, paladins have a weight limit.
Quantum seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Durian says, Kultiran beliefs are salty and moist. Gardenier says, I'm waiting for the great deco tree to be brought to this game.
Ojima seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Party says, no access to holy power if over 300 pounds. Fiam Meta yells, Panda beam me up. Hildebrand says, I mean, the lore adjusts. Hildebrand says, which, it should. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, please state the nature of the stylistic emergency. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthur. Squishy War says, after hidden licks of acid. Lilimi says, LOL Hildebrand. Gozzles Proc says, parties, then how do you explain Tauren Pallies? Sodarath says, I just need them to add the bard class they were gonna have that they cut from vanilla.
Quantum seems to be sobering up.
Kashuk says, soaks all claws in molten rock, you did this. Restistel says, the gentleman of LIGHT1 how are you? Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Bright Tower says, Tauren Pallies really is where the lore started getting stretched. Maritza yells, shears. 2025 and we still on the road. Lelia says, Gnome Demon Hunters LOL. Gardenier says, nah bro Metronome Demon Hunters. Smelly Baby says, in her fucking split lips. Sodarath says, Panda Demon Hunters please. Gardenier says, true lore. Hildebrand says, granted, bards are rad.
Belazebub seems to be sobering up.
Gozzles Proc says, id, I think the Tauren Pally lore is kinda cool. Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Meshin says, FK all that give us a tinker class already. Cypher dances with Adele Star. Peterbilt yells, woo. Gozzles Proc says, I think they did well with it for what it is. Ares says, outfit or outfit. Sodarath says, yes. Ares says, male drainy BTW. Chandra says, tinker please. Atlases says, Happy New Year Pendajos. Chandra says, that or necro. Squishy War says, wig split just a fucking TID bit, dick itch from ingestin pill bits.
Sneaky Sneak seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Gardenier says, Ares the first tone. Junk Blast says, can always spot a fellow metronome by name.
Inabexiel seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Kashuk yells, from the Pacific NW, we love y'all, happy 25. We wait and drink and snack and weed. Sodarath says, I think the thinker class may be coming eventually. Parnos hugs Rick. Bright Tower says, I'm not saying Sun Knights aren't a neat concept. It's just not really WoW Paladins. Zawin says, Necronomes. Gozzles Proc says, there are male Drania. You mean the Feudus in GS, right? Restistel says, ignored by Hilda, ho ho ho. Meshin says, been wanting one since at least Pfey. Bright Tower says, same with prelates or whatever the heck the troll ones are named. Bleed Claw says, outfit but a different weapon. Caluroria munches on some popcorn. Melisica says, we need troll demon hunters.
Warrior Pill seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light forged Drania will still light up the stage. Gozzles Proc says, that's fair, Bright. Hildebrand says, damn, what did I do to get ignored? W/E. Smelly Baby says, Blue Bill sick of snortin' powder IMA ditch this. Gardenier says, da people. Gozzles Proc says, High Mountain Tauren Demon Hunters.
Inabexiel is getting drunk off of toasting goblet.
Squishy War says, hunted for 520s TSA keep testin' my money Imma dip quick find me a thick bitch. Zawin says, ew. Hologround Eccles yells, Rick is here. Gozzles Proc says, Metronome evokers. Quineve says, good night all have a good new year. Stephanie Turner says, guards. Help me. Restistel says, no you ignored me, Hilda. You're the gentleman of light.
Salka seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, Metronomes. Get up here and show us how it's done. Hildebrand says, LOL metronome evokers rather. Rurik yells, I am 100% hair. Hildebrand says, or really? Eddie Riggs laughs at Ori Sneak. Agathorthemi says, I'm up in the canals and where's the Horty? Eloquent yells, purple is best. Rurik yells, here. Melissa says, Ogvokers, cause its augmentations doing the evoking. Maritza yells, put the best songs in your playlist Moonguard. This day is just beginning. Ori Sneak laughs at Eddie Riggs. Eloquent bows before Dice Moon. Casino Gerald says, free booze. Zawin says, gnome calculus.
Shadow Flame seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Hildebrand says, that doesn't sound right. Checking ignore list.
Casino Gerald seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Mesh and bows before Pixel. Gozzles Proc says, we metronomes would bring greatness to the name of Evoker. The class would be lucky to have us represented and not just those scalies. Warrior Pill says, these horrid beasts will not ruin New Year's.
Ori Sneak seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Inabexiel is completely smashed from the toasting goblet.
Restistel says, have you found Nashu? Darimon says, Grummel allied race. Blood Falcon says, metronome big titty evoker. Eloquent says, since can't get the Pally TO fight.
Albreath seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Shadow Flame seems to be sobering up.
Restistel says, or are you here, hiding from Julian? Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania.
Warrior Pill seems to be sobering up.
Eloquent says, I am be cute. Gozzles Proc says, that's evoking something out of me. Casino Gerald cheers at Dice Moon. Hildebrand says, no idea, honestly have forgotten where my ignore list lives. Lelia says, dragon gnomes. Listen Pierce says, the magical wards at that point should be supported enough by the energy flux to contain the entity. Junk Blast says, honestly I wouldn't mind metronome shaman. Suzanne says, I think not, I don't need to be blown up again. Janie and Chip says, but if we stabilize it with an anchor thread at the appropriate energy crux then it should work. Casino Gerald says, Happy New Year.
Sneaky Sneak is getting drunk off of toasting goblet. Peterbilt seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew. Zorithon seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Meshin says, like we can't already use electricity XD. Gozzles Proc says, guys, imagine if they did some really dumb shit like Night Elf Mages or Lightforged Drania Warlocks lol. Can you imagine? Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Casino Gerald yells, free booze.
Peterbilt is getting drunk off of Brewfest brew. Ori Sneak seems to be sobering up.
Meshin says, Nelf Mages check out.
Owlheart seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Blood Falcon says, metronome with laser boobies.
Sneaky Sneak is completely smashed from the mulled Alterac brandy.
Eloquent says, LOL I am broke for Mog. Stumpy Bulge yells, Fox people suck.
Elantari seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew. Peterbilt is completely smashed from the Brewfest brew. Zelkin seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Not ready yet.
Junk Blast says, wait doesn't Lightforged Warlock like explode? Or was that Fell and Void? Owlheart bursts into dance. Stumpy Bulge yells, I promote Fox people hate crimes. Poisonite says, Mecha Chromie.
Owlheart seems to be sobering up.
Zawin says, Photon Goats. Eloquent yells, purge the pallies. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakther in the house. Fire it up. Fern says, Gnome Druid win.
Gainier seems a little tipsy from the jug of Badlands bourbon. Zorithon is getting drunk off of toasting goblet.
Belazabub says, is your guild not serving? Do you want to slay more than just raid bosses? The Gay Alliance is looking for more 18+ LGBTQ and folks to join in the RP, casual PvE, and chaos. Melissa says, it's Void and Light that explode, and Alone who gets away with weaving them in a way that doesn't cause an explosion. But Fell is different from Void. Ramirez says, Void and Light explodes. Fell and everything explodes, since it's chaos magic. Eloquent yells, Snuggle Furies. Restistel says, wait, Alone uses Void? Fern says, instead of a big cat you're a house cat omfk. Stumpy Bulge yells, Fox people deserve to get turned into horse food.
Zarethon is completely smashed from the toasting goblet. Topper Minutia seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew.
Eloquent yells, they are cute next year make fun of gnomes.
Peterbilt looks drunk. Topper Minutia is getting drunk off a Brewfest brew.
Gozzles Proc says, what if they made Tauren rogues lol. What a crazy world that would be. Remira says, Ilum uses shadow at least, not sure if it's considered void or not though.
Tyleni seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Remira says, cause there is a difference now between the two. Fern says, instead of a bear you're a koala omfk. Rurik yells, NELF hype. Eloquent yells, snuggle furies. Fern says, gnome druid win. Restistel says, shadow and void are technically different. Gozzles Proc says, what would be the difference between gnome druid and mecha gnome druid forms? Eloquent yells, only NELF be vampires. Blood Falcon says, sneaky cows. Eloquent yells, Sredi Paws had two. Fern says, robot parts. Remira says, one is normal, the other is mechanical I'd assume. Iasmonos says, mechanomes transform like transformers with robot parts. Christoph Farrell says, I tell ya, I don't miss the Great War at all. I remember when we fought at Daromir. All night in the fog, lying in a muddy trench. Adis Brahm says, broke both me legs that night. How could I forget? Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Fern says, I mean what's the diff between gnomes and mecha gnomes? Restistel says, or at least, they used to be. They've retconned their own magical schools so who knows. Christoph Farrell says, you are constantly surprising me with what a person can live through. Melissa says, well in one you become a normal bear and the other is a mecha bear. Nora Mac yells, Mac attack. Remira says, see, mecha gnome druids I'd say don't turn into beasts. They pilot mech suits like the Power Rangers.
VM Meta looks tipsy.
Lilimi says, the difference Gozzle is that one will still wear diapers and the other will not. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale.
Alhart looks tipsy. Sneaky Sneak looks drunk.
Maritza yells, woohoo, cheers for the Moonguard server, PPL. Let's GOOO. Eloquent yells, purge pallies. Fern says, that would be so fucking cool.
Elantari seems to be sobering up. Belazebub seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Tyleni seems to be sobering up.
Eloquent yells, with fry sauce. Matra says, LFBS for 636 recraft charged invoker. VM Meta yells, I have friends now. Heek. Aerolia says, Mecha beers would totally fit with the whole nature vibe. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakther in the house. Fire it up. Peterbilt prepares a portable party platter. Xandria yells, now you're just drunk. Zawin says, they have a toilet form and go skibidi. Eloquent yells, friends are overrated WTB wow friends. Kazuk says, I have one more spill of whiskey but this time with water and almonds instead of more whiskey and Doritos. Make good choices kiddos. Gozzles Proc says, we mechanomes do not wear diapers. They are metallic, lower abdominal, waist recycling posteriors. Serenity Lil says, winking and laughing. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Lilimi says, you do wear diapers. Gareth says, do you wish there was a global chat where you could speak with other people, link Thunder Fury, or maybe insult some strangers? Well there is. Type /join Lucan for grub to participate in a populated and active global chat. We love the alliance. VM Meta yells, call me drunk again, see what happens. Eloquent yells, cheaper the better. Kazuk says, honey roasted almonds mother *ER. Zawin says, iron chonies. Koderazand yells, Raik.
Casino Gerald seems to be sobering up. VM Meta seems to be sobering up.
Leonaz yells, Lilimi says, it's a fact that Blizzard made known. Diaper wearer.
Inabexiel looks drunk.
Marla says, it's time for the dwarves to show us how they party. Eloquent yells, mage number in bois room. Gozzles Proc says, and no. Those are just harmful stereotypes. Crying face.
Inabexiel is completely smashed from the mulled Alterac brandy.
Lilimi says, okay. Deltaire says, are we ready for 2025? Eloquent yells, where is Betty? Remira says, Nat, see they'd forego the whole nature aspect of it and manufacture the same effects. So instead of wrath, they'd shoot like, radioactive isotopes. Instead of moonfire, it'd be a blast from an orbital laser. etc. Crumbly says, nope. Milidra says, I wasn't ready for 2009. Milidra says, I'm still not ready. Splinter says, real. Kashuk says, every shit your pants in AQ40? No? Yeah, me neither.
Sneaky Sneak is completely smashed from the Brewfest brew. Poguru seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Eloquent yells, step pally. Crumbly says, I'm going back to the 90s. Things were simpler then. Lucia says, I moved from Area Peak to this server for that reason 3. Gozzles Proc says, bro, I was not even ready for 2018, please God just stop time and let me catch the fuck up. Junk Blast says, why waste time finding a rogue? Let me wiggle my magic skeleton pinky toe pop open your lockboxes. Guaranteed precision, a little grease, and maybe some questionable sounds, but hey, it works every time. Tips in gold or oil accepted. Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons.
Pogurus looks drunk.
Eloquent yells, what reason? Fiam Meta yells, get crunk. Azuradormai yells. Gozzles Proc says, lockboxes. What is this, classic? Peterbilt yells, already there. Kashuk yells, West Coast where you it.
Sneaky Sneak looks drunk.
Junk Blast says, hey I've seen like 1 drop so far. Zawin says, lol boxes.
I can't use that item yet.
Restistel says at Junk Blast, lewd.
Mira seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew.
Durian says, AI is in machines that can make drone kill decisions. It won't be long till we're living Terminator world IRL.
Topper Militia looks tipsy.
Remira says, LOL lockboxes have existed in every SPAC, what are you on about? Eloquent yells, to be soft glory hole pink pally. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, please state the nature of the stylistic emergency.
Belazebub seems to be sobering up.
Zawin says, dwarves still have the most useless racial. Eloquent yells, I thought you're abused on every realm. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Marla says, it's time for the dwarves to show us how they party. Durian says, apparently it's OP in high-level mythics. Melissa says, dwarves should have a racial that lets them dig a hole, diggy diggy hole. Ias Monos says, you forgot the new human racial. Gozzles Proc says, all I'm saying is I have had literally zero use for that particular metronome racial ever since making this character. Remira says, nah, humans got them beat now. Double Hearth, you know, the shaman ability nobody ever uses.
Inabexial looks drunk.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Crumbly says, I mean, not having to ever reapply WEL Fed buff is a pretty damn good racial. Zawin says, oh right Double Hearth ac. Milidra says, I use my hearths on my shaman a lot. Milyamixai says, is Anjuin a femboy? Serenade says, what if I need to use the Akashay says, I use that shaman ability all the time. Eloquent yells, I need gold. Squishy War says, he's a twink. Milidra says, boy's a twink now sorry.
Zerlin seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alterac brandy.
Zawin says, Anjuin is a woman. Gareth says, by the amount. Milyamixai says, yeah true. Fembois don't cry like Anjuin. Peterbilt yells, I need to piss. Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania. Gareth yells, reported. Punchy Cuff says, Anjuin sucks. Gozzles Proc says, Fembois are tougher, NGL. Remira says, Volpera literally have a second hearth they can set anywhere, even outside of an inn. Human racial is trash. Peterbilt yells, right on. Lilimi says, yes, but the amount before it's lost forever. Kelkaz yells, Worgan P. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Maritza yells, we are getting ready for 2025. Best community ever, Moonguard.
Pogurus looks tipsy.
Peterbilt yells, point me to a hydrant. Milyamixai says, just use the Dwarven District auction house. Rizikov says, thank God Varian died before he could see his son weeping with every breeze. Andromedo says, when does the trading post swap over to January's goods, after the morning reset?
Serenade seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Dracolmarie AA says, it's under the bed. Erdem says, it sure. Lilimi says, yeah, Blizzard ruined Anjuin for life. Marla says, metronomes. Get up here and show us how it's done. Gareth yells, the upcoming hour is the one that Blizzard officially uses as their New Year's, therefore it's the best. Erdem says, it should asterisk. Milidra says, in about 8 HRS. Sulfur says, it already did. Milyemagzai says, but guys Anjuin looked so cool in the last cinematic when we got to see him cry in 4K. Remira says, I feel like if Varian were still here, things would be much different.
Serenade seems to be sobering up.
Gozels Proc says, Varian is definitely where Anjuin got it from. Died like a bitch, raised a bitch. Fiam Meta yells, only server with lag on the ah. Let me see you get low.
Tylini seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Andromedos says, I still see December's stuff. Milyemagzai says, Varian would have ended Sylvanus. Erdem says, it's after reset. Peterbilt yells, I got my boot share with the fur. Akashay says, no Varian slander on my trade chat. Milidra says, give it about 8 hours.
Mura seems to be sobering up.
Andromedos says, figured, thanks. Punchy Cuff says, only death that didn't matter was Ford Ring. Erdem says, NP. Rizikov says, it's still 12/31 in some parts of the world, friend. Poisonite says, he didn't end Garrosh. Kazuk says, I flew into SW last week and I was super grateful for the fairly clean city, great food, and best night's sleep I ever had and all, but can the dogs stop peeing everywhere? Gozels Proc says, Ford Ring was done dirty. Zerlin says, didn't think this would work for some reason. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Gozels Proc says, actually both him and Varian were. Punchy Cuff says, I laughed when he died. Gardenier says, yo imagine Garrosh was still around bro, the Volpera would not exist. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS for Moonguard New Year's Eve 2024 videos.
Topper Militia is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Rizikov says, Ford Ring got worfed unimaginably hard. Gardenier says, bro they did him dirty. Gardenier says, rip to the BOI.
Daniel that seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Gozels Proc says, I wish Volpera were alliance just to see them play Goldshire.
Tylini seems to be sobering up.
Remira says, Ford Ring survived the beach just to die in the Pally Ashbringer quest. Oof.
Peterbilt looks tipsy.
Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Trividan says, yo.
Daniel that seems to be sobering up.
Zerlin says, they dance OMG, oh there's the fighting.
Valinor seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Darkarondan says, was Ford Ring in Shadowlands at all? Sexy Beach says, ayo I farted. Blood Falcon says, lol no. Siphoner says, if you guys miss him so much blame the light, we DKS tried to bring him back as one of the horsemen. Remira says, nah, his soul went to the light. Junk Blast says, didn't he get disenchanted as well? Relay says, good job.
Baylor Strass seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Remira says, he didn't go to the Shadowlands, he skipped that whole SPAC.
Zerlin seems to be sobering up.
Gozels Proc says, Varian orcs with handicap parking stickers are my kryptonite Rin. Kazuk says, listen, Wargs I love you but there are literally storm drains everywhere. Mages can conjure a weekly treatment to dilute and drain the smell. Why have I thought so much about this? Milyemagzai says, Turolion should be king. Zerlin bursts into dance. Marla says, come on baby stoke my fire. Let's hear it for the Dark Iron Dwarves. Horvar says, he might have been a Kyrian and didn't know his past. Darkarondan says, wait so if they go to the light what does that really mean? Junk Blast says, Fel Earth destroys souls.
Baylor Strass seems to be sobering up.
Gareth yells, behold, indoor mount. Junk Blast says, like no Shadowlands for you. Rizikov says, whatever the devs feel like it means, since the lore is worth dog water.
Sneaky Sneak looks tipsy.
Maritza yells, yeet. Enhaja yells, thank you. Gozels Proc says, I'd rather be disintegrated than go to Shadowlands tbh.
It's still recharging.
Blood Falcon says, Tyrion became dust. Archimon says, you have failed, kill Jaden. The orcs did not drink of Manarotha's blood as you promised. Archimon says, I care not for your vendetta against the Drania, but their souls may still prove useful to us. Cindy Talon says, Uther went to THJE Light and was in Bastion. Cindy Talon says, so. Marla says, made of stone, but they can move like lightning. Let's go, Earthen. Kazuk says, yeah fuck that place.
Thaloblo seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Junk Blast says, Uther was like half corrupted though. Zerlin cheers at Pine. Melissa says, let's all just agree that Shadowlands never happened. Fordring's soul would have gone to Bastion, where he was then purged of all good judgment and memory.
Inabexiel looks tipsy. Shadow Flame seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Rhaenyra says, Uther died to Arthas, thus his soul went to the Shadowlands. It was severed from the light. Cindy Talon says, mortals don't go to the realm of light usually. Shadowlands is for mortal souls.
Thalloblue seems to be sobering up.
Kazuk says, was that a shadow? Hey. Weird. Gozzel's Proc says, doesn't Blizz even try to forget Shadowlands?
Shadow Flame seems to be sobering up.
Rhaenyra says, there were 2 instances I remember of souls going to the light. That one guy from Northrend, and then Tyrion. Gozzel's Proc says, we should join them. Kazuk says, they tried. Amorlexa yells, one of y'all chill the FK out. Ethereal Warpweaver says, my skills in warp weaving can only do so much to help you. But I shall do my best. Cindy Talon says, no, we went there again in Dragonflight. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Blood Falcon says, wouldn't Tyrion had 2 counterparts then? VM Meta yells, Mom get the camera. Junk Blast says, I didn't hate Shadowlands, but it should have been a stopgap made by the Titans before the true afterlife to fuel the warfront instead of it being the actual afterlife.
Mischievous looks tipsy.
Rhaenyra says, nah, Tyrion wasn't soul rent. That only happens from Mournblades.
Relay looks tipsy. Galathelon looks tipsy.
Ethereal Warpweaver says, my skills in warp weaving can only do so much to help you. But I shall do my best. Noramak yells, get your shots out.
Kayla seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Rhaenyra says, he wasn't killed by Frostmourne, he was killed by a Chaos Blast, and then Idk. Sadness? Blood Falcon says, what's Mournblade? Cindy Talon says, the first ones created all the cosmic realms, all 6, not the Titans. Kazuk yells, shots. Gozzel's Proc says, I just don't think we should have ever seen the WoW afterlife at all. Rizikov says, the audacity to take a metal-ass concept as being enslaved to a memoryless eternity in an unforgiving afterlife after a life of servitude to your faith and making it as lame as Bastion was is honestly impressive. GG Blizzard. Rhaenyra says, surrounded by healers and still dies. Rib.
Topper Militia looks drunk.
Noramak yells, shots in 3. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf.
Elanet seems to be sobering up.
Noramak yells, 2.
Kayla seems to be sobering up.
Melissa says, because the correct way to make spirit healers that can correctly judge souls is by stripping off the entire mind and personality that got them sent to Bastion to begin with. VM Meta yells, Mom get the camera again. Noramak yells, 1.
Gareth seems a little tipsy from the Thorn Speaker moonshine.
Noramak yells, shot. Cindy Talon says, I don't think it's a good story direction for living people to go to the afterlife. Mark Ellen waves at Wild Girl Dragonblight. Mark Ellen cheers at Wild Girl Dragonblight.
Evie seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kazuk yells, woo. Wild Girl Dragonblight points at Dami Mamadi.
Shadow Flame seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Grismore says, BF down. Mark Ellen cheers at Varashia. Junk Blast says, whatever my point still stands, the afterlife should have been a mystery and what we went to a purgatory at best. VM Meta yells, shot shot shot. Everybody. Galit Helline yells, new trading post stuff today. Grismore says, calls the chads. Cindy Talon says, a bit of mystery can be good. Mark Ellen claps excitedly for Varashia. Maritza yells, eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee
Topper Minutia is completely smashed from the mold Alterac brandy.
Kashuk yells, "Whew, that was rude." Marla says, "Night elves. Show us how you get down up in Tel Drossel." Elkson gasps at Bruford.
Shadow Flame seems to be sobering up.
Noramak yells, "Shots for all." Kashuk yells, "It burns. But good." Noramak yells, "Let's go." Remira says, "Fun fact, only the ones with trauma were the ones that got their memories erased. The ones that had good memories didn't need to have them stripped, they just had to come to terms with their deaths."
Poguru seems to be sobering up. Albrev seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Poguru seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Melissa says, "Plenty of Greek mythology tales involve visits to Hades. But the writers of Shadowlands ain't no writers of Greek mythology, TRVR says, sir, no snails allowed on dance floor. Gareth says, Big Slick needs to party too. Kazuk yells, take these broken wings. And learn to fly again, learn to live so free.
Albrecht seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Fiam Meta yells, I'm the physical possession of Lil Jon. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Junk Blast says, flesh is so limited. I didn't give up limbs, I upgraded. Every gear, every piston, every spark of mechanization brings me closer to perfection. Who needs frail bone and sinew when you can have steel and brilliance? Gozzles Proc says, ain't that the fucking truth? Junk Blast says, whoops, wrong chat.
EVAA seems to be sobering up.
Ramirez says, LOL Junk Blast, but, you good? VM Meta yells, shots 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 shots.
Poguru seems to be sobering up.
TRVR says, my pussy is burning. TRVR says, whoops, wrong chat. Elenith thanks Jarna. Junk Blast says, but yet embrace mechanization folks. Amor Lexa yells, your music is bad. Tisk tisk tisk. Gozzles Proc says, from the moment I realized the weakness of my flesh, I was disgusted. Kazuk says, was it? Ramirez says, quit lighting your cat on fire. Rizikov says, Caprica is burning.
Galatheline seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, alright people. Get your robot dances ready, because it's time to mechanize. Let's hear it for the metronome.
Zorithon seems to be sobering up.
Cutie Animboy says, basically what I'm trying to tell you is that it's almost impossible to drive a jet ski at nighttime unless you're in a city with lights lit up so you can navigate. Besides being pitch black, that water turned black at night. Listen, I don't recommend it. Pacifist says, LFJC to craft 636 binding of binding my mets and tip PST.
It's not ready yet.
Ramen Master says, I'm late but happy new year Moonguard. Bruce Depp yells, we're talking it, we're talking it, we're talking it back. Casts fireball. Junk Blast says, flesh is fragile, fleeting a prison of weakness and decay. Steel doesn't bleed, gears don't tire, and circuits don't falter. I cast off the shackles of mortality for the strength of mechanization. Perfection isn't born, it's built.
Peterbilt seems to be sobering up.
Zawin says, Apinuaya. TRVR says, Happy New Year buddy. Elenith blows Wild Girl Dragon Blight a kiss. Fruit Spore says, the sharks hunt at night. Kinder thanks Jarna.
My check seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marilobus squawks earnestly about the end of the world.
Topper Militia looks drunk.
Fruit Spore says, bears are basically land sharks. Elenith gently pats Wild Girl Dragon Blight. Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Wemo says, night vision, goggles.
My check seems to be sobering up. Topper Militia is completely smashed from the mulled Alterac brandy.
Peterbilt yells, woo. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Carrie yells, woo. Junk Blast says, depends, the bears in the tri-state area are idiots for lack of a better word. Bruce Depp yells, meow. Sexy Beach says, why do you guys think it's cool to get high off of weed? I doubt any of you even do it. Only thing I get high off of is knowledge. Pick up a book for won'ts. Revine yells, woo.
Anima seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Gozzles Proc says, bears are fringe-shaped. See.
Albrecht seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fruit Spore says, weed and math are like vinegar and chili oil.
Gareth seems to be sobering up.
Kazuk yells, woo. Fruit Spore says, perfect with dumplings. Eloquent yells, come get your sin. Frostbite yells, woo.
Anima seems to be sobering up.
Zawin says, doing algebra with stoned is impossible. Voptic says, don't forget to brush your teeth before bed. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Gozzles Proc says, I don't think it's cool. Athalesha says, the irony of telling people to read and typing won'ts. Frostbite says, D. Gozzles Proc says, I ate some of those THC peach rings in Seattle once. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Zawin says, did you die? Eloquent says, LOL. Fruit Spore says, yo I'm living there, we got the best edibles. Peterbilt yells, Oh.
Telvera seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Violura says, I hate people that can't spell grammar. Sereni says, bait.
Mabby seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Gozzles Proc says, none of you assholes told me that would give me hallucinations. I thought it would just mellow me out. Junk Blast says, while I hate what the devil's lettuce does to people, I am a firm believer of psilocybin use at least once in your life as it changes your brain chemistry for the better. *. Note: I am not a doctor, this is just a POV. Elanith flirts with wild girl Dragon Blight.
Tylini seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fiam Meta yells, I am a bitch, slap you if you criticize my music. Maebi bursts into dance. Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Gozzles Proc says, I ate the whole bag. Fiam Meta yells, everybody. Dami Mama E says, someone is smart. Fruit Spore says, oh, you got the special kind. Eloquent yells, fuck your music.
Mabby seems to be sobering up. Tylini seems to be sobering up.
Gozzles Proc says, I got the regular kind at the dispensary. Eloquent yells, unless tell me what X. Fruit Spore says, sure you did. Icelpitz pokes Dami Mamadi. Hey.
Topper Militia looks drunk.
Sexy Beach says, why do you guys think it's cool to get high off of weed? I doubt any of you even do it. Only thing I get high off of is knowledge. Pick up a book for once. Amor Lexa says, looks at the digged dice. Amor Lexa lets out a hearty chuckle. Fruit Spore says, man, I eat like bags of that stuff. It doesn't make you hallucinate, you are thinking of the stinky. Marla says, alright people. Get your robot dances ready, because it's time to mechanize. Let's hear it for the metronome. Hyperactive places a clutch of eggs upon the ground. Eloquent yells, Mage plays good music.
Atlasa seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fruit Spore says, that dude with a gun had the stinky and killed some people, it was a mess. Davidia blows Amor Lexa a kiss. Kashuk says, what's a book? Morkan says, nay. Icelpitz says, tie. Junk Blast says, the flesh is born flawed, limited vision, slow reflexes, weak grip. A mechanized body perfects what nature could never achieve. Fruit Spore says, lies written on tree skin.
Kathleen seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kashuk says, LMAO.
Telvera seems to be sobering up. Elanith seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Sondai bursts into dance. Bruggs dances with Blitz. Kashuk says, that's fucking hilarious tbh. Violura says, read a book please. Gareth places a clutch of eggs upon the ground.
Barrelin seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fruit Spore says, Beakbok. Lennet says, Brother Worth, are you out there somewhere? Eloquent yells, why is this flight path diff than pretties?
Atlasa is getting drunk off a filled festive mug. Jinical seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Elanith seems to be sobering up. Poguru seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Gozzles Proc says, just say no to wacky weed. Coke is better for you. You'll clean your entire house in an hour.
Barrelin seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, alright people. Get your robot dances ready, because it's time to mechanize. Let's hear it for the metronomes. Matra says, LFLW for 636 glyph-etched gauntlets. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Fiam Meta yells, Volpera, I'll give you $20 to be my pillow. Gemma Lee says, Fruit Spore is funny, laughing face.
Jinical seems to be sobering up.
Fruit Spore says, let them eat cake.
Jinical seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Neener says, that was never actually said number. Neener says, 3.
La seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Gozzles Proc says, he literally just said it. Fruit Spore says, I did. Samasani says.
La seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Fiam Meta yells, I want one free Volpolo. Meshan says, Otai. Neener says, I can tell you're not history buffs and that's my bad for thinking people were smarter than they actually are in trade chat, my apologies. Fruit Spore says, cause history majors are so smart.
Poguru seems to be sobering
I
up.
can't use that item yet.
Zawin says, I'm L.E. Smirt. Athalesha says, no. Amor Lexa says, so many fuel me new gambling habit. Leah yells, https://10yearold.com/oispacegoat. Sawdust says, roller. Mark Ellen says, rip. Athalesha says, you're the Zawin. We've been over this. Sawdust says, where have you been? Gozzles Proc says, I play a metronome, I am automatically SMORT. Eloquent yells, show me more goats. Amor Lexa says, I was joking. Chill. VM Meta yells, fuck you, I'll open that URL. Neener says, so heckin' smart. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Wang Wang says, I bet no one else has the snuggy skin. Gemma Lee says, SMRT haha smart. Fruit Spore says, I would want to be a cyborg, then you could basically do cocaine 24/7.
Avery seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Eloquent yells, LOL. Amor Lexa says, you exist. Fruit Spore says, without risking a Chris Farley. Rurik is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Junk Blast says, mine is a junkyard metronome so like. I'm 90% tetanus. Samasani says, her not saying let them eat cake didn't stop the guillotine. Leah yells, XD.
Dread Grove seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Avery seems to be sobering up.
Eloquent yells, anyone want to walk to Ghostlands? Gozzles Proc says, Batman does cocaine, it's true, look it up, so that means it's fine and possibly healthy for you. Onion breathes in your attention. Blood Falcon says, rip metronome private junk. Onion grows hotter. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Dracther in the house. Fire it up. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Fruit Spore says, you need to understand that everything is good because it makes chemicals in your brain, you need stronger parts to sustain fast fat cushion and inundate it with dopamine. Amor Lexa says, get up here.
Jinical seems to be sobering up.
Kazak yells, TF did y'all do? Athalesha says, cocaine is generic Ozab Mike. Zawin says, then what drugs does the Joker take? Gozzles Proc says, tetanus is just bonus poison damage. Unboomer says, he doesn't do coke because he is a fictional character. Archifane says, I love my wife. Amor Lexa says, good girl. Zerori says, it's okay though because gnomes reproduce by budding. Kazak yells, I leave you alone for 45 minutes. Davidia smiles at Amor Lexa. VM Meta yells, I'm doing shots. Athalesha says, I think she sucks. Eloquent yells, I need male white mog pants. Fruit Spore says, let's be honest here, if any of us could afford cocaine we would not be here. Amor Lexa says, I just tried to gamble. Gozzles Proc says, Joker does whip pits. Nora Mac yells, do a shot with me. Amor Lexa says, advice. Samasani says, cocaine is healthy for you, doctors from the 1800s said so. Amor Lexa says, don't. Nora Mac yells, 2. Davidia nods at Amor Lexa. Amor Lexa chuckles at Davidia. Nora Mac yells, 1.
Aiden seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Eloquent yells, Pally. Athalesha says, no one does cocaine anymore unless you're a celebrity, this isn't 1998. Kelkaz says, the good old days were weird AF. Unboomer says, they made a great soda from it. Medicate says, Happy New Year MG. Black heart. Junk Blast says, I don't need it. Well, Boutron is apparently poor Manny's cocaine and I've got that in droves. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. VM Meta yells, I got you. Kelkaz says, doctors recommending smoking 5 a day. Amor Lexa says, come closer. Junk Blast says, men's asterisk. Gemma Lee says, men's. Zawin says, FDR's doctor gave him a little coke before his famous Pearl Harbor speech. Samasani says, New Year same me I'm perfect. Werawai says, the Knights of Dusk Fall, we are a newly formed guild dedicated to protecting those across Azeroth, if you wish to join we would be happy to have you. Werawai says, the Knights of Dusk Fall, we are a newly formed guild dedicated to protecting those across Azeroth, if you wish to join we would be happy to have you. Athalesha says, Aderral does just the trick. Amor Lexa says, what art you? Screed.
Aiden seems to be sobering up.
TRVR says, bring back lobotomy for people with cognitive disorders. Kazak says, 12 mins to Westcoas. Archifane says, correcting your own typos is a sign of weak spirit and self-doubt. Unboomer says, more doctors smoke Winston than any other brand. Eloquent yells, I want take shots TOOO. Amor Lexa kisses Davis for it. Augie says, Adderall is literally meth. Zawin says, my doctor prefers Chesterfields. Kashuk says, Adderall is amazing.
Manlabai seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Davidia purrs at Amor Lexa. Samasani says, prescribed meth. Athalesha says, well it's almost meth, it's missing a methyl but it is an amphetamine. Junkblast says, it's not literally meth, it's a similar chemical chain but it is not meth. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Gemma Lee says, more Winstons are doctors than any other name that starts with W, is another thing I made up right now. Athalesha says, its half-life is shorter.
Poguru seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Oniro says, it's not literally meth. Ryoma says, most I've taken is 300 milligrams. Zawin says, did you die? Gemma Lee says, I hate meth. Fiam Meta yells, are you going to snuggie with me? Ryoma says, high tolerance. Oniro says, good. Junkblast says, I think I'm gonna stop taking Welbies though this jaw clenching is concerning. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Zerilyn yells, Gaiman, will save us. Fruit Spore says, how can you hate a chemical? Unboomer says, a good smoke helps to calm the nerves during surgery.
Poguru seems to be sobering up.
Amor Lexa blows Davidia a kiss. Topramanisha yells, Gaiman, will save us. Lelia says, I ate 2 candy bars and I am feeling it. Davidia eagerly reaches out and catches the blown kiss in my hand, then gently presses it to my soft lips. Never wanting to miss one. Gozzles Proc says, my sister-in-law had a dog named Winston. He died of cancer. Smoked Marlboros, go figure. Zawin says, remember when doctors would blow smoke up your ass? Good times. TRVR says, I have ADHD and me and Buddy took copious amounts of Addy and felt superhuman best day ever. Amor Lexa says, you miss me? Davidia dances with Amor Lexa. Samasani says, cool ass dog. Mockington says, WTB portal to Darnassus, 100 grams. Davidia says, always. Lelia says, 200 milligrams candy bars. Unboomer says, the dog smoked Marlboros. Marla says, woo. Workin, get down with your bad selves. And Hadja says, meow. Athalesha says, ad folks don't tweak you guys, we react differently to uppers. Rarik dances with Potent Lotus. Gemma Lee says, twisty brain chemical that forces your mind and body to desire nothing but it, deprives a person from having a life worth living without it. Junkblast says, so if you felt superhuman on Addies, you probably don't need it. Unboomer says, most dogs smoke camels. Gozzles Proc says, only when he was stressed.
Topramanisha looks tipsy.
Mortan says, LMAO. Kitten blows Axolotl a kiss. Axolotl blows Kitten a kiss. Zawin says, I would give my neighbor's dog a cigarette but he only barks in Spanish. Junkblast says, like when I take it I just feel normal but I can go about normal life and it's great. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Potent Lotus dances with Rarik. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Fruit Spore says, holy shit. H1B pet visas, smart. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Samasani says, Spanish dog be like Bork. TRVR says, when you take 3 times the amount per script and add alcohol I'm sure that's why we felt that way haha. Zawin says, het. Fruit Spore says, I want to import an Indian dude to be my German shepherd. Kitten dances with Axolotl.
Manlabai is getting drunk off of mulled Alderac brandy.
Unboomer says, H1B MasterCard will be the future. Zawin says, Gozzles Proc says, how many of these Pristics can I take before I get high enough to forget the reasons why I was prescribed Pristic in the first place? Matra says, LFLW for 636 glyph-etched gauntlets. Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Junkblast says, sounds like a good way to overdose. I can't even drink a beer without being a mess on my script ATM. Topramanisha says, thanks. Davidia dances happily with Amor. Zerilyn says, Lucky Duck and the Sausage Hat Stack, this is great news. Deadlick me cheers. Fruit Spore says, like a fat Cantonese man to be my pug, just keep him nice and chubby, not too chubby, they got breathing problems. Enhaja says, meow. Unboomer says, I had an ex that would save them up so she could party better on weekends, in the end she threw a fork at me. Hellas says, take your clothes off.
Manlabai looks tipsy.
Fruit Spore says, humans are the best dogs, they get the most chunks to squeeze if you feed them right. Amorlexa is playing a song. Amorlexa is playing a song. Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Malevolent says, Moonguard New Year's Eve videos on YouTube at 4:20 MMOS, new ones uploading all night. Kitten yells, Ty. VM Meta yells, I'm not sleeping tonight.
Garivore seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kashuk yells, seems like that makes two of us in lowercase.
Manlabai is getting drunk off of mulled Alterac brandy.
Otis Sean yells, me either, I just a line. Maybe says, gulp. Manlabai warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle.
Garivore seems to be sobering up.
Enhaja says, I love hot dogs. Marla says, forge it. Show us how it's done, Dark Iron Dwarves. Otis Sean yells, did asterisk. Kashuk yells, yeah 25 Insomnia Gang. Hellas says, naked party. Zerlin says, oops I'm misclicking. Sorry whoever that was.
Shadow Flame seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Atlases seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Big Buns thanks Roller. Stormwind dances with Scrubby. Big Buns hugs Roller. Gildina dances with Hellas. Kashuk says, now I want a snack. Eloquent yells, Sin. Eloquent yells, Champagne. Meshan says, that be me lol. Mark Ellen cheers at Topper Manisha.
Shadow Flame seems to be sobering up.
Meshan says, how dare you. Marla says, come on baby stoke my fire. Let's hear it for the Dark Iron Dwarves. Eloquent yells, this dice Moon's house. Amorlexa claps excitedly for Sarakandika. Samasani says, hot dog water is a luxury, not a commodity. Don't waste. Sarakandika smiles at Amorlexa. Shadrin says, I had a function of, the love slut girl, so engined. Junk Blast says, I love that the Hero's Path stuff is account wide now. Amorlexa is playing a song. Enhaja says, my BF didn't get me beef jerky today but got me flowers. Rizikov says, I eat them right out of the package. Kashuk says, I boiled some Gatorade. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, I can see why you have summoned me, warrior. Enhaja says, you smell like hot dog water. Fruit Spore says, he is trying to tell you that you need to lose weight. Kashuk says, I don't. Enhaja says, no he love my fat ass. TRVR says, awesome pick. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthur. Fruit Spore says, but not the cellulite. Samasani says, you smell like beef jerky. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Zawin says, queef jerky. Enhaja says, we heard you the first time. Fruit Spore says, you need to get that cottage cheese squeezed out. Kashuk says, you don't smell like Santa. Prestispell says, nothing is worse than when it smells like mustard. Enhaja says, I love the smell of horses. Medicate says, I love beef jerky. Mark Ellen claps excitedly for Topper Manisha. Corbett Schneider says, now for that snack. Samasani says, bro be sniffing horses. Men Labai yells, 3 minutes. Kashuk says, I do too. Just not in your farts. Hellas says, sexy girls hang out in this corner. Shadrin says, the love peace or peace out of cold, and as the hunter, boys want fun with others. Enhaja says, bro is not sniffing horses. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthur.
Manlabai looks tipsy.
Amorlexa dances with Sarakandika. Zartan yells, left coast in the house. Hellas cheers. Kashuk yells, PNW reporting in. Maria says, get you a partner in life that worships you like Jacob Fata worships Solosiko. Milyamagzai says, okay Blitz. Amorlexa tickles Sarakandika. Hee hee. Enhaja says, who are either of those PPL? Sarakandika giggles at Amorlexa.
Topper Manisha seems to be sobering up.
Shadrin says, gotta do it. Amorlexa is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen.
Aiden seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fruit Spore says, why not have marshmallow with bacon and cream cheese? Gildina cheers at Nymerus. Samasani says, Star Wars characters I think. Enhaja says, Yug. Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Fruit Spore says, put that shit in a crab rangoon. Zawin says, stop. The food can only be so American. Kazak yells, lay bring it home.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Aiden seems to be sobering up.
Dami Mama bursts into dance. Meshan says, firework time.
Poguru seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Shadron says, the of love Steezy
Still
MS, level up gate for you. Views Phallus says, I like horses. TRVR says, I love the smell of a woman who has not showered all day, it's pure bliss. Scrattle waves at Angry Trader.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Vapir says, I ate so many snacks I passed out and slept through the New Year's rollover. Fruit Spore says, smells like teen spirit. Zawin says, yucky. Men Labai yells, 1 minute. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Shadron says, LOL. Milyamagzai says, this chat is Blitzo in disguise. Malevolent says, Happy New Year. Marla says, Metronome. Get up here and show us how it's done. Malevolent says, West Coast. Milyamagzai says, all this horse love.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Rosiel says, I got turned into a turkey. Zawin says, it's 11:59. Fruit Spore says, West Side. Unboomer says, does Dorn do fireworks? Shadron says, Hugh Furker. Fenelzina says, lucky. TRVR says, Happy New Year Kelly.
Poguru seems to be sobering up.
Aerolia says, Happy New Year. Malevolent says, don't fall in the ocean. Mark Ellen ruffles Topermanish's hair. Zartan yells, Happy New Year Azroth. Eloquent yells, tab in. Cypher blows Adele Star a kiss. Fenelzina cheers at Rosiel. Men Labai yells, Happy New Year. BRJZ says, Happy New Year. Airdial yells, Happy New Year. Kazak yells, cheers to all of you, happy, prosperous and loving 25. Men Labai warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. Carrie yells, Happy New Year West Coast. Zawin says, Ding 2025. Meshan yells, Happy New Year. Smiley face. Candlelights yells, Happy New Year. Samasani says, I'm only awake playing WoW right now because the 10,000 fireworks going off outside my window. Hellas says, Happy New Year. Kazak says, cheers to all of you, happy, prosperous and loving 25. Teal Stormridge yells, Happy New Year. Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up and tell Drossel. Reaver yells, Happy New Year chat. Sexy Beach yells, where are the fireworks? Maybe yells, Happy New Year babes. Shadron says, mouth with penis in it. SAE yells, Happy New Year, love. Kure says, West Coast Best Coast New Year, laughing face. Lelia says, Happy New Year's. From Kelly. Zawin says, it sounds like the Battle of the Somme outside. Malevolent yells, Happy New Year y'all. Misty says, Happy New Year. Belarose yells, Happy New Year SW. Sexy Beach yells, Happy New Year. Shadron says, and love more. Samasani says, and then the casual gunshots in between they thought was slick. Rosamund says, Happy New Year. Dami Mama says, Happy New Year's. Nadalgia says, Happy New Year's MG, thanks for making WoW feel alive. Sile Ring says, Happy New Year. Eloquent yells, New Year purge the pallies. Diane yells, Happy New Year Stormwind. Reaver yells, Team Rocket is blasting off Ian. Runewalk yells, Happy New Year. Okaria says, Happy New Year. Vegingi yells, Happy New Year's. TYVN yells, Happy New Year. TRVR says, Happy New Year's from Laguna Beach, love. Kitten yells, Happy New Year's.
Morton seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Carrie barks at Magni. Nobushige says, Happy New Year. Kazak says, from the Pacific NW, love y'all.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Fruit Spore says, oh shit, either they're fireworks here or gunshots, I live near Renton, could be either. Morgan says, another Laguna Beach nerd, shocked. Kure says, Happy New Year from San Diego, love. Azuradormai yells, Happy New Year everyone see. Kazak says, Happy 25. Sile Unestra yells, Happy New Year, love. Dami Mama yells, Happy New Year's. Sexy Beach yells, where are the fireworks? Rosamund says, WA Rep. Terracobolt yells, Happy New Yas from West Coast.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Elaine says, Happy New Year from the reservation, laughing face. Mark Ellen cheers at Nymerus. Armina yells, Happy New Year. Cameron yells, West Coast got less Happy New Years. Marla says, woo. Workin, get down with your bad selves. Yrel says, Happy New Year. TYVN yells, Happy New Year's. Fruit Spore says, South Seattle scary as fuck yo. Samasani says, fuck fireworks Ima just shot my gun in the air. Relay says, no longer Torin. Nymerus cheers at Mark Ellen. Gwyneth barks at Carrie. Sadiesel yells, Happy New Year. Love. Thorda yells, Happy New Year's. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Rosamund says, I'm in Redmond so. Pled Elam yells, Happy New Year. Shadron says, and lovely love black girl. Nady yells, the doctor is in. Milyemagzai says, woo. Happy New Year. Feudal lap dances in Goldshire on me. Noramak yells, 666 party with the devil BCH. Zartan yells, fireworks. Fruit Spore says, you rich folk.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Sausage Man says. Scraddle dances with Champange. Noramak yells, take your shots. Malevolent says, WA State, Ocean Shores says Happy New Year, at. Shadow Flame yells, Happy New Year.
Zelkin seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Need more mana says, low. Need more mana says, dang. Eloquent yells, fireworks best time make hit. Dreadgrove yells, hooray for West Coast finally catching up. Shadron says, the love of Raymonses. Fruit Spore says, if I haven't been shot, Merry fucking New Year from Renton. Milyemagzai says, femboy lap dances too. THCC says, wishing you all happiness, and some good belly laughs in 2025, love. Amor Lexa says, low.
Amor Lexa rolls 6, 1 to 6. Amor Lexa rolls 1, 1 to 6.
Amor Lexa casually tosses her worn troll dice. Duffine says, Happy New Year from Tacoma. Marla says, come on up, Worgan brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Valtheria says, Happy New Year someone, not me though. Amor Lexa says,
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Amor Lexa says, seems such. FSH says, Happy New Year gamers. Reed Redeemer dances with Amor Lexa. Amor Lexa says, low. Malevolent says, West Coast best coast. Fruit Spore says, smell coma is real, respect. Amor Lexa casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Amor Lexa rolls 4, 1 to 6. Amor Lexa rolls 2, 1 to 6.
Akashik says, hope you all have a better year this year even if 2024 was a banger for you. Opalix says, Happy New Year from Kent. Amor Lexa says, BS. Shadron says, we get to fuck in, paradise. Thorda says, Happy New Year everyone. Fruit Spore says, Kent has best Indian pizza. Elaine says. Need more mana says, bro I have namer plates with a YouTuber script and now I can't see Dice Moon's Queen Casino on the bottom.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Opalix says, I know. I ended up with diabetes in Kent. Food is too good. Dalen says, Happy New Year's. Unboomer says, Happy birthday Jesus. Sausage Man says, who cares about that I want my adrenaline to always be active in the afterlife. Amor Lexa says, you are so adorably short. Amor Lexa says, Soti. Lachey says, Happy New Year's rodents. Marla says, forge it. Show us how it's done Dark Iron Dwarves.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Bartha seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Reed Redeemer grins wickedly at Amor Lexa. Pogrovs yells, GN to all. Happy New Year. Drink water, and posture check. Awoo, love. Need more mana says, ha ha hat. Elaine says, Happy New Year's you shitheads. Fruit Spore says, TBH if you are in WA right now and not high, you are not welcome here. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Amor Lexa dances with Reed Redeemer. Amor Lexa dances with Reed Redeemer. Samasani says, Happy birthday Jimmy Carter. Malevolent says, LOL I remember when people called it the Tacoma Aroma. Good city overall. Tacoma Dome was epic. Some of the factories though good money had certain smells. Trithna says, nobody tell him. Lycan dances with Winter Reveler. Amor Lexa is playing a song.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Gildena cheers at Mark Ellen. Duffine says, it smells much better nowadays. Topper Manisha cheers at Mark Ellen.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Gemma Lee says, Happy New Year. Shadron says, Hi, Fwicker, I like Dante Oli. Stackenbos yells, Holy they sure went all out with fireworks this year. Fruit Spore says, Saltpeter smells good. Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Malevolent says, agreed. Elaine says, live in St. Louis, gunshots everywhere. Thurisis says, Happy New Year. Samasani says, hell yet. Samasani says, shoot back.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Amor Lexa claps excitedly for Reed Redeemer. Amor Lexa dances with Reed Redeemer. Reed Redeemer says, Tiny Red.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Galvinia says, who force-fed Shay too much meth. Elaine says, I would but I'm scared lol. Eloquent yells, still need white mog pants. Reed Redeemer dances with Amor Lexa. Unboomer says, we got a dude with a bottle rocket. Malevolent says, Hawkwium, WA shotguns everywhere. Amor Lexa says, Tiny Blue.
Frostbite seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sareth says, sorry cops were coming had to get rid of it. Elaine says, if I was on the reservation it would be totally different lol. Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Sadiesel says, fully automatic shots in my neighborhood oof. Traumedy says, Seattle is his firework heaven. Mark Ellen gasps at Topper Manisha. TRVR says, East St. Louis vibes. Thurisis says, TP needs to update soon.
Poguru seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS uploading Moonguard New Year's videos all-nighter. Fruit Spore says, you sure those not 9 MMS? Ethereal Warp Weaver says, I can see why you have summoned me, Paladin. Elaine says, you fuck East St. Louis. Elaine says, yuck.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Zawin says, I am vomit. Gemma Lee says, ANY1 ever tried a .357 Magnum? Duffine says, does anyone want to kiss? Reed Redeemer dances with Amor Lexa.
Lycan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Duffine says, smiley face. Malevolent says, hey a vomit. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable?
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Menlavi seems to be sobering up.
Fruit Spore says, I had the judge and it could fire .357. TRVR says, Druid kiss Habibi. Elaine says, you wouldn't last 3 seconds in East St. Louis it like zombies caught out there. Gemma Lee says, there's people yelling outside my window lol. Fruit Spore says, 10 millimeters, better, cause then you can use Glock.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Elaine says, tell M to shut the fuck up. Zawin says, McClunk. Unboomer says, just start blasting. Gemma Lee says, yet and get off my lawn. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Kashuk says, not everyone's into serpent tongue but I won't use it. Amor Lexa chuckles at Reed Redeemer. Elaine says, say UWU and then blast. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Gary Tass says, Happy New Year. Fruit Spore says, you gotta respect St. Louis that shit is real. Reed Redeemer giggles at Amor Lexa. THCC says, love these fireworks in SW, love. Kashuk says, sorry what were W talking ABOUT6? Malia says, UWU. Gemma Lee says, I'd most likely make fake fart noises at them. Gary Tass yells, woo 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 woo. Zawin says, degree / degree. Need more mana says, wait how did this happen? Gemma Lee says, hi Zawin, laughing face. Gary Tass yells, Void Elves woo. Need more mana says, is this for New Year? Unboomer says, happy birthday Jesus. Zawin says, greetings. Mark Ellen cheers at Gildena. Windhand says, fireworks are for simpletons. Elaine says, if only I could post my video of St. Louis like 30 minutes ago. TRVR says, happy birthday Allah. Mark Ellen eyes Topper Manisha up and down. Malia says, post it. Gemma Lee says, what? Fruit Spore says, man kebab is the shit. THCC yells, Happy New Year's hotties.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Elaine says, all you can hear is gunshots in the video, not even fireworks. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Gary Tass yells, woo 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 woo. Elaine says, the gunshots are fireworks. THCC yells, be good, be happy. Magic Marge cheers. Gary Tass yells, night elves. Zawin says, somewhere in America, there was a murder.
Driesel seems to be sobering up. Licken seems to be sobering up.
Fruit Spore says, nothing liek raw ground meat and onions. Rendar yells, the doctor is in. Gemma Lee says, gunshots are so safe, you just dodge them. Porterox says, the only shots I wanna hear is back shots, Nahameen?
Zelkin seems to be sobering up.
Junk Blast says, beef tartar is delicious when done proper. Toadrich says, happy birthday Buddha. Fruit Spore says, it is made from people. Unboomer says, everyone that ever watched Columbo is committing their crime right now. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Zawin says, beef tartar becomes beef yum yum when done right.
Driesel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Elaine says, you right Port, all of the people outside were casually walking still so. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Fruit Spore says, more of a Kojak the Night Stalker guy myself. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Poisonius yells, Happy New Year's for PST.
Driesel seems to be sobering up.
Lyarka cheers. Kazak yells, Happy 25 West COAS. Fiam Meta yells, there we go.
Wynneth is getting drunk off of toil and trouble.
Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania.
Wynneth looks tipsy. Baelith is getting drunk off of toil and trouble. Baelith is completely smashed from the toil and trouble.
Elaine says, can we make Stormwind North St. Louis? Fruit Spore yells, another year without the big one, feels good.
Wynneth is completely smashed from the toil and trouble.
Elaine says, if only LOL.
Rosiel is getting drunk off of toil and trouble. Fenelzina is getting drunk off of toil and trouble. Menlabai seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
TRVR says, if I was gay I would marry Albert Pujols. Zawin says, I don't want any St. Louis in my WoW.
Baelith looks tipsy. Baelith seems to be sobering up. Rosiel looks tipsy. Fenelzina looks tipsy.
Fruit Spore says, marriage is not natural. Cybernightle says, hey now. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Elaine says, Zawvin LOL. Orolina says, St. Louis more like shit puya me right folks. Cybernightle says, careful I live near there and so does me guild LMAO. Porterox says, Texas is like that, but I'm usually blasting music so I don't hear anything.
Rosiel is completely smashed from the toil and trouble. Fiora seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, look at those dwarven feet move. And they can do it all without spilling their ale. Hellas says, hi daddy. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Noramak gasps at Hellas. Malevolent says, YouTube at 4:20 MMOS uploading World of Warcraft Moonguard New Year's Eve 2024 all night. Gemma Lee says, dang straw, floating in my soda. Fruit Spore says, I have an open marriage with the world.
Fiora seems to be sobering up.
Need more mana says, I'm scared. Elaine says, no see. Reed Redeemer dances with Amor Lexa. Noramak boops dice Moon's nose. Kyrina sets out a transmorpher beacon. Mark Ellen cheers at Topper Minutia. Gemma Lee says, that's the last straw, now I have to buy more. Fruit Spore yells, nobody can afford one, sad face.
Wynneth looks drunk. Menlabai is getting drunk off of mulled Alterac brandy. Rosiel looks drunk.
Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Amor Lexa curtsies before Reed Redeemer.
Menlabai looks tipsy.
Elaine says, did you know Buzzballs is woman-owned? Elaine says, smiley face. Amor Lexa flicks red app in the forehead. Noramak says, same to you. Hellas cheers at Nymerus. Nora Max says, 7.
Toria seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Vagingi yells, amazing fireworks, love. Hellas cheers at Kinder. Ovalia says, Happy New Year. Nymerus cheers at Hellas. Hellas cheers at Cosmic Wolf. Ovalia says, even if I'm 12 minutes late. Hellas cheers at Zartan. Vagingi yells, more next year, please Blizz, love. TRVR says, 18 years she got one of your kids got you for 18 years, shoulda saw the look on his face when he found out it wasn't his. Nora Max says, grats. Porterox says, the more you know. Elaine yells, you're an hour late. Zawin says, drunky pokeballs. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Marla says, forge it. Show us how it's done Dark Iron Dwarves. Balthier yells, asterisk your. Gary Tass says, ah. Kashuk yells, there will be. Happy 25, y'all. Love. Nora Max says, I would but I'm currently in a group lol. Vagingi yells, I'm Pacific Zone, love. Cosmic Rift says, Happy New Year mountain person. Elaine says, Trevor meet me in North St. Louis. Vagingi yells, I hope 2025 brings us more positiveness and loves, love. Zawin says, Hawaii still has to wait 3 more HRS. Nora Max says, hi. TRVR says, no I don't want to get mugged. Ovalia says, ha ha ha, thank you. Elaine says, I am a mug you. Amor Lexa ruffles Reed Redeemer's hair.
Baron Demon seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Kashuk yells, likewise. Nora Max says, been refining my gold making methods. Tyenderlin yells, farewell. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Elaine says, loser. TRVR says, I like St. Louis TBH it's better than Memphis. Nora Max says, one moment. Porterox says, just lay on the floor spread eagle and scream your lungs out to establish dominance during a mugging. Elaine says, nah. Warrior Pills yells, your mama. Tyenderlin yells, I love you shady. Fiam Meta yells, strip pole toy when blizzard. Zawin says, you can't be mugged when you're naked. Fruit Spore says, what if they made weed illegal in every US state, would you move to Canada, or just hide in the Cascades/Sierra Nevadas? Amor Lexa yells, fuel me new gambling habit. Nia yells, yes. Yawide yells, no bonks for you. Tyenderlin yells, well I know he is. Nora Max says, hi. Fern says, it used to be illegal. Dardion says, you just get stabbed screaming then. Elaine says, Zawin gets it. Nora Max says, grats. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Amor Lexa yells, bonk you then. TRVR says, fondle me baby. Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. TRVR says, I'm game. Tyenderlin yells, bye Selkia and Shady, love. Fiam Meta yells, bonk me. I dare you. Gary Tass yells, ha 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 ha. Elaine says, no thanks. Porterox says, not if you go into phase 2, which is throw feces and establish an aggressive posture. Nora Max says, 7 and I'm on CD now. Agathorthemi says, like wherever they make moonshine but the weed version, North Cali. Hellas hugs Restorm you. Nora Mac bows before Dice Moon.
Baron Demon seems to be sobering up.
Amor Lexa yells, bonks Fiam Meta. Zawin says, that's where Bigfoot lives. Nora Max says, Merry late Christmas. TRVR says, probably live in the burbs anyway normie.
Toria seems to be sobering up.
Kashuk dances with Necraft. Agathorthemi says, fucking with Sasquatch. Aug says, Dad. Elaine says, bro I live in South St. Louis foo. Fruit Spore says, I want to homestead in NorCal grow my own weed, protect it with my blood. Marla says, woo. Worgan, get down with your bad selves.
Baron Demon seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Gary Tass yells, woo. Hellas says, I love you. Zawin says, there's meth elves in those woods. TRVR says, Kirkwood and South County does not count Silver Spoon. Gary Tass yells, for the Alliance. Elaine says, meth elves are from East St. Louis. Fruit Spore says, meth is not natural, it is the devil. Amor Lexa yells, I was lied to. You know she loved it. Agathorthemi says, tripwires, CCTV. Hellas blows Nymerus a kiss.
Dice Moon seems a little tipsy from the moon glow.
Amor Lexa dances with Reed Redeemer. Zawin says, Skinwalker taps on your window at 3 am. Amor Lexa is playing a song.
Xanderji seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Hellas bursts into dance. Reed Redeemer dances with Amor Lexa. Evistra blows Stormwind Reveler a kiss. Imolia yells, my life for Aire. Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Portorox says, hey now, let's chill with that. Sung Kong makes monkey noises. Damon Arya says, twirls hair. Agath Orthemi says, well need the meth to set all this up for how paranoid the meth will make us. Elaine says, PSH fuck around and find out Skinwalker I'm from the res. Nora Mac says, uno momento Ms. Moon gotta deal with some stuff.
Evistra seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Nora Mac says, Gope you will be on later. Elaine says, I got hands. Portorox says, IUFRFR. VM Meta yells, my wife for hire.
Dice Moon seems to be sobering up.
Angelic says, WTS glorious leg plates of the Fire Flash ancient plans, Warblades of the Hawkery, Reborn Gurabashi ceremonial staff Souls Crier. Fruit Spore says, I would suck dick for crack, but my skills are not up to PAR and people want a full set of teeth nowadays. Reed Redeemer flirts with Amor Lexa. Amor Lexa yells, shed a wave. Portorox says, trying to mainfest some trouble. Amor Lexa blushes at Reed Redeemer.
Fenelzina seems to be sobering up.
Elaine says, rip to Fruit Spore. Amor Lexa blows Reed Redeemer a kiss.
Galathelon looks tipsy. Rosiel looks tipsy.
Portorox says, not in ghetto, gum jobs is where it's it. Reed Redeemer eagerly reaches out and catches the blown kiss in my hand, then gently presses it to my soft lips. Never wanting to miss one. Marla says, forge it. Show us how it's done, Dark Iron Dwarves.
Bayron Demon seems to be sobering up.
Zawin says, ew. Elaine says, go whistle outside Zawin for your nightly Skinwalker routine. Fruit Spore says, I dunno man, you get the infection in the bone if you try that. Had a body lost his jaw. Elaine says, you have to do it on the reservation though. Portorox says, don't judge, we know what your browser history looks like. Zawin says, too many fireworks and I live in the burbs. Elaine says, not the burbs. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS we have Moonguard New Year's Eve videos and much more. Kashuk yells, woo-oh. Nora Mac yells, take your shots in 3. Nora Mac yells, 2. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Nora Mac yells, 1. Agath Orthemi says, lots of multimillion-dollar homes? Link yells, who wants to run Keystone, the Stone Vault, 11. Amor Lexa kisses Red's forehead. Nora Mac yells, shot. Kashuk yells, shots. Amor Lexa licks Reed Redeemer. Amor Lexa dances with Reed Redeemer. Reed Redeemer smile. Reed Redeemer purrs at Amor Lexa. Reed Redeemer licks Amor Lexa. Reed Redeemer dances with Amor Lexa. Amor Lexa says, good kit.
Donette seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Fruit Spore says, on the west coast you can own $1 million home, but you might have somebody like me sleeping in it. Amor Lexa chuckles at Reed Redeemer. Fruit Spore says, Walmart sells the best sleeping bags and tents. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Reed Redeemer smiles with adoration in her eyes at pleasing her master. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakther in the house. Fire it up.
Manlabai seems to be sobering up.
Rika Starseer says, do you need a party for the new Fel Moto? Amor Lexa smirks slyly at Reed Redeemer. Kashuk yells, get it. Rika Starseer says, or is it something you can do alone with all the stuffs? Agath Orthemi says, it's a possibility in my future IDK. TRVR says, Cali has the best geography of all of the United States, that Y39M people live there. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Portorox says, is that why they're all moving to Texas? Angelic says, WTS glorious leg plates of the Fire Flash ancient plans, Warblades of the Hawkery, Reborn Gurabashi ceremonial staff Souls Crier. TRVR says, cost of living. Fruit Spore says, Cali is great for backpacking as vagabond or serial murderer. Alieni says, we aren't selling things tonight. Marla says, night elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Alieni says, we are dancing. TRVR says, if you're broke say that. Amor Lexa beckons Reed Redeemer over.
Manlabai seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alterac brandy.
Dardion says, Portax you are a dumbass. Elaine says, _haunt goddess _ for the St. Louis VID on IGLMAO. Void Calling says, I've tried living other places other than Cali, never again. Void Eagle says, CA only Big Pop because the coast isn't divided up like the East Coast. Shig says, LF Max Craft Ring of Earthen Craftsmanship my Mets will tip. Dardion says, 39 MPPL 200k left.
Manlabai is getting drunk off of mulled Alderac brandy.
Fruit Spore says, Cali too expensive. Athalesha says, California has a bigger economy than Canada. Amor Lexa says, shall I dress up? Dardion says, all leaving. Fucking jabroni. Amor Lexa gasps at Reed Redeemer. Amor Lexa chuckles at Reed Redeemer. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Dracther in the house. Fire it up. Unboomer says, California makes Texans very angry. Amor Lexa asks Reed Redeemer to wait. Fruit Spore says, bro you need like 30M to live comfortably in California. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Porterox says, ick, I've been to Cali, it's pretty whack. Dardion says, hey Fruit glad you added yourself to the dipshit list.
Samol seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Elaine says, fuck SoCal. Stormwind City Guard says, the rumors are true. Arrhenius wields the Doom Hammer now.
Manlabai is completely smashed from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Zekrom says, what secondary stat should I put on my alchemy tool? Angelic says, WTS glorious leg plates of the Fireflash ancient plans, warblades of the Hawkery, reborn Gurabashi ceremonial staff Souls Crier. Marla says, it's time for the dwarves to show us how they party. Unboomer says, see what I mean. Elaine says, Norkel is the best.
I can't use that item yet.
Samol seems to be sobering up.
Porterox says, East Coast best coast. Athalesha says, fuck California I don't care if it feeds me California bad because reasons. Fruit Spore says, dipsticks are so good, I remember them you get like Nutella and a biscuit.
Manlabai looks drunk.
Panzerlix Cheem start Frostmorn. Chromaticary says, as someone who moved to Texas and didn't understand the hate, watching prices go up and Cali companies come over and gobble the land because they can afford it while the rest of us squalor, I get it now. Unboomer says, NorCal nice too, more trees. Need more mana says, ha 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 ha. TRVR says, ew Norkel anything north of Sonoma is trash. Jimmy Darrett says, that doesn't even rhyme Porterox. Fruit Spore says, WA best, cause there are still areas of affordability. Gemma Lee says, oh I still eat dipsticks. Elaine says, fuck you Trev will fight you on that. Fruit Spore says, and we got the best weed. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Need more mana says, sorry it's my first time seeing WoW do something like this. Amor Lexa curtsies before Reed Redeemer. TRVR says, it's pretty in its own way.
Galatheline seems to be sobering up.
Elaine says, Botox lookin' ass bish. Amor Lexa is playing a song. TRVR says, ill say that. Marla says, woo. Worgan, get down with your bad selves. Porterox says, I have nothing against Californians common to Texas, just the ones I met are pretty dumb and huge cloud chasers. Porterox says, economy is economy. Reed Redeemer says, pretty. Amor Lexa cheekishly squishes red between her legs. Fruit Spore says, I would rather be homeless in Cali than live in Texas, not a cool state at all. Amor Lexa blushes at Reed Redeemer. Dawes says, LFLW PvP chest PST. Amor Lexa blows Reed Redeemer a kiss. Athalesha says, why are Texans so weird? I don't mind if other people come here, it's okay, like what person from any other state thinks that way? Reed Redeemer giggles at getting squished. Malevolent says, YouTube at 4:20 MMOS uploading Moonguard New Year's Eve 2024 videos all night. Gamer channel many games, at. Reed Redeemer eagerly reaches out and catches the blown kiss in my hand, then gently presses it to my soft lips. Never wanting to miss one.
Iverthorn seems a little tipsy from the bottle of Dalaran Noir.
Chromaticary says, it's true, I ain't mad, it's just hard to see, and I've lived in 10 states, everyone's fucking stupid. Hunthound says, LF Recraft Algary Competitors Rifle Max. Need more mana says, that makes sense. Porterox says, I mean, at this point it's potentially all squatters in Cali. Amor Lexa says, be back soon sweat one. Gemma Lee says, US is not on the top 15 least corrupt economy list. Reed Redeemer says, okay. Amor Lexa says, have some fun Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Elaine says, Trev, who said Sonoma County is the only county in Norcal? That's very Sakal of you to say. Amor Lexa ruffles Reed Redeemer's hair. Reed Redeemer nods at Amor Lexa. Samasani says, a list made by Americans. Reed Redeemer giggles happily while gently patting my hair back down to make sure it's not too messy. Yawide yells, Panda. Dardion says, Chrome, you may be alright. TRVR says, Orange County and North San Diego County is bis.
Iberdhorn seems to be sobering up.
Candlelight says, you all just lost the game BTW. Remira waves at Angelic. Dardion says, LOL. Porterox says, Sakal is just better seasoned Cali while the rest is like, YT people. Athalesha says, Ohio is where it's at y'all. Unboomer says, Central Coast is about as good as it gets. Fruit Spore says, Bay Area used to be so nice. Dardion says, that is true Boomer. Samasani says, I read that wrong, I'm drinking, chat, don't do this, I can't handle the politic. Fruit Spore says, you could even drive through Oakland if you were lucky and brave. Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Elaine says, and that's why SD in Orange County ain't shit. Dardion says, Pismo slow. Angelic says, WTS glorious leg plates of the Fireflash ancient plans, warblades of the Hawkery, reborn Gurabashi ceremonial staff. Unboomer says, yup. Elaine says, can't get down like the Yay area. TRVR says, my uncle lives in Petaluma north of the bay, it's quiet and pretty decent immo. Void Calling says, I live in Morro Bay. Fruit Spore says, Richmond was the S equals hit back in the day, lots of love even if it was poor. Gemma Lee says, it's all so trafficky. Dardion says, fuck you Void. Fruit Spore says, now it just gangs and hate. Dardion says, lucky bastard. Elaine says, Petaluma isn't Norcal WTF. Avelpia yells, fuck you. Porterox says, they also don't say everything is bigger in Cali. So apparently everything must be smaller. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Mark Ellen gasps at Topper Minutia. Jimmy Darrett says, the only good thing about Morro Bay is that one rock. Mark Ellen faints at the sight of Topper Minutia. Fruit Spore says, people in Cali smarter though, the intellectualism is real. Unboomer says, I lived in Rio Del Mar once. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Dracther in the house. Fire it up. Lelia says, WTS Sylvana's music box 65K right new New Year's sale. Dardion says, anything north of Pacifica is NorCal. Glorioso says, it's not racist in WoW for some reason. Fruit Spore says, you meet lots of smart homeless people. Elaine says, that's why no big West Coast rappers talk about any of those bummy ass towns in Norcal cause they don't belong there. Porterox says, I mean they're smarter for leaving Cali, so yeah I'll give Cali that. Gemma Lee says, what do people think of WI? Kurwi Arts says, Happy New Year nerds. Kurwi Arts says, love. Christoph Farrell says, the best had to have been the look on Perenolda's face when our army comes marching right up to his front door. What a battle. Fruit Spore says, met some out of work data scientists, really salt of the earth. Dardion says, we don't. Adis Brahm says, I woke up in a bed in Northshire 3 weeks later. Don't remember a damn thing. Valley of Heroes is under attack. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Christoph Farrell says, you can thank me anytime for making your life more interesting. Remira says, WI makes good cheese and their accents are funny. Love, M. Samasani says, Cali has enough vacant homes to house all of America's homeless. Buse Phallus says, oh my god what did they do to Stormwind? Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Buse Phallus says, where is the exit to this portal room? Dardion says, lovely brick. Fruit Spore says, it's fucked up cause San Fran like 30% plus vacant, so many homeless. Porterox says, Cali bit everything off from the East Coast anyways. New York is the best state and then Texas, my cue popped. Raremer says, see you all next year. Dardion says, unless you in Hawaii it is next year. Fruit Spore says, America most cruel nation, because it has the means to take care of everybody but chooses not to. Elaine says, stop I love the East Coast D. Buse Phallus says, oh found it. Raremer says, Alaska is still before midnight too. Fruit Spore says, you go to other countries and there are like no homeless compared to here, even poor countries like Romania have less homeless. Gemma Lee says, my body hates humidity, I get eaten alive by mosquitoes. Elaine says, as someone who is from Norcal I believe that the East Coast is way better. Samasani says, why care about people when you want their money, the American motive. Trade district is under attack. Marla says, come on up, Pandaren. Yawide yells, Pamba. Ramirez says, don't worry, Cali will slide off into the ocean soon, then Nevada will get beachfront properties. Gemma Lee says, tectonic nologic plates. Void Calling says, homeless problem is a drug problem nothing else. Gemma Lee says, ANY1 else know all 64 verses. Fruit Spore says, what a lie bro, no it's not. Fruit Spore says, I know people MSc stats / CS and they homeless cause they got sick. Void Calling says, I was homeless. Unboomer says, a lot of it is mental health.
Van Zach seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Samasani says, if California goes into the ocean the world economy would collapse worse than the Great Recession. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Gemma Lee says, duplicity of mental health and drugs. Void Calling says, yep. Elaine says, Vrimraya you ain't wrong but then all of us Cali people are coming to Nevada to fuck y'all up. Samathri says, what?
Van Zach seems to be sobering up.
Fruit Spore says, you get injured, or sick and you got debt, then you become homeless in the US, no other country is it like that. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Ramirez says, nah, you'll be swimmin' mate.
Moonstriker seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Samasani says, fuck the economy I would just swim. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drac Thur.
Moonstriker seems to be sobering up.
Fruit Spore says, in America we all dying for the billionaires here. India too I guess. Folarna says, no one says mate. Gemma Lee says, love swimming, but knowing my luck, mosquitoes still find me lol. Kyrina yells, looks like the dance party's almost over. Lelia says, WTS Ruby Shades 300. Grismore is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Samasani says, I have the urge to just buy a boat and sail the 7 seas.
Zelina seems a little tipsy from the wild winter pilsner.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Elaine says, y'all still just learning that? Fruit Spore? Damn. Unboomer says, yes but we can pick one and root for them, that gives meaning to our lives. Elaine says, Fruit Spore can't relate I'm on the res. Fruit Spore says, you can get into Canada with 1 million cat? Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Elaine says, I can get into CAD for free. Samasani says, what is that like $5 USD? Fruit Spore says, you married a Canadian? Gemma Lee says, computer-aided drafting. Samasani says, so many questions. Iring Kenya says, my turn speed randomly turned way down, how fix? Unboomer says, it's $20. Sirzia says, LF Enchanter for Gilded Crest PST.
Van Zach seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Van Zach warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. Onato East says, Alt plus F4. Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up in Tel Drossel. Zawin munches on some popcorn. Elaine says, no Fruit Spore if you have a tribal ID you can use it as a passport.
Van Zach seems to be sobering up.
Fruit Spore says, that's like a leak code problem, find the cheapest path to 1 million Canadian dollars with a matrix of FX rates or something. Linadre Song says, other side of town. Elaine says, good luck with Trumpy America.
Jake seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fruit Spore says, wait. Can I get a tribal card too?
Bry Meow seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lelia says, only 2 genders.
Zelina seems to be sobering up. Jake seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up in Tel Drossel.
Shadowpaw seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Samasani says, which country are you from Elaine? Might just become the 51st state. Elaine says, I mean if you can fake being Cherokee I bet you can.
Bry Meow seems to be sobering up.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Fruit Spore says, like can I marry one or something? Ilva says, LOL at Cherokee. Agathorthemi says, maybe I'm 1% Portuguese. Elaine says, no you have to be born a Cherokee princess. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Fruit Spore says, can I change my identity to Cherokee princess? Marla says, look at those dwarven feet move. And they can do it all without spilling their ale. Elaine says, not Redbone coming on my Spotify Icarus says, 5. Heavy Metal says, you all just lost the game. Icarus says, 4. Icarus says, 3. Artoria has earned the achievement Fashionista, shirt. Artoria has earned the achievement Fabulous. Icarus says, 2. Malik Indra says, legally, yes. Agathorthemi says, Flowers of the Blood Moon? Ever seen that movie? Icarus says, 1. Icarus says, show me what you've got. Galit Helline cheers at Claybeard. Ilva says, 1/4 Cherokee and great-grandmother Cherokee princess. Samasani says, looks like a pastry, benefits from a great-great-grandpa marrying a poor native. America.
Tylini seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS videos from the Moonguard server, World of Warcraft, uploading all night. Many other games too. Elaine says, Redbone come and get your love. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Toadgren says, is there a certain stat I should aim for with gathering professions?
Shadowpaw is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Heavy Metal says, y'all suck. Malia says, ow. Fruit Spore says, but our rates are reasonable. Amor Lexa says, okay so SUM1 wants to fight. Ilva says, aho. Elaine says, stop OMG. Samasani says, you blow. Agathorthemi says, drunk and horny. Marla says, it's time for the dwarves to show us how they party. Glorioso says, Nakey corner at LOL. Samasani says, got him. Amor Lexa says, attack me when I'm not even there. Samathri says, looking good ladies. Elaine says, YLVA are you native? Gildina says, join us. Fruit Spore says, aho asterisk. Ilva says, on the res in Kansas. TRVR says, drunk and nasty. Elaine says, OMG message me.
Sonia seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
TRVR says, Ao Salis. Samasani says, I identify as an alcoholic.
Tylini seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf.
Shadowpaw looks tipsy.
Agathorthemi says, keep coming back. Glorioso says, am I doing it?
Gizmo seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Dairina says, I identify as your
It's
slash
still
dad.
recharging.
Kaladith says, the term native and the way people usually use it pisses me off. Samasani says, buy me a PS5. Mark Ellen cheers at Varashia.
Sonia is getting drunk off of mulled Alderac brandy.
Valdrin says, it's been 2025 for 2 hours. Fruit Spore says, you guys got a good deal though, cause you got casinos. TRVR says, send me your credit card with the wacky number on the back. Marla says, look at those dwarven feet move. And they can do it all without spilling their ale. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Sonia warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. Amor Lexa dances with Reed Redeemer. Malia says, anyone for a quick time walking.
Sonia is completely smashed from the filled festive mug.
Kaladith says, I was born in Canada, so were my parents, so were their parents. So were their parents. But because my great-great-grandparents weren't, I can't identify as a native Canadian. Samasani says, 1,234 5,678 9,101 11 21 to 31 45.
Tylini seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Valdrin says, we are actually in 2025. Any guesses how many years humans have left? I say 2038 is when humans go extinct. I think that's optimistic though. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Amor Lexa says, I can't pull you. TRVR says, new graphics card OTW thanks fam. Amor Lexa says, PvP. Amor Lexa says, flagged.
Tylini seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, metronomes. Get up here and show us how it's done. Fruit Spore says, my aunt's tours got pawned by Mongolia, all we got was lactose intolerance.
Gizmo seems to be sobering up. Sonia looks drunk.
Amor Lexa chuckles at Reed Redeemer. Lion's Rest is under attack. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, I have arrived. Mark Ellen waves at Tylini. Samasani says, enjoy that MF, I'm like the Mr. Beast of credit card info. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Leonuel says, my earthen directive is to love oiled up men. Amor Lexa says, this OR war. Zetsa says, I'm watching a ranking every Banjo-Kazooie level video and nuts and bolts is bundled into it and this is not valid anymore. Speed Farm Two says, anyone want to help me farm the long strider pieces for my speed druid, dash. Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Glorioso says, I got so many bitches RN.
Serenwood seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Agathorthemi says, rub me down. Glorioso says, XD. Quirky says, does it let PPL not in my party pull this? Linadre Song says, surprisingly few light forged.
Erisair seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Fiam Meta yells, stop sending me away. Fiam Meta yells, I want to dance. Gemma Lee says, Meeps happy night sleepy time. Amor Lexa says, that isn't an answer. Spike blows Lyra Wormist a kiss. Amor Lexa dances with Redeemer. Quirky says, yay tie. Quirky says, love. Lyra Wormist Accord blows Spike a kiss. Redeemer dances with Amor Lexa. Harry Dubois yells, Everett Claire is helping me find my gun. Marla says, Cole Tirons. Drop those anchors, then drop it like it's hot. Amor Lexa says, oh. Amor Lexa says, haven't been that for a while. Samasani says, never forget that McDonald's Hong Kong collaborated with Tabasco and instead of putting it on their burger they put it in the ice cream. Glorioso stands at attention and salutes. Marla says, alright people. Get your robot dances ready, because it's time to mechanize. Let's hear it for the metronomes. Irene Kenya says, as you do. Korinu says, and how is an elf on the Exodar? Malik Indra says, if that's actually true, then yes, we should never forget nor forgive that because it's a war crime. Junk Blast says, Prodigy's toolbox order posted with tip help a brother out, laughing face. Agathorthemi says, always something new with those furs. Rika Starseer says, there should be glasses. She clearly ignores the cue for a moment. Mark Ellen cheers at Tylini. Elaine says, guys Pony by Genuine is on. Fruit Spore says, in my eyes, indisposed, in disguises no one knows, hides the face, lies the snake and the sun in my disgrace. Elaine says, back it up. Korinu says, I see a few mugs. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Bentk says, LFLW PvP wrists recraft. Rika Starseer says, they might be all grabbed up. Let's look for another table. Rika Starseer says, those are different. Irene Kenya says, well in a country where squids to and underaged girls, hot sauce goes on ice cream. Korinu nods at Rika Starseer.
Bayron Demon seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Irene Kenya says, it just makes sense to them. Kairina yells, okay, enough dancing for me tonight. Samasani says, I think you mean Japan bro, that is not HK. Summertide says, LF blacksmith to craft Everforged Vambraces 636. Speed Farm Two says, any SLJC able to craft CR4 items? Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Irene Kenya says, all these people are the same to me. Fruit Spore says, I am not high enough to make sense of that. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS WoW videos MG New Year's Eve 2024, New Year 2025, and many other games. Happy New Year. Samasani says, I am not drunk enough to know how to respond to that, cheers. Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride.
Bayron Demon seems to be sobering up.
Ethereal Warp Weaver says, your attire seems adequate. How may I assist you? Elaine says, Samasani back it up, Pony by Genuine is blasting RN.
Sonia looks tipsy.
Hellas Alice says, hit the gritty for the New Year Playboys. Jit.
Jameen seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Samasani says, I hit the orange justice. Stephanie Turner says, guards. Help me.
Zelkin seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Trade district is under attack. Ilbohema says, big number. TRVR says, I brought the boom. Speed Farm Two says, any SLJC able to craft CR4 items? Samasani says, holy shit, I did not know that song was called Pony. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Castilla says, LF crafter to do enchanted weathered harbinger crest. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Trade district is under attack. Isoisp says, it's kind of impressive Pony never made its way into any of the American Pie movies. Doomsinger is low on mana. Doomsinger is low on mana. Doomsinger is low on mana. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Drakthar in the house. Fire it up. Samasani says, such a classic song. Makes me feel old and I'm 16 days from 23. Doomsinger is low on mana. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread.
Letterer seems a little tipsy from the wild winter pilsner.
Stephanie Turner says, guards. Help me. Amorlexa is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Trade district is under attack. Castilla says, LF enchanter to craft enchanted weathered harbinger crest. Ilbohema says,
I
LOL.
can't use that item yet.
TRVR says, still in your prime, don't squander your youth, kid. Brymeow cries. Gildina says, naked dance party in the back. Samasani says, I bet I made Yule MFS feel old saying that. Amorlexa says, when I'm in PvP gear it's a little different, isn't it? Grismore says, good work boys. Teasacake says, where's the Wuxium stuff? Amorlexa says, yef quit. Marla says, the Lightforged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. TRVR says, I'm a year older, not really. Samasani says, nah, I got called old by a Gen Alpha earlier today, I'm mad. Teasacake says, I wanna use the auction hose XD. Teasacake says, ooh okay Tai, smiley face. Arabella dances with Sausage Man. Amorlexa bursts into dance. Elisa Moon says, I turned 30 in 3 months, not looking forward to that one. Doomsinger dances with Rarik. Gildina cheers at Kasalia. Fruit Spore says, oh man you 23, damn you got your whole life in front of you to completely destroy and waste like you are doing now. Dardion says, you should beat them to death. Mook says, 30s is based, I'm 35. 30s 20s. TRVR says, I got called UNC by my brother's friend who is 20, I'm cooked. Sausage Man waves at Amorlexa. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon.
Rosemara looks tipsy.
Speed Farm Two says, any SLJC able to craft CM4.
Letterer seems to be sobering up.
Arabella dances with Sausage Man. Nymerus cheers at Mark Ellen. Fruit Spore says, I think it's around 40 when you stop caring what people think and hit on the 20-year-olds unabashedly, because it's legal. Samasani says, hey, every MF that is rich and successful doesn't do shit but the thing they want to like shit post on Twitter, so I'm doing good. Elaine says, Souls of Mischief is goat.
Rosemara looks drunk.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Fruit Spore says, if a 60-year-old can hit on a 40-year-old, I can hit on a 20-year-old, it's only fair. Marla says, night elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Deltaire says, anyone know when season 1 ends?
Shella seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Elaine says, Fruit Spore I got you. Porterox says, end of Jan. Deltaire says, T. Elfcore says, I'm calling the police. Mark Ellen waves at Kasalia.
Shella seems to be sobering up.
Kasalia waves at Mark Ellen. Orvis cheers. Elaine says, LMAO. Elaine says, Karen.
Rosemara looks tipsy.
Puff Magic waves at Cheemstart Frostmourne. Marla says, it's time for the dwarves to show us how they party. Puff Magic waves at Dice Moon.
Zelina seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Puff Magic waves at Roller. Regulex says, jokes on you buddy, poise won't take one step on Moonguard. Speed Farm Two says, LF Shadowlands JC that can make Crafters Mark IV. Amorlexa claps excitedly for Reed Redeemer. Reed Redeemer dances with Amorlexa. Fruit Spore says, dude in WA the police will like just bring me naloxone or something. Amorlexa says, Crimson Blue. Samasani says, I've been playing WoW since Pandaria released, so I was 10 when I started playing this game FML. Elaine says, Karen is on the phone with the ops guys. Fruit Spore says, and thank me for my time. Amorlexa says, when did you get here?
Zelina seems to be sobering up.
Reed Redeemer says, I was making myself pretty for you. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS for MG videos World of Warcraft New Year's Eve 2024 and New Year 2025. Uploading all night. Many other games too. Fruit Spore says, to get the cops to show up on the west coast you have to be dead, or rich. Amorlexa says, just for me.
Sonia seems to be sobering up.
Sausage Man greets Reed Redeemer warmly. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthur. Morisong says, do you like weird things? Are unhinged people your vibe? Looking for a casual guild with light prog sign and fun days? Then guild, the C team is for you. 18 plus, casual and raid open. Amorlexa blushes at Reed Redeemer. Reed Redeemer says, I have a cup for drinking. Speed Farm Two says, LF Shadowlands JC that can make Crafters Mark IV. Amorlexa says, blood I hope. Amorlexa says, we'll need it. Reed Redeemer says, I don't drink blood. Reed Redeemer sighs at Amor Lexa. Reed Redeemer dances with Amor Lexa. Amor Lexa says, red wine then. Fruit Spore says, what does the C stand for?
Grismore seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Reed Redeemer says, yes. Samasani says, hey, you shit on cops, but who else is supposed to show up 20m late to the scene so they can shrug their shoulders? Amor Lexa says, laced with blood. Amor Lexa nods at Reed Redeemer. Lina Dre Song says, Justin. Elf Core says, I think I have a ghost in my house. It keeps burning cigarette holes in my underwear. Mark Allen cheers at Kasalaya. Marla says, metronomes. Get up here and show us how it's done. Irene Kenya says, colonoscopy. Night Ramen says, good night guys. Mori Song says, stands for many things. Night Ramen says, I'm going to sleep. Samasani says, cool ass ghost. Fruit Spore says, Casper. Speed Farm Two says, LF Shadowlands JC that can make crafters Mark IV.
Rosemara is getting drunk off of Brewfest brew.
Isabeeth dances with Newton Burnside. Amor Lexa ruffles Reed Redeemer's hair. Mark Allen cheers at Tylini. Reed Redeemer hands you a cup of wine, reaches into her pockets always prepared, pulls out a vial or red liquid, puts a couple of drops in and stirs it with my finger. Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons.
Rosemara looks tipsy.
Reed Redeemer giggles happily while gently patting my hair back down to make sure it's not too messy. Lina Dre Song says, my dumb ass thought you asked what the J was, not the zero flow. Castilla says, LF Taylor to craft consecrated leggings.
Vinretta seems a little tipsy from the wild winter pilsner.
Reed Redeemer says, now you have a drink too. Brim Me says, Happy New Year. Samasani says, no. Castilla says, Happy New Year, smiley face. Overtake says, Enchanted Gilded Harbinger crest craft order placed. Amor Lexa skulls cup gleefully. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Amor Lexa says, I'll drink you.
Vinretta seems to be sobering up.
Amor Lexa chuckles at Reed Redeemer. Reed Redeemer blushes at Amor Lexa. Brim Me says, why you little strangle Samasni. Samasani says, Ak Aackahck. Fenelzina says, strangles salami. Amor Lexa says, that mage killed me twice. Amor Lexa says, I only got him once. Amor Lexa says, I owe him once. Elf Core says, how do I turn a scary ghost into a sexy ghost? Elaine says, any sleep token fans in here? 3. Amor Lexa says, he is next. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Fruit Spore says, enchanted coat hanger, does not break after use. Reed Redeemer nods at Amor Lexa. Reed Redeemer says, cake.
It's not ready
Amor
yet.
Lexa says, cake. Mark Allen cheers at Tylini. The Brewmaiden says, do ya want to live forever? Amor Lexa says, I can't eat. Orpheus says, OMG cake. Reed Redeemer waves at the Brewmaiden. Amor Lexa says, you know this. Orpheus bursts into dance.
Zelina seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Samasani says, the most mystical artifact in all of Texas. Overtake says, Enchanted Gilded Harbinger crest craft order up. Reed Redeemer says, no but I like cake so do these others. Marla says, come on up, Pandaren. Yawide yells, Pamba. Speed Farm Two says, LF Shadowlands JC that can make crafters Mark IV. Orpheus says, only here for the cake.
Zelina seems to be sobering up.
Amor Lexa says, you are cake lass. Milyamagzai says, what's the most mystical artifact in Ezroth? Amor Lexa chuckles at Reed Redeemer. Tamina says, where's the horde? Sung Kong yells, go Yaweeth. Reed Redeemer says, I learned generosity from Saint. Milyamagzai says, I say fembois. Reed Redeemer nods at Amor Lexa. Elaine says, my fat ass. Samasani says, Anjuan's bussy. Elaine says, winky face. Fruit Spore says, Cosby sweater. Brim Me says, wonder how bad shows and games will come this year. Well, Nintendo is gonna have new games this new year. Amor Lexa says, I owe Saint a hug. Then a beating. Amor Lexa says, the bitch. Reed Redeemer grins wickedly at Amor Lexa. Orpheus says, you mean the Andussy. Mark Allen eyes Tylini up and down. Amor Lexa smirks slyly at Reed Redeemer. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Samasani says, the Andusi. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Elaine says, OMG LMAO. Bailiff laughs at Fenelzina. Mark Ellen cheers at Tylini.
McPhailton seems a little tipsy from the Wild Winter Pilsner.
Amor Lexa is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS for Moonguard New Year's Eve and New Year vids, many games. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Elaine says, someone please make a human called Andusi please. Arabella says, charm of potent and powerful passions. Black Wield says, it's a long ways. Samasani says, I don't want to get banned FML. Arabella winks slyly at Sausage Man. Reed Redeemer dances with Amor Lexa.
McPhailton seems to be sobering up.
Elaine says, bro. Amor Lexa says, whose heart? Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Sausage Man boops Arabella's nose. Samasani says, where is Manduin when you need them? Speed Farm Two says, LF Shadowlands JC that can make crafters Mark IV. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. First Bite says, Happy New Year's everyoneer. Arabella sticks her tongue out and giggles. Mark Ellen cheers at Topper Manisha. Reed Redeemer says, heart? My heart is yours, but I don't know what you saying. Amor Lexa says, Mage will not show himself without backup now. Amor Lexa says, watch. Reed Redeemer says, oh. Amor Lexa says, pussy. Orpheus says, are there fireworks? Samasani says, I hate myself, I realize my typing becomes 10 times better when I'm drunk AF. Samasani says, no just gunshots. Marla says, look at those dwarven feet move. And they can do it all without spilling their ale. Orpheus says, just like Grandma's house. Amor Lexa drinks from Red's heart. Elf Core says, guns hits. Amor Lexa says, ah. Divinigos winks slyly at Mark Ellen. Gerard says, whoa. Reed Redeemer giggles at Amor Lexa. Elaine says, bro someone said scene and gothic are the same thing. Samasani says, goth and emo are the same NGL. Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Elaine says, depends on what gothic you are. Amor Lexa says, shall we go inside lass?
Reed Redeemer seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew.
Farron says, Gent and emo are the same thing. Mark Ellen winks slyly at Tylini. Amor Lexa says, come. Elaine says, that's fair. Reed Redeemer says, yes. Samasani says, Juggalo and emo are this me. Elf Core says, fart rock and butt rock are the same. Samasani says, same fuck. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Elaine says, Sam that's yuck. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drak Thur. Samasani says, am I wrong? Dawes says, LFLW PvP chest rank 5 PST.
Arabella seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Amor Lexa says, yes I can dance in me armor. Elaine says, NA you're fair. Samasani says, damn right.
Dark Dweller seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Arabella seems to be sobering up.
Reed Redeemer says, you are agile no matter what you wear my Amor. Samasani says, fuck man trade I love trade too much I need to be leveling. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them.
Dark Dweller seems to be sobering up.
Amor Lexa says, this realm is full of a lot of sluts. Don't judge a book by its overs. But by its words and actions. Fruit Spore says, you are Wong. Sung Kong says, how I feel with this disco room RN. Sung Kong says, and K-pop DX. Arabella smiles at Bayron Demon. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Amor Lexa says, like if a book starts creeping under your dress. Sausage Man waves at Bayron Demon.
Shadowpaw seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Amor Lexa says, FK that book. Reed Redeemer says, smush it. Amor Lexa says, squish. Reed Redeemer enacts stomping motions. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drak Thur. Amor Lexa chuckles at Reed Redeemer. Ipman says, Yub now benga bitangajubnfaju.
Reed Redeemer seems to be sobering up.
Fruit Spore says, you a scat man. Amor Lexa ruffles Reed Redeemer's hair. Samasani says, just wait 20 more minutes.
Rosemara seems to be sobering up. Gumbad seems to be sobering up.
Amor Lexa is playing a song. Vagangi yells, Tax Man is here, please see him at his desk. Marla says, the Lightforged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons.
Shadowpaw is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Samasani says, one goddamn AFK DPS always ruining Dungeon K. Amor Lexa says, I wanna switch into RP gear. Thought says, what's the healing potion for this X-Back called? Elf Core says, if the scat man has a stroke does he just start talking normally? Elaine says, I got the video of St. Louis of the gunshots IG_haunt_goddess_UWU. Reed Redeemer says, cake. Zuela says, Algary healing potion or some. Amor Lexa says, but that mage comes around. I wanna eat that fker. The Brewmaiden says, do ya want to live forever? Reed Redeemer waves at the Brewmaiden. Thought says, Ty.
It's still recharging.
Mark Ellen waves at Real and Dracy. Amor Lexa takes a bite of Red's cake. Amor Lexa smirks slyly at Reed Redeemer. Reed Redeemer says, I'm PvP minus a couple of pieces. Marla says, the Lightforged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Fruit Spore says, porn actors are hot until you realize they probably have every STD on the planet. Ipman says, Ibjaiwabfijawebnfiweeb, translation you are gay. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Amor Lexa says, you'll still die. They burst damage. Real and Dracy says, porn actors are well tested for STDs because of laws. Real and Dracy says, so there's that. At least in the US. Samasani says, nah believe it or not they usually have a pretty regulated screening for being a porn actor. Fruit Spore says, bro they ain't tested for herpes, HPV, the clap even. Lenny says, what if STDs are a requirement? Elaine says, porn actors are actors your wife can't act. Mark Ellen boops Toppermanish's nose. Fruit Spore says, just tested for like hepatitis and AIDS.
Alora seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Reed Redeemer says, in holy just so I'm enough to heal you hopefully. Fistoff says, porn actors are very different from everyday hoes. Annalise gently pats Murky. Tylene cheers at Mark Ellen. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Samasani says. Fruit Spore says, they are professionals, but it's a dirty job. Archbishop says, WTS defies rapier offers?
Alora seems to be sobering up.
Fruit Spore says, it's like if you gonna have kids with somebody who works in a nuclear power plant, they gonna look like Bart and Lisa or something. Iserl says, Fruit, you're aware around 64% of the human species have herpes, correct? Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Samasani says, I knew as soon as I read nuclear power plant where that sentence was going. Iserl says, more people you know have herpes than don't. Fruit Spore says, yet it's already hard to find somebody without herpes. Ipman says, it's like jumping into a pee-filled pool. Same thing we've all been to a water park right? Fruit Spore says, imagine how rare it would be for porn star to not have herpes. Samasani says, actually the opposite. Iserl says, you miss my point entirely. My point is that having herpes isn't a big deal. McPhaladin says, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Fruit Spore says, it is to us people with auto herpes. Elf Core says, I knew a guy who was proud of the fact that he had all 4 kinds of herpes. Amor Lexa says, ready. Reed Redeemer claps excitedly for Amor Lexa. Tall Sieran says, and a cold sore is also a form of herpes. Sanctum says, why everyone so cute. Amor Lexa blows Reed Redeemer a kiss. Farron says, I read in Newsweek once that smoking makes you pregnant. Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Dracther in the house. Fire it up. Fruit Spore says, people with herpes should be banished to the Arctic. Reed Redeemer eagerly reaches out and catches the blown kiss in my hand, then gently presses it to my soft lips. Never wanting to miss one. Zaf Ammer says, I want to skirple your herpes. Samasani says, don't give the Arctic more diseases. Iserl says, so banish 64% of the human species to the Arctic, eh? Ilva says, I mean it's pretty rare for anyone to not have some form of herpes. FFS chickenpox is herpes lol.
Night Candy seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fruit Spore says, more than that, but that's a good start.
Alora seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Xylem says, FFS I'm so druin K I can't figure Ajay Ohot to summon my Domian. Zaf Ammer says, herpes are just texture enhancers. Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS for MG server WoW videos 2024 New Year's Eve and 2025 New Year's Day. Many games YouTube at 420 MMOS. Amorlexa is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen.
Night Candy seems to be sobering up.
Xylem says, my PvP rating has gone down so far 'tis evening.
Alora seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Hieraius looks at Shay Heels. Samasani says, I just want a worm to infect my brain so I can start WWZ. Canon says, send some drank to me, I'm not drunk enough. Arcaphane says, I love my wife. Amorlexa smushes red between her thighs playfully. Avrilary says, I love your wife too. Mark Allen cheers at Gildina. Samasani says, I love her too. Xylem says, Drim K my blood it got a lot o alcohols. Reed Redeemer giggles at Amorlexa. Canon says, Happy New Year to his wife. Malevolent says, we all love her Mel.L. Never mind. Reed Redeemer blushes at Amorlexa. Amorlexa ruffles Reed Redeemer's hair. Fiam Meta says, I don't want to hit a sore spot, but can we talk about herpes? Hieraius says, you. Reed Redeemer giggles happily while gently patting my hair back down to make sure it's not too messy. Samasani says, is it 2026 already? Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Tamaria says, Canon says, Dosh stop it Ron. Malevolent says, in 2 days. Fruit Spore says, they are called hotwives because your crotch melts if you put your dick in it. Amorlexa cheers at Reed Redeemer. Real Andre C says, is it 2029 yet? Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Mark Allen boops Topermanish's nose. Amorlexa claps excitedly for Reed Redeemer. Jav Pavlov says, Cyberpunk 2025. Canon says, close. Samasani says, when will it be 2010 again? Reed Redeemer grins wickedly at Amorlexa. Amorlexa says, look at you. Sanctum says, woohoo. Donna Wall says, if only. Canon says, the next round. Amorlexa says, you are famous. Real Andre C says, in several trillion years. Donna Wall says, God I miss early age metalcore. Fiam Meta says, herpes bo burpees banana fana fo furpees. Herpes. Reed Redeemer curtsies before Amorlexa. Real Andre C says, when the universe resets after the heat death. Amorlexa curtsies before Reed Redeemer. Mark Allen eyes Tylene up and down. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Malevolent says, I love Cyberpunk to test out new home-built PCs.
Dabstar seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Reed Redeemer says, dancing me tearing it up. Fruit Spore says, man 1991 was the shit. Fiam Meta says, hey, that spot on Gorbachev's head? Herpes. Trust me. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, my skills in warp weaving can only do so much to help you. But I shall do my best. Amorlexa says, the dance floor never stood a chance.
Shadowpaw is completely smashed from the filled festive mug.
Fruit Spore says, Super Nintendo was the best console ever, nothing comes close. Porterox says, yeah, you a herpes professional? Telvera says, Russian herpes? Xylem says, Goroblov was the president of Russian yay? Real Andre C says, SNES was pretty
It's
lit
not ready
NGL.
yet.
Fruit Spore says, it had the best games, it was hard to break, except for the controller. Samasani says, 1945 was the best year IMO. Malevolent says, gives your GPU and CPU a good stress test. Reed Redeemer says, nope, Neva. Chaplin says, my friend. Donna Wall yells, ravioli ravioli what's in the pocket Ollie? Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Amorlexa tickles Reed Redeemer. Hee hee. Chaplin says, I just see wow Europe, is so empty, IT will hit US soon. Real Andre C yells, I fucking love that bit. Reed Redeemer says, it's like the only thing I'm boss of I reckon, the dance floor. Real Andre C yells, pink guy. Pebbles BOOP says, how is everyone doing tonight? Reed Redeemer giggles at Amorlexa. Fruit Spore says, I'm still alive. Amorlexa is playing a song.
Chaplin seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Sanctum says, drunk.
Dabstar seems to be sobering up.
Amorlexa says, leave some dance floor for the rest of us. Pebbles BOOP says, glad to hear it. Amor Lexa giggles at Reed Redeemer. Real Andre C says, lil tipsy lil high. Fruit Spore says, or maybe I'm not and Stormwind City is basically purgatory. Samasani says, does anyone else know the band Zeal and Ardor? Big recommend. Real Andre C says, vibing TF out on Sourcelf. Reed Redeemer says, I want all the pink and purple squares. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Amor Lexa says, you are on green. Amor Lexa says, Call you are blind. Fruit Spore says, my only regret is not having gotten more edibles. Kaylee Straza says, mood, same. Amor Lexa says, there. Amor Lexa blows Reed Redeemer a kiss. Reed Redeemer eagerly reaches out and catches the blown kiss in my hand, then gently presses it to my soft lips. Never wanting to miss one. Chaplin says, I she on WoW EU the new Traveler log, so bad. Farron says, LOL, who doesn't know Zeal and Ardor, they're pretty mainstream. Marla says, let's get those gnomes up on the stage so everyone can see them. Mark Allen cheers at Topper Minutia. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Samasani says, I wish my friends felt that way. Amor Lexa chuckles at Reed Redeemer. Sanctum says, everyone vibing in the join the dance party. Farron says, that's like asking if anyone knows Periphery or Dance Gavin Dance. Fruit Spore says, my only friends are Sativa and Indica. Mark Allen winks slyly at Tylini. Keelindle says, any active RP guilds recruiting? Tylini smiles at Mark Ellen. Samasani says, brought my friend to an Avenged Sevenfold concert and he didn't even know who they were. Mark Ellen ruffles Tylini's hair. Chaplin says, for the new year I compre our king map pin location and there is a music I never heard before. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Chaplin says, compre our king. Chaplin says, map pin location. Samasani says, our king. Demon Meld says, I like lats. Gohover says, what up tradie? Fruit Spore says, I like Latinos. Natur Angle says, I think the sky ATM. Amor Lexa playfully thrusts into red. Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Gohover says, hell yeah bro. Malik Indra says, dance party in Stormwind Ah. Gohover says, Amu RN. Xylem says, summon me. Chaplin says, Paladin of the Alliance, human compre our beloved king. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Chaplin says, map pin location. Gohover says, do I gotta be in a party for PPL to help me summon? Overtake says, LF Craft Glyph Etched Stompers are 5636. Reed Redeemer snuggles in close to Amor, dancing against you. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. TBGAR says, your type of TLF and Naughty Guild PST. Samasani says, anyone else tap their beer twice on the table before taking a swig? Maybe I'm just autistic AF. Sanctum says, that's was sexy. Puff Magic waves at Rick. Mark Ellen gasps at Tylini. Chaplin says, yes you are. Gohover says, I don't like beer. Samasani says, thank you. Reed Redeemer giggles at Amor Lexa. Grand finally says, that empty feeling inside.
Hadrian Stark seems to be sobering up.
Chaplin says, even the light can't do nothing for you, must see a psychiatrist. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthur. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Amor Lexa says, yeah you do. Amor Lexa chuckles at Reed Redeemer. Samasani says, I'll make the psychiatrist need a therapist. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Chaplin says, I am a therapist, will make me money. Samasani says, classic therapist. Amor Lexa says, I never asked to be famous. Amor Lexa flexes at Reed Redeemer. Oh who's so strong? Chaplin says, I am the first of the server how pray our king for the new year, shame on you. Amor Lexa chuckles at Reed Redeemer. Chaplin says, map pin location. Marla says, Cult Tirans, get up on the stage and show us your faction pride. Be proud more. Reed Redeemer admires Amor. Amor Lexa curtsies before Reed Redeemer. Reed Redeemer blushes at Amor Lexa.
Shadow Paul looks drunk. Dogpole seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Amor Lexa licks Reed Redeemer. Xylem says, how do I join trade services? Reed Redeemer licks Amor Lexa. Samasani says, don't. Grand finally says, International, balls up. Malevolent dances with dancing flames. Cohover says, yeah, don't. Xylem says, I need services though. Sanctum bursts into dance. Cohover says, it's not even active. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Sanctum says, gotta do my homework. Vravondil says, every time I create a new character I try to speedrun how fast I can turn that crap off. Dogpole says, Miniskirt's new model coming tomorrow in TP, guys. Mark Allen dances with dancing flames. Xylem says, I can't turn it on, how do I do it? Mark Allen waves at Malevolent. Mark Allen cheers at Malevolent. Rika Starseer says, wine glasses are out. Zaylani Ya says, Happy New Year all. Is there a bag vendor? It's been a long time since I last played. Samasani says, TR/join services. Ryoki says, to turn something on, you must first believe it can be turned off. A cookie told me that once. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Sanctum says, you're rigged. Samasani says, but move that to a new window. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Mark Allen cheers at Tylini. Cosmic Rift says, Trade District, coming in from the valley, it's gonna be the last shop to the right before the heroes board. Sanctum says, woo at at. Vravondil cheers at Turkey. Xylem says, you're my hero. Zaylani Ya says, thank you. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, your attire seems adequate. How may I assist you? Cosmic Rift says, NP. Rika Starseer says, can you believe PPL still don't know about festive mugs and wine glasses on New Year's? Samasani says, like I said, move that to a new window for your sake. Rosemara cheers at Sonia. Sanctum says, I'm so glad we are all here. Malevolent dances with dancing flames. Keelindel says, I suddenly hate the huge glass of champagne I have. Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Zyrolith says, yeah, this is an awesome night. Amorlexa says, you will not drink it all. Sanctum cheers at Zyrolith. Amorlexa says, because of pure hate. Rika Starseer says, I've had the same festive mug on one of my characters since Cataclysm. LOL. Amorlexa says. Rosemara says, you kind made a French 75.
Chandiel seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Amorlexa is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Keelindel says, but that's so wasteful. Rosemara says, goat beverage. Keelindel says, you want me to chug champagne?
Chandiel seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Mark Ellen boops Tylini's nose. Tylini giggles at Mark Ellen.
Gavrilo seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Darkster says, LFJC to craft amulet of earthen craftsmanship Ilvlo 619 my mats.
Ravondil seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Drua seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Gavrilo seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done.
Idori seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Ravondil seems to be sobering up.
Grand finally says, they sold us out. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Sanctum says, life is beautiful. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Amorlexa yells, who here is drunk? Let yourself known. Zyrolith says, not as beautiful as all the girls in this room. Zyrolith says, am I right ladies? Sanctum says, FR. Zyrolith says, on God. Malevolent dances with dancing flames. Christ hits his berry ice whoopee. Samasani says, who's signing up to go to Mars? Christ's cough asterisk blows cloud. Amorlexa says, guys can't drink. Amorlexa says, known fact. Amorlexa nods at Redeemer. Amorlexa is playing a song. Redeemer says, Amor is beautiful. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Sanctum says, we don't judge, you can be what you want. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Grand finally says, it's the new digital system slave trade, smiley face. Amantra says, Puppy Nation rise up. Malevolent dances with dancing flames. Becky says, Happy birthday America. Can't believe you're 25 years old. Love. Christ says, Hey tries Toffer. Vagingy yells, Totally, not me. LMAONVMIM. Grand finally says, Welcome to the new digital age, smiley face. Christ says, I'm Christopher. Amor Lexa says, I so am though. Deadlick me says, I'm down. Amor Lexa blushes at Reed Redeemer. Amor Lexa blows Reed Redeemer a kiss. Samasani says, drop in like helldivers. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Reed Redeemer takes a hit of her fell steel fellweed pipe, blowing the smoke playfully into Amor's face. Reed Redeemer eagerly reaches out and catches the blown kiss in my hand, then gently presses it to my soft lips. Never wanting to miss one. Fiam Meta yells, again. Christ looks around for a no smoking sign. Sanctum says, oh. Zyrolith says, I love dancing. Christ's head asterisk doesn't say no vaping. Samasani says, America is old AF, what type of healthcare's she got? Grand finally says, that 1%, smiley face. General Hammond Clay yells, people of Stormwind. Bear witness today to the deeds of Grismore, who has stood valiantly against the many foes that would threaten our fair city. Gohover says, not good, not good. Desert says, LF someone to craft highest quality charged face smasher. Zyrolith says, Void Elves rule the world. General Hammond Clay yells, for their courage, we honor Grismore as Lion Guard, defender of Stormwind and all her people. Rise and light bless you, Lion of Stormwind. Amor Lexa says, I need to identify as a different race apparently. Christ takes a fat hit off his triple berry ice whoopee asterisk. Sanctum says, Happy 2025 everyone. Life is too short so be happy. Marla says, woo. Workin, get down with your bad selves. Gwytherdal says, public order posted. Enchanted Gilded Harbinger crest black heart. Zyrolith says, yippee.
Iron Logan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Christ's coughs asterisk blows a fat cloud. Sonia warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle.
Iron Logan seems to be sobering up.
Amor Lexa blows Reed Redeemer a kiss. Christ passes his triple berry ice whoopee over to his friend tries O for asterisk they just met. Reed Redeemer eagerly reaches out and catches the blown kiss in my hand, then gently presses it to my soft lips. Never wanting to miss one. Grand finally says, bad voodoo in game. Smiley face. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Christ says, hit that shit bro. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Desert says, LF someone to craft highest quality charged face smasher. Sanctum cheers at Aziz Aldonbringer. Mark Ellen cheers at Real Andre C. Sanctum says, you came. Mark Ellen ruffles Tyleni's hair. Glabrezua claps excitedly. Gwytherdal says, and now LF a crafter vagabond spounding baton, laughing face. Amor Lexa curtsies before Reed Redeemer.
Sonia seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alderac brandy.
Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Amor Lexa cheers at Reed Redeemer. Aziz Aldonbringer says, of course I came. Zyrolith says, what the Sigma? Amor Lexa nods at Reed Redeemer. Sanctum says, yet. Samasani says, the one of the few things from BFA was Warbringers, Gina NGL. Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania. Nore says, LF consecrated slippers crafter PST. Rika Starseer says, shit I have my own playlist on SP blasting in my house. WN. Samasani says, one of the few good things asterisk. Amor Lexa claps excitedly for Reed Redeemer. Rika Starseer says, who wants a link? Rika Starseer says, my cat approves. Real Andre C says, Warbringer's Ashera was lit AF. But I am an old god fan so seeing Neolithy and Enzote was mental. Valtharius says, does it come with a master sword?
It's still
Amor
recharging.
Lexa says, your cat is dinner. Rika Starseer says, better, it comes with a master ear. Marla says, gnomes. Aren't they adorable? Amor Lexa says, ears. I love eating ears. Amor Lexa says. Samasani says, fair enough, I don't think I ever watched it I need to. Christoph Farrell says, I tell ya, I don't miss the Great War at all. I remember when we fought at Darrowmere. All night in the fog, lying in a muddy trench. Adis Brahm says, I still have the scars from that night. Christoph Farrell says, it all worked out in the end. Reed Redeemer says, you eat anything biological.
Sonia is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Noré says, LF consecrated slippers crafter PST. Samasani says, those stories at the beginning of BFA were lit. Real Andre C says, I remember getting hyped about there probably being an Eolitha zone when I was watching it. Ah, what disappointment. Amor Lexa says, shush. We all have our moments. Amor Lexa is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen.
Sonia looks tipsy.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Real Andre C says, when it was later a small raid. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn, si equals b206 dead 4 day.
Snuggly seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alterac brandy.
Amor Lexa says, if everyone didn't look so eatable. Marla says, night elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil.
Snuggly is getting drunk off of mulled Alterac brandy.
Amor Lexa says, I wouldn't eat them. TRVR says, wow fell off after Pokemon send the hate. Sonia warbles on their Seafarer's slide whistle. Zelina warbles on their Seafarer's slide whistle. Skuxia boops for Rick's nose. Reed Redeemer says, I think that when I see a good steak. Sanctum says, whoa ah. Rick boops Skuxia's nose. Real Andre C says, wow fell off by BFA's first patch. Rika Starseer says, subtracting the egg is sick.
Avoid Elvis seems to be sobering up.
Skuxia licks for Rick. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh.
Snuggly is completely smashed from the mulled Alterac brandy.
Skuxia says, hey Rick. Samasani says, the war within is pretty good immo. Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Skuxia says, how's New Year's going? Real Andre C says, TWW is it yet. Noré says, LF consecrated slippers crafter PST. Rika Starseer says, New Year's is going great. Merlin says, Dragonflight was better. Skuxia says, is your name Rick? Colon? Salira says, I just want revamped Silver Moon in Midnight. Samasani says, slightly below. Rick says, hey Skooks Happy New Year's. Skuxia says, but I'm glad it's going great.
Sonia is getting drunk off of mulled Alterac brandy.
Samasani says, so far I should say. Merlin says, why are Delves better than Torghast? Real Andre C says, that family cutscene in the Emerald Dream Raid was a, oof. Salira says, cause Torghast is an SL and SL sucks. Zephyr says, you're not forced to do them every week. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Real Andre C says, more Disney than Disney. Noré says, because you actually get rewards from them that can be used.
Blu-ray seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Samasani says, bro must think SL was a good X-Pack. Zephyr says, nah, SL was great, systems were dumb and the last 2 raids were POO. S1 of SL was amazing.
Gavrilo seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sanctum says, Marshmallow, Bastille, Miles on it. Samasani says, true that is why I said so far TWW is good. Zephyr says, to date the best Dungs Immo.
Blu-ray seems to be sobering up.
Az is Aldonbringer boops Sanctum on the nose. Peterson says, I wish I'd been around in SL. Seems in retrospect like I could have spent a lot of time in Torghast. Sad I missed it. But then maybe at the time I would have hated it.
Baron Demon seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Sanctum says, Marshmallow, Kane Brown asterisk. Gwytherdal says, LF Crafter, laughing face, vagabonds bounding baton.
Snuggly looks drunk.
Real Andre C says, didn't play at all in SL but I learned there's some neat things. It just sounds like it would have been not fun to play when it was endgame. Grand finally says, am not staff am a sub. Not using my sub for free employment, smiley face. Noré says, LF consecrated slippers crafter PST. Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Samasani says, lot of good transmogs. Fiam Meta yells, huzzah. Grand finally says, for that scope, smiley face. Zyrolith says, let's go. Amor Lexa yells, Hazu. Zephyr says, S2 of Shadowlands was horrid for M and ERS, if you didn't mythic raid you didn't do damage.
Snuggly is completely smashed from the Brewfest brew.
Mia yells, Huzzah. Nori says, yeah, Pleiades did eat good for the duration of SL. Real Andre C says, yeah, my favorite cloth pants are from a SL raid a friend of mine ran with me recently. Real Andre C says, and some neato weapons I've seen people wear. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Amor Lexa yells, Ziuaza. Marla says, Awoo. Workin, get down with your bad selves.
Gavrilo seems to be sobering up.
Sanctum says, happy. Zyrolith says, Happy New Year. Nori says, LF consecrated slippers crafter PST. Merlin says, why do SL have to have so many mogs I want? Marla says, come on up, Pandaren. Angelic says, WTS glorious leg plates of the Fireflash ancient plans, warblades of the Hawkery, reborn Gurabashi ceremonial staff. Yawide yells, 3 in a row.
Snuggly looks drunk.
Dafka says, LFC charged halberd R55k tip. Real Andre C says, I don't know how to unlock Zareth Mortis so ya can't get mogs from that raid.
Snuggly is completely smashed from the Brewfest brew.
Merlin says, can we get the mogs from SL without playing SLL? Fiam Meta yells, Panda Girl let's go. Real Andre C says, I imagine I probably need to do the main story for SL. Gwytherdal says, LFC vagabonds bounding bat and DM me. 3. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthur. Amor Lexa yells, pandas hurry up and shed so I can make me new coat. Merlin says, a red fox teleport pet for SL.
Gavrilo seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Merlin says, ID buy that for $1.
Jossiply seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS for Moonguard server videos from New Year's Eve 2024 and New Year's Day 2025. Many games. YouTube at 420 MMOS. Sanctum cheers at Aziazal. Amalion says, folks I'm sad, I got banned from a Discord, and blocked by the server owner for nothing but being a bit drunk. Now I am friendless and hate
It's not
life.
ready yet.
Someone give me good messages, love.
Gavrilo seems to be sobering up. Gavrilo seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon.
Jossiply seems to be sobering up.
Sanctum says, woo.
Snuggly looks drunk.
Malevolent dances with dancing flames. Dafka says, LFC charged halberd R55k tip. Grand finally says, Inis what happens when you play your subs?
Bayron Demon seems to be sobering up.
Mark Allen hugs Tylini. Mark Allen blushes at Tylini. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Tylini hugs Mark Allen. Aziz Aldonbringer turns bright red. Mark Allen flirts with Tylini. Angelic says, WTS glorious leg plates of the Fireflash ancient plans, warblades of the Hawkery, reborn Gurabashi ceremonial staff. Tylini winks slyly at Mark Allen. Marla says, night elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Grand finally says, UWUOUL, LOL oh god. Mark Allen grins wickedly at Tylini. Nori says, LF consecrated slippers crafter PST.
Reed Redeemer seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew.
Sanctum cheers.
Zyrolith seems a little tipsy from the mulled Alterac brandy.
Zyrolith says, that wash good. Robonomics says, Serbia has never won a World Cup. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Robonomics says, that's your good news. Marla says, night elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Sanctum cheers at Aziz Aldonbringer. Mark Allen cheers at Gildana. Nori says, Vegeta got his SS3 form finally, that's good news. Grand finally says, I'm a sub and the internals decided to have a poke. So here I am. Hello, smiley face. Aziz Aldonbringer pushes Sanctum gently from embarrassment. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthur. Sanctum hugs her gently while she dances. Gwytherdal says, LF Crafter. Vagabonds bounding baton. Jav Pavlov says, man the new Dragon Ball is so sterile and no savlo. Grand finally says, smiley face, you ballsed up, smiley face. Jav Pavlov says, even the art looks ass. Peterson says, why does he need SS3 when he has Ultra Ego? Avrilary says, it has always looked ass WDYM. Cobber says, there is new Dragon Ball?
Gavrilo seems to be sobering up.
Ramira says, I haven't enjoyed Dragon Ball since 2010. Uneasy face. Cobber says, why the hell for, Toriyama is gone. Sanctum says, you look amazing. Jav Pavlov says, it peaked with Bu. Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania. Aziz Aldonbringer smiles brightly at Sanctum. Enfai says, yeah, Dragon Ball Daima, made by the official heir to DB.
Redeemer seems to be sobering up.
Redeemer says, never give up, never surrender. Grand finally says, it cost me my account. It will cost you the game, smiley face. Kaladith says, hey everyone, how do I upgrade gear that I've crafted via work order? Cobber says, WTF. Peterson says, met. It peaked with Frisia. The best part of Cell was TFS's interpretation. Sanctum blushes at Redeemer.
Zyrolith seems to be sobering up.
Aziz Aldonbringer says, he does look amazing doesn't he? Angelic says, WTS glorious leg plates of the Fire Flash Ancient Plans, Warblades of the Hawkery, Reborn Gurabashi Ceremonial Staff. PST. Chaplin says, dude I am back each grocery is close OMG expect the Chinese one but he don't have chocolate. Renato Galina says, monster. Stephanie Turner says, how dare you set foot in our city. Justine D. Malier spits on John Mandy. Melris Maligan throws a rotten banana at John Mandy. Stormwind City Guard throws a rotten apple at John Mandy. Edna Mulby says, you disgust me. Stormwind City Patroller throws a rotten banana at John Mandy. Stormwind City Guard throws a rotten apple at John Mandy. Thomas Miller says, monster. Marta Weller says, murderer. Sanctum says, I love you all. Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Aziz Aldonbringer cheers at Sanctum. Keelindel cheers.
Brendon seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Grand finally says, spies out the manufacturer door, smiley face. Dafka says, LFC charged halberd R5 will tip. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Malevolent dances with dancing flames.
Rolana seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sonia warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle.
Sonia seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Brendon seems to be sobering up. Zeev seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage.
Rolana seems to be sobering up. Snuggly looks tipsy.
Mark Ellen flirts with Tylini.
Sonia seems to be sobering up.
Mark Ellen boops Tylini's nose.
Aziazal looks tipsy. Zeev seems to be sobering up. Aziazal looks drunk.
Kalianu says, Tisagrat WTF. Mark Ellen blows Tylini a kiss. Grand finally says, trust we all know, smiley face. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light-forged Drania will still light up the stage. Abel Isle says, Tisagrat WTF. Grand finally says, smiley face, so do I, smiley face. Melrina says, any arms war PvE mind link me their talent tree for science. Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil.
Aziazal looks tipsy.
Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS for WoW MG videos New Year's Eve 2024 and New Year's Day 2025. 75 plus videos today and last night alone. Many games. YouTube at 420 MMOS. Rika Starseer says, you're all beautiful. Angelic says, WTS glorious leg plates of the Fire Flash Ancient Plans, Warblades of the Hawkery, Reborn Gurabashi Ceremonial Staff. PST. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Valatharina says, Osagrat WTF. Gwytherdal says, LF Crafter Vagabond Spounding Baton. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Grand finally says, hey wo ganked us all, smiley face. Woogle yells, 5 hours until new trading post, love. Marla says, come on up, Pandaren. Grand finally says, wow ganked us all. Rika Starseer says, we are all the main characters in our own stories. Catbird yells, woo, GLE. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale.
Tendrasong seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf.
Tendrasong seems to be sobering up.
Zaf Ammer says, what is a throat goat? Sanctum says, oh. Grand finally says, dude, did WoW gank everyone, smiley face. Kinsiura says, when does the trader change?
I can't
Chaplain
use that
says,
item
each
yet.
paladin required to / pray our king map pin location. Bloodvark says, what's a good sub sandwich?
Ord seems a little tipsy from the volatile rum.
Kazalzin says, Volver is the king. Chaplain says, boogie and vagina smell inside. Kinsiura says, chicken Caesar salad sandwich. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Mark Ellen claps excitedly for Gildina. Sanctum cheers at Aziz Aldonbringer. Grand finally says, dude, life is simple, people make it more complicated than it has to be, smiley face.
Jurar seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Angelic says, WTS glorious leg plates of the Fireflash ancient plans, warblades of the Hawkery, reborn Gurabashi ceremonial staff. PST. Mark Ellen cheers at Gildina.
Reed Redeemer seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew. Jurar seems to be sobering up.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Grand finally says, to me society is the crazy party. Society in RL is ill. Very ill indeed.
Snuggly seems to be sobering up.
Flame Girl says, it's a dance slut pop song by Kim Petras. Zarkin bursts into dance. Gwytherdal says, LF Crafter Vagabond Spounding Baton. Ricustar Seer cheers. Grand finally says, they Paris society. When in fact, they all being used, smiley face. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, void elves. Kazalzin says, is that Kim Jong-un's cousin? Aziz Aldonbringer cheers at Sanctum. Zarkin yells, Gaiman, will save us. Flame Girl says, dancing to slut pop gets some of us into the mood to do some silly things. Grand finally says, a world without society, now that's a dream, smiley face. Ricustar Seer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own.
Ord seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, I love watching those Pandaren throw their weight around. Time to dance. Grand finally says, I'll add that to my wish list, smiley face. Kazalzin says, if it's not a femboy dancin', it ain't worth fencin'. Sanctum says, happy birthday everyone.
Reed Redeemer seems to be sobering up. Ibert Horn seems to be sobering up.
Tbigar says, LF a casual guild PST.
Aziazal seems to be sobering up.
Flame Girl says, why not regular boys? Aziz Aldonbringer says, same. Ricustar Seer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn, SI equals B206 dead 4 day. Flame Girl says, or grills. Athalesha says, why boys why not men? Sung Kong says, wanna go together? Kazalzin says, because femboys are best of all worlds. Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Grand finally says, you played the wrong one didn't you, smiley face. Malevolent dances with dancing flames. Aziz Aldonbringer says, hell yeah. Tylini cheers at Mark Ellen. Ricustar Seer cheers. Grand finally says, admit it, smiley face. Regulex says, I not wait for 2025 to be over already. Elaine says, happy Halloween. Mark Ellen ruffles Tylini's hair. Ricustar Seer says, human enough. Sung Kong says, it's a DMV date, smiley face. Aziz Aldonbringer says, it'd be less awkward going with someone XD. Sung Kong says, think again. Kazalzin says, 2025 is going to be crazy and I can't wait. Flame Girl says, is a femboy a very pretty guy or something else? Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Drakthur. Asani says, it's gonna be so cool.
Razikash seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Elaine says, yes. Athalesha says, a twink bottom passive bitch. Elaine says, yes we love our femboys. Sung Kong dances with dancing flames.
Razikash seems to be sobering up.
Polyf says, I mean I'm one but I'm both passive and aggressive so. Polyf says, Malevolent says, YouTube at 420 MMOS for Moonguard videos 2024 New Year's Eve and 2025 New Year's Day. Many games. YouTube at 420 MMOS. Kazalzin says, it's a feminine guy that is squishy and to be owned while loved. Marla says, night elves. Show us how you get down up and tell Drossel. Regulex says, you guys wanna meet my imaginary girlfriend? Polyf says, is she cool? Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Flame Girl says, I love imaginary friends. Mark Ellen ruffles Gildan's hair. Sung Kong says, shit look at him go. Ass Annie says, you guys wanna be my imaginary femboyfriend? Zarkin yells, the doctor is in. Polyf says, sure. Emmeline says, Sagrat Sux. Marla says, come on up, Worgen brothers and sisters. Let's show them how it's done. Ass Annie says, DMD. Cashier says, LFGF in Michigan, laughing face. Flame Girl says, okay femboy or transwoman or transman. Emmeline says, Sagrat Sux. Warrior Pill says, all 3 in 1. Sanctum says, time to turn the Zaza up, /. Cutie Animboy says, yes. Grand finally says, Code Sighing 2011, revoked. Sanctum blazes a big blunt. Lady Death says, why all the degenerates looking for GFS? Ass Annie says, 1 and 2. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf.
Night Candy seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kazalzin says, it's MGLFGF is pretty normal TBH. Ass Annie says, they said as if they didn't already know why. Warrior Pill says, to find degenerate women. Sniffs Cheeks says, when are they not? Flame Girl says, I don't think they are looking for girlfriends, they are looking for femboyfriends. Gwytherdal says, LFC vagabonds bounding bat and tidy. Kazalzin says, at least a weekly occurrence. Sniffs Cheeks says. Emmeline says, Sagrat Sux. Sung Kong says, I mean I'll jokingly post buying GF10K but it's in Ars Gold so no1 takes.
Night Candy seems to be sobering up. Razikesh seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Angelic says, WTS Ancient Plans, Warblades of the Hawkery, Reborn Gurabashi Ceremonial Staff. PST. Flame Girl says, 10k GF is like what $1 hooker? Kazalzin says, less. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light forged Drania will still light up the stage.
Snuggly is getting drunk off of Netherguard bitter. Snuggly is completely smashed from the Netherguard bitter.
Warrior Pill says, ID pay that. Mark Ellen waves at Noristan. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Sung Kong says, way less in Ars Gold LOL. Kazalzin says, better wear a latex suit. Mark Ellen cheers at Noristan. Noristan waves at Mark Ellen. Sung Kong says, prob not even 10 cents. Sanctum dances with Zyraline. Mark Ellen claps excitedly for Noristan.
Still recharging.
Zyrolith blows Tofert's a kiss. Lady Death says, I may have that most gold ever tipped title I'm still alone without a GF AMK. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Grand finally says, I find it fascinating, smiley face, LOL. Flame Girl says, I think a lot of us give it away for free since it's fun. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale.
Snuggly looks drunk.
Rika Starseer says, I can't help that this situation matches my playlist so well. Rika Starseer says, https://opendots.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn, si equals b206 dead 4 day. Lelilai bursts into dance. Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up and tell Drossel. Grand finally says, the EULA Code of Conduct and Social Contract. WTF, smiley face. Flame Girl says, but a lot of us also regrets it after XD. Mark Ellen eyes Gildan up and down. Sanctum hugs Aziz Aldonbringer. Cutie Animboy says, LF binding of binding. Aziz Aldonbringer hugs Sanctum. Grand finally says, conditioned be have our, smiley face, kiss my arse, smiley face. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Sung Kong dances with Lelilaya. Aziz Aldonbringer dances with Sanctum. Grand finally says, free employment. On your sub. Not happening. Cashier says, you talking to yourself? Marla says, come on up, Pandaren. Grand finally says, yep as always, smiley face. Cashier says, Happy New Year. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Grand finally says, same to you too. Smiley face. Rika Starseer says, it's all fun and games until you get stage called 19 times in a row. Grand finally says, think the devs have sided off TBH with you all, smiley face. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Sanctum says, I'm glad we can start the year doing what we like. Stina says, my worst experience was being with a guy and afterwards he went downstairs, got a Costco chicken, brought it into the bedroom and started eating it at his desk. I wanted run but was scared to offend him. Zukin waves at Angelic. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Rika Starseer says, listen to some dope music too. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn, si equals b206 dead 4 day. Dominic says, damn, he didn't even offer any. The casted runes are the cycle upright, death reversed, secrets reversed. Aziz Aldonbringer says, except I hate dancing, haha, but I'm with you and that's all that matters. Mark Ellen blows Tylene a kiss. Sanctum cheers at Aziz Aldonbringer. Aziz Aldonbringer boops Sanctum on the nose. Tylene blows Mark Ellen a kiss. Marla says, come on up, Pandaren. Grand finally says, it's an empty biscuit tin. Now. Sanctum dances with Aziz Aldonbringer. Cashier says, how is that scary? Shape Terror says, I love chicken but turkey is better and steak and ribs are best. Rika Starseer says, NGL, my music list matches this vibe perfectly. Not saying there aren't other vibes, but this one is one for sure. Elisa Rissa says, Guild, Paws and Elves is recruiting members. We're an 18+ social/RP guild offering everything for your social and RP needs. Suzanne says, the magical wards at that point should be supported enough by the energy flux to contain the entity. Kata Elena says, Guild, Eternally Haunted is looking for people to join us in building a strong community. Mythics? PvP? Social? Sure, anyone is welcome here, smiley face, PST for NV. Listen, Pierce says, the resultant energies could collapse though, and that could cause an energy flux that would give you a migraine for weeks. Cashier says, so he was worried for eating chicken? Suzanne says, only if we didn't follow the proper initialization procedures. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light-forged Drania will still light up the stage. Rika Starseer cheers. Aziz Aldonbringer grins and steps closer to Sanctum. Grand finally says, I have outplayed the game. Sanctum says, dance house and I'll join the party. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale.
Snuggly looks tipsy.
Mark Ellen blows Tylene a kiss. Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale.
Zukin seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Starlunau seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Starlunau boops Malia's nose. Starlunau thanks Malia. Madnessos blows Stormwind Reveler a kiss. Zukin prepares a portable party platter.
Starlunau seems to be sobering up.
Madnessos dances with Stormwind Reveler. Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Tylene cheers at Mark Ellen. Aziz Aldonbringer cheers at Sanctum.
Baron Demon seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Sanctum cheers at Aziz Aldonbringer. Lealdriel flirts with Mark Ellen.
Zukin seems to be sobering up. Aziazal seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew. Baron Demon seems to be sobering up.
Stina says, offending someone much bigger and stronger than you when you are in a vulnerable position is pretty scary. Sanctum says, see. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Dandelion says, just like Batman VR. Mark Ellen eyes Gildina up and down. Rika Starseer says, Sonder, the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own.
Aziazal is getting drunk off a Brewfest brew.
Dandelion says, LOL JK. Nixie says, I got it finally AAAA Thrayer, Eyes of the Siren. Emmeline says, I'm sad. My friend blocked me for no apparent reason. Someone hug me. Mark Ellen massages Gildina's shoulders. Zawin says, grats. Stina says, /hug. Gwytherdal says, LFC vagabonds bounding baton. Emmeline says, I hate people. Malia says, see. Athalesha says, we all do. Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Stina says, D, you asked for a hug and I hooped you. Aziz Aldonbringer smiles as she wobbles. Nixie says, Ty. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn, si equals b206 dead 4 day.
Aziazal looks tipsy.
Lealdriel pokes Baron Demon. Hey. Aziz Aldonbringer says, be right back. Amalion says, Stina, you're one of the good ones. Sanctum says, \o.o_/. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light-forged Drania will still light up the stage. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Rika Starseer says, Nissim gas lamp killer is fantastic.
Gavrilo seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Rika Starseer says, what a sound to transition into the new year to. Sanctum says, oh.
Lady Death seems a little tipsy from the killer brew. Aziazal is getting drunk off of toasting goblet. Lady Death is getting drunk off of killer brew.
It's not ready yet.
Lady Death is completely smashed from the killer brew.
Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong.
MYPZ seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Stina says, put out positive energy and let the universe do its thing. Doesn't always work out but karma is real. Aziz Aldonbringer lets forth a sharp whistle. Sanctum hugs Aziz Aldonbringer. Aziz Aldonbringer whistles at Sanctum. Athalesia says, karma is real as fuck. Sanctum lets forth a sharp whistle.
Aziazal looks tipsy.
Angelic says, WTS Ancient Plans, Warblades of the Hawkery, Reborn Gurabashi Ceremonial Staff. PST, also the person who wanted to buy glorious leg plates of the Fire Flash, please message me again.
Aziazal is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Lady Death waves at Melissa. Lady Death greets Melissa with a hearty hello. Lady Death greets Melissa warmly. Lady Death boops Melissa's nose. Lady Death hugs Melissa. Lady Death thanks Melissa. Lady Death was happy to help Melissa. Lady Death motions for Melissa to follow. Lady Death will be right back. Sit tight, Melissa. Lady Death blows Melissa a kiss. Lady Death waves goodbye to Melissa. Farewell. Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Lady Death introduces herself to Melissa. Lady Death waves at Melissa. Lady Death greets Melissa with a hearty hello. Lady Death greets Melissa warmly. Lady Death boops Melissa's nose. Lady Death hugs Melissa. Lady Death thanks Melissa. Lady Death was happy to help Melissa. Lady Death motions for Melissa to follow. Lady Death will be right back. Sit tight, Melissa. Lady Death blows Melissa a kiss. Lady Death waves goodbye to Melissa. Farewell. Lady Death introduces herself to Melissa. Lady Death waves at Melissa.
Darona seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Lady Death greets Melissa with a hearty hello. Lady Death greets Melissa warmly. Lady Death boops Melissa's nose. Lady Death hugs Melissa.
Aziazal looks tipsy.
Lady Death thanks Melissa. Lady Death was happy to help Melissa. Lady Death motions for Melissa to follow. Lady Death will be right back. Sit tight, Melissa. Lady Death blows Melissa a kiss.
Zeph Venturi seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Lady Death waves goodbye to Melissa. Farewell. Lady Death introduces herself to Melissa. Lady Death waves at Melissa. Lady Death greets Melissa with a hearty hello. Lady Death greets Melissa warmly. Lady Death boops Melissa's nose. Aziz Aldonbringer blows Sanctum a kiss. Lady Death hugs Melissa. Lady Death thanks Melissa. Lady Death was happy to help Melissa. Lady Death motions for Melissa to follow. Lady Death will be right back. Sit tight, Melissa. Lady Death blows Melissa a kiss. Lady Death waves goodbye to Melissa. Farewell. Sanctum blows Aziz Aldonbringer a kiss.
Lady Death looks drunk.
Cove Tuesday says, Happy New Year all. Sanctum hugs Aziz Aldonbringer. Rossi says, Happy New Year to you too. Gwytherdal says, LFC personal order -- vagabond spounding bat and black heart.
Malia seems a little tipsy from the bottle of Dalaran Noir.
Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania. Aziz Aldonbringer hugs Sanctum as they dance and laughs enjoying the buzz of filled festive mug.
Night Candy seems a little tipsy from the bottle of Dalaran Noir. Snuggly seems to be sobering up.
Sanctum says, what you got? Share some? Wings. Sanctum dances with Aziz Aldonbringer.
Malia seems to be sobering up.
Sanctum says, oh. Grand finally says, two-faced at the beginning lol. Ruined it for me, smiley face.
Night Candy seems to be sobering up. Gavrilo is getting drunk off of toasting goblet.
Sanctum says, I love you. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Aziz Aldonbringer says, come get some.
Mark Ellen seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Grand finally says, Aban what an epic fall, smiley face.
Snuggly is getting drunk off of Netherguard bitter. Snuggly is completely smashed from the Netherguard bitter.
Sanctum says, Az where are you, 1. Grand finally says, smiley face, LMFAO. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light-forged Drania will still light up the stage. Grand finally says, now it's trusted devices and it's going on lockdown.
Need more mana seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. Airy seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Aziazal is getting drunk off of toasting goblet.
Gwytherdal says, LFC vagabonds bounding bat and black heart tidy.
Gavrilo is completely smashed from the toasting goblet.
Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania.
Sanctum seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Melissa cheers at Lady Death.
Gavrilo looks drunk. Snuggly looks drunk. Aziazal is completely smashed from the toasting goblet. Airy is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Rika Starseer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Shape Terror says, Michael Bloom X153 Bismuth X75 Blessing Blossom X70 Iron Claw or X64 how much can I get for that? Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eboribra9vci0nh6fnn, SI equals B206 dead 4 day.
Aziazal looks drunk. Darona seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Noré says, LF Consecrated Slippers Crafter PST.
Trosheal seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread.
Sanctum looks drunk. Sanctum looks tipsy. 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 Sanctum looks drunk.
Grand finally says, I will, smiley face, tie. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Hulet says, is this world the world of Warcraft? Sniffs Cheek says, no this is Patrick. Hulet says, damn it. Trosheal S Ravager Deathstrike looks at Kali Jingle Pocket and crouches, ready to spring. Sanctum says, that share what I'm talking bitch about.
Need more mana looks drunk. Lady Death looks tipsy.
Trosheal says, no you really have to get in there real good. Noré says, yes, this is the most World of Warcraft can get. Rika Starseer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own.
That item yet.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Ashrit says, this is World of Carbet. Sanctum cheers at Aziz Aldonbringer. Hulet says, on a scale of 1 to Warcraft how Warcraft are we? Aziz Aldonbringer laughs at Sanctum's drunkenness. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves. Zawin says, 45. Ashrit says, 69. Cashier says, I'm in the gold craft department. Hulet says, okay I'm on board then. Aziz Aldonbringer wobbles from the strong buzz. Sanctum says, thanks for being here, Heek. Ashrit says, slurp. Lady Death says, 69 degrees-ish this Patrick percent. Zarkin yells, I'm gonna light you up, sweet cheeks. Noré says, LF Consecrated Slippers Crafter PST. Sanctum says, OMG I see pink Alex. Aziz Aldonbringer smiles warmly at Sanctum. Aziz Aldonbringer says, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Merlin says, how many degrees is one Chuck Norris? Rika Starseer says, an inch, sometimes it's all we have, and it's ours. No one can take it from us. Trosheal S Ravager Deathstrike cleans his spines with his hind leg, chews musingly on one foreleg, scampers over to Kali Jingle Pocket and bites them, grinning happily. Melissa says, yes. Lady Death says, that hot. Ashrit says, about 360.
Daronis looks drunk.
Dandrelin says, it's called Xbox 360 cause you turn around and walk away. Telvera yells, you dropped a bomb on me. Melissa says, the mathematically correct answer is yes. Hulet says, when do we craft about war here? Cashier says, I got kidnapped and forced to dance.
Daronis seems to be sobering up. Daronis looks drunk. Snuggly is completely smashed from the Netherguard bitter.
Dubaron says, that's 180. Dandrelin says, I know that's the joke. Dubaron says, bad joke. Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong.
Daronis seems to be sobering up. Daronis looks drunk.
Lady Death says, 180 degrees. Kazalzin says, Warcraft is vanilla, what okay? This is hand-holding craft. Aindra says, may anyone please help me with a frosty shake?
Daronis seems to be sobering up. Daronis looks drunk.
Dandrelin says, no, you are just too young to get the reference. Grand finally says, I like being tiny, smiley face. Aziz Aldonbringer cat calls Sanctum on stage. Rika Starseer says, it's a war, and no one knows who's the aggressor, and who's the victim. Hulet says, personally I crafted these neat knitted goods about war. Dubaron says, Bree I'm a fossil. Noré says, here is a good joke, Bazinga.
Daronis seems to be sobering up. Daronis looks drunk.
Melissa says, Bazingay.
Trosheal seems to be sobering up.
Dubaron says, why don't you skibidi this joke? Marla says, come on up, Pandaren.
Elaine looks drunk.
Dandrelin says, they called it Xbox 360 cause they didn't want to sound inferior to PS3. Noré says, no cap. Already risked it up. Grand finally says, 1% is the victim. Labeled as terrorist.
Snuggly looks drunk.
Dandrelin says, if they called an Xbox 2 it would sound inferior. Aziz Aldonbringer says, it certainly can be. Rika Starseer says, even if all this death and chaos is necessary, I know that life is truly worth living, and worth fighting for. Fenelzina says, $47/hour. Amalion says, who wants to be my friend? Lost a disc group today with no discernible reason.
Sanctum seems to be sobering up.
Ashrit says, they should have called it Xbox 69. I bet people buy more. Hulet says, why isn't there a Warcraft 360? Dandrelin says, that's the literal reason, as ridiculous as it is. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Sora NDIS says, LF recrafting amulet of earthen craftsmanship. Rika Starseer says, head bobs. Dubaron says, they just need to call Xbox Extreme Box problem solved. Dandrelin says, marketing teams am I right? Grand finally says, and am going to sink the lot of it because of that. Smiley face. Hulet says, literally less than a full circle of Warcraft and they haven't done anything about this? Bloodvark says, fridge cold fried chicken. Fenelzina says, the Siren Isle is the most amazing and best zone in all of WoW history ever. Noré says, LF consecrated slippers crafter PST please bro my kicks are so old. Rika Starseer says, no king rules forever.
Gavrilo is completely smashed from the filled festive mug.
Hulet says, how many degrees of Warcraft is the Siren Isles? Fenelzina says, I love it so much I finished the meta today I'll remember you. Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Firmifluf says, LF amulet of earthen craftsmanship crafter. Grand finally says, winky face, stop poking fun. Smiley face. Rika Starseer says, gutting.
Gavrilo looks drunk.
Ashrit says, I prefer KFC original recipe. Lady Death says, 69696969696969696969696969696969696969 degree. Grand finally says, and leave King alone, smiley face.
Aziazal looks tipsy. Gavrilo is completely smashed from the filled festive mug.
Ashrit says, slurp.
Gammon.
Dandrelin says, I could really go for some KFC right now. Dandrelin says, or El Pollo Loco. Rika Starseer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Kaitania blinks at Avendry. Dubaron says, Taco Bell Nuggies is fire. Noré says, big sad, all the crafters are spending their hard-earned gold on partying with their crafter friends.
Gavrilo looks drunk.
Shape Terror says, I eat the grease from the deep fryer at KFC. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Nasty Strudel says, I could go with you Muppets craft my bracers. Rika Starseer says, and walk of shame again? Okay. Nasty Strudel says, so you not want a fat tip? Dandelion says, the crazy chicken. Grand finally says, that complexity. Am asking myself WTF am I mixed up in, smiley face. Dandelion says, taste the fire. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Nasty Strudel says, reminds me case. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2epower 9vci0nh6fnn, SI equals E2CCB3F63017474D.
Lady Death seems to be sobering up.
Nasty Strudel says, this fire burns. Grand finally says, and that is not a joke, smiley face. Marla says, night elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Nore says, LF consecrated slippers crafter PST please bro my kicks are so old. Nasty Strudel says, but really a song about chlamydia. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Dandelion says, what's that like? Nasty Strudel says, IDC. Anarila says, there's an ointment for that. Fenelzina says, are you okay? Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, void elves. Dandelion says, Gondorerhia. Mordred says, idly. Nasty Strudel says, don't make me reply to any of these cause you'll only report me abusing few.
Zivelin seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Dandelion says, Strudel. Dandelion says, like a donut. Nasty Strudel says, only came here to say I love you all. Sanctum says, let's go A's WLL come for the morning after party. Nore says, abusive relationship? Sign me up. A with ring above DDY says, the forbidden cheese. Catalisa says, WTF where the AXD.
Zivelin seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, a woo woo. Workin, get down with your bad selves. Ashrit says, salty. Nasty Strudel says, but you've lined me up twice. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2epower 9vci0nh6fnn, SI equals E2CCB3F63017474D https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2epower 9vci0nh6fnn, SI equals E2CCB3F63017474D. Dandelion says, Homer's fantasies are the best. Dandelion says, the land of chocolate. Grand finally says, smiley face, I didn't fail, smiley face. Fenelzina says, no you.
Snuggly looks tipsy.
Rika Starseer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own.
Glorioso seems a little tipsy from the foot triple.
Nore says, LF consecrated slippers crafter PST please bro my kicks are so old and my feet are so stinky. They need new drip. Rika Starseer nods at Ilbohema. Nasty Strudel says, I could go on but I'd only regret it cause I'd red missed it and you would cry your mum. Marla says, turn off the disco ball and these light forged Drania will still light up the stage. Nasty Strudel says, then be banned. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Dandelion says, oi, me mum. Dandelion says, you he. Fenelzina says, are you a girl I'll make the slippers my mats and it's free. Nasty Strudel says, nope.
Glorioso is getting drunk off a foot triple.
Hulet says, do you guys know about Lockies? Dandelion says, we gotta get Ole Omlander, damn soups. Ashrit says, invisible dress is better than slipper. Nasty Strudel says, I can't proper bite. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, void elves.
Glorioso looks tipsy.
Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Hulet says, obviously not enough about Lockies.
Gavrilo looks tipsy.
Tamina says, LFJC has Algar jewel crafting, Algary competitor's amulet. Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania.
Aerie seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Fenelzina says, I think I accidentally became the hope of a nation. Fenelzina says, the hope of a generation. Marla says, get down with your bad self, void elf. Dandelion says, we are, the youth of a nation. Rika Starseer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Aindra says, we're the kids in Ezroth. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn SI equals E2CCB3F63A17474D https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn SI equals E2CCB3F63A17474D. Grand finally says, now I have nothing left to keep me here, smiley face. Nasty Strudel says, all three of these dudes bring univeated autism. I imagine they were all around the table of Christmas shrieking thunder fury and if someone said I to you. Noré says, why do the newscasters get to drink on the job during New Year's and Macy's parade but I can't come to work plastered for my 12-hour shift?
Ari seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Grand finally says, that relief, smiley face. Danderlin says, being a newscaster is hard tbh. Danderlin says, you gotta do the voice. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Nasty Strudel says, Bleg. Danderlin says, they literally train them to speak that way, it's no coincidence. Grand finally says, I have spilled everything I could of my experience of the game, smiley face. Marla says, made of stone, but they can move like lightning. Let's go, Earthen. Fenelzina says, EA Sports, it's in the game. Danderlin says, yeah lol.
Rika Starseer seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Danderlin is playing a song. Ilbohema yells, Gaiman, will save us. Nasty Strudel says, yeah mum's an ultimate team cardet.
Rika Starseer seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Fenelzina says, nah but URS's.
Snuggly seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, feast your eyes on the shapely, confident night elves. I might start panting soon. Danderlin is playing a song. Grand finally says, free employment on your sub. Honest. That's all it is, smiley face. Nasty Strudel says, not a chance. Mine's dead and yours an RNG on a Friday. Sung Kong says, air. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Marla says, woo. Worgen, get down with your bad selves. Fenelzina says, buddy, you're cruisin' for a bruisin'. Rika Starseer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn SI equals E2CCB3F63A17474D https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn SI equals E2CCB3F63A17474D. Nasty Strudel says, no. Sashima says, I have not heard that in years. Sniffs Cheek says, 2025 Kaminacha. Ramira says, better mark today on your calendar then. Marla says, Earthen. Show us how Rolling Stone gathers no moss.
Gavrilo seems to be sobering up.
Marla says, the light-forged Drania came here to dance and kill demons. And we're all out of demons. Rarik cheers at Lucia. Rika Starseer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Fenelzina says, I marked it on my calendar. Nasty Strudel says, do it. Fenelzina says, you're on thin ice, pal. Same Tamer says, is it good meth at least? Nasty Strudel says, the day I become nasty band cuz I'm most likely going to feral him and shred him a new arse cheek.
It's not ready yet.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Marla says, made of stone, but they can move like lightning. Let's go, Earthen. General Hammond Clay yells, people of Stormwind. Bear witness today to the deeds of Escalamungard, who has stood valiantly against the many foes that would threaten our fair city. Ramirez says, bruise his banana. Or whatever other fruit he has that can be bruised. Rika Starseer allows herself to meld into the crowd, becoming one with the tangential mass of spirit that inhabits this hub of existence, at this very moment. True bliss. General Hammond Clay yells, for their courage, we honor Escala as Lion Guard, defender of Stormwind and all her people. Rise and light bless you, Lion of Stormwind. Slatteround says, bright pocket dances. Fenelzina says, I'm a girl BTW. Sane Tamer says, bruise your banana. Nasty Strudel says, so is every fucker who is born with cock. Sane Tamer says, photos or ain't real. Ramirez says, GIRL, guy in real life. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Nasty Strudel says, copying the thing he couldn't get. Nasty Strudel says, cosplaying asterisk oops. Dandrelin says, you're fired. Rainbow says, grulls. Marla says, their dance moves are out of this world. Let's hear it for the Drania. Dandrelin says, COOP. Ramirez says, but I'm at work right now D. Nasty Strudel says, calm down Vince. Rika Starseer says, sweet and shy, nice guy, forget the finish line, you're wasting someone's time. Dandrelin says, stop slacking off. Velethal says, Happy New Year everyone. Grand finally says, very true. Dandrelin says, look busy, start scrubbing the walls. Fenelzina says, I have a boyfriend. Marla says, woo. Workin', get down with your bad selves. Ramirez says, LOL but I work from home. Dandrelin says, I have a boyfriend, you won't be needing this anymore, rips out heart. Nasty Strudel says, that's what all the cosplayers say TBF. Surprised Juvento said he's preg. Ranzina says, I do not, sad face.
Snuggly is getting drunk off of Netherguard bitter. Snuggly is completely smashed from the Netherguard bitter.
Maria says, haha ha haha. Angelic says, WTS Ancient Plans, Warblades of the Hawkery, Reborn Gurabashi Ceremonial Staff. PST. Rika Starseer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Marla says, just because you're an avatar of darkness doesn't mean you can't get funky. Hit it, Void Elves.
Sondai seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn, SI equals E2CCB3F631744DH https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn, SI equals E2CCB3F63174474D. Tamina says, LFJC Hazalgar Jewel Crafting, Algary Competitor's Amulet. Marla says, let's get the Drania up here on stage. Grand finally says, LOL. Rika Starseer says, the list? Over 4 hours of party. Skip what you want. There's something out there for this. Marla says, I heard a rumor that humans can't dance. Prove me wrong. Rika Starseer says, I was out, I'm home now LOL. Dandrelin says, WTF was that? Rika Starseer says, you got premiered bitch. Grand finally says, smiley face.
Zetery seems a little tipsy from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Marla says, do you feel the dance floor getting hot? That must mean we got some Dracther in the house. Fire it up. Valita says, friendly reminder that the trading post changes in 4 hours. Ramirez says, won't change until reset mate. Ramirez says, oh wait, that is in 4 hours. LOL doesn't feel that late/early. Cadiel says, Happy New Year, everybody.
Gavrilo seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Clank Tank says, LMFAOL. Ilbohema says, yet. Naturangel says, yeah 4 hours and 7 minutes sir, geez. Dandrelin says, gotta made it up mate. Naturangel says, minutes are important. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Marla says, folks with wings. Let's see you shake your thing. Come on Dracther. Ramirez says, XD I'm fried right now, ignore me. Valita says, bro didn't share the powder and took it all for himself. Valita says, WTF. Ilbohema just won a game of Hearthstone. Nasty Strudel says, that's it. Rika Starseer cheers. Koderazan says, who's the giant stone man walking through the canal? Rika Starseer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Valita says, is friend shaped? Skuxia says, hey kidder. Stepan Meb says, me. Edvard says, what fucking year is it? Ilbohema says, dance. Slatteran says, funniest thing is, when I fly as this gnome. Nasty Strudel says, sorry N. Ramirez says, 2025. Danderlin says, 1985. Nasty Strudel says, but Nash. Marla says, get down with your bad self, Void Elf. Sniffs Cheek says, 2142. Ilbohema says, weird. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Koderazan says, hey Skooks, brother. Why are you walking? How? Edvard says, dang I've been sleeping for a while. Sniffs Cheek says, wake TF up Simulary. Skooksia says, it's not me, I just wanted to say hi. Danderlin says, I better get a HS kid to help me out with this very serious theme. Doc Brown probably. Koderazan says, yeehaw I know it isn't you, smiley face.
Night Candy seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ramirez says, 9,999, it's Y10K next year and it's gonna break all the computers. Quick, sell all your Microsoft stock. Edvard says, how many of you degenerates still have your Christmas tree up?
Malia seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Nasty Strudel says, you fiends are too much of tight pricks to put your hand in your pocket, absolute turds. Marla says, made of stone, but they can move like lightning. Let's go, Earthen.
Night Candy seems to be sobering up.
Danderlin says, as far I'm concerned, the tree should stay up all winter. Slat around cheers at Dubaron. Recustar Seer cheers. Wild Striker says, it's a New Year's tree right now and soon a Valentine's tree. Valita says, I don't put down my tree until March, the crying towards the end makes it too depressing. Recustar Seer says, but seriously go him. Recustar Seer says, he's rocking it. Sniffs Cheek says. Danderlin says, the holiday season should last all winter W high not. Naturangel says, I too hate when my tree cries. Malisk says, you're rock lobstering it. Recustar Seer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Marla says, made of stone, but they can move like lightning. Let's go, Earthen. Wild Striker says, summer tree is tricky but I go crazy when it becomes my Halloween tree.
Baron Demon seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Enjoroer says, LF Alchemist. Swiftly PLS Black Heart. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Edvard says, do you move the tree or does it stay in the same dusty corner? Danderlin says, summer tree is a palm tree. Skooksia says, I'm back. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Marla says, this is your city, humans. Show us your pride. Recustar Seer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn. SI equals E2CCB3F63A17474 DHTTPS/open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn. SI equals E2CCB3F63A17474D.
Malia seems to be sobering up.
Wild Striker says, I have this thing about clean surfaces/floors so it gets moved and swept around often. Enjoroer says, LF Alchemist Black Heart. Danderlin says, clean freak. Valita says, does your summer trees also come with a monkey, or is that a local thing? Recustar Seer says, we will rock until lobster is served for breakfast. Danderlin says, my dad dated a woman like that when I was a kid. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale.
Baron Demon seems to be sobering up. Zedary seems to be sobering up.
Danderlin says, why do I keep dancing? Marla says, Night Elves. Show us how you get down up in Teldrassil. Angelic says, WTS Ancient Plans, Warblades of the Hawkery, Reborn Gurabashi Ceremonial Staff. PST. Malisk says, you have a buff from being put on stage. Danderlin says, hoo-hoo. Danderlin says, Ty, citizen. Recustar Seer says, just no lob, that may never come to be. So let's rock. Lobster. Malisk says, if you want it to stop, right-click the Happy Feet buff and it'll go away. Wild Striker says, I am 100% a clean freak. Sadly the same cannot be said for any of my WoW storage. Bags, bank, containers and quests are a mess. Slatteround says, Nuhu. Dubaron says, and it's over. Malisk says, no more fun for another whole year. Dubaron says, thought we had 3 more hours.
Ike seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Dubaron says, no there's a party eventually. Edvard says, oh my bags look terrible, NGL, one time I accidentally clicked the button to clean my bags and it destroyed every type of organization I have never fixed it again.
Ike seems to be sobering up.
Danderlin says, I'm the opposite. Danderlin says, I organize well but don't keep my house very clean. Slatteran says, Happy New Year. Dubaran says, see ya in July. Tamina says, LFJC has Algar Jewel Crafting, Algary Competitors Amulet. Malisk says, Happy New Dear. Ari says, Happy New Year.
Gadrikart seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Edvard says, being an engineer, my bags are full of every part possible, except the 10mm socket. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale.
Ari seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Elisa Rissa says, Guild, Paws and Elves is recruiting members. We're an 18+ social/RP guild offering everything for your social and RP needs.
Gadrikart seems to be sobering up.
Fidelia says, 10mm gives me flashbacks to running low on ammo in Fallout 4.
Ari seems to be sobering up.
Edvard says, dang WHYD you have to go there? Danderlin says, cleanliness matters little to me unless company are common over.
Baron Demon seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Danderlin says, I can deal with my own crap. Ike dances with Stormwind Reveler. Kadiel dances with Ricustar Seer.
Baron Demon seems to be sobering up. Silene seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Kadiel says, dancing till my mana is low. Remira says, for the most part, I just don't make messes to begin with. I may neglect dusting and stuff like that, but my house isn't a pigsty with like, trash everywhere. Fidelia says, I'm not lonely if I got spores and cockroaches. Edvard says, these new citrines too, there's so many in it what to do with them. Danderlin says, yeah same, VRYM.
Silene seems to be sobering up.
Remira says, truly couldn't understand people that like living with filth and trash everywhere if I tried. I grew up with parents like that, and even now they live in their filth. Truly revolting. Malisk says, the auction house after party. Fidelia says, did Asmongold ever clean that house? Bro is the start of a new plague. Malisk says, the AHAP. Valita says, can't spread the plague if never leave. Danderlin says, yeah that makes no sense to me, Rima, I could things a basic LVL of clean. Danderlin says, keep you. Kadiel cheers at Ricustar Seer. Remira says, exactly. Fidelia says, poor Myro she doesn't deserve COVID-20. Kadiel says, Monolo. Malisk says, oh reservoir. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Danderlin says, my friend's house was always so cluttery. Danderlin says, it's a mindset I think, hoarder mindset maybe. Angelic says, WTS Ancient Plans, Warblades of the Hawkery, Reborn Gurabashi Ceremonial Staff. PST. Fidelia says, OCD behavior on crack and I have it. Though I just hoard books. Danderlin says, this can be valuable one day. Danderlin says, type of mindset. Fidelia says, hoard this game ruined me. Kadiel says, it's been fun. Came online cause I missed role playing with my friends. Thanks for dancing with me. Edvard says, who was looking for an alchemist. Malisk says, thanks for being a dancer as well. Edvard says, I just realized my warrior is a alchemist. Fidelia says, make me drugs. Danderlin says, and I tell those hoarders, it belongs in a museum LOLJK, I've been playing too much in Iona Jones. Danderlin is playing a song. Demon PD says, Dr. Yuhuhuns. Fidelia says, beating Nazis like the king he was. Edvard says, my grandfather was a hoarder of mage zines, he had mage zines from 1930 to 2012 when he died, grandmother tossed them all. Fidelia says, oh hell no. Fidelia says, my grandma gave me a magazine on WW2 from 1944 and I will cherish it forever. Edvard says, he had the shit when Elvis died, the war was over bunch of big shit. Halakti says, /facepalm, why are PPL so dumb? Fidelia says, stupidity is a feature. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Ricustar Seer says, does Rainbow Gen not work indoors? Ricustar Seer says, that would be too fun would it? Danderlin says, the last Indiana Jones movie is depressing, from a certain point of view, but I don't wanna spoil.
It's still
Fidelia
recharging.
says, Skibidi is cool if you like 2010 memes, don't lie. Ricustar Seer says, and yet dancing. Fidelia says, modern cinema should be depressing. Rika Starseer says, I love this moment in WoW every year lol. Rika Starseer says, you will dance. Dandrelin says, I didn't know Holta Skibid was until it became a big thing, I still have never seen its original video or whatever. Dandrelin says, I just know Holta it is. Rika Starseer says, lol. Fidelia says, it is brainrot but fun brainrot if you are drunk or high. Dandrelin says, I don't judge brainrot. Fidelia says, true that. Dandrelin says, silliness is fun. Fidelia says, people are funny first true. Dandrelin says, Skibid toilet belongs in a museum. Tamina says, LFJC has Algar jewel crafting, Algari competitor's amulet. Rika Starseer says, lol I tested it. Rika Starseer says, and it still works. Fidelia says, it is 5 AM WTF. Dandrelin says, shit maybe am Indiana Jones. Dandrelin says, I always like lore. Rika Starseer says, the one who entered after seems immune. Rika Starseer says, but they matter not. Rika Starseer says, we have power here. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Fidelia says, Indiana beats Nazis, all you need to know. Dandrelin says, yeah but his archaeologist side is his best feature. Rika Starseer says, wait look, the gnome dances. Fidelia says, it would be funny if they made an entire movie of him just looking at sand though. Rika Starseer says, others are still impacted. One Saitama doesn't ruin it for us all. Dandrelin says, lol yay. Dandrelin says, 99% of his job, just reading shit and dusting off relics. Rika Starseer says, my children, the dance party is still active, if you enter, you will dance. Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Fidelia says, dance party? Fidelia says, OMW. Dandrelin says, how does a whip attach to a grapple point? Is that a real life thing or is it only video game logic? Ethereal Warp Weaver says, your attire seems adequate. How may I assist you? Grand finally says, do a shortcut with the noobs, smiley face, just go straight to it. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn SI equals E2CCB3F63174744D https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn SI equals E2CCB3F63174744D. Edvard says, I guess it wraps around the grapple point? Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn SI equals E2CCB3F63174744D. Grand finally says, don't bother with the fluff on top.
Priest Sablin seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Dandrelin says, I guess that's the idea. Firebat says, strong velcro and a will to survive. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Dandrelin says, but then how do you get it loose? Lunicose says, physics. Lunicose says, and space magic. Fidelia says, you gotta just throw that shit extra good bro. Edvard says, well when you whip from below there will be tension, when you go up the tension will be loose and it'll fall off. Edvard says, like a lasso? Dandrelin says, I guess you don't, and that's why Indiana is a fictional character. Grand finally says, lol I don't trust OEMs, never have after what I have seen. Zawin says, yeehaw. Dandrelin says, real adventures carry actual rope. Dandrelin says, and then you leave the rope behind usual. Angelic says, WTS Ancient Plans, Warblades of the Hawkery, Reborn Gurabashi Ceremonial Staff. PST. Edvard says, littering. Dandrelin says, I remember Samwise Gamgee had that special elven rope that would come back to you. Nathilistra says, it's doable, it's just a pain in the ass and a whip isn't the easiest thing to hold your weight with. Jacques ZE Whipper just did a lil video on it recently. Dandrelin says, Jacuzzi ZE Whisper. Grand finally says, nothing to do with security. Feck all to do with it. Urhibus says, for the horde. Edvard says, watched a movie before where these kids roped into a cave and when they passed into the cave time changed and everything outside the cave was dead, forget the movie name. Firebat says, Batman has a really fancy claw attachment like in those claw games at Denny's. Speed Farm Two says, Frowny face. Dandelion says, Batman VR game is amazing. Dandelion says, feels like being at a theme park.
Sophigus seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Edvard says, Haas Algar Engineering, Crowd Pummeler 2 to 30. This is such ass getting the Mets by yourself. I am not spending 700k on the op parts. Grand finally says, the fluff is telling lies, smiley face. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Vibes says, LF Craft Rune branded armbands. Dandelion says, it's basically another Arksome game. Dandelion says, has all the same basic things. Urhibus says, go YouTube World of Warcraft, 20 years of music orchestral concert. Edvard says, anyone play the new Star Wars Mo? Urhibus says, if you're too poor for the concert IRL. Dandelion says, but it's first person in VR and you have to actually punch, and open vents with U-arms etc. Shinobi says, new Star Wars Mo? Urhibus says, Swifter. Fidelia says, everyone come to in Stormwind and dance MFS. Shinobi says, most recent one was Swifter last I checked but. Shinobi says, that's not new unless you are counting expansions it's since released. Castilla says, Swifter came out like 13 to 14 years ago that ain't new. Rika Starseer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn, si equals e2ccb3f63017474d. Castilla says, in fact that's closer to WoW's original release than it is today. Snafood says, I thought that game had died but it's getting a remaster. Dandelion says, I'm good at reconciling voice actors. Rika Starseer says, I see that they took away the tiles, the dance party is still alive. Fidelia says, come dance in cowards. Dandelion says, the Batman voice actor for the VR game also voiced Captain America in 1FO the cartoons. Frankzilla says, I love you Solo. Dandelion says, and he does a great Kevin Conroy impression. Fidelia yells, dance party in auction house. Frankzilla says, I love you Solo.
Hestian seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lunacoz says, Swifter is still a pretty decent game, and has gotten better with updates and expansions over time. It's not getting a remaster, just a graphical upgrade.
Hestian seems to be sobering up.
Nasty Strudel says, Old Repub is shite behave. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Fidelia yells, come dance in auction house you cowards. Cutie Animboy says, LF binding
It's
of
not
binding.
ready yet.
Iscariel is looking for an opponent. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/track/5egj7e7 for JEGA6h4fsot, SI equals 3DC9e2639b1d4b201 of my favorites. Grand finally says, have you told them yet, smiley face. Snafood says, that's kinda what a remaster is, it's getting a whole overhaul to its graphics and being updated. Hulet says, every time I see Swifter I think Swoliter. Rika Starseer says, from the list. Grand finally says, LOL. Frankzilla yells, go back to Goldshire. Voxen wins the match. Hulet says, like all these buff Jedis running around. Snafood says, might check it out again. Rika Starseer says, beautiful sounds to go into the new year with. Fidelia yells, go back to retail Frank have some fun. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9vci0nh6fnn, si equals 04e37d9995c64ce0. Frankzilla yells, I love you Solo. Dandelion yells, I know. Hulet says, KOTOR is an objectively cooler acronym.
Eloquent seems to be sobering up. Snafood seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Lunacoz says, which originated in the comics. Rika Starseer says, the original theme. That's fantastic LMAO. Hulet says, damn it now it's less cool. Dandelion says, Knights of the Old Republicans. Fidelia yells, the party never stops in come dance cowards. Nasty Strudel says, Old Republic is for broke nerds who haven't bumped uglies.
Snafood seems to be sobering up.
Sung Kong drops a party totem. Let's dance. Dandelion says, Abraham Lincoln. Tassadar says, hey. Rika Starseer says, I like that the dancing is still mandatory for most PPL. Fidelia says, come dance in cowards. Varus says, hey. Hulet says, imagine not having the absolute most recent republic.
Irald seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Eloquent points at Barbarian. Rika Starseer says, let's see. Frankzilla says, I love you Solo. Rika Starseer says, nope. Dandrulan says, I know. Malia dances with Night Candy. Rika Starseer says, still dancing without dancing.
Irald seems to be sobering up.
Fidelia says, 2025 will be lit. Eloquent yells, WTB pets. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Firebat says, cause of the nukes and stuff? Rika Starseer says, in fact. Hulet says, just don't even mention what year it is for a year. Fidelia says, as bright as the fireworks. Dandrulan says, LOL. Night Candy cheers at Coal Crasher. Rika Starseer says, enjoy the playlist this year if you got to it. Malia dances with Night Candy. Rika Starseer says, it's a fantastic motivator. Hulet says, nice and quiet getting through this one. Night Flower says, brew trading post not updated. Rika Starseer says, https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2eporeber9bci0nh6fnn, si equals 04e37d9995c64ce0. Night Flower says, what is this? Cutie Animboy says, daily reset irk. Rika Starseer says, and don't forget. Eloquent says, LOL. Rika Starseer says, Sonder the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. Dandrulan says, no that's not for like 4 hours. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Dandrulan says, at least. Kissos says, yeah reset needs to happen first. Coal Crasher says, it resets at 10 AM server time? Malia dances with Night Candy. Hulet says, what are you guys even doing still awake? Eloquent says, WTB ham. Fidelia says, dancing in awe. Dandrulan says, watching you. Cutie Animboy says, 3.5 HR. Tassadar waves at Aura. Eloquent says, Tomes wants BTB Dan. Nasty Strudel says, as if we in 2025 and you're praising old Repub. Dandrulan says, I'm good AF at Marvel Rivals as Cap NGL. Eloquent yells, Dan. Tassadar yells, hey.
Lysithra seems to be sobering up.
Dandrulan says, he plays almost exactly like a prot warrior. Nasty Strudel says, game is literally worse than Neverwinter. Dandrulan says, Neverwinter was okay tbh. Eloquent yells, yo you still drilling Ann. Fidelia says, Helldivers was a gem. Avrilary says, still better than OW2. Malia dances with Night Candy. Glorioso says, fucking love Helldivers. Tassadar waves at Enchanted Pen. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Dandrulan says, musician, CV4 level 7. Dandrulan says, this is prob my fav musician song. Mordred says, can you not add sockets to PvP ring/neck? Nasty Strudel says, it was. All it was more classes and more buttons than Diab Immortal. Fact is got dweebs flexing old Repub is rough. Rika Starseer says, I equipped an ancient item just now.
Tassadar seems a little tipsy from the Wild Winter Pilsner.
Rika Starseer says, check my character. Rika Starseer says, trinket. Fidelia yells, dance party at all. Rika Starseer says, and watch with amaze as I smoke the only smokable pipe in game. Snailgoo says, where do I get the quest for Eridar Drania? Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Bedlamborn says, outside Stormwind Keep.
Tassadar seems to be sobering up.
Enjoroer says, LF a blacksmith for some profession tools. Blackheart. Rika Starseer says, LOL it won't let me use trinket here still LOL. Hulet says, it's a different items to do that mortared. Rika Starseer says, denied. Glorioso says, no smoking area.
Baron Demon seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Eloquent says, is that a game? Glorioso says, scoo. Rika Starseer says, the party effect is still active. Glorioso says, Rika Starseer says, it's awesome. Hulet says, forged jeweler's setting. Rika Starseer says, I can't stop dancing. Rika Starseer says, watch. Glorioso says, 70 here LOL.
Baron Demon seems to be sobering up.
Hulet says, available here map pin location. Night Candy nods at Enchanted Pen. Fidelia says, come on cowards, dance in Stormwind all like 2025 depends on it. Malia points at nuts. Eloquent yells, pizza. Eloquent says, toss. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Eloquent says, toss dragon tea toss. Eloquent points at Tassadar. Eloquent yells, dragon. Dandelion yells, no pizza. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Dandelion yells, pizza time. Fidelia yells, champion. Your dancing is required in awe. Dandelion is playing a song. Malia dances with Night Candy. Victonia says, jewel crafting max amulet / ring spec LFW. Tassadar says, oh.
It's still
Tassadar says,
recharging.
hello. Dandelion is playing a song. Eloquent says, are you my toss? Tassadar says, what happened to your cats? Eloquent says, I asked first. Tassadar says, I don't think I'm your toss. Eloquent says, shit. Eloquent says, tie. Noristan nods at shopping Frostmourne. Tassadar gasps at Sin. Fidelia says, I can't keep spamming it enough, dance in SWA cowards. Dandelion is playing a song. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Eloquent yells, Hura is woolly. Fidelia says, you are all welcome, love. Eloquent says, where is Wooly? Fidelia says, in awe dancing. Camel Toe says, milk me moo. Fidelia yells, champion. No more as right. Just dance in Stormwind awe. Dandelion says, I guess the one thing Venom can't stomach is justice. Camel Toe says, yo someone get me wow time. Camel Toe says, LMFAO. Warrior Pills dances with Fidelia. Eloquent says, Dan LOL. Dandelion says, LOL. Night Candy thanks Malia. Eloquent yells, I need white pants. Speed Farm Two says, people on Moonguard are too nice. Speed Farm Two says, dash. Tassadar says, sorry about my son. Tassadar says, he has issues. Koval says, and that's a problem? Tassadar tells son of Tazadar no. Not going to happen. Renix says, did somebody mention stomaching Venom? Koval says, J/K. Eloquent says, TBH Tomes would say Pally's SHHH but that Pally isn't wrong. Eloquent says, nice tunes matter. Warrior Pills gently pats son of Tazadar. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Fidelia yells, dance party in awe. Don't be scared, you got this, champion. Eloquent yells, the floor was gone. Eloquent yells, need be up late /. Eloquent yells, need white mog pabs. Enjoroer says, LF a blacksmith for some profession tools. Black heart.
Shira seems a little tipsy from the wild winter pilsner.
Fidelia says, dance party in Stormwind awe, come on you beautiful bastards. Eloquent says, Dan I think that kid's high. Adis Brahm says, less than 100 of us, and over 1,000 orcs. Only a handful of us managed to walk away from that one. Christoph Farrell says, I woke up in a bed in Northshire 3 weeks later. Don't remember a damn thing. Adis Brahm says, never seen anyone move so fast in my whole life. Dandelion says, at least he's not drunk, like m.
Mika Mort seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Shira seems to be sobering up.
Dandelion is playing a song. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Dandelion says, Cap vs Batman is a good fight if Batman is a slight advantage. Eloquent yells, ape. Dandelion says, obviously Cap is gonna win a boxing match. Eloquent yells, Dan. Dandelion says, but you give Batman the ability to stealth then it's fair. Eloquent yells, Dan.
Gaia seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Eloquent yells, always loved you our name. Sanctum hugs Aza is Aldonbringer. Eloquent yells, FR. Dandelion yells, why? Fidelia yells, 2025 is going to be awesome, don't forget IT. Dance party in awe. Eloquent yells, why? Eloquent yells, cuz Dan drills Ann. Dandelion yells, LOL I figured. Malia pokes mind slurp. Hey. Eloquent yells, you never found that funny. Recustar Seer says, it's crazy that the dance effect hasn't worn off.
Carolee seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Enjoroer says, LF a blacksmith for some profession tools. Black heart. Noré says, LF consecrated gloves crafter. Taylor PLS whisper. Dandelion is playing a song. Tassadar dances with Fidelia. Speed Farm Two says, dash.
Carolee seems to be sobering up.
Eloquent yells, Jet you're next. Mordred says, Jesus solo shuffle queue for 40 minutes is crazy. Fidelia says, come dance in awe cowards, won't stop until the party stops. Kinsiera says, yeah, I've been in Korik's queue for 20M.
Frankzilla seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Eloquent yells, don't shot your mom. Kinsiura says, it's either 7M BGQs and get stomped by a premade or don't play right now. Rika Starseer says, I wonder.
Baron Demon seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Rika Starseer says, if I step outside, and then back inside, if I will dance again. Rika Starseer says, without dancing.
Throat Pie seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Rika Starseer says, I feel I must test this. Nore says, LF Consecrated Gloves Crafter. Taylor PLS Whisper. Rika Starseer says, for science. Danderlin says, oh, I should have played this song first. Eloquent yells, Dan. Danderlin is playing a song. Eloquent yells, Dan.
Frankzilla seems to be sobering up.
Rika Starseer says, I will always be dancing darling. Rika Starseer says, in your backgrounds. Rika Starseer says, eternal. Speed Farm Two says, I couldn't do 50 gold, frowny face. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Eloquent yells, Dan. Rika Starseer says, always see me, as I see you.
Frankzilla seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Baron Demon seems to be sobering up.
Danderlin is playing a song. Danderlin is playing a song.
Frankzilla seems to be sobering up.
Enjoroer says, LF a blacksmith for some profession tools. Blackheart.
Kinsiura seems a little tipsy from the Brewfest brew.
Eloquent hugs Danderlin. Rika Starseer says, here we go. Rika Starseer says, 3. Nore says, LF Consecrated Gloves Crafter. Taylor PLS Whisper. Rika Starseer says, 2. Rika Starseer says, 1. Rika Starseer says, 1 again. Badman says, what tools did you want? Rika Starseer says. Rika Starseer says, 0. Enjoroer says, I finally found one. Tytho Blackheart. Speed Farm Two says, dash. Badman says, all good. Fidelia yells, come dance in aw cowards. Jet yells, 7 is due get over here. Eloquent yells, Dan play a song. Eloquent yells, Jet. Danderlin is playing a song. Elister boops Speed Farm Two's nose. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Blacut boops Elister's nose. Eloquent yells, where is MK Mog Master? Eloquent yells, where IO's Sarah? Eloquent yells, is it Candy? Thallery says, do you have the happy feet buff? Eloquent yells, purge the pallies.
Throat Pie seems to be sobering up.
Nore says, LF Consecrated Gloves Crafter. Taylor PLS Whisper. Danderlin yells, I love Samus, not romantically, I just love her character. Thallery says, it lasts through death too, so you got a good day of dancing ahead of you. Firebat says, Bug Blue is best blue.
Use that item
T/F. Danderlin is playing a song. Fidelia says, come dance in awe if you are cool AF. Thallery says, mine just shows 23 hours, sad face, I got ripped off. Thallery says, Asub yells, 777,777 please roll A7. Asub yells, no. Jet yells, 7. Asub says, where is the 7? Fidelia yells, champion. Stop your cringe. Come dance in the auction house like a true badass. Jet says, 7. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Jet says, TNO teal dao's enough. Speed Farm Two says, dancing to pay off my crippling speed addiction. Danderlin says, the old Samus vs Master Chief debates. Speed Farm Two bursts into dance. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Danderlin says, so stupid, Samus always wins. Danderlin is playing a song.
Kinsiura seems to be sobering up.
Speed Farm Two says, I'm too poor. Speed Farm Two says, I tried. Jet says, 7. Thallery says, I'm feeling good about 2030 or so. Danderlin says, Samus is a one-woman killing machine. Tharkin says, who would win in a fight, the unstoppable Juggernaut, or the immovable Blob? Danderlin says, Juggernaut. Tharkin says, false. Enjoroer says, LF a blacksmith who can max artisan skinning knife with a finesse missive. Jet says, gotta be. Nore says, LF consecrated gloves crafter. Taylor PLS whisper. Jet thanks Tassadar. Dandelion says, Samu's suit is part of her body. Tassadar waves at Jet. Asub says, I would bet my house. Asub says, and kids. Asub says, on a 7. Kaiska says, that's what I'm saying. Dandelion says, it's not an exosuite, it's literally part of her. Jet says, 7. Jet says, see. Dandelion says, that's why she can morph ball. Kinsiura says, why can't Metroid crawl? Jet says, dub. Nizii says, by Metroid fusion the suit is fused to her. So yeah, it's a part of Samu's now. Before it was just magic bird tech. Dandelion says, the Kozo tech is still not understandable by pirates or the Galactic Federation. Asub says, huge. Kinsiura says, is fusion before or after Prime? Dandelion says, no, it was always part of her, even before Metroid fusion. Asub says, I won 2M last night lol. Jet says, hi. Enjoror says, LF a blacksmith who can max artisan skinning knife with a finesse missive. Asub says, Ned to chill. Darkin says, Master Chief wins by getting Samus barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen.
Delphinium seems a little tipsy from the sun-kissed wine.
Aaron Light says, I think Prime is after fusion. Dandelion says, Samu's power suit is literally part of her. Jet says, low. Throat Killer says, Happy New Year, I woke up to Gold Seller mail. Aaron Light says, hot. Dandelion says, no, Prime is between Metroid 1 and 2. Asub says, dank. Asub says, nice. Speed Farm Two says, surprised face. Dandelion says, Metroid Fusion is after Super Metroid. Jet says, hi. Darkin says, Other M is the only canon Metroid. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Asub says, Jet, how much are you up? Jet says, like 1 copper. Dandelion says, after the baby Metroid, that we all love. Speed Farm Two says, Hog. Fidelia says, dance in the all like it is a whole new year or forever be cringe FRFR. Asub says, at least 1M. Koderazan says, I thought trad chat was oddly normal, then I had seen what Darkin had said. Dandelion says, all Metroid games are canon. Jet says, low. Guardian nods at Devonta. Kinsiura says, trying to make Samus less of a badass was a mistake. Jet says, cooped.
Delphinium seems to be sobering up.
Dandelion says, that's why PPL didn't like Other M. Dandelion says, some commander ordering Samus. Jet says, hi, low, 7, dubs, snake, cars. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Darkin says, fellas, is it gay to witness character growth? Asub says, rib. Kinsiura says, only if it's male. Koderazan says, bro what? Dandelion says, Samus is supposed to be the strong independent female of the galaxy, so PPL got annoyed with that. Nizii says, characters should only change when I change. Kinsiura says, watching Gaku get stronger is gay. Fidelia says, it is gay not to dance in Stonewind, which is cool either way, come dance cowards. Jet says, hi, low 2x/7, dubs 4x/snake, cars 20x. Fidelia yells, dance in Stormwind, ah damn it. Kinsiura says, yeah, that's why I would never dance in the ah. Valerie says, any plan is better than no plan I suppose. Dandelion says, they made Samus hot AF though, even in in-game cutscenes, thick AF. Dandelion says, damn. Fidelia says, cause you are a coward. Darkin says, nah this is MG, we're all a lil gay. Nasty Strudel says, no homo. Jet says, tree. Darkin says, a lil homo. Dandelion says, they gave her a booty in the Game Boy Advance game, Zero Mission, made for kids. Fiery Eye says, I'm a massive gay FRFR. Nasty Strudel says, only a puff if you push out. Dandelion says, dem kids know what's up. Gloom Lily says, any gloomy guilds recruiting? Nasty Strudel says, or not. I dunno what those pillow biters get up to. Darkin says, define gloomy guild. Transcat Girl yells, Happy New Year Stormy Wind 3. Valerie says, I worked at a distillery for many years, I expect whiskey will be valuable after the fall, so I should be good. Jet casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Jet rolls 2, 1 to 6. Jet rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Fidelia yells, Happy New Year. Dance in Stormwind ah. Asub says, LOL. Speed Farm Two says, almost. Asub says, not even close. Siko says, group of dirty sad people. Tassadar says, what's minimum? I only have 10k to my name. Tassadar cries. Tharkan says, might as well reroll as undead then. Jet says, hi. Jet cheers at Dice Whisper. Jet says, go in Tas. Enemy yells, someone said free gifts at Stormwind ah? Tassadar says, hi. Tassadar cries. Nasty Strudel says, any guild that plays with 80% blood DKS because it's the only healing they can do since the dad left him. Tassadar yells, I hate gambling. Satoru Goku yells, Christmas is over. Thalary says, wheat easy to grow, in actual distilling the hard part is managing the temperature and having patience, as long as you can do basic math that is. Fidelia yells, free dancing damn it. Asub yells, get lucky. Tharkan says, gloomy like sad, or gloomy like Gothy Gerald with daddy issues. Thalary says, I tried making mead from a kit once, it went poorly.
Tassadar seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
It's not ready yet.
Dandelion is playing a song.
Jet seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Asub seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Nasty Strudel says, dunno. I'd be pretty if my old man benched me for a pack of menthols 30 years ago. Dandelion says, I liked a good OLE glazed donut. Nasty Strudel says, pretty gloomy. Dandelion says, or maybe an eclair. Enjoroer says, LF a blacksmith who can max artisan skinning knife with a finesse missive.
Tassadar seems to be sobering up.
Tharkan says, all the blacksmiths are sleeping, now is the time of monsters, and shit posters. Jet says, low. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Asub yells, I am going to need A7. Speed Farm Two says, close.
Shali seems a little tipsy from the jug of Badlands bourbon. Shali is getting drunk off of jug of Badlands bourbon.
Asub says, keep up the good WOKR.
Asub seems to be sobering up.
Speed Farm Two says, easy. Thalary says, nice, I'm up early smoking pork butt to make pulled pork tonight.
Jet seems to be sobering up.
Fiery Eye says, now is the time for e-girls, rise up you. Speed Farm Two says, hey it's me your WoW token storage. Tharkan says, Kawidisa any. Dandelion is playing a song.
Coal Crasher seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet. TTYL seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Jet says, go in Jet. Jet says, yet. Jet says, one off. Jet says, damn noob. Frankzilla says, Kora WA Nandisaka. Speed Farm Two says, surprised face.
Koval seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Tharkan says, Nanny. Fidelia says, WA don't you come dancing ah? Speed Farm Two says, they can't keep getting away with it. Indra thinks about Primal Frost. Jet says, yeah you're rich. Speed Farm Two says, dash.
Speed Farm Two seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Fiery Eye says, because dancing is Drakthur's visage is sad. Speed Farm Two says, holy. Fiery Eye says, we should have a unique dance not human dance. Fidelia says, you are beautiful damn it, love. Kinsiera says, you're gonna do the Macarena and like it. Thalary waves at Ricustar Seer.
Manlabai seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Speed Farm Two says, rip.
Jet seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Jet says, drink my problems away. Enjoroer says, LF a blacksmith who can max artisan skinning knife with a finesse missive. Frankzilla says, shoplifting at Walmart. Jet says, hook me up a sub.
Koval seems to be sobering up.
Speed Farm Two says, surprised face. Speed Farm Two says, unreal. Bangkok says, WTS plundered Fireheart pummeler plundered beacon light bulwark 100k plundered biting shot longbow 40k.
Speed Farm Two is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Speed Farm Two says, surprised face.
Speed Farm Two looks tipsy.
Jet says, hi, heek. Jet says, yet.
Speed Farm Two is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Speed Farm Two says, holy. Speed Farm Two says, it's share time to stop. Speed Farm Two says, no. Speed Farm Two says, don't. Speed Farm Two says, walk away.
Jet is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Fiery Eye says, my number one goal for Undermine, D, Hatch is to finally gather my short stack lesbian goblin girl harem. Speed Farm Two says, dash. Speed Farm Two says, oh god. Speed Farm Tuo says, I can't watch. Jet casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Jet rolls 6, 1 to 6. Jet rolls 3, 1 to 6. Satoru Goku seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Kinsiura says, Goblin harem sounds expensive. Speed Farm Tuo says, rip.
Speed Farm Tuo is completely smashed from the filled festive mug.
Speed Farm Tuo says, dash. Fiery Eye says, only if you don't have snacks for them. Asap says, I'm deleting this character.
Jet looks tipsy. Jet is getting drunk off a filled festive mug.
Speed Farm Tuo says, no, dash, heek. Fidelia says, to those who missed the dance party, mega cringe. Speed Farm Tuo says, I can't even she anymore, heek. Asap says, thanks for being so supportive. Mistray says, that's fine. Kinsiura says, yeah, who would do that? Speed Farm Tuo says, frowny face. Fiery Eye says, and no. I'm not cringed, I'm based, I'm based. Dairina Saw says, missed it, no regret. Asap says, 7 is so due. Speed Farm Tuo says, I've seen too many French fall in the Shand Casino. Dandrelin is playing a song. Jet says, Koval go in. Jet says, 7-ish due. Fidelia says, loser status, can't even move your legs. Mistray says, had no idea there even was one, but I'm okay with not going to a dance party. Jet beckons Koval over. Asap says, yeah, I was standing on the edge of Dalaran the other day. Asap says, almost jumped. Fidelia says, brew my spamming is futile.
Jet is completely smashed from the filled festive mug.
Fiery Eye says, I'm just doing cute lizard girl things like jumping around in circles and zooming. Fidelia says, to all those who went, you are beautiful bastards. Speed Farm Tuo says, oof. Frankzilla says, we want tacos. Jet says, it gotta be casino dice. Frankzilla says, burrilla tacos with the extra sauce. Fidelia says, me too. Mistray says, never heard of them. Are they any good? Dandrelin is playing a song.
Frankzilla seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Jet casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Jet rolls 2, 1 to 6. Jet rolls 1, 1 to 6.
Dandrelin says, Batman vs Link from TP. Dandrelin says, I think that's a good fight. Speed Farm Tuo says, it share all downhill from here. Jet casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Jet rolls 3, 1 to 6. Jet rolls 5, 1 to 6.
Speed Farm Tuo falls asleep. ZZZZZZZ. Asap says, warrior. Dandrelin says, Link from Twilight Princess and canonically the best fighter Link. Jet points at warrior pills. Asap says, 7 is due. Asap says, trust me. Dandrelin says, which is why I'm sad they made bot Link the new Link in Smash Brothers. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Asap says, go in Bretta. Fiery Eye says, I wanna play the new MM Hunter update already see. Fidelia says, I just want a Popeye's chicken sandwich RN.
Jet looks drunk.
Dandrelin says, TP Link beats every Link in combat, hands down. Speed Farm Tuo says, game show blurry I can't she. Warrior Pill shrugs at Jet. Who knows? Asap points at Dice Whisper. Jet points at Warrior Pills. Jet points at Stormwind Reveler. Jet points at Dice Whisper. Jet says, 7 man. Speed Farm Tuo says, I need 7.3 million gold for Aishur Jerry. Fiery Eye says, Minish Cap Link can literally just shrink down and enter TP Link's butt and regrow. Ryan says, last dungeon of 2024 Infinite Time Reaver. Stormwind City Guard says, murderer. Stormwind City Guard says, traitorous dog. Dandrelin says, the Thanos method. Asap says, 7. Wetley says, id, my Skyward Sword Link was pretty unpredictable in combat which gives him the edge in a fight. Pally McGurk says, Ant-Man. Asap says, no. Jet says at. Heek. Asap says, it's so do. Jet says, 7 is right there. Jet says, I can SHMELLIT.
Spippa seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Frankzilla yells, chicken parmem. Dandrelin says, for real though TP Link is OP in terms of links. Pally McGurk says, ain't nothing better than a wolf waifu.
Satoru Goku seems to be sobering up.
Dandrelin says, he was trained by OOT Link. Dandrelin is playing a song.
Spippa seems to be sobering up.
Satoru Goku says, I. Satoru Goku says, Dan. Satoru Goku says, classic. Jet says, 7. Dandelion says, Satoru. Warrior Pill says, my warband bank on CD so can't do more. Satoru Goku says, BABA bum BABA bum bum. Speed Farm Two says, I put 5,000 imaginary gold on doubles. Jet says, just my luck. Satoru Goku says, BABA bum BABA bum. Jet says, XD. Speed Farm Two says, I would have lost either way, heek.
Spippa seems a little tipsy from the bottle of Dalaran Noir.
Warrior Pill says. Fiery Eye says, trade offer, I receive Traders Gilded Brutosaur / you receive a cute lizard e-girl GF. Asub says, Warrior. Satoru Goku yells, Happy New Year everyone.
Spippa seems to be sobering up.
Asub says, go high next.
Spippa seems a little tipsy from the flagon of Dwarven mead. Spippa seems to be sobering up. Spippa seems a little tipsy from the Lagrave stout. Spippa seems to be sobering up.
Jet says, high-ish up. Dandelion says, Indiana Jones is popular with women but he can't have a successful relationship. Jet says, go in.
Spippa seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Spippa seems to be sobering up.
Dandelion says, prob cause he is married to his work. Jet says, I shade high. Jet says, dingus, heek. Warrior Pill says, always 7 dough.
Sternbridge seems a little tipsy from the Wild Winter Pilsner.
Aaron says, ugh. I need coffee. Pally McGurk says, I'd give you a sippy if I could. Dandelion says, the new Indiana Jones game, Gina seems like a good match, but we know he don't get with her either. Dandelion says, Indiana Jones ends up alone. Warrior Pill says, 7. Speed Farm Two says, frowny face. Asub says, NOOO. Nathyrus says, happy 2025. Lumogosa says, woo. Thallery says, happy new year. Dandelion says, he's too stubborn and caught up in his work to really love a woman I guess. Corbett Schneider says, now for that snack. Ramen Master says, I'm sick and can't drink but wish I was filled with alcohol so I can forget I was sick. Satoru Goku says, finally. Satoru Goku says, I'm rich. Dandelion is playing a song. Melrina says, fact of the day, you can't tell different between grounds poop and grounds coffee. Aaron says, oof. Asub says, ah. Speed Farm Two says, it hurts.
Last Sturder seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Jet looks tipsy.
Aaron says, I ordered coffee pods to be delivered. But EDA is still another 45 minutes. Crying face. Asub says, 7,777. Dandelion says, how sad. Dandelion says, those coffee pods belong in a museum. Asub says, 777,777,777. Aaron says, hi. Asub says, their IT is. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Jet says, let SH go warrior. Jet says, I'm feeling a low. Asub says, what are you guys betting next? Asub says, it'll go in. Jet says, LOW. Fiery Eye says, somebody I know DoorDashed a singular large Sprite from McDonald's the other day. Fiery Eye says, I wish I had that kind of expendable income. Tundra Fly says, bro. Dandelion says, the Indiana Jones dialogue relates a lot to today. Dandelion says, the rise of Nazis etc. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Jet cries on Satoru Goku's shoulder. Jet says, I'm sorry. Aaron says, I hate grocery shopping. So I just have them delivered. Jet says, Lo got a hit. Speed Farm Two cries. Jet says, go ham. Dandelion says, Nazis have been ridden forever, the Germans just made it popular. Dandelion says, men that want to dominate. Asub says, I'm broke. Asub says, low for him though. Asub says, NOOO. Speed Farm Two cries. Asub says, brew. Asub says, where is the low it's so dewy. Pally McGurk says, only mommies should be dummy. Dandelion says, aka Trump and Elon, but let's not get political. Asub says, low.
Kundar seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Asub says, nicey. Dandelion says, no F that. Asub says, I'm feeling 7. Dandelion says, I'll talk shit about Trump and Elon till the day I die or until they change. Speed Farm Two says, I feel doublesh but don't do it, I'm always wrong. Dandelion is playing a song. Speed Farm Two says, surprised face. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Asub says, I told you. Lavender Hayes says, Trump sucks.
Kundar seems to be sobering up.
Jet says, 100k on dubs. Dandelion says, and maybe I can actually eat their debts. Kesher says, just don't miss this time. Dandelion says, lol nice. Asub says, hi. Listen Pierce says, why can't we just shift the array to compensate for the variance in the flux? Asub says, for sure. Suzanne says, I think not, I don't need to be blown up again. Janie and Chip says, but if we stabilize it with an anchor thread at the appropriate energy crux then it should work. Dandelion says, war is coming. Jet cries on Satoru Goku's shoulder. Mixie says, I'm coming. Jet says, low again. Dandelion says, it's inevitable with this leadership. Mixie says, I came. Jet says, go low. Dandelion says, so let's just get through NK and enjoy the new year. Jet says, watch ITBA low.
Ilgalath seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Jet says, okay
It's
next is
still
dubs.
recharging.
Pally McGurk says, wasn't the get drunk part last night? Bloodvark says, I'm getting drunk and eating chicken fingers. Jet says, Jet says, I'm tapped in. Speed Farm Two says, my tummy hurts. Mixie says, alcohol is for cowards. Jet says, mentally tapped. Jet says, dubs. Pally McGurk says, shouldn't we be working towards our resolutions RN?
Jet seems to be sobering up. Ilgalath seems to be sobering up.
Dandelion says, it's still last night you mormon. Speed Farm Two says, I've only drunk. Speed Farm Two says, 400 beers. Bloodvark says, what if my resolution was to get more drunk? Jet says, rookie numbers. Bloodvark says, also no need to be a mean bean. Dandelion says, green beans taste good. Padme says, BRB gotta poop. Dandelion says, I would love some green beans tbh. Adis Brahm says, battling that band of Twilight Hammer in the morass, I could think of better places for a war. Bloodvark says, go get them. Pally McGurk says, it's literally not last night anywhere, even IDLW 12 is into the new year. Christoph Farrell says, I woke up in a bed in Northshire 3 weeks later. Don't remember a damn thing. Adis Brahm says, you screamed like a little girl, funniest thing I ever saw. Snailgoose says, brother's a square. Jet casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Jet rolls 2, 1 to 6. Jet rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Dandelion says, night is when the sun rises. Snailgoose says, lock it up and resolve D's bro. Dandelion says, I mean day, it's still night here. Jet says, 200k on low. Cosmic Wolf yells, I woke up on the trade floor grounds. Zavorix throws her pallid oracle bones to read her future. Zavorix has thrown the ladder. If you do not carry your burden, others must carry it for you. Dandelion says, oh but I'm from the East Coast and the whole world is on East Coast. Speed Farm Two says. Dandelion says, I swear East Coast PPL are the worst. Pally McGurk says, I'm on the West Coast kek. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Aaron says, I am in the South. Dandelion says, oh but I'm from Boston. Bloodvark says, I live on Earth. Dandelion says, those kinda East Coast PPL are the literal worst. Pentagus says, dude it's like 4 AM for you, go eat. Jet says, HIGH. Jet casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Jet rolls 6, 1 to 6. Jet rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Dandelion says, 4 AM for me is 4 PM. Dandelion says, I'm nocturnal. Pally McGurk says, are you a vampire? Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Jet says, you were close to cars. Dandelion says, I could be, I guess that's why women like me. Jet says, roll cars. Snailgoose says, or are you employed? Dandelion says, night shift, UC word. Snailgoo says, bro has a job hahaha. Luxistraza says, brahab. Padme says, Tump is the new Hitler. Bloodvark says, I like that one Abrahab. Pally McGurk says, DW Padme Danderlin said he'd take care of it. Danderlin says, you guys want me to shield slam Trump? Snailgoo says, I'm also a night shift dweller. Danderlin says, I think me and Trump could actually have a good convo, I get his type. Danderlin says, we could prob be friends. Danderlin says, but I also hate him and he needs to be punched so. Aaron says, PROB. You both talk too much. Pally McGurk says, I've never seen Trump have a good conversation, he's always in character it seems assuming it's a character.
Speed Farm Fool looks drunk.
Aladdin says, move over big nose, I want a deal. Danderlin says, I def talk too much. Aladdin says, LOL. Jessup says, Trump 2025 get fo dumbass. Jet says, go all in. Jet says, you got IT. Danderlin says, but I'm the guy that can get close to Trump and give him the uppercut he really needs. Aladdin says, do it. Aaron says, Rai it. Aladdin gasps at Satoru Goku. Danderlin says, of course, look at me, I sound like a mega. Bloodvark says, if you like Trump so much why don't you just kiss him? Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Danderlin says, Trump would like me. Ashala says, clears throat hello lovely citizens of Azeroth, IWTB all lockboxes for 25 grams each. Please cod them to me. Thank you. Jet says, get that Millie. Asub says, Aladdin go all in bro. Danderlin says, then I get in close and uppercut him and cut his throat. Aaron says, go to bed. Aladdin says, not Miwa. Aladdin says, him. Danderlin says, nah I'm gonna be awake longer than you. Aladdin points at Satoru Goku. Jet says, falls to the wall. Jet says, slam him. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Aaron says, cringe. Danderlin says, I'm actual he Batman, which sucks. Clap Maximus says, good morning, cutie pies. Danderlin says, we need a better Batman. Jessup says, Danderlin Trump won the popular vote you're on the wrong side of history. Pally McGurk says, GM Plap. Danderlin says, the wrong side of history for hating a man for being shitty? Don't think so. Pally McGurk says, I like the sounds my goat makes. Danderlin says, I'm full Batman status now. Pentagus says, we had a better Batman, until some loser in a McDonald's ruined it. Jessup says, bro probably doesn't own his own car. Danderlin says, no, that was the shitty Batman, I'm the better one. Nevine says, say some for the record, tell the people how you feel. Nevine says, F the record. F the people. Danderlin says, maybe the country needs to be broken before it can get better, Bullet and TID prefer to prevent that. Aladdin says, BRB gotta poop. Bloodvark says, wishing you luck Aladdin. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Aladdin says, Thai BB. Danderlin says, even if I took Trump out, the situation wouldn't change. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Danderlin says, it's beyond him. Jet says, for the culture. Jet says, all in. Danderlin says, the problem is really Tay media. Danderlin says, we don't have obsessive news at all.
Speed Farm Fool looks tipsy.
Jessup says, can't wait for the corpse emperor to be out of office and we get Daddy Trump again it's gonna be sweet watching people get deported. Danderlin says, they are all controlled by a few conservatives, they dictate the narrative. Jet says, dubs.
John Stark seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Danderlin says, the liberal media does not exist. Bloodvark says, you should go on Bluesky Danderlin people would you like you on there. Danderlin says, it's 100% conservative. Jessup says, I'm pissing on you but I promise it's rain. Mathiaturt says, your Mets my time send your crest to me enchanting.
Sigmar seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Danderlin says, only your liberal media is me, and ya maybe Bluesky. Jet says, did you win, warrior? Pally McGurk says, consecration has to be the loudest spell in the game. Jet says, dubs. Bloodvark says, give it a try, seriously. I think you could grow a following on there.
Sigmar seems to be sobering up.
Sigmar salutes Danderlin with respect. Pally McGurk says, why don't you start a news company Dan? Jessup says, nah dude it's gotta be Divine Toll almost as loud as Danderlin's complaining. Bloodvark says, he could do it on Bluesky. Jet says, 20k on 7. Dandrelin says, well someone's gotta be Batman. Bloodvark says, I tried running a media company and I just got death threats over and over again from all sides. Dandrelin says, I didn't want to be a hero, but no one else steps up. Asub says, I did that earlier. Asub says, it worked. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale.
Kelkaz seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Ballers casually tosses his worn troll dice.
Ballers rolls 4, 1 to 6. Ballers rolls 2, 1 to 6.
Pally McGurk says, if you do something at least semi-important you'll get death threats, can't let it get to you. Ethereal Warp Weaver says, your attire seems adequate. How may I assist you? Jessup says, pull a Luigi. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Jet yells, Gaiman, will save us. Dandrelin says, it's a me, Mario. Bloodvark says, true but it strikes a nerve when you got people reaching out to your employer. Medicate says, I got mine D. Pentagus says, TBH that's the root problem, people suck. Dandrelin says, systems suck. Ipman says, EETA to Piazza. Pally McGurk says, what are you saying that makes PPL reach out to your employer? Dandrelin says, yo PPL suck, but they can be reasoned with. Tharkin says, lolwoot. Dandrelin says, you can't reason with a corporation. Dandrelin says, and Corporatans HAVFSME writes as a huma and does. Pentagus says, systems don't decide it's appropriate to threaten a person with death for saying things they don't like, ultimately, personal accountability starts somewhere. Dandrelin says, that's F-ed up. Dandrelin says, yeah it starts with corporations. Jessup says, do as I say and not as I do. Dandrelin says, all the privilege, none of the responsibility. Dandrelin says, basically, Jessup. Tassadar says, WTF. Tassadar says, still here gambling. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Demon Petey says, well this year already starting off strong. Truck ran over a bunch of people in crowd. Speed Farm Two says, I'm back, smiley face. Speed Farm Two says, had to find food cause tummy hurt, frowny face. Demon Petey says, looks like in New Orleans. Tassadar gently pats Speed Farm Two. Odium says, don't forget Pandemic 2.0. Speed Farm Two says, fruit salad.
Speed Farm 2 seems to be sobering up.
Tharkin says, saying corporations aren't people gets rid of the responsibility of all the people who make up the corporation. Ballers says, offering increased odds on bets of 250k or more payout x 2.25 and 500k or more, payouts now 2.5x and 5x on 7, Happy New Year. Offer and 8 server time. Odium says, not to mention companies are never held to the same standard as the individual. All their little tax loops. Dandrelin says, Nazism is a human condition.
Kundar seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Tharkin says, that's just capitalism baby. Dandrelin says, that requires ever vigilance to stop. Pally McGurk says, I just bought pants on Amazon, I hope they fit. Jessup says, Nazi equals National Socialist but okay.
Kundar seems to be sobering up.
Tharkin says, ugh FFS Nazis were not socialists. Dandrelin says, LOL Nazis were socialist, okay, UFING Nazi. Tharkin says, it's a misnomer. Baller says, I have Og Bruto XD I'm legit. Nethel says, should I go with outfit or outfit? Baller says, Mount is worth 30 mil now. Jessup says, no that wasn't real socialism. Dandrelin says, anyone who says that is 100% a Nazi. Baller says, I'm Ogfa host. Jessup says, I'm black. Tassadar says, I only have 864 grams, sad face, can't even gamble. Dandrelin says, that's. Nethel says, asterisk outfit. Tharkin says, anyone who says that is 100% not educated, is more like it. Pally McGurk says, y'all are getting one guide. Dandrelin says, oh I'm black, I can't be a dumbass, yes you can. Jessup says, that's the argument I made not I'm black how could I be a Nazi? Killer Curve says, outfit. Dandrelin says, you def could. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Jessup says, this guy probably loves Israel. Dandrelin says, and you just outed yourself, Nazi. Jessup says, do you like Gaza? Speed Farm 12 has earned the achievement The Old Gnome in the Sea. Dandelion says, take a punch. Vex Grubber says, Happy New Year. Hope everyone puts their differences aside and we can lead with love not hate. Odium says, that dude in NC that wanted to be governor said he was a black Nazi XD. Charlotte F. says, here we are. 2025. Charlotte F. says, woo. Speed Farm Two says, dash. Jessup says, I love you trade chat def worth 15 a month. Urbane says, outfit still a work in progress. Dandelion says, Indiana Jones does not like you, Jessup. Baller says, oof. Suzanne says, if we reverse the essence flows perhaps we can alter the polarity. Tassadar says, just full send low next. Listen Pierce says, I think not, I don't need to be blown up again. Suzanne says, wow, all of this for a love potion. Hope he's worth it. Dandelion is playing a song. Adelicia says, super cute orb. Tassadar says, oh yeah. All gold on low. Urbane says, wow that's a first. Thanks lol. Speed Farm Two says, dash. Dandelion says, the reason Indiana hits so hard is because he hates Nazis. Dandelion says, break their faces. Baller says, offering increased odds on bets of 250k or more payout x 2.25 and 500k or more, payouts now 2.5x and 5x on 7, Happy New Year. Offer and 8 server time. Jessup says, dude everyone who disagrees with you isn't a Nazi. Pally McGurk says, from what I understand the historic German NS weren't socialist in the economic sense. Tharkin says, the shoulders is just a shade off but otherwise GJ. Dandelion says, you are though, Jessup, nice argument. Baller says, you wanted me yesterday jet lol. Speed Farm Two says, I'm trying to catch Van Cleef's boots, frowny face. Jessup says, Nazi historical member of the far-right National Socialist German Workers' Party. Baller says, then you logged on with your alt here dice whisper. Jessup says, calling them socialist means you're a Nazi. Dandelion says, oh no you don't like me, hey I'm not really a Nazi. Urbane says, yeah I don't like that too. This month's trading post seems to be green themed. So hopefully there's something a little darker. Baller says, you should chill. Dandelion says, punch. Baller says, oh yay. Baller says, am I trying? Dandelion is playing a song. Baller says, it'll show you trying to divert.
Rucola seems to be sobering up.
Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Pally McGurk says, is it Dornagal or Dornogal? Jessup says, first one. Dee says, which one of you guys drove that truck into the parade? Jessup says, Dandelion. Jessup says, he thought it was a bunch of Trump supporters. Dandelion says, I got my whip. Speed Farm Two says, frowny face. Dee says, he wouldn't run his butt buddies over. Medicate says, I'm jealous. I don't have either Dino LMAO. Asub says, Ego or Gio or Gio Io Gio Oreo. Speed Farm Two says, dash. Medicate says, SSSSSSSSS. Asub says, LMAO. Asub says, nope. Speed Farm Two says, it's okay you won in my heart Asub. Asub says, thanks. Jet farts loudly. Woo, what stinks? Dandelion is playing a song. Asub says, want another 5 gold? Cosmic Wolf says, what is butt buddy? Dandelion yells, Dynaxis. Speed Farm Two says, surprised face. Dandelion yells, Nazis. Tharkin says, they're buddies, with their butts. Speed Farm Two says, I just spent all my gold on this speed set. Speed Farm Two says, and my 70 druid speed set. Asub says, how much? Speed Farm Two says, I'm down under 10k now. Jet says, bet it. Cosmic Wolf says, sounds exhausting. Speed Farm Two says, total was like 270 for both. Satoru Goku says, SESH. Asub says, 270k. Jessup says, when a buddy and a butt love each other very much. Satoru Goku says, but it's icy though. Satoru Goku says, right. Speed Farm Two says, 70 speed druid gear was expensive. Speed Farm Two says, like 50k a piece. Satoru Goku says, as long as it's icy. Tharkin says, depends on how much baby oil you can pry away from Diddy. Dee says, when you try to make kids with Skeeter. Satoru Goku says, brew FR. Dandelion says, I know I could beat up a few Nazis in a drunken rage. Satoru Goku says, Druid gear be taxing. Pally McGurk says, do you see red, bro? Dice Whisper completed trade with a Submoon Guard. I received 9,500 grams 00S00C. Asub says, this is TI. Speed Farm Two says, it's at 297% speed with dash though. Jessup says, happy face, ROFL. D says, if I could. Asub says, gotta go to the bank. Asub says, snake eyes. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 1, 1 to 6.
Urbane says, what did you think about Jay-Z? Did he do it? Asub says, OMG. Speed Farm Two says, surprised face. Satoru Goku says, SESH. Dice Whisper says, no way I. Asub says, LMFAO. Jet says, LOL. Dice Whisper says, nice call. Dice Whisper claps excitedly for Satoru Goku. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Dice Whisper cheers at Satoru Goku. Satoru Goku says, that's fast. Njoroer says, LF a blacksmith who can max artisan skinning knife with a finesse missive. Mixie says, absolutely. Tharkin says, they all did it. Asub says, Mfoeu. Mixie says, Jay-Z and Beyonce did shit together. Jessup says, you don't understand, I'm built different. Speed Farm Two says, das crazy. Dice Whisper completed trade with a Submoon Guard. I gave 190,000 grams 00S00C. Dice Whisper says, what a call. Dandelion is playing a song. Asub says, never been that lucky. Satoru Goku says, dice. Asub says, in my life. Dice Whisper waves at Satoru Goku. Satoru Goku says, you gonna be on tomorrow or later today. Tharkin says, being rich and famous immediately leads to hedonism LMAO. Dice Whisper says, yet. Mixie says, Jay and Bay, talk about a wild tag team. Dice Whisper says, both probably, smiley face. Anhedoniata says, what level can you queue for time walking? Satoru Goku says, it's 5 AM I'm getting tired. Mixie says, 10. Dice Whisper says, yeah, get some sleep. Happy New Year's. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Satoru Goku says, I'm just waiting for my plug. Dice Whisper says, let's do a freebie roll before you go. Speed Farm Two says, Stonewatcher's toe was expensive too. Satoru Goku says, then I am a KO. Dice Whisper says, 25k. Dice Whisper says, call it when you are ready. Jet casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Jet rolls 5, 1 to 6. Jet rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Jet says, hey Goku. Wirehead says, the same people wanting to cancel Jay and Bay still support Kanye even after his Nazi sympathizing SESH. Satoru Goku says, sup. Jet says, Whisper just offered you 25k free roll. Asub says, he'll take his freebie LOL. Tharkin says, they're all fucked up LOL. Satoru Goku says, I was AFK. Satoru Goku says, my bad. Nobody says, yo where is the embassy? Jet says, is okay. Pally McGurk says, but he made graduation. Satoru Goku says, okay. Satoru Goku says, well. Jet says, over there. Jet points over yonder. Nobody says, tie. Kierga says, that way. Satoru Goku says, I need a 7. Speed Farm Two says, the fishing orb is gone. Dice Whisper completed trade with Warrior Bill's Moon Guard. I received 25,000 grams 00S00C. Speed Farm Two says, no. Warrior Pill says, 7. Dice Whisper says, come on 7. Tharkin says, if I ever find out Questlove did some shit my heart is gonna be broken though. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 3, 1 to 6.
Jet says, 1 off. Satoru Goku says, SESH. Warrior Pill says. Asub says, NOOO. Dice Whisper says, OMK. Mixie says, Kanye is absolute trash. Satoru Goku says, see. Shadrin cackles maniacally at the situation. Dice Whisper hangs her head dejectedly. Asub says, it's coming. Satoru Goku says, that's the dice trap now I'm scared. Dandelion is playing a song. Dice Whisper completed trade with a Submoon Guard. I received 50,000 grams 00S00C. Jessup says, Kanye isn't a Nazi, he's an anti-Semite, there is a difference. Satoru Goku says, when you roll 6 or 8. Satoru Goku says, 7s are sneaking.
It's still
Jessup says,
recharging.
7 please see. Njoror says, LF a blacksmith who can max artisan skinning knife with a finesse missive. Jet says, right around the corner. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 6, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 1, 1 to 6.
Jessup says, he don't hate black people. Dice Whisper says, no way. Jessup says, OMG. Jet says, nabbed. Satoru Goku says, see. Dice Whisper claps excitedly for a sub. Warrior Pill says, OMG. Satoru Goku says, XD. Warrior Pill says, ha ha ha. Wirehead says, every time I hear his music I think to myself, this must sound awesome if you're stupid. Jessup says, I knew it was coming. Dice Whisper completed trade with Jessup Moongard. I gave 200,000 grams 00S00C. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Satoru Goku says, damn that would have been icy. Satoru Goku says, XD. Jet says, hey ballers. Jet says, what's it like? Dice Whisper says, he really yoinked that one. Dice Whisper says, ha ha ha. Speed Farm Two says, I am Speed. Jessup says, his older stuff is great, kinda like Harry Potter, you gotta be able to separate the art from the artist. Jessup says, I'm still down but. Jessup says, time to chase. Njoror says, let's have a toast for the douchebags, let's have a toast for the assholes. Let's have a toast for the scumbags, every one of them that I knew out. Dice Whisper completed trade with Jessup Moongard. I received 150,000 grams 00S00C. Jessup says, hi. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 2, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Dice Whisper says, oof. Aeromech says, isn't Jessup the one who says, you can't handle the truth? Jessup says, a. Jessup says, yes. Dice Whisper completed trade with Jessup Moongard. I received 150,000 grams 00S00C. Jessup says, hi. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 1, 1 to 6.
Speed Farm Two says, I have 67 grams right now. Pally McGurk says, hit us with a truth bomb Jessup. Jessup says, WTF. Dice Whisper says, snake eyes again. Jessup says, again. Pally McGurk says, it's New Year's Day, we can handle it. Jet says, LOL all talk, ballers. Tharkin says, is it possible to ever criticize Israel without being called an anti-Semite? Jet says, you should be called ball less. Satoru Goku says, what's it's like naming yourself ballers but no one wants to roll with you. Jet says, XDDDDDDDDDDDD. Jet says, honed. Dice Whisper completed trade with Warrior Pill's Moongard. I received 20,000 grams 00S00C. Warrior Pill says, 7. Satoru Goku says, zing. Jessup says, ballers you down to do a freebie? I'll switch then XD. Jessup says, just because you don't like something doesn't mean it's wrong. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 3, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 2, 1 to 6.
Dice Whisper says, 5 R's. Warrior Pill says. Dice Whisper cries on Warrior Pill's shoulder.
Starlo now seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Pally McGurk says, reported to the ADL Darkin. Wirehead says, Kanye said word for the word Hitler wasn't all that bad. If that isn't Nazi sympathization I don't know what the fuck is. Dice Whisper says, Jessup keeps taking all the 7s. Kath Mog says, I don't like racism. Satoru Goku says, let's see. Belnolu says, I like turtles. Satoru Goku says, if my dice are down being rigged.
Rabondil seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Satoru Goku says, I saw low better not be high. Satoru Goku casually tosses his worn troll dice.
Satoru Goku rolls 5, 1 to 6. Satoru Goku rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Satoru Goku says, rigged. Dice Whisper says, surprised face. Pally McGurk says, isn't racism the backbone of Warcraft? Satoru Goku says, report my dice. Jet says, just this character dude lol. Pally McGurk says, orcs v humans.
Ulan that seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Jet says, lil frazzle brain. Dice Whisper cancelled trade with Isabmungard. Jessup says, I mean I'd want to look at the context because I could say Hitler was great. For early the 1900s German economy till he got wrecked. Dice Whisper completed trade with Warrior Pils Mungard. I received 20,000 grams 00S00C. Warrior Pill says, 7. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 1, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 2, 1 to 6.
Warrior Pill says. Jet says, your retorts show her true colors. Dice Whisper says, tree. Satoru Goku says, I honestly. Dice Whisper cries on Warrior Pill's shoulder. Warrior Pill says. Jessup says, yes Pally. Jet says, fragile boy. Satoru Goku says, forgot Whackers was still here tbh. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Jessup says, gotta get back to killing them stinky green bastards. Dice Whisper completed trade with Isabmungard. I received 40,000 grams 00S00C. Asub says, 7. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 3, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 5, 1 to 6.
Asub says, no. Warrior Pill says, oof. Dice Whisper says, off by 1. Dice Whisper completed trade with Jetmungard. I received 100,000 grams 00S00C. Jet says, 7. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 6, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 1, 1 to 6.
Satoru Goku says, it's around the corner. Dice Whisper says, aye. Dice Whisper says, there it is. Warrior Pill says, no. Jet says, easy ballers. Asub says, you. Dice Whisper cheers at Jet. Tharkin says, leave the goblin girls to me though. 4 reasons. Warrior Pill says. Jet says, suck it fat idiot. Dice Whisper completed trade with Jetmungard. I gave 400,000 grams 00S00C. Asub says, lol at. Satoru Goku says, Jet. Satoru Goku says, ignore Whackers. Dice Whisper completed trade with Warrior Pils Mungard. I received 50,000 grams 00S00C. Warrior Pill says, 7. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 2, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 6, 1 to 6.
Satoru Goku says, don't let the bish kill or vibe. Asub says, so close. Dice Whisper says, 1 off again.
Can't use that item.
Warrior Pill says. Jessup says, Tharkin is a man of culture. Satoru Goku says, he just want Aidenshin. Jet says, yo bad home life. Speed Farm Two says, ballers didn't give me a WoW token, frowny face. Speed Farm Two says, that's like pocket lint to them. Jet says, BC he's poor. Asub says, you what a bad guy. Warrior Pill says, my first time doing it. Asub says, he could give you a WoW token easily. Asub says, me too. Dice Whisper says, Warrior let's do a 20k free roll.
Ravondil seems to be sobering up.
Warrior Pill says, 7. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 6, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 2, 1 to 6.
Dice Whisper says. Warrior Pill says. Dice Whisper says, the dice are teasing. Asub says, increased odds at 250k lol. Warrior Pill says, it's always 7. Asub says, nobody wants to do that bet size. Medicate says, I'll take 6 WoW tokens as proof you're a real casino. Tie. Dice Whisper completed trade with Jetmungard. I received 200,000 grams 00S00C. Jet says, hi.
Anhedonia seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 6, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 3, 1 to 6.
Dice Whisper claps excitedly for Jet. Dice Whisper completed trade with Jetmungard. I gave 400,000 grams 00S00C.
Samlin seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Dice Whisper cheers at Jet. Corbett Schneider says, now for that snack. Dice Whisper completed trade with Warrior Pils Mungard. I received 15,000 grams 00S00C. Warrior Pills says, 7. Dice Whisper says a prayer for Warrior Pills. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 5, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Medicate says, no, but you can trade the gold for them, winking and laughing. Dice Whisper says, Neon. Warrior Pills says. Dice Whisper says, Warrior Pills is I wanna see the 7 for you so bad, dash. Snowedden blows Stormwind Reveler a kiss. Warrior Pills says, so does my wallet. Satoru Goku says, BRB bathroom.
Snowedden seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Asub says, lucky pee break.
Blow seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Warrior Pills says, guys I got addiction. Dice Whisper nods at Satoru Goku. Asub says, same lol. Warrior Pills says, gimme your money. Warrior Pills says, I will win. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Asub says, luckily I'm up over 4 mil. Warrior Pills says, always 7. Asub says, overall. Speed Farm Two says, just be like me and be too poor to gamba.
Blow seems to be sobering up.
Dice Whisper says, but at least you have the speed.
Blow seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Speed Farm Two says, 190 Stratholm runs without the Death Charger. Speed Farm Two says, I want it to be over. Asub says, Speed Farm. Asub says, do you make good gold? Dice Whisper says, oof. Asub says, farming. Asub says, trying to start a twink. Speed Farm Two says, I farm nax for gold. Speed Farm Two says, it pays for sub. Warrior Pill says, anyways bedtime for me might play between games tomorrow you get money back, tongue sticking out. Asub says, well that's all you really need. Dice Whisper curtsies before Warrior Pills. Dice Whisper says, good night, thank you for playing. Warrior Pills bows before Dice Whisper. Dice Whisper says, love. Speed Farm Two says, yeah I do like 8 chars a week. Warrior Pills waves at Asub. Warrior Pills makes a rude gesture at Jet. Asub says, CYA Warrior. Speed Farm Two says, takes a couple HRS. Satoru Goku says, back. Speed Farm Two says, there was a good cloth farm I did for a bit. Speed Farm Two says, but people caught on and it died fast.
Valerie seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Asub says, yeah. Pally McGurk says, why can't I send mail to Nagrand? Pally McGurk says, WTF Blizzard. Asub says, have you seen like the 11 twinks that one-shot everything in the dungeons? Dandelion is playing a song. Speed Farm Two says, yeah. Speed Farm Two says, it's good for time warped badges. Dice Whisper says, I have one I do 70 to 80 carries on. Asub says, level 2, no? Speed Farm Two says, I leveled 3 druids instead of doing that. Dice Whisper completed trade with Jetmoon Guard. I received, Rusty Hatchets 1. Satoru Goku says, Loki. Speed Farm Two says, if you group with them you lose EXP if you're partied. Satoru Goku says, I want a level. Satoru Goku says, but I never leveled past 10 on a war. Dice Whisper says, there's a way around that. Asub says, ah true. Dice Whisper says, just a macro. Speed Farm Two says, warriors are fun. Satoru Goku says, what spec? Satoru Goku says, I'm used to tanking. Speed Farm Two says, I like Fury but Prod is fun too. Asub says, Fury seems OP now. Speed Farm Two says, Arms is fine but I don't like PvE only PvP arms. Dandelion says, warriors are fun. Dandelion says, Prot warriors are extremely fun. Asub says, okay one more big bet before bed. Jet says, ballers zip it. Satoru Goku says, I hear Prot war get beefy how are they in mythics and raids? Dandelion says, Prot paladin is fun if you like to support. Dandelion says, off heal etc. Satoru Goku says, I main DH and Pally. Asub says, Goku. Speed Farm Two says, I've been trying to learn Holy Paladin. Asub says, actually. Asub says, farm. Asub says, what's the call? Dandelion says, but Prot Warrior ISA real Vanguard spec. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Speed Farm Two says, call high. Satoru Goku says, Holy Pally. Dice Whisper completed trade with Asub Guard. I received, 250,000 grams 00S00C. Satoru Goku says, used to be fun. Asub says, hi. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 6, 1 to 6.
Dice Whisper cheers at Asub. Asub says, yes. Speed Farm Tuo says, laughing face. Dice Whisper says, nice call. Satoru Goku says, I mean it still is but new specs and stuff make it a curve. Dice Whisper completed trade with Asub Moongard. I gave 500,000 grams 00S00C. Dandelion says, Prot Warrior is very similar to Captain America in Marvel Rivals. Asub says, I gotta double it to break even. Satoru Goku says, like you can still macro burst heal but it's a lil diff now. Asub says, speed. Speed Farm Tuo says, oh god no. Speed Farm Tuo says, the pressure. Dandelion says, I think its proof cap is not a prot pally. Asub says, wait pick one for you first.
It's not ready yet.
Speed Farm Tuo says, hi again. Satoru Goku says, I love my pally. Satoru Goku says, but. Dandelion says, Avengers Shield alone does not make pally cap. Satoru Goku says, I swear pally's prot pallies need more attacks lol. Asub says, okay. Dandelion says, Marvel Rivals plays like a prot warrior. Blinks says, everything but male. Blinks says, is cross server. Speed Farm Tuo says, I'm gonna CRI. Asub says, this is for your speed. Satoru Goku says, I literally auto in between CCS lol. Dice Whisper completed trade with Asub Moongard. I received 2,500 grams 00S00C. Asub says, ballers. Asub says, stop yapping. Dandelion is playing a song. Asub says, hi. Satoru Goku says, who's ballers? Satoru Goku says, I forgot they were here. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 3, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 2, 1 to 6.
Asub says, no. Speed Farm Tuo says, rip. Dice Whisper cries on Asub's shoulder. Dandelion says, to play cap well you gotta be offensive. Speed Farm Tuo says, I knew I was feeling low.
Valerie seems to be sobering up.
Asub says, here you go. Dandelion says, but not too offensive. Asub says, you win anyway. Speed Farm Tuo says, laughing face. Dandelion says, hit the enemy team with the shield throw and get their attention. Speed Farm Tuo says, I can afford to transmog. Dice Whisper completed trade with Asub Moongard. I received 200,000 grams 00S00C. Dandelion says, then block and backtrap to your team. Bangkok says, WTS plundered Fireheart Pummeler plundered Beacon Light Bulwark plundered Biting Shot Longbow plundered Drillbore Fists Octopode Fry. Asub says, hi. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 5, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 1, 1 to 6.
Dice Whisper hangs her head dejectedly. Asub says, aim. Dandelion says, and leap whenever you can. Asub says, I'm ignoring you. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Dandelion says, you can solo DPS / healers as a tank / cap. Jet says, mom calling. Satoru Goku says, Dan mind if I play a game song after? Speed Farm Tuo says, he thinks there's like some 40 chess RuneScape scam happening. Dandelion says, yeah that's okay. Satoru Goku says, I swear though. Satoru Goku says, you got all the gaming songs XD. Asub says, ugh. Dandelion says, lol I know. Satoru Goku says, and themes XD. Asub says, last bet. Dandelion says, Anakin and Obi-Wan could have used me. Dice Whisper completed trade with Asub Moongard. I received 200,000 grams 00S00C. Asub says, what you think speed? Dice Whisper says a prayer for Asub. Satoru Goku says, XD. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Speed Farm Tuo says, well I was wrong last time so I think doubles. Asub says, dubs. Asub says, okay. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 1, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 5, 1 to 6.
Asub says, Aghoer Hyourge Krayoy. Speed Farm Tuo says, frowny face. Scrubby says, this timeline has aliens and player housing, it's the best I could do. Dandelion says, I'm like Captain Rex I guess. Dice Whisper says, oh not quite. Dandelion says, lore-wise. Asub says, it's okay it was a good call. Satoru Goku says, yes. Asub says, GGGS. Asub says, thanks Dice. Dice Whisper completed trade with Jetmoon Guard. I received 200,000 grams 00S00C. Satoru Goku says, okay I will stop playing and level my war. Jet says, okay speed you call mine. Dice Whisper curtsies before Asub. Dice Whisper says, tie for playing Asub. Love. Speed Farm Tuo says, hi. Jet says, hi. Speed Farm Tuo says, it's been a while since a high roll. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Dice Whisper claps excitedly for Jet. Satoru Goku is playing a song. Get the musician add-on to listen. Dice Whisper completed trade with Jetmoon Guard. I gave 400,000 grams 00S00C. Speed Farm Tuo says, dash. Dice Whisper says, okay guys, both of you 50k free roll real quick before I gotta go for dinner. Satoru Goku says, a wild grub stalker appeared. Asub says, me? Satoru Goku cheers at grub stalker. Dice Whisper says, Asub and Jet. Jet says, low. Superbone says, LF Taylor consecrated leggings. Asub says, low IG. Dice Whisper casually tosses her worn troll dice.
Dice Whisper rolls 1, 1 to 6. Dice Whisper rolls 4, 1 to 6.
Dice Whisper claps excitedly for Jet. Satoru Goku says, aye. Dice Whisper says, nicey. Asub says, nice call. Speed Farm Tuo says, easy. Dice Whisper completed trade with Jetmoon Guard. I gave 50,000 grams 00S00C.
Snow Eden seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Dice Whisper completed trade with Asub Guard. I gave 50,000 grams 00S00C. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Dandelion says, the clones were so cool. Dice Whisper says, tie guys for playing. Laughing face. Dandelion says, Tay Clone Wars TV really fleshed them out. Satoru Goku says, yes. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Dandelion says, Rex was a good char. Dandelion says, and he was in Rebels. Satoru Goku says, 'twas fun dice. Speed Farm Tuo says, quick pass me the 30% cut for working the crowd. Satoru Goku cheers at Dice Whisper. Speed Farm Tuo says. Dandelion says, that EP where the corrupt Jedi tried to kill the clones with shoddy maneuvers. Satoru Goku says, I'm too lazy to hit LVL 10 though. Dandelion says, and Rex was like, that will kill the men. Speed Farm Tuo says, leveling is so weird now. Speed Farm Tuo says, they really need to work on the leveling experience. Satoru Goku says, I just wanna hit 10 already so I can tank through DGS. Speed Farm Tuo says, it's so bad. Dandelion says, Rex was a champion of the clones. Satoru Goku says, no cap. Satoru Goku says, they do. Dandelion says, the clones started to see him as a leader. Speed Farm Tuo says, the scaling is wonky. Satoru Goku says, no. Satoru Goku says, I wonder. Satoru Goku says, if Blizz is gonna put us back at 120 next expansion lol. Dandelion says, he also was able to hold his own on missions with Skywalker and Kenobi. Dandelion is playing a song.
It's still recharging.
Speed Farm Tuo says, I'm kind of waiting for them to blow up Azeroth and remake WoW. Satoru Goku says, he really was though. Dandelion says, he was Mandalorian LVL IMO. Dandelion says, Rex was badass.
Battlespark seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Speed Farm Tuo says, the big graphical update is just nuking the game and making WoW 2. Satoru Goku says, Rex was OP high key. Satoru Goku says, XD.
Erarai seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Battlespark seems to be sobering up.
Battlespark says, Happy New Year.
Erarai seems to be sobering up.
Vravondil says, Happy New Year. Speed Farm Tuo says, I'm gonna farm Stratholm and not get Rivendare's Death Charger some more. Brawler Stew says, Tank Daddy LFM and Sugar Baby PST. Speed Farm Tuo says, feels amazing man. Medikit says, can it drop if you already got it? Satoru Goku says, hammer time. Satoru Goku bursts into dance. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Satoru Goku says, NGL though. Janie and Ship says, Maginer says that twisting alternating flows of positive energy actually creates a much more stable flow. Satoru Goku says, These Christmas decorations need to go. Listen, Pierce says, wouldn't that cause the weave to unravel if not properly anchored before starting the casting? Suzanne says, wow, all of this for a love potion. Hope he's worth it. Satoru Goku says, it's Jan already.
Ozil seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Zevos tells a joke.
Ozil seems to be sobering up. Torani seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Satoru Goku says, ooh, that bike is icy elky. Thoric says, good morning all you beautiful animals, love, have a great day and happy new year. Battlespark says, you too. Aveliel says, happy new year. Dandelion is playing a song. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Satoru Goku says, WB Dan. Dandelion says, the shadow PPL/demon/EC don't come to me cause they are afraid. Corbett Schneider says, now for that snack. Koval says, hi Sato. Koval says, how did you become an orc? Dandelion says, I'm not worth the trouble to them, makes sense. Satoru Goku says, by the power of Sun God Nika. Satoru Goku says, no the changer. Satoru Goku says, I'll drop one. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Dandelion says, I'll DR Strange into their mind and then Captain America shield slam them or something you know. Dandelion is playing a song. Dandelion says, I can handle the aliens I think. Satoru Goku says, ooh ye Dao G time. Satoru Goku dances with Stormwind Reveler. Dandelion says, no war. Dandelion says, if they can talk to us they are above the idea of war. Satoru Goku says, ooh ye time to throw it in a quadrangle. Dandelion says, if they are here they want us to join them. Dandelion says, sometime. Bravondil tells a joke. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Dandelion says, they like us. Satoru Goku thanks Anhedonia. Satoru Goku says, you know it's hard out here for an orc anime character. Dandelion nods at Satoru Goku. Kathmog says, I knew an alien. Kathmog says, they got deported. Dandelion is playing a song. Trumpin says, got M. Scrubby says, aliens. Dandelion says, I love cereal. Anhedonia says, okay but say extraterrestrials became common knowledge / unhidden or whatever, how long before someone tries to fuck one? Dandelion says, Pops is basically golden crisp. Trowlery says, dude, the only alien here is you and you sound like you beamed down from the least prepared mothership in existence. Dandelion says, gotta have my pops. Kathmog says, not long before someone tries to fuck one. How do it? BC that someone is me. Trowlery says, Captain Kirk plays on Moonguard. That tracks XD. Trowlery says, Godspeed, Captain. Dandelion says, I hope so. Dandelion says, I love Kirk. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Dandelion says, Kirk is a great captain, forget outside things about the show, just think inside the show. Anhedonia says, XD this why they're scared, they DK if they could handle all of you Kathmog. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale.
Anhedonia seems a little tipsy from the bottle of Dalaran Noir.
Kathmog says, no wonder they haven't shown themselves yet, damn. Dandelion says, he even bluffs his way out of an alien attack. Dandelion says, the Corb Knight maneuver or some such.
Anhedonia seems to be sobering up.
Dandelion says, but the aliens buy it. Dandelion says, he basically says I can spell reflection whatever you do. Dandelion says, but he said it in such a confident way.
Koval seems a little tipsy from the toasting goblet.
Kathmog says, gotta get that alien butt. Argonflofan says, does anyone have an issue that when you hold right click it takes like half a second to grab the screen? Dandelion says, Kirk and Riker are no stranger to alien butt. Thomas Miller says, rolls, buns, and bread. Baked fresh. Dandelion is playing a song. Kathmog says, what about alien cold cock and testicle? Koderazan says, WTF. Koderazan says, those are real items in game. Zlexi says, Happy New Year QTEEEs. Zlexi says, 2025 will be epic. Kathmog says, not really, it starts with WTF like 2020 did. Trowlery says, well be fair, cold cocking someone is a long-standing expression to knock someone out. Dandelion is playing a song. Kodarazan says, I'm of Gen Z WTF. Visagoth says, Happy 2025 you bunch of awesome bastards. Zlexi says, what do you mean it starts with WTF? Kathmog says, Wed Thursday Friday. Starlight says, I always wanted to be an awesome bastard, love. WDK says, any MN guilds recruiting. Dandelion is playing a song. Visagoth says, you've always been, love.
Eknokton seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Starlight says, yay. Happy New Year to you too pal, laughing face.
Eknokton seems to be sobering up.
Visagoth says, I fucking love all of you, love.
Susie Pa seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Dandelion is playing a song. Frankzilla says, I love you solo.
Susie Pa seems to be sobering up.
Rodarina says, Happy New Year wow gang, laughing face. Martinfer says, Happy New Year, smiley face. Zlexi says, Happy New York BB. Nadialia says, Happy New Year, you dogs. Numidas Bank says, Happy New Beer. Visagoth says, Happy Year of Prosperity my friends, smiley face. Zedary says, Happy New Year. Black Heart. Zlexi says, I love you all. Frankzilla says, I love you solo. Dandelion is playing a song. Glacial Fist says, Happy New Year, folks. Zlexi says, LOL Jacob FATU. Chubika
not
says,
ready yet.
wishing you all a better year than the last, may you meet new friends and find love. Adis Brahm says, battling that band of Twilight Hammer in the morass, I could think of better places for a war. Christoph Farrell says, I still have the scars from that night. Adis Brahm says, it all worked out in the end. Dandelion says, no jab and no bargain. Zlexi says, 19 more days, love, can't wait. Chubika says, I could rip your arms off you know. Visagoth says, Moron Police is good music imo. Numidas Bank says, let the Wookiee win. Chubika says, Taco Bitch is cool too. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Tundra Shift says, 19 days till fucking what? Tundra Shift says, the sun explodes? What's going on? Visagoth says, big boom. Tajarenali says, Trump Prolly.
Ralvossen seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Spirit Breaker says, a black hole is going to eat us all it's 2025. Chubika says, didn't even buy me a drink. Visagoth says, eat me please comrade, love. Frankzilla says, solo. We love you.
Ralvossen seems to be sobering up.
Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Rodarina says, can't believe 2015 was 10 years ago now. Visagoth says, we old now FR. Stina says, how old are you? Muted Edge says, word. Visagoth says, 23. Rodarina says, 26. Stina says, children. Muted Edge says, I was 23. Dwarven Might says, LOL. Dandelion is playing a song. Rodarina says, got boomers in chat. Visagoth says, old MFS. Dwarven Might says, LOL. Muted Edge says, 21 years ago. Visagoth says, what did you play classic on the day of release? Frankzilla says, my tribal chief I love you. Rodarina says, LOL. Chubika says, we aren't old we are seasoned and aged like wine or some of y'all are just old stinky cheese but that is cool too. Rodarina says, 26 going on 86 FR. Visagoth says, I feel 90 FR, WTF is this housing market? Chubika says, I turned 48. Rodarina says, in the job market, ain't nothing out there. Borler says, FR. Chubika says, I have grandkids. Stina says, I'm a stupid privileged millennial who spent most of my life having fun. Frankzilla says, Adwin WIRNN will love our tribal chief. Rodarina says, Granny is that you? Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Pumpkin P says, shut up grandpa. Visagoth says, Andussy is my dream. Rodarina says, Janusy Queen Ugg. Frankzilla says, your grandpa loves the tribal chief. Visagoth says, I got called old by a Gen Alpha fuck you 14-year-old. Dandelion is playing a song. Rodarina says, the next Gen 2025 to 2039 is called Gen Beta. Chubika says, you bet your sweet asper cream. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Visagoth says, Beta is upon us. Rodarina says, when is Sigma, uneasy face. Ami says, I call my friends old even though they are only a few years older than me lol. Stina says, I'm def a beta. Ami says, just to irritate them. Chubika says, us elders like the lingo common out. Radarina says, my BF is 3 years older than me and I call him an old man. Visigoth says, punch a 1-year-old, F them betas. Chubika says, my BF is only 35. Radarina says, old. Ami says, old. Visigoth says, old AF. Boxwood says, what are they going to call kids born in 2024? Alpha betas? Chubika says, I don't want to go much younger, I'm almost 50. Mystic Tricky says, it amazes me how some people put things on the odd cheaper than if they just outright sold it to a vendor. Slumbering Soul Serum being sold for a gold, for example. Stina says, I hear 40 is the new 30 Cope Kapi. Weil says, whatever happened to the saying of age is just a number. Mathiaturt says, if you heard from the weather changing you're old. Radarina says, only pedos say that. Ami says.
Kinlass seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Visigoth says, imagine being the generation that will have VR girlfriends. Weil says, LOL. Dandrelin is playing a song. Zavina says, LFBS for 619 recraft charged claymore with Dark Moon Sigil, Symbiosis. Ami says, God there is already a game out called VR Girlfriend. Chubika says, of course there is, why not? Stina says, what good is that?
Kinlass seems to be sobering up.
Ham says, fartzug that clam chowder I had before bed was a bad idea. Visigoth says, VR wow? Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Rummy Jack says, wow I've been play Blizzard game for 30 years now lol. Ami says, old OMG. Ona says, how long you've been learning English? Visigoth says, I was born 7 years after you've been playing them games. Ona says, JK could you imagine if I was like that? Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Dandrelin is playing a song. Visigoth says, but you played the right games you old bitch, love. Archifane says, I love my wife. Radarina says, hell yeah brother. Ona says, same, she got a boob job for Christmas, good lady. Glacial Fist says, is she in the Philippines? Dorinthia says, I got that reference.
Archifane seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Visigoth says, age check how old you MFS. Chunk Duncombe says, 35, uneasy face. Ashen Stride says, 35. Radarina says, 26.
Archifane seems to be sobering up.
Rummy Jack says, 46. Dandrelin is playing a song. Ami says, 26. Chubika says, I already said mine. Tor says, 51. Waram says, 53. Radarina says, hell yes Ami. Dorinthia says, don't remind me WTF. Kerr says, almost 35 lol. Visigoth says, LMAO old bitches, love. Ami says, 26 twins let's go. Scrubby says, 38. Radarina says, where my 90s babies at? Archifane says, 24, when does my back start hurting? Ona says, imagine playing WoW at 26 with your whole life ahead of you. Chunk Duncombe says, 35 actually ain't that bad, I feel better now than I did at 30. Glacial Fist says, you have 90 babies? That is too many. Kerr says, next year. Waram says, 25. Ona says, I'm stuck here old and trash. Radarina says, yep. Dandrelin is playing a song. Thomas Miller says, warm, wholesome bread. Chubika says, keep doing cardio and work in your core so you don't get such bad back pain. Linuville cries. Visigoth says, I still remember when my class got together to decide if we'd be orcs or bees back in MoP. Bluery comforts Linuville. Linuville is playing a song. Linuville is playing a song. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Visigoth says, I got grey hairs at 23 it feels like how you'll do it. Chubika says, I still have my old homemade VHS recordings of Beavis and Butthead and a VCR to watch them in LOL Muppet Babies too. Glacial Fist says, my beard skipped grey and went right to Santa Claus white. Ona says, any LSUI enjoyers? Archifane says, I still remember asking my dad to lend me gold so I could afford to upgrade all my spells in BC. Alandry yells, New Year New Trauma. Dandrelin is playing a song. Visigoth says, my mom worked at a donut shop to give me WoW every month, love your mom's assholes they do a lot of work number. Visigoth says, love. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Visigoth says, and dads but who has them nowadays. Dandrelin says, the cool thing about Halo 1 is that it really was Master Chief vs that one Covenant Corvette. Chewbacca says, me I do. Christoph Farrell says, battling that band of Twilight Hammer in the morass, I could think of better places for a war. Visigoth says, wink with a frown. Adis Brahm says, wasn't that the night we had to pick up my thumb and carry it in your smoke pouch? Christoph Farrell says, hee, wimp. Chewbacca says, lol. Danderlin says, the humans' forces had an advantage since it was just one quartet. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Kurstark says, I think Halo is a pretty cool guy. Fights aliens and doesn't afraid of anything. Danderlin says, and that defeat was what the Arbiter was paying for in Tay's start of Halo 2. Visigoth says, Halo is still fun AF to play. Edvard says, Halo is awesome. Danderlin says, it is. Archifane says, Odds had the best firefight, don't at me. Visigoth says, like playing RDR2 for the 5th time. Visigoth says, ODST was my favorite.
Blu-ray seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Edvard says, I still play RDR2 online, LVL 300 something. Nuanan got hit in the face with the music train after literally just waking up and logging on. Kurstark says, I'll always remember the scene where he steps out of the rocket ship and says I'm John Halo and it's time to shoot some floods.
Blu-ray seems to be sobering up.
Visigoth says, and he just keeps shooting and he just keeps shooting. Kurstark says, you. Visigoth says, I loved John Marston 117 in Halo 3. Danderlin says, Master Chief's best stat, luck. Ashenstride says, outfit is it okay to have both treat bag and quiver? Edvard says, I think Master Chief would lose to anyone from Warhammer NGL. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Archifane says, outfit fit check. Kurstark says, yes. But he'd put up a decent fight. Danderlin says, Warhammer is far into the future.
Furry Booby seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Danderlin says, Master Chief is only a few centuries. Kurstark says, like he might actually take down one space marine, but that'd be a 50-50th toss-up. Visigoth says, Warhammer is super nerd material, sorry big bro. Kurstark says, dude we're on World of Warcraft. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Visigoth says, Warhammer is a stepabos.
Furry Booby seems to be sobering up.
Visigoth says, above fuck. Kurstark says, at 9:30 in the morning. Danderlin says, Warhammer is super advanced. Edvard says, you're playing an elf and say nerd material? Come on.
Nuanan seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug.
Stina says, cyberpunk is soon, I want a prosthetic peen.
Anidaria seems a little tipsy from the wild winter pilsner.
Archifane says, more Vash Tor lore win. Danderlin says, they dominate the Covenant, and even the Flood likely. Visigoth says, hey they got pointy ears and shit. Edvard says, cue pop time to go stab some nerds.
Blu-ray seems a little tipsy from the filled festive mug. Nuanan seems to be sobering up.
Kurstark says, oh yeah no the Flood wow'm even be a footnote in Legion's history. Danderlin says, NBM, I dunno about the Flood. Visigoth says, it is 8:30 for me loser. Danderlin says, the Flood are extreme, kinda like meteoroids, but worse.
Blu-ray seems to be sobering up. Anidaria seems to be sobering up.
Nadialia dances with Maria. Kurstark says, yeah, but they don't have the numbers. Visigoth says, imagine losing to a spore in a supersuit. Danderlin says, imagine a Flood-controlled Metroid. Kurstark says, Tyranids are a much bigger threat. Danderlin says, that's the rule end. Danderlin says, what is a Trinids? Kurstark says, Space T-Rex hive mind. Drolam says, Happy New Year cute people. Danderlin says, Happy New Year. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Kurstark says, the Tau would lose to the Flood because they'd be too busy holding hands and smooching each other to fight them. Visigoth says, imagine being John 117 with a full-ass mask and still losing to Spore. Danderlin says, meteoroids are OP besides Frost. Visigoth says, no you are cute, love. Danderlin says, I think meteoroids could beat the Flood. Kurstark says, gimme like 3 hours in Spore and I'll make you something that could kill John Halo. Motherast bursts into dance. Fremu has earned the achievement Gaudy Winter Veil Sweater. Danderlin says, meteoroids would use the Flood's advantage against them. Danderlin says, turning. Lubby Cheddar says, find a WoW streamer who doesn't share his wife challenge. Visigoth says, John Marston would destroy the Flood. Lubby Cheddar says, impossible. Linuvial cheers at Motharast. Archifane says, Bajhira. Kurstark says, Jesus Christ your name dude. Dandrelin says, and then we'd need a Samus and John Halo team up. Reteat says, Zeryu. Dandrelin says, the Flood are weak compared to Meteoroids though. Visigoth says, imagine if Arthur Morgan got his hands on the Flood, they wouldn't make it. Dandrelin says, Meteoroids would consume them. Dandrelin says, Meteoroids need to be frozen to kill Thelm. Motharast dances with Linuvial. Dandrelin says, so that's easy win for them. General Hammond Clay yells, people of Stormwind. Bear witness today to the deeds of Glason Mungard, who has stood valiantly against the many foes that would threaten our fair city. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. General Hammond Clay yells, for their courage, we honor Glason as Lion Guard, defender of Stormwind and all her people. Rise and light bless you, Lion of Stormwind. Nuvik says, I feel like neither would win and they'd instead make a superorganism. Visigoth says, frozen black plague wins easy peasy. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Dandrelin says, Metroid vs Flood, I'd imagine that Metroid would consume it easily and fast. Visigoth says, hey bro who ready to get the bird flu in 2025? Kurstark says, I bet all the Pokemon could kill the Flood. Chernobyl says, oh me for sure been waiting all year for the bird flu. Visigoth says, I ain't even got wings bro this shit is rigged. Lubby Cheddar says, as Mungold stopped sharing his girlfriends the moment he stopped playing WoW, coincidence? Visigoth says, also happy 2025 old MFS born before 2000s. Lubby Cheddar says, Soda Poppin and Ktu still sharing wives. Visigoth says, as Mungold is stuck on boob sliders since he lost his GF. Constantine says, starting 2025 sick AF. Visigoth says, all my homies hate Asmongold. Lubby Cheddar says, I don't hate him I just think he's a meme. Yunla salutes Ike with respect. Constantine says, got banned for saying VTubers are SUS, other than that I have no issue with Asmongold. Illy Doge says,
It's
shout out
still
Asmongold he helped
recharging.
Sam hide on that video he dropped a few days ago. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Visigoth says, ew. Illy Doge says, him and Moist Critical. Tumbai says, ugh. Go outside. Kurstark says, I'm sick and tired of people arguing back and forth about whether or not a game is too woke only for that game to be the same bland slop that's been churning out for a decade. Nuvik says, I prefer Keepaga. Anadarius says, do not redeem. Lubby Cheddar says, what do you mean you don't want more people in the labor market during a labor surplus and housing shortage? Are you some kind of racist? Illy Doge says, Keepaga is my favorite Christian YouTuber. Nuvik says, do not redeem IT. Kurstark says, I no longer give a fuck about video games. I bought myself a charity. Rodarina says, where my Curtis Connor / Drew Gooden / Danny Gonzalez fans it. Kurstark says, I mean a chariot. Hobajai says, any Twink 11? Visigoth says, bro imagine watching YouTubers for their Christianity. Illy Doge says, I don't, it's just a plus that he has Christian views. Visigoth says, Curtis Connor is dope. Dorinthia says, road work ahead? I sure hope so. Rodarina says, love Curtis, he's so funny. Rodarina says, 10/10 Canadian. Lubby Cheddar says, hot take, Ontario is the worst part of Canada. Christoph Farrell says, I tell ya, I don't miss the Great War at all. I remember when we fought at Darrowmere. All night in the fog, lying in a muddy trench. Kurstark says, roadhead a work, I sure hope I does. Adis Brahm says, I still have the scars from that night. Christoph Farrell says, you can thank me anytime for making your life more interesting. Dorinthia says, any hot boys? Visigoth says, Quebec MFS be like. Rodarina says, I heard Ottawa is bad too. Constantine says, keep an eye on the Canadians. Kurstark says, my favorite soy YouTube twinks are Nick Mullen and Adam Friedland. Lubby Cheddar says, all of our grocery stores are raided by Ontarians and they just litter Tim's cups everywhere. Visigoth says, Canadians are Martians in disguise. Illy Doge says, y'all having a mid-off RNFR. Constantine says, indeed. Rodarina says, French Canadians FR. Constantine says, we ass MFS. Lubby Cheddar says, they can't afford groceries in their actual home and can't show respect for a real country generous enough to share with them. Rodarina says, LMAO. Visigoth says, I'll mid you off MF. Tajarenali says, PvP staff crafting order up, 3k tip. Ethires says, I need one person to join party to quickly spam 10 world quests for Adventure Log PST. Constantine says, Blood Hunter set coming back today? One could hope and wish. Dandelion says, Meteoroids are such a threat that the Galactic Federation decided to eradicate them. Borler says, no, War Skirt Mogs are coming though. Kurstark says, Meteoroids is a video game. Halo is real life. Dandelion says, LOL. Visigoth says, Canadians are the Bud Light of the USA. Kurstark says, John Halo is real. Thomas Miller says, fresh bread for sale. Constantine says, time to give the Covenant back their bomb. Dandelion says, Samus is hot AF though. PNCHTHTBTCH says, John Pork is real. Motherast bursts into dance. Thomas Miller says, freshly baked bread for sale. Visigoth says,